Chapter 1. Francis Con. In the year 1483 of the Sea Circle, the New World, Hachinos. This island, notorious as the pirate paradise, instills trepidation in the hearts of countless naval commanders. It is a realm teeming with monstrous beings and serves as the coveted crucible for pirates across the vast seas. There exists a saying among sailors: to reach the New World and not have set foot on Hachinos is to not truly be a pirate. Upon Hachinos Island, there stands a boy with raven hair and obsidian eyes, his disheveled locks framing a countenance marked by an austere demeanor. He exudes an aura of strength and aloofness. Perched atop the corpses of 100 men, he raises a bottle high, pouring the fiery liquor over his body. Ha ha ha! The burning spirit cascades over him, accompanied by unimaginable agony, his body seeming to ignite in a conflagration, yet the dark-haired youth laughs maniacally, reveling in the exhilarating moment of triumph. He battles pain with exhilaration. He seeks to mend wounds with strong liquor. As he regains his composure, the boy feels the ache and fatigue course through him, his pallor betraying a hint of weariness. Living upon the sea, at merely 10 years of age, he has already brushed against death on numerous occasions. He walks the razor's edge, dancing with the specter of mortality. He cannot afford to falter. He must grow stronger, lest he be cast aside by the unforgiving sea. The merciless ocean has consumed countless pirate dreams. Con, happy 10th birthday to you. From beneath the heap of corpses, a boy with crimson hair gazes hungrily at a donut, offering his favorite treat to his revered elder brother. Despite having just emerged from a bloody clash, the red-haired boy's spirit remains undaunted, betraying no signs of exhaustion. Francis Con leaps down from the mound of bodies, accepting the gift from the boy, taking a bite and exclaiming, "Delicious, your gift is splendid." Con breaks the donut in half. As the red-haired boy receives his portion, his smile grows ever brighter, the split corners of his mouth lending him a somewhat grotesque appearance. "But Katakuri, you should really eat less otherwise. Your mouth will only split wider, and the other children will not want to play with you," Kon habitually advises. "Other children?" Katakuri retorts nonchalantly, opening his mouth to reveal an exaggerated grin, shouting, "Having Kon is enough for me." He remains utterly unconcerned with how others perceive him. "You truly are a free spirit, always marching to the beat of your own drum." "Do keep it up," Kon remarks, casting his gaze toward the harbor. Calculating the time, they should be returning soon. Captain Rocks and the others should be back shortly. Let us prepare to welcome them. Hee hee. Katakuri scratches his head, his cold, proud exterior unable to mask his exuberant smile. Con, Captain Rocks is the undisputed pirate overlord of the seas, and Mama is an important officer in the Rocks Pirates. I wonder when I will officially become a crew member? Official crew member? Indeed, Con. Once I become an official member, I can better protect my younger siblings. Katakuri clenches his fist, grinning widely. Family is of utmost importance, and you, Kon, are my most cherished family. Kon gazes at the red-haired boy, once a mere child under his care, now blossoming into a young man. He experiences a fleeting sensation of aging. Reflecting on the past, he realizes he has traversed this familiar yet foreign pirate world for a decade, and this cheerful, headstrong red-haired boy beside him is destined to become the renowned first of the 3 sweet commanders in the future Big Mom Pirates. One of the future titans of the seas. A master of observation hockey. This world bears a resemblance to an anime he had watched in his previous life, perhaps a parallel realm, allowing for his own existence, which ought not to have been. According to the narrative of his past lives anime, the era of great pirates had yet to commence. The sovereign of the seas in this age is known as Rocks, acknowledged as a veritable monster by the myriad factions of the ocean. The crew comprises 3 of the future Yonko and 2 of the legendary pirate captains of the later age, including figures like Wang Ji, John, and Silver Axe, all top-tier pirates. It can be said that no pirate crew possesses the strength to engage them in direct confrontation. Even the formidable Marine headquarters dares not challenge them lightly. One of the current Marine admirals was even slain by Rocks himself. Such a powerful pirate crew seems poised to dominate the world. Yet, through the narrative, Kon understands that becoming an official member of the Rocks Pirates offers little promise given the timeline. The demise of the Rocks Pirates is not far off. In the future, Marine hero Garp will join forces with the future pirate King Roger, two beings of starkly different identities, to battle the Rocks Pirates at God Valley. This clash is known as the God Valley Incident. This great battle leads to the obliteration of the Rocks Pirates. Khan occupies a unique position within the Rocks Pirates, and Katakuri harbors a particular admiration for him, having lost his family to the hands of nobility when he was young. His father was once a childhood companion of Wang Ji. However, while Wang Ji aspired to become the world's strongest swordsman, they each embarked on divergent paths. Upon learning of his friend's misfortune, Wang Ji took up his sword in wrath, exacting vengeance upon the nobility, facing an army single-handedly, and eventually discovering a barely alive Khan in a cellar. According to Wang Ji, Khan smiled upon seeing him, thinking of taking the child away. Subsequently, he made a name for himself by defeating a Marine rear admiral with merely 3 strokes of his sword, cutting through the encirclement of 3 Marine warships. He became a legend, causing a stir across the seas. Later, pursued by Marines, pirates, and bounty hunters alike, Wang Ji's swordsmanship flourished, and his strength grew with each battle. Due to various circumstances, Wang Ji joined the Rocks Pirates, becoming one of Rock's closest aides. He stands above great pirates like Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin. In terms of swordsmanship, even the proud and fierce Shiki the Golden Lion acknowledges his inferiority. Wang Ji is one of the monstrous powerhouses of this era. Though he possesses a formidable ally, Khan refuses to be a sheltered flower in a greenhouse. He understands that in this chaotic world, immense strength is paramount. No one can rely on others indefinitely. Khan, they say you have another name. Is that true? Katakuri inquires, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Upon hearing this, Khan's expression falters as he hastily asks, "Who told you that?" It was Uncle Shiki. Khan had once borne 2 names. The first name, Sovereign, embodies Wang Ji's hope for him to be born a king. The second name, bestowed upon him at his request by Wang Ji, is Wang Yi, which is rather ordinary. Until he single-handedly slew a ferocious tiger, Wang Ji revealed Khan's origins, lineage, and the truth, prompting him to adopt his current name. Yet this aspect of his name remains a dark chapter in his history. Chapter 2. Newgate. Khan possesses 3 names in total. The current name has accompanied him the longest, while the other 2 are merely nicknames. Wang Ji saved his life, so it is only fitting that he bears Wang Ji's surname. Yet Wang Ji, a man infatuated with the sword, is exceptional in every regard except for his talent for naming. Perhaps those in this world cannot comprehend, but for Khan, having lived under the peculiar name of Sovereign for several years has been quite burdensome. A true sovereign requires no embellishment through nomenclature. At that time, Khan wore a perpetual frown to outsiders. He appeared aloof and proud. Even Wang Ji believed it was a result of his sorrowful past. However, upon his arrival in this world, he found himself in a cellar, utterly oblivious to his circumstances. It was merely a matter of nomenclature. Were it not for Shiki's incessant chatter, revealing fragments of his past, Khan would have remained ignorant of his own origins, later learning more from Wang Ji. Khan, do you not wish to speak of it? Katakuri seems to have grasped something. Chuckling Mama and Uncle Wang Ji are returning soon. Let us go welcome them. At this moment, the future first of the 3 sweet commanders remains an exuberant child. In my presence, you need not refer to Shiki, as uncles simply call him that old bastard Shiki. In Khan's eyes, Shiki the Golden Lion is the most loathsome bastard, persistently fixating on his dark expression, using it as a source of amusement while drinking. Had it not been for this, his name would not have become a dark chapter. That might not be appropriate. Katakuri has always been a polite and cheerful child. Within the Rocks Pirates, he is well liked, and Newgate's gaze upon him is always filled with a certain gleam of vibrant green. Shiki is just an old bastard. As Khan speaks, he raises his middle finger, revealing a hint of personal grievance. Katakuri chuckles, unwaveringly trailing closely behind Khan. He could have chosen to stay elsewhere, as his mother would have arranged for him to be in a safer place. Yet Katakuri chooses to remain with this man, for he knows Khan to be a person of cold exterior yet warm heart, who once saved him and has shown immense care for him and his younger siblings. helping them seamlessly adapt to life within the Rocks Pirates. He is the brother he has always envisioned. Let us go. Katakuri, our future has only just begun. Khan eagerly anticipates the return of the Rocks Pirates, hoping that Wang Ji will bestow upon him the desired gift. The timing is not far removed from the monumental battle at God Valley. If one does not exert every effort to grow stronger, it is likely they will lack even the qualifications to survive in the future. Katakuri senses Khan's fervent anticipation and chooses to remain silent. Anyone who lays eyes upon him would undoubtedly perceive him as an aloof young man. The fervent heart contrasts sharply with his stoic exterior. As they journey forth, Khan and Katakuri endeavor to project an air of dominance, wary of any imbeciles who might approach them seeking trouble or inquiring about their connection to the Rocks Pirates, eager to engage in combat. The pirate world is rife with fools, their average intellect woefully deficient compared to Khan's original world. Hakinosu, the island of dreams for pirates, witnesses a ceaseless influx of newcomers. These pirates are indifferent to the reputation of the Rocks Pirates or any other so-called pirate crew. Many overconfident buccaneers consider themselves the greatest, with some foolishly challenging the Rocks Pirates in a bid for notoriety, far more foolish than the navies. Most pirates are utterly daft. This includes the hundreds who perished at the hands of Khan and Katakuri not long ago, all of whom deserve to be devoured by wild dogs or tossed into the sea to feed the sea kings. The mere fact that those fools survived until now is a stroke of luck. Upon reaching the harbor, Khan stands with his sword drawn, his back turned to Katakuri, who wields a trident. The two trustingly offer their backs to one another. In a sea teeming with reckless fools, having a partner to rely on is indeed a cause for celebration. Hakinosu, I have arrived. Ha ha ha. You lot, bring the ship alongside. Two little brats. Is the threshold for becoming a pirate really this low nowadays? Oh look, there are indeed two youngsters. They seem to possess great potential. Perhaps they could be cultivated. At the harbor, pirate crews continually land on the island, as if it were created solely for their existence. A multitude of pirates and crews gather, sizing each other up and surveying their surroundings. They embody chaos, brutality, tranquility, and gentleness, each exuding a distinct aura, yet sharing a common purpose for being on this island. The Rocks Pirates are once again scouting for talent. This time, they require a significant influx of pirate crews any pirate can join, and this news has ignited a frenzy across the seas, with countless pirates flocking to seize the opportunity to board the formidable vessel of the sea overlord, Rocks. Khan observes the throngs of pirates, his mind preoccupied with another matter. What is Rock's objective in dispatching forces to God Valley? To achieve world domination, Rocks is already the sovereign of seas. To advance further would necessitate overthrowing the world government, a formidable feat for the Rocks Pirates. Merely targeting the second largest enclave of the Celestial Dragons seems a gamble that does not align with Rock's usual style. Kuralala, Khan and Katakuri are suddenly startled. Accompanied by a distinctive laugh, a towering figure, wielding a naginata and adorned with a pirate captain's hat, with cascading golden waves of hair and clad in a moon-white battle robe, leaps from a nearby ship, soaring several meters before crashing heavily onto the shore. In the blink of an eye, you two little brats have grown so much. Would you be interested in becoming my sons? Newgate instantly recognizes Katakuri, his eyes gleaming with excitement, and upon seeing Khan, the brilliance intensifies. The future strongest man in the world positions himself protectively before the two children, extending an invitation. In an instant, the surrounding pirates part, creating ample space. Newgate is a legendary figure in the New World, renowned as one of the formidable officers of the Rocks Pirates, his strength and destructive power unparalleled. At that moment, a group of pirates pushes through the crowd, forming two factions. Boldly standing before Newgate, they are followers of Charlotte Linlin and Wang Ji. From the higher-ranking Wang Ji faction emerges a bespectacled pirate who states, "Lord Newgate, you cannot do this. Captain Wang Ji has shown me great kindness. If you wish to take them, you must first defeat me." Newgate has a notorious history. Chapter 3, The Devil Fruit. Kuralala. Newgate laughs heartily. Wang Ji is one of the few I find quite agreeable. If I recall correctly, you're called Kinder. There's no need to be so formal. I have no intention of taking Khan away. It is a tremendous honor for you to remember me, Lord Newgate, replies Kinder, a capable assistant of Wang Ji, strong yet bound by numerous self-imposed rules, decidedly uncharacteristic of a pirate. The tension dissipates into the ether. Newgate waves his hand in another direction, calling out, "Wade-Eye, come here." "Dad, I'm coming." A girl with ice-blue hair, clad in a flower-embroidered striped shirt and a purple-blue skull cap, draped in a blue cloak, approaches the crowd. She appears to be about 5 years older than Khan, radiating an air of confidence. Confident and aloof, like a cold plum blossom standing proudly in the depths of winter. Newgate merely covets her, but he is not without children. Wade-Eye is the first daughter he took in. Katakuri stood behind Khan, gazing ahead. Upon catching sight of Wade-Eye, he inquired with curiosity, "Does Uncle Newgate truly have such a beautiful daughter?" "Khan, this sister is truly lovely." Katakuri spoke in a hushed tone, yet the majority of those present were formidable individuals. Amidst the tense atmosphere, silence enveloped the room, allowing his words to resonate clearly among the crowd. With one hand resting on his waist and a raised eyebrow, Wade-Eye smiled and remarked, "Little brother, your words are truly delightful." As Katakuri shyly withdrew, this sister's gaze differed remarkably from that of the other children. It was mature and devoid of any disdain towards her, which was quite enchanting. "Indeed, we seem to complement each other well," Khan abruptly interjected. Wade-Eye was momentarily taken aback, revealing an expression of amusement. This little fellow, with a face of utmost seriousness yet an undeniably adorable demeanor, was truly charming. Khan gently touched his face, realizing that his youth often led others to underestimate him. The baby fat was something he could not change. La la la, were these little ones not getting along splendidly? Newgate laughed heartily, having always harbored thoughts about the two children, Khan and Katakuri. However, both stood behind formidable figures. Otherwise, he would have long since whisked them away to be his sons. Newgate's sole purpose in joining the Rocks Pirates was to search for his family. "Oh, Newgate, you are always scheming for my children. What are your intentions? If you truly desire a son, I could bear you one, you know?" A strikingly attractive female pirate, over 8 meters tall, sashayed over, captivating the attention of many. Even though she was one of the officers in the Rocks Pirates, a natural destroyer, her allure was undeniable. Newgate's expression darkened as he replied, "Lingling, my family will find me on their own. Your assistance is unnecessary." He reminisced about their first encounter. "I am Lingling. I shall become the queen of the seas." Newgate recalled how, back then, Lingling would proclaim this with fervor upon meeting every pirate. They were so full of vigor in those days. With a sigh, he couldn't help but feel disappointed in the current state of the Rocks Pirates. People change, however. Newgate never anticipated such a rapid transformation. The shifts in status and notoriety had fostered differing ambitions among pirates like Shiki, Silver Axe, and Charlotte Lingling. Had Newgate chosen not to join the Rocks Pirates, no one could have compelled him, even if that person were Rocks himself. "Newgate, I have yet to settle the score for your last clandestine act of abducting Khan." Wang Ji arrived a moment too late, swiftly understanding the situation as his keen gaze fixed on Newgate. In this world of pirates, Wang Ji stood out as one of the few normal individuals. With distinctive Eastern features, he was rugged and resolute, a strikingly handsome man. The 3 zombies under Moria's command are not Silver Axe, Wang Ji, or John. Such claims are unfounded, as they perished in different locations. If it were truly them, then Rock's body would also be in Moria's possession. La la la. "Wang Ji, it has been years since we last met. Let me treat you to a drink." Newgate exclaimed joyfully, pleased to see one of the few unchanged faces aboard. Wang Ji replied with a hint of exasperation, "Newgate, we can discuss drinking later. I have matters to attend to. La la la. I shall await your arrival." In high spirits, Newgate made his way towards the island's tavern. Wade-Eye closely followed her father, sensing someone was watching her. Without turning, she waved and said, "Khan, little brother, you are quite cool. Come find your sister when you grow into a man." Wang Ji, standing still, glanced around, sensing something intriguing about these 2 little ones. This fruit appears to be a higher-tier version of the prosperity fruit. It is quite rare, and generally, Zoan types are more suited for you than the Logia types, Wang Ji remarked regretfully. However, finding a mythical Zoan would be even better. Khan accepted the fruit, his heart aflame with excitement, and said, "Uncle Wang, this is enough. It more than compensates for my shortcomings." "That is good." Wang casually glanced at the wounds adorning Khan's body and gently patted his shoulder. "Child, you have grown up. It was a truth he had long needed to acknowledge. Khan was destined to soar to great heights in this world. In this realm, there exists a type of devil fruit known as the Sea's Secret Treasure, which grants its wielder an array of extraordinary powers. The inhabitants of this world are indeed peculiar in appearance. Individuals like Khan, Wang, and Weidibe, who possess a normal, even handsome countenance, are exceedingly rare. Devil fruits are categorized into three primary classes: Zoan, Logia, and Paramecia, with Logia being the most elusive among them. Within the Zoan category, mythical types are even scarcer than those of the Logia. Such treasures are seldom encountered upon the vast seas. It is believed that Charlotte Linlin possesses a mythical Zoan fruit. Yet Khan, being merely a child, cannot expect everyone to be as selfless as Wang, nor can he sell himself. It would be futile to stir a water tank with a toothpick. Khan took a decisive bite of the fruit he had long since verified, and an odd taste flooded his mouth, far more intense than that of durian, inducing a sense of nausea. This fruit, a superior variant of the bounteous forest fruit, had only half of its description remaining in the fruit compendium, as if deliberately obscured. Following the introduction of the forest fruit in the compendium was a question mark, the origin of which remained a mystery. However, the very source of the fruit compendium was elusive, much like the devil fruits themselves. The mere fact that this fruit was recorded in the compendium indicated that it possessed the extraordinary ability described within. Khan sensed an air of mystique surrounding this fruit, and its inherent abilities as described were indeed impressive. It is worth a try. Chapter 4. Shiki vs. Newgate. At the moment Khan consumed the fruit, his strength and physical attributes surged, an inexhaustible vitality flooding through him, banishing the lethargy that had previously shrouded his spirit. He felt invigorated, his body experiencing a remarkable enhancement in every aspect, a testament to the power of the devil fruit. Relishing this transformation, Khan clenched his fists and mimicked the motion of wielding a sword, envisioning its form in his mind as he swept his arm forward. It was a simple yet profound gesture. Observing intently, Katakuri felt a shiver run down his spine as a wave of sharp intensity enveloped him, prompting an excited exclamation. Incredible. Khan, you've grown even stronger. Indeed. Khan's shortcomings lie in his high offensive prowess coupled with a lack of defensive skills. His technical abilities are fully developed, yet his physical constitution is merely average. From a tender age, he exhibited an extraordinary talent for swordsmanship, astonishing even the most esteemed swordmasters like Wang Zhi. Esteemed figures such as Shi Ji and Zhang were compelled to acknowledge Khan as an exceptional prodigy endowed with unparalleled swordsmanship. Reflecting on his past life, Khan grasped the sword at 15, vanquished his mentor at 16, sheathed his blade at 17, and witnessed his mentor return gravely wounded from overseas at 18. Shortly before passing away. At that age, he journeyed abroad, armed with nothing but his sword, and triumphed over renowned masters of the sword. During that time, the overseas sword saints, unable to bear defeat, secretly dispatched mercenaries to confront Khan. In that fateful battle, he achieved a remarkable feat of slaying 100 foes, securing his name in the annals of history. That year, his age eternally lingered at 18, and though he perished, he bore no regrets. Khan was inherently a prodigy in swordsmanship. From the moment he grasped the sword, his mentor believed that the art of fencing would ascend to unprecedented heights through him, rendering all other techniques futile. In those early days, Khan harbored no grand aspirations. He merely wished to satisfy his hunger and to have a companion by his side. He envisioned a future with an ordinary girl, leading a simple life, occasionally playing chess with his master, sipping tea, and listening to his mentor's tales, content with the simplicity of existence. However, fate had other plans, exposing him once more to the sordid realities of the world. Master, my swordsmanship has reached the pinnacle of this realm, yet my physical constitution hampers my growth. Khan's gaze was filled with nostalgia and reluctance as he silently vowed, I do not wish for my swordsmanship to fade into obscurity in another world. I shall step by step ascend to the zenith, vanquishing all formidable foes with the sword in my hand. I aspire to reach the highest peak, so that those who cling to their so-called glory and revel in their bygone splendor may realize that their era has long since passed. The ability to lose graciously and the inability to accept defeat are two vastly different attitudes. Returning to the present, Khan chuckled lightly, Katakuri. Every individual's physical capacity has its limits, yet skill, fruit, and willpower know no bounds. Your physical prowess far surpasses mine, and your potential is remarkable. However, you have never bested me. You understand your limitations, just as I have discerned my own through you. Initially, there was a significant disparity in their strengths, but as the years passed, Katakuri gradually began to apply pressure on him. I still have a long way to go, Khan remarked, perhaps in self-praise. Katakuri could not help but smile shyly. Brother Khan, you have defeated Uncle Shiki, Uncle Wang Ji, and Uncle John in swordsmanship, in pure duels of swordplay. These three great swordsmen had succumbed to Khan, much to Shiki's chagrin, who, for a time, sought to find fault with Khan, perhaps believing that such pursuits might alleviate his own inner void. Khan calmly remarked, "It is merely swordsmanship, regardless of how formidable one's technique may be. The disparity in skill levels cannot be too vast. Otherwise, how could one defend against 100 meters of sword energy? In this world, humanity is far more formidable than in the previous one. Khan is already quite impressive." Katakuri gazed in admiration, envisioning how much stronger Khan would become after consuming the devil fruit. "I truly hope to spar with you, brother. I believe you can certainly become the sovereign of the seas." In the eyes of young Katakuri, rocks epitomized the sovereign of the seas. There will be an opportunity. Katakuri clenched his fists, resolutely determined to refine his skills to their utmost limits. He sought not merely to enhance his haki, but to pursue techniques akin to those of Khan, whose prowess approached that of a deity. A king, indeed? Khan felt the power coursing through his veins, adapting to the changes while contemplating his future ambitions. He had long since established his objectives: to fortify his physique, to hone his armament haki, and to ensure that in terms of physical attributes and haki, he would not significantly lag behind the most formidable of monsters. Now, he was addressing his shortcomings. By consuming that fruit, he gained greater confidence in his ability to ascend to greatness, step by step, despite his seemingly mediocre physique. The fruit's abilities primarily supported his swordsmanship, and he aimed to develop one or two extraordinary techniques. In Khan's view, mastering a couple of hidden techniques from the fruit was far more practical than possessing a plethora of flashy abilities. Reaching the pinnacle was a challenge worth undertaking. Khan felt a long-lost fervor and anticipation as the two walked down the street. Katakuri sensed a transformation within Khan. The already strikingly charismatic Khan appeared to have become even more handsome. Was it merely her illusion? Khan, truly captivating, found himself amidst a tumultuous swirl of air, wildly surging from the island into the surrounding expanse. Katakuri suddenly realized he could not open his eyes as the wind intensified. At that moment, Khan furrowed his brow and gazed upward at the heavens. The clouds roiled and parted, splitting the sky asunder. "Khan, there surely won't be any conflict on the island." "Will there?" Katakuri remarked, unfazed. It had not escalated into a genuine confrontation. Khan was unable to perceive the overwhelming impact of Conqueror's haki, indicating that the astonishing spectacle on the island was merely a playful skirmish between the two opposing forces. Shortly thereafter, the duo arrived at the ruins of a bar. Ha ha ha. A boisterous and audacious laughter resonated from the heart of the ruins. A man clad in samurai attire, with golden hair cascading like a lion's mane and wielding twin swords, stood at the center of the debris, exuding an immensely formidable aura, resembling a lion king reigning supreme. This man was none other than Shiki, one of the most pivotal members of the Rocks Pirates. Just moments ago, a cataclysmic battle had transpired here. "Newgate, you're lacking." Shiki jeered, a cigar clenched between his teeth. "Shiki, you scoundrel. I was preparing to invite Wang Ji for a drink." Newgate seethed with anger, wishing he could crush this lunatic on the spot, if only he could indeed do so. "Enough. The captain is on his way. Cease the fighting." Wang Ji interjected at a critical moment. "Ha ha ha. I shall grant Wang Ji this courtesy. He is a man who has surpassed me in swordsmanship." Shiki guffawed. Newgate scoffed in response. Their relationship was far from amicable. It resembled more of a competitive rivalry. "The place is utterly ruined. Let us find another venue." "A feast cannot be without dessert," Charlotte Linlin exclaimed, her gaze fixated on the spirited men, licking her lips as she shouted, "Long bread, prepare the dessert for me." Chapter 5. Three women. The clash between Shiki and Newgate had demolished numerous structures in the vicinity, causing the crowd to scatter in panic, leaving nothing but chaos in their wake. Charlotte Linlin, observing the men's contest with great enthusiasm, perhaps due to a peculiar fascination, began to indulge in desserts following the duel. Seeking to soothe her exhilarated spirit, "Linlin, this is my latest creation, a cake guaranteed to be delightful." A short and stout man resembling a hobbit, dressed in a chef's uniform, presented his proud masterpiece. The excitement made his leaf-like mustache tremble. "Oh, really?" Charlotte Linlin unabashedly seized the cake, devouring it with unrefined gusto. Upon finishing, her face flushed with delight, and her gaze dreamy, she exclaimed in admiration, "Indeed, it is delicious." Khan surveyed the chaotic scene, observing Charlotte Linlin's exaggerated manner of eating. He understood well that Katakuri's eating habits were a lineage passed down through generations. He had attempted to alter them, but ultimately to no avail. Fortunately, it was not that particular tavern that was damaged. Otherwise, the captain would undoubtedly erupt in fury. At that point, Shiki, you truly must contemplate how to endure the captain's wrath. Wang Ji offered a subtle reminder as he approached Khan, inquiring about his feelings regarding the situation. Khan replied, "A splendid fruit indeed. That is quite satisfactory." Wang Ji chuckled in response. Shurji, who had been attentively listening, seemingly caught wind of an intriguing topic, remarked with a sardonic tone, "You little rascal, you haven't ingested a devil fruit, have you? With your unparalleled swordsmanship, do you truly require such a fruit? Oh, how could I forget? You are incapable of withstanding even my basic level of flying slash." Khan paid no heed to such trivial and meaningless provocations, which paled in comparison to the tarnished legacy of names. "I eagerly await your challenge to my swordsmanship." He was the man who bested Shiki in the art of the sword. Shiki, thwarted in his ambitions, found himself in a state of deep frustration. His swordplay was inferior to that of this little rascal, and the fact that his own skills had become even more refined due to this brat was rather embarrassing. Subsequently, he burst into a maniacal laugh. "Ha ha ha. That thing you ate tasted as foul as excrement. Did it nearly make you vomit? I truly cannot find the words to describe that flavor." Khan, with a hint of surprise and bemusement, inquired, "So, Shiki, have you eaten excrement? You little bastard." Shiki was incensed by Khan's seemingly nonchalant yet slightly emotional words. The arrogance in the rascal's tone was exceedingly infuriating. "Were it not for the fact that I hold this little scoundrel in high regard, I would have surely split him in two." Wang Ji interjected, "Shiki, do not overstep. Khan is still a child." Shiki's expression instantly resembled that of someone who had just consumed a cursed fruit. "Uncle Newgate, where is Whitey Bay?" Khan inquired with curiosity, as the strongest man in the future world had chosen to adopt a little girl first. Newgate's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Khan for a moment, nodding in satisfaction as he said, "There are few youngsters like you. It is a pity you are not my son. It is an honor for my daughter to know you, and in the future, she will come to understand that meeting you is her greatest fortune. Dad, look." Newgate pointed with mirth, exclaiming, "Here she comes." Whitey Bay returned from afar after purchasing some small items. With a flush of embarrassment, Katakuri swiftly concealed himself behind Khan. This sister was rather different. Upon their reunion, Khan waved his hand and promptly pulled Katakuri forward, introducing him, Charlotte Katakuri, a remarkable young man who wishes to protect his younger siblings. With curiosity, Wadib inquired, "And you?" "I am Frankie's Khan. You may refer to him as the Sovereign." This unexpected interjection sliced through their conversation, prompting an exuberant laughter from Shiki, who reveled in his success, completely disregarding Khan's increasingly darkening expression. "Khan? Is he the child that my father often mentions?" While Wadey Beicha sensed a shift in the atmosphere, she found it intriguing. Both Khan and Shiki were captivating, distinctly different from ordinary pirates. Wang Ji furrowed his brow, pondering whether he should have taken the liberty to name Khan. It seemed that something rather amusing was unfolding. "And you lot didn't wait for me. How inconsiderate." A man with dreadlocks, one hand clutching a bottle of rum and the other exploring the curves of a voluptuous beauty, staggered into view. This man was the infamous pirate John, exuding a wild charm that oscillated between righteousness and wickedness, a lunatic rivaling Shiki in eccentricity. "Thankfully, my hearing is sharp. Otherwise, I might not have noticed you all. By the way, has Captain Rock summoned us here?" It was evident that John was still under the influence of alcohol, as he squeezed the woman beside him, eliciting a sultry sigh that jolted him somewhat awake. Surveying the crowd, John remarked, "I seem to have wandered into the wrong place." "Ha ha, you rascal, stop beating around the bush. Just admit you came looking for Wang Ji." Shiki redirected the conversation, whistling, "Who doesn't he know you love trailing behind Wang Ji? Go away." John retorted disdainfully at Shiki, "I have nothing to discuss with you. You lunatic. Your swordsmanship pales in comparison to that of Khan, yet you refuse to acknowledge it." The two eccentricities, John and Shiki, regarded each other with utter disdain. Wang Ji interjected, "Let us reminisce later. We must head to the gathering place." The group proceeded to the largest tavern on this island, which was also Rock's favorite. Upon entering, three women encircled Khan and Katakuri. Has Katakuri grown so large? One petite girl with golden short hair, resembling a doll and named Bakine, gazed fervently at Katakuri and Khan. She had once received assistance from Whitebeard aboard the ship, leveraging that connection to secure her standing. "If only I could whisk away these two. Khan and Katakuri are children I've watched grow. They clearly have promising futures." A beautiful woman named Shaki, with a charming demeanor, was known for her competence on the ship, particularly in intelligence work. "These two little ones are simply adorable," remarked another woman. Surpassing the previous two in beauty, clad in a samurai kimono, with porcelain skin and striking features. This enchanting woman was related to Kaido and had once been involved with Shiki, thus holding a certain status within the Rocks Pirates. She occasionally transformed into Shiki's likeness to tease Khan, possessing the powers of a paramecia-type mimicry fruit. These three women were all exceptionally ambitious, posing a greater danger in certain aspects than the simple-minded Charlotte Linlin. Ha! The booming laughter of Rocks resonated from within the tavern. The culture of the Rocks Pirates was hardly as devoid of humanity as outsiders claimed. Occasional conflicts and rivalries arose among various factions, but they would not resort to infighting in the presence of outsiders unless the crew faced dire circumstances. Otherwise, they would remain intact. However, a strict hierarchy and clear statuses were indeed present, a universal truth wherever one might be. Within the tavern, this environment prevailed. Higher status equated to greater power. And the closer one was to Rocks, the more esteemed they became. Of course, figures like Whitebeard, Wang Ji, John, Shiki, Charlotte Linlin, and Silver Axe did not fall within this hierarchy. Anyone with a modicum of understanding of the Rocks Pirates would recognize that these six held positions subordinate only to Rocks himself. There was no need for minor players to engage in clandestine struggles for rank. The combat prowess of these six was terrifying, each a top-tier pirate on the high seas, each with their unique strengths. The seemingly frivolous John, with his myriad tactics, formidable strength, and wildly imaginative thoughts, had an arsenal of hidden cards and, aside from his avarice and lust, possessed few significant flaws. Khan utterly fails to comprehend the intricate thought processes of the pirate known as John, who seems to take pleasure in trailing behind Wang Ji. Charlotte Linlin, renowned for her unparalleled talent, is dubbed the Natural Destroyer at the tender age of 5. She laid waste a giant village and vanquished the Elder of the Giants, revealing her astonishing potential and prowess. Newgate is heralded as the future world's mightiest man, possessing unparalleled destructive power. Shiki, with his enigmatic abilities, stands as a top-tier swordsman, exuding an overwhelming aura and defiance, destined to become the foremost swordsman in the world. Leading one of the three legendary pirate crews, Wang Ji, the unrivaled swordsman of his era, devoted his life to the art of the sword. The infamous Silver Axe bears the title of the most nefarious. When pondering who among the six is the strongest, Khan hesitates to assert any definitive claim. However, he is certain of the weakest, Silver Axe, a formidable adversary capable of contending with the third-in-command of the Roger Pirates, Jabba. This offers a glimpse into the formidable nature of the Rocks Pirates. Undoubtedly, the nefarious deeds attributed to the Rocks Pirates are not entirely unfounded, as the general cultural literacy of this world is rather low, and pirates, particularly those of the lower ranks, often exhibit questionable morals. Once they taste blood, they resemble beasts in their savagery. What Khan perceived of Rocks was not merely that he was an astonishingly intelligent pirate, but rather that he resided above the horizon. A shrewd, formidable, domineering, and untamed buccaneer. Cackling as he sipped his rum, Rocks exclaimed, "Oh, let me see, has that little rascal Khan grown so much? Come here. Come here, I shall make you a man." Wang Ji interjected, "Captain, Khan is not of the drinking age." "What does that matter? Can a pirate be called a pirate if he does not drink? I foresee great potential in this young lad. Wang Ji, you cannot keep holding his hand." Rocks unabashedly praised the child, embodying his usual bravado and confidence. "A single cup might suffice, but too much would hinder my swordsmanship." Khan approached Rocks, surrounded by skeptical gazes. With many pirates observing, some reveling in the spectacle, and a greater number of unfamiliar faces than ever before, a few reckless pirates deliberately obstructed his path, eager for amusement. "This little brat dares to claim he can drink? Ha ha, you kill me." Rocks jested, and the young one took it to heart. "Have you ever dallied with women?" "TSK, TSK, TSK. The last time I seized a mother and daughter pair, I reveled in their presence before the men. What a thrill!" The pirate recounted vividly the tragic and despairing gaze of the voluptuous woman, recalling how, in a moment of fervor, he ended her daughter's life, never quite satiating his desires. Yet, he relished the impotent fury in the man's eyes. I tell you, he recounted the entire affair with pride and detail. The surrounding pirates erupted in raucous laughter, indulging in a frenzied revelry. Swish, swish, swish. Blades of light flickered as bodies collapsed, carving a path through the chaos. Khan treaded upon the dismembered, yet still gasping body of the pirate, making his way towards Rocks. The bar fell into an immediate hush. Following the silence, a throng of pirates surged forth, mercilessly tearing apart the wretched figure of despair, stripping him of all that he once possessed, leaving behind nothing but a pool of blood. The lower-tier pirates reveled in chaos, their screams echoing through the air. This scene laid bare the grotesqueness of humanity, starkly authentic. In any world, such occurrences are commonplace in the shadows of existence. Rox observed the spectacle with an air of indifference, perhaps numbness, or perhaps accustomed to such sights. He once detested such displays. Pirates ought not to be a band of jesters. Yet, he eventually realized that not all pirates mirrored his own ideals or aspirations. The majority were laughable, foolish, akin to imbeciles. The lives of these pirates held no significance for him. In the absence of value, no one would concern themselves with the thoughts of the worthless. Rox could not oversee every pirate. He only cared for those he deemed worthy. Thus, his crew witnessed the demise of countless pirates, with only a handful from the 6 major factions remaining familiar faces, while the rest were deemed entirely inconsequential in his eyes. Mercy does not command armies. This adage applies equally to pirates. Until these fools exhibit sufficient strength to rise above, Rox would not extend his attention. The majority of the miscreants within his crew were destined for a brief existence. Little one, just look at these fools, how utterly laughable they are. Indeed, it is quite comical. Khan savored a fine rum, uttering to Wang Zhi, who gazed at him with resignation, that the quality of recently recruited pirates had declined significantly. Captain, there are many monsters upon the sea, yet none among these pirates could ever embody a top-tier monster. They are certainly unworthy. The fate of those pirates may very well be their imminent demise. The sea has granted them a chance to survive, yet most fail to seize it. Rox laughed boisterously, declaring, the worthless are certainly unworthy of attention. The sea has no need for them. I hold great hopes for you. Your potential and strength surpass that of Ling Ling's little lackey. The future of the sea will undoubtedly be splendid with you in it. Rox's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Khan's words were somewhat perplexing, leading one to speculate that they might be related to the Valley of Gods. It is evident that you possess the determination to reach the pinnacle. Unlike the fools around you, the fruits of your labor are well suited to you. Do not disappoint Wang Zhi, for he is indeed a remarkable man. Only the vast ocean embraces us. Rox cares for very few. Aware that within his pirate crew there are many Navy personnel, some of whom are even more deranged than the pirates themselves. He comprehends well the necessity of shedding facades while leaving a path for retreat. Thus, he boldly reveals his true nature, yet these are merely the antics of a clown. Chapter 7. Gathering at the tavern. Thud, 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 thud. Refreshing. Rox guzzled several large barrels of alcohol, yet showed no sign of inebriation. His capacity for drink unmatched by any in the crew. Ha ha ha. Rox, I must bring you down. Rum, my favorite. Newgate, John, and others joined in the revelry, accompanying their captain in a wild drinking spree. The insufferable John even dismissed Khan as a mere child. However, Wang Zhi exchanged a glance with John. Their silent understanding spoke volumes, for they were old partners in crime. Khan understood that Wang Zhi did not wish for him to indulge in alcohol, nor did he want him to be swayed by influences that might distort his values, leading him to become arrogant, reckless, or extreme. Once a person attempts to disrupt the established order, they will inevitably find themselves repeatedly crossing boundaries. Such behavior ceases to reflect true humanity. This may well explain why Yin Su has never been able to measure up to others. A person devoid of any principles is unworthy of the title of king. Yet, as all the kings gathered in one place, each carried their own pride, making it impossible to harness the strength of unity. They were left to fight their battles alone. Khan has experienced death once, and in every aspect, he has transformed compared to his previous existence. He perceives certain matters with remarkable clarity and, one might say, is indifferent. His true ambition is to ascend to the pinnacle, to become the singular entity, to crudely articulate his ultimate objective, to trample upon him's head, compelling her to kneel before him. In recent years, Khan has been following Wang Zhi, and he finds it quite agreeable. However, having spent an extended period among the pirate crew has inevitably had some influence on him, such as his eloquence and the occasional reckless behavior. Khan distanced himself from the locks and continued his forward march, while the surrounding pirates dared not approach him. The path he treaded seemed to carve itself out, vividly illustrating the principle of survival of the fittest. In this ruthless realm, lacking strength, expertise, or a formidable backing rendered existence exceedingly precarious. Upon encountering Katakuri, Khan expressed his delight, inquiring, "Are you not going to seek out your younger siblings?" Katakuri replied, "There is no need. They are quite safe, under the guardianship of others, and no one dares to disturb them." Curiously scratching his head, Katakuri then asked, "Brother Kon, what does the taste of wine resemble?" Kon pressed his lips together and remarked, "I can't discern much flavor. It seems somewhat sweet. Typically, things that are exceedingly sweet are delightful." Katakuri's expression brightened with surprise as he exclaimed, "I too wish to indulge in wine, but I am still too young. I fervently hope to mature quickly." Kon cast a deep glance at Katakuri, finding the situation intriguing. In childhood, one yearns for maturity, yet upon growing up, one often reminisces about the past. It appears that the two little ones truly enjoy each other's company. Dressed in a kimono, Black Charcoal Moth approached with warmth in her gaze, smiling as she remarked, "I heard from Sister Lingling that Kakuri loves to follow you. It seems you are quite a reliable elder brother." This woman exuded an irresistible allure, her innocent eyes, captivating figure, and angelic visage made it exceedingly difficult for any pirate to resist such temptation. Shiki was no exception. A single misstep led to an unexpected camaraderie between the two. Kon pointed towards the bar, indicating that if one were to seek Shurji, he could be found inside, likely sharing drinks with the captain. "Am I not permitted to come and find you?" Kon's younger brother inquired, his smile radiating like the morning sun, warming the hearts of those around him. Kon cast a discreet glance at the woman, observing that in an era where the average size is GAD truly stands out, appearing more appealing than her counterparts. "I am not insignificant," he asserted firmly before inquiring with curiosity, "Why hasn't Kaido arrived? Is he not one of your pillars of support? Must you be so blunt?" "Little one," she replied, "of course, Kaido cannot come. He is nearly drained. Charlotte Linlin is no ordinary female pirate. When she goes mad, she can consume everything in her path, and men simply cannot withstand her onslaught. Even someone as formidable as Kaido cannot endure prolonged exploitation." Initially, she intended to use Kaido's strength as her foundation, yet he remains indifferent to his own fate. Having joined the Rocks Pirates, he displays a reckless audacity, provoking powerful foes. Had he not crossed paths with Charlotte Linlin, he might have perished at the hands of the notorious pirate Silver Axe before reaching his full potential. Not far off, Shachi observed the scene with amusement, finding the woman utterly ridiculous for her relentless pursuit of strength, ultimately reducing herself to a mere appendage. The moment they choose to discard her, she becomes nothing. Yet within the pirate community, the plight of women is indeed lamentable, as the number of strong females pales in comparison to their male counterparts. Charlotte Linlin is an exception, having harnessed what could be deemed the greatest talent in history to ascend as one of the top pirates. In contrast, Korizumi Mitsuki is comparatively fortunate. Kon and Katakuri are two remarkable individuals. Fortunately, I possess a particular skill, excelling in the realm of information. Shaki took a swig of her drink, yearning to find a man who could alleviate her inner emptiness and accompany her through the long, solitary nights. Among the formidable members of the Rocks Pirates, Wang Ji lacked charm, John was excessively libertine, Shiki was brimming with arrogance, and Newgate was beyond her reach. It is disheartening to consider that within the vast expanse of the Rocks Pirates, she could not find a suitable companion. "Kon, Katakuri," she called out. Instinctively, he felt a disinclination towards the striking woman before him. All he sensed was deception and artifice, devoid of the genuine beauty and authenticity of Sister Wadey Bay. Kon and Katakuri have known each other for many years, exhibiting a high degree of mutual understanding. The polite Kakuri's disdain for Black Charcoal Mushi was apparent to Kon, even if he refrained from voicing it out of courtesy. Indeed, within the ranks of the Rocks Pirates, Katakuri was a well-mannered young man. "Let us go," Kon said, pulling Katakuri away as they headed toward the direction of Wadeybe, ignoring the grimace on Black Charcoal Mushi's face, as he watched the two rascals seek out another troublesome girl. Black Charcoal Mushi's smile gradually faded, revealing a hint of melancholy. In that moment, he appeared undeniably pitiable, embodying the reason why countless heroes have perished at the hands of beautiful women. The surrounding pirates stiffened. Where was that rascal Kaido? At the bar. Rock's formidable observation Haki immediately sensed Kaido's presence, albeit faintly. He erupted into laughter. "Keek keek. Linlin, you seem to have a good rapport with that scoundrel Kaido." Charlotte Linlin, the captain, replied, "I have always regarded Kaido as my younger brother." John chuckled heartily. "That kind of brother, I understand." Newgate coughed repeatedly. It was he who had initially brought the news to Kaido, thereby allowing that rather unappealing brat to join the crew. "Hey, little brat. Do you intend to be a pirate? Rocks has expressed a desire to meet you. What say you?" His words lingered in his memory. "John, I'll slay you." "You bastard." Keek keek. Rocks paid little heed to their squabble, his presence radiating overwhelming authority. Lin, John, don't brawl in the bar. If you must fight, take it outside. But don't go overboard, or you'll regret it. Charlotte Linlin's eyes blazed with fury as she shouted, John, get out. The atmosphere was charged, verging on a challenge to step outside for a one-on-one duel. Chapter 8. Khan vs. Wadib. The events unfolding near the bar sparked lively discussions among the surrounding pirates. Many were newcomers, having only just arrived on Hiskino Island that day. Witnessing a clash between two top-tier pirates thrilled them immensely. A few rational pirates inwardly worried, hoping not to be caught in the crossfire. Charlotte Linlin was rather childlike, which rendered the friction between the two great pirates particularly absurd. John felt embarrassed and expressed his reluctance to step outside. Captain, that scoundrel John refuses to go out. I don't care. I'll tear this place apart. Rox felt a headache coming on. Linlin was impulsive and reckless, not considering her role as captain or the potential repercussions for her fellow pirates. Truly a troublesome child. If you forgive him, John will bring you the most delectable desserts in the world. Really? I don't. Rox shot John a glare and declared. Of course it's true. Fine, I forgive him. John covered his face, pondering where to find the world's most exquisite dessert. He was well aware of that Longbread's culinary skills. He couldn't possibly present anything less than extraordinary to Charlotte Linlin, or he would find himself in deeper trouble. Indeed, one ought to be cautious of women, especially one as formidable yet childlike as her. Ultimately, he would have to pay the price for his own indiscretions. John silently lamented. Had he known, he wouldn't have driven away that little brat Khan. Charlotte Linlin had a fondness for children, particularly those who were gifted and handsome. Outside the bar, Khan, Katakuri, and Wadib arrived at a relatively open area. Katakuri, who had been closely following Khan like a little shadow, felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of witnessing a challenge against his elder brother. He was eager to see the spectacle unfold, though he was uncertain about Wadib's true capabilities. After all, being the daughter of Uncle Newgate must surely imply she possessed formidable strength. Khan inquired, Are you truly intent on challenging me to a duel of swords? With a slight tremor, Wadib unsheathed the sword at her waist and replied, Of course. She had longed to witness the prowess of Khan's swordsmanship. Ever since she began following her father, he had incessantly praised this pirate, who was several years her junior. In her presence, her curiosity was piqued, coupled with an exhilarating urge to test her mettle, as she had yet to experience a phase of fierce competitiveness. Defeating several renowned swordsmen consecutively, albeit without utilizing haki or fruit abilities, merely by showcasing swordsmanship, is it truly conceivable for a child not yet 10 years old? It was nothing short of monstrous. To engage in combat with such an entity, even if they were a mere child, was enough to ignite her excitement. Khan, begin? Wadib nodded, stepping back momentarily to gather momentum before raising his sword, thrusting it forward with remarkable swiftness. The simplicity of his strike was such that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. In the realm of piracy, there is little emphasis on technique. Perhaps the extraordinary physicality of the strong renders them indifferent to finesse as they pursue the raw power of dominance. Under the influence of the formidable Newgate, Wadib did not chase after technique. Instead, he prioritized practicality, establishing a robust foundation in both speed and fundamentals. His swordplay sought velocity, characterized by its unadorned simplicity. Khan remained utterly still, devoid of any unnecessary movements. With the sword firmly in his grasp, he executed a precise upward sweep, striking with unwavering accuracy at the vulnerable point, simultaneously severing the opposing blade. Observing the peril of the situation, Wadib attempted to evade, retreating several steps. As she pivoted to the side, a chilling sensation enveloped her. The sword now rested against her fair neck, as if she had inadvertently brought herself into this predicament, leaving her emotions in a tumult of conflicting feelings. Losing the contest was not the true terror. The real fear lay in her inability to fathom his depths. She could not discern the extent of Khan's prowess. Swish. Khan sheathed his sword and observed the dejected expression on Wadib's face. Your fundamentals are commendable. Opting to pursue speed is indeed a fitting choice for you. Yet, I still face defeat. Regaining her composure, Wadib sighed. The disparity in talent among individuals is insurmountable. A girl like me will never reach the pinnacle. How I wish I were not a woman. Perhaps then I could be stronger. Khan expressed his disagreement with the notion that girls could never reach the pinnacle of achievement. He remarked, while it is true that women generally possess physical attributes that are not as robust as those of men, and that innate talent varies among individuals, the majority of people in this vast ocean are merely ordinary. Your abilities surpass at least 90% of your male peers. Your physique is far superior to mine. Who has yet to consume the fruit? Wait, Whitey was taken aback. She had lost so swiftly that she had not realized Khan belonged to the category of those with mediocre physicality. In the grand scheme of things, her physique could outshine the majority. However, she never anticipated that someone with such a lackluster constitution could excel. It must be due to exceptional talent in some area. If only he had consumed a suitable fruit, he would be even more formidable. But why was Khan's physique so average? Was he not the son of the world-renowned swordsman, Wang Ji? By lineage alone, he should not be lacking. You should consume a good fruit and continue to pursue both foundation and speed, Khan advised, guiding her. Whitey hesitated, saying, I am not particularly keen on eating the fruit. I've heard the taste is quite unpleasant. Is this truly the extent of your determination to pursue strength? Khan thought it unnecessary to prolong the conversation, as he was eager to test the newfound abilities granted by the fruit he had long awaited. Of course not, Whitey exclaimed. I have yet to find the right fruit, but once I do, I will undoubtedly consume that devil fruit, even if it tastes like excrement. Excrement? Khan mused, noting yet another individual influenced by the peculiarities of this world. He himself had never tasted Ali Give. Perceiving Khan's intent, Whitey implored, could you teach me swordsmanship? I wish to learn how to slice through iron. Khan came to a halt. Was it the iron cutting? That could indeed be regarded as one of the realms of swordsmanship in this world. To step into the realm of iron cutting signifies that a swordsman has entered the domain of the swordmaster. You must have heard others speak of iron cutting. Could you tell me how they described it? Khan felt a sentiment towards Wei Daib similar to that he harbored for Katakuri, aware that his teacher was willing to impart knowledge. Wei Daib candidly shared what he knew. Some swordmasters spoke of iron cutting as perceiving the breath of all things, while others claimed that through their practice of cutting, they could slice through iron itself. Khan, upon hearing this, elucidated, the concept of listening to the breath of all things is rather abstract. And it is entirely understandable if you cannot grasp it, for there exists no systematic education on this matter in the world. Beside him, Katakuri nodded incessantly, embodying an extreme sense of agreement. In truth, he always followed Khan's words and actions. However, Katakuri was not devoid of intellect. He possessed his own principles and boundaries. In his eyes, the nearly flawless Khan represented the pinnacle of his lifelong pursuit. Chapter 9. That year at 15, Wei Daib's face was adorned with yearning. Khan continued unperturbed, breathe without overthinking in its literal sense. Adjust your breath to establish a rhythm, allowing your breathing to synchronize with your body, thereby achieving an optimal state. Listening entails emptying your thoughts and perceiving your surroundings through your body. When you begin to discern the subtle distinctions in your environment, it signifies that you are on the cusp of entering a new realm. You may close your eyes and attune your senses to the sword in your hand. Among swordsmen, there are those who achieve unity with their sword. By first connecting with your own weapon, you cannot go wrong. Once your breathing reaches a certain level and your body is in an excellent state, enhance it with refined perception and listening. This practice will allow you to occasionally transcend into that state, and with mastery, you will become a formidable swordsman capable of cleaving iron. The notion that one can slice through iron with skill is a testament to the adage that practice fosters proficiency. Such swordsmen possess inherent talent, harmonizing their body with the sword to cultivate remarkable muscle memory, albeit their intellect may be lacking. By practicing the fundamentals and internalizing the sensation of each sword swing, continuously adjusting your breath and focusing your spirit on the sword, you will forge a memory that will yield significant benefits conducive to your future growth. White Daib experienced an epiphany. In the world of pirates, the pathways to mastery are often obscured. To grow stronger without formidable peers or suitable mentors necessitates a journey of trial and error, risking one's life repeatedly. It is not as detailed or as easily comprehensible as Khan articulates. Suddenly, clarity emerged. Is this the distinction between having a renowned mentor and lacking one? It appears that old dad falters in certain respects. Khan remarked that his mouth had become somewhat parched as he spoke. Katarukuri seized the moment and offered a cup of water, receiving a glance of appreciation from Khan, which filled his heart with immense satisfaction. Wei Daib observed the earnest yet endearing interaction between Khan and Katarukuri, finding it quite amusing. After all, a 10-year-old, no matter how mature, still possesses an undeniably youthful visage. Grateful for the guidance of teacher Khan, Wei Daib bowed deeply. Khan waved his hand dismissively, indicating that no gratitude was necessary. If thanks were to be given, they should be directed towards Katakuri. Beside him, Katakuri blushed, recalling how he had initially been utterly perplexed by the teachings of his elder brother. Eventually, Khan discerned his struggle and, with great effort, devoted himself to mastering the already familiar art of cutting through iron, ultimately imparting his knowledge to Katakuri. "Then I shall express my gratitude to you, dear little brother Katakuri," said Hatabelin, her delicate visage blossoming into a radiant smile. This unique charm surpassed the myriad of beauties found in the world. Katakuri chuckled shyly, embodying the spirit of a young boy despite his age. Cheerful and polite, he contrasted sharply with his aloof exterior, revealing a heart ablaze with warmth. Wide-eyed observed the bashful Katakuri alongside Karn, who wore an adorably cool expression. Her interest in these two young boys deepened. They were far more intriguing than her peers she had encountered before. "Karn, your explanations are remarkably comprehensible. They are treasures upon the vast sea. How might I express my gratitude?" Wide-eyed pondered for a few seconds, feeling a twinge of frustration as no suitable answer came to mind. "Once you figure it out, do let me know. I genuinely like both of you," she concluded before departing, choosing not to intrude upon Karn any further. Katakuri gazed at the retreating figure of Wade-Ibe, expressing his thoughts wistfully. "Brother Khan, Wade-Ibe is truly considerate. Such a wonderful older sister. Do you not intend to marry her?" With a sharp smack, Khan startled Katakuri, admonishing him for his youthful musings. "What are you thinking at such a tender age? Today's training will be doubled." "Oh, I shall endeavor with all my might." Katakuri pondered curiously. "Khan, during our first encounter with Lady Wade-Ibe, did she not remark, we seem quite compatible? Am I mishearing something?" Katakuri found himself immersed in introspection. Subsequently, he inquired, "Brother Khan, have you ever had a girl that you admired?" "Yes," came the reply. Khan responded to the inquiry, and thereafter, there was no further elaboration. Katakuri did not inquire further. Khan once contemplated seeking a girlfriend, someone with whom he could nurture the prospect of parenthood. He had a childhood companion, a sweet darling from his early years. It was a season of blooming flowers, a time of innocent first love. At the age of 15, in the prime of his youth, he fortuitously encountered his childhood sweetheart. It sounded like the beginning of a romantic tale. In that moment, he uttered his first words to her, "My dear, when do you plan to bear me a child?" Slap. "You scoundrel. Don't think your handsome looks grant you the liberty to act as you please." The girl fled, her face suffused with a rosy hue, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Who said first loves are always enchanting? Nearby, his elderly mentor had been observing, nearly gasping with laughter. Before Khan could confess his feelings, the old man had declared, "Girls are drawn to handsome boys like you. Take the initiative, reveal your true feelings, and fear not. I shall stand by your side." In a fit of anger, Khan retorted, "You wicked old man, you've led me astray." The old man emerged from behind a tree, suppressing his mirth, and replied, "What you experienced is merely the severing of emotional ties. Without bidding farewell to the past, how can you devote yourself to the art of swordsmanship? Women will only hinder the swiftness of your draw. You have successfully completed the first step. I have faith in you. From now on, train under my guidance, and I assure you that you shall no longer suffer defeat. As long as I have sustenance, you shall not go hungry." Thus, Khan embarked on his journey of swordsmanship under the tutelage of the old man. That year, at the tender age of 15, his youth slipped away, never to return. Katakuri turned around and, with curiosity, remarked, "Brother, your complexion seems somewhat off. Does it?" Khan stiffly forced a smile, insisting that his appearance was not unwell. Suddenly, memories flooded back, evoking a sense of discomfort. Yet, Katakuri sensed that he had uncovered another layer of Khan's secret. Intensifying his curiosity, the two made their way to the training ground, a territory they had claimed together. On this island, they represented a departure from the majority of lowly pirates, establishing themselves as sovereigns of their domain. Khan and Katakuri are both quite young, symbolizing their immense potential for the future. As usual, they engage in training, practicing stances, and performing push-ups. Such exercises serve to fortify their bodies. As for strength, it varies among individuals due to inherent differences in physical constitution. The disparity in physical capabilities among people in this world is truly astounding. Khan's physique was rather unremarkable, akin to that of most individuals at sea, not much different from his previous life. However, in his former existence, he had honed his body to a world-class level, standing at the pinnacle of humanity through his mastery of swordsmanship. In this life, Khan sought to master his physical form from a young age, striving to reach a level comparable to that of his past self. Yet he soon encountered a plateau. For a full 2 years, he experienced little significant change. Devoid of spiritual energy, he found no power to absorb through inner martial arts. The armament haki offered no avenues for training. Such was the stark reality. Chapter 10. training, Khan harbored little disappointment regarding his physique. Upon reflection, in this world, countless forces believe that receiving the aid of the giants equates to obtaining the power to conquer the world. Many notorious pirates yearn for the strength of the giants. However, the prowess of giants pales in comparison to that of true formidable beings. Considering the characteristics of Japanese anime and the culture underlying it, it is evident that the apex of strength in this realm is likely intertwined with lineage, race, and innate talent. No matter how fiercely an ordinary individual struggles, ascending to the pinnacle remains an unattainable dream. Even those endowed with remarkable talent find themselves powerless against fate and bloodline. The harsh and merciless nature of this world reflects its reality. Most individuals are merely common folk, and the majority of pirates are simply unremarkable buccaneers. Within the vast seas, a pirate worth millions is regarded as an extraordinary figure in the eyes of the common people. If Khan were not reliant on mutations, he would truly struggle to compete against the top-tier warriors depicted in Japanese anime, all of whom are intricately connected to lineage and destiny. The essence of this phenomenon is deeply rooted in national culture, a characteristic that is prevalent in the vast majority of Japanese animations. Katakuri's physique far surpasses that of Khan, and he has never emerged victorious in an arm wrestling contest against him. Although the speed of his defeats has gradually diminished, he is acutely aware of the widening gap between their physical capabilities. After completing his warm-up, Khan attempted a set of push-ups, eager to ascertain the extent of the transformation brought about by consuming that fruit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 999. An hour later, drenched in perspiration and gasping for breath, Khan rose to his feet, clearly not having reached his limits. He gazed at his hands, coated in dust, and did not relent in his pace, averaging 1 push-up per second, totaling over 3,000. His previous threshold had barely surpassed 1,000. Beyond that point, each additional repetition became a test of his willpower. Over the past year, Khan has experienced multiple episodes of unconsciousness during his training. Yet, Wang Ji remains by his side, understanding Khan's profound desire to grow stronger, so intense that it leads him to neglect his own health. To forsake the principles of regular training in pursuit of exertions his body cannot withstand, striving to transcend his limits and shatter the barriers of physical endurance. The ultimate consequence of such fervor is significant bodily harm. Futile, he has also endeavored to break through the confines of life and death in fierce battles, resulting in even more hidden injuries. Futile, Khan finally comprehended that without external influences, his life would remain unchanged. Fortunately, fate had closed one door for him while opening another. It was not impossible to alter his physical constitution, until the day when Wang Ji presented him with the treasure of the sea. He had not relinquished his attempts to break through his limitations, engaging in fierce battles with pirates, hoping that through life and death struggles, he could shatter the bonds of his physique. Without Katakuri present, he had narrowly escaped death several times today alone. It was utterly futile. Ever since consuming the fruit, Khan had shed his hidden injuries, transcended his physical bottleneck, and gained the ability to harness the powers of the fruit for development. As for the inherent flaws of certain fruits, they were unavoidable. One must give to gain. The fruit indeed bore 2 notable weaknesses, the sea prism stone and seawater. During training, while Katakuri was drenched in sweat, he inadvertently caught sight of Khan's expression. A faint smile crept upon his lips, and he could not help but chuckle quietly to himself. Khan shall not be constrained by physical limitations. Unbeknownst to her, Wei Dai was observing the training of the two from a distance and inspired by their dedications. She began to train alongside them. Katakuri completed his foundational training at twice the usual pace, commencing the practice of basic skills with his weaponry. Khan beheld this scene with a sense of comfort, finally no longer concealing himself, no longer forced to disguise his true abilities for his own sake. As Katakuri practiced, wielding his trident, he approached with a sense of urgency and inquired, "Brother Khan, shall we engage in a duel?" Without hesitation, Khan responded affirmatively, saying, "Katakuri, there is no need for such formality. Were it not for you, I might have perished in one of the countless battles." "Not at all." Katakuri fervently shook his head, for he believed in Khan's strength. Otherwise, he would not have dared to face so many fierce encounters. "Brother Khan, you have saved me countless times, even in my absence. Uncle Wang Ji ensured that others were there to support. If it weren't for your guidance, I could never have attained such strength." Katakuri clenched his trident with fervor. "Brother Khan," he exclaimed, "you told me to perfect my thrusts. If one attempt is insufficient, then 1,000 it shall be. It is thanks to you that I have grown to this point." Katakuri wields a trident, a rather peculiar weapon. Its tip is sharp, exhibiting remarkable penetrating power. It is ideally suited for thrusting, making the mastery of this technique of utmost importance. Kon had also advised Katakuri to practice aiming and projection as a strategic card to play in a final desperate effort during a fierce battle. Katakuri wielded his trident with remarkable precision, dispatching a formidable pirate with a bounty exceeding 10 million in a single strike. In this era, a bounty of over 10 million signifies exceptional prowess, far removed from the rampant inflation of the Great Pirate era. Currently, there are no more than 50 pirates whose bounties surpass 100 million. The fact that 9-year-old Katakuri could achieve such a feat, particularly amidst the chaos of battle, is truly commendable, especially as he and his companion faced off against a throng of adversaries. Kon is quite pleased with Katakuri's various performances and growth. Perhaps the old man observed himself with such sentiments in the past. Katakuri, what is it, Kon? Kon looked up at Katakuri, marveling at how, almost unknowingly, he had grown a full head taller than himself. At the age of 10, Kon stood at merely 1.60 meters, while 9-year-old Katakuri was nearing 2 meters, destined to reach over 5 meters in height in the future. You are doing exceptionally well. Continue on this path and never doubt yourself, Kon encouraged. I believe in you. Kon brother, I will never waver in my journey, Katakuri proclaimed proudly, as if eager to showcase something significant to an important figure. I have been diligently training in both the basics of throwing and stabbing. He envisioned himself as the future leader of the 3 admirals. At this moment, he was also a child yearning for the recognition and praise of his esteemed older brother. Kon, with an encouraging gaze, remarked, excellent. In addition to these aspects, do not overlook the importance of dominance. Cherish the strength that comes with it. I will. Katakuri, the offspring of Charlotte Lin, possesses remarkable physical talents. Growing up in the environment of the Rocks Pirates, he has witnessed far beyond the experiences of ordinary pirates and comprehends the significance of hockey. After years of observing pirates, I find it utterly unacceptable that the rubber fruit has transformed into the sun god. What I eagerly anticipate is the day Luffy ascends as the king, not the sun god. He must be challenged. Naturally, I do not intend to deliberately undermine Luffy. The two characters are destined to confront each other as the plot progresses. In truth, I harbor no animosity toward any character. I merely despise the sun god, fate, and lineage. I yearn to witness the journey of that reckless lad, step by step, as he embarks on his adventure to become the Pirate King, rather than witnessing the physically gifted Kaido being vanquished by the sun god. Chapter 11. Understanding Haki in this world. Haki is an immensely crucial power that determines one's qualification to become a top-tier warrior. Haki, akin to the great sea treasure of devil fruits, is categorized into 3 types: armament haki, observation haki, and the rare conqueror's haki. Among these, only conqueror's haki is innate. The other 2 can be cultivated to become formidable strengths. Observation haki sharpens the user's senses to perceive the information of surrounding beings, allowing for the anticipation and avoidance of danger. Some exceptionally strong users of observation haki can even foresee the future, listen to the voices of all things, and read the hearts of others. Notable representatives include Katakuri, Roger, and Red Count Rider. Armament haki enhances both personal defense and offensive capabilities, functioning like an invisible armor. It can also be transformed into a potent attack, enabling one to confront users of Logia-type devil fruits. Notable figures include Garp and Steelbone Kong. Conqueror's haki embodies the essence of a ruler, an innate ability possessed by only 1 in a million. The bearer can intimidate opponents, causing them to lose consciousness. The strength of Conqueror's haki correlates with the intensity of the intimidation and its range. A more advanced application involves coding one's attacks with Conqueror's haki, significantly augmenting offensive power and, to some extent, disregarding defenses. Top-tier warriors can master the technique of Conqueror's haki coding, which is what Kon witnessed in the latest developments of the story. Regarding haki, it is one of the most vital potentials within the human body. To cultivate armament haki, one must refine their physical form to a certain degree, while observation haki is linked to innate talent and specialized training. In terms of observation haki, Katakuri holds the most authority, being an extraordinary talent in this domain. The two engaged in a contest. Katakuri is even stronger than Kon had anticipated, revealing that his concealed power surpasses his own estimations. Ultimately, he emerged victorious. It is evident that I am no match for Brother Kon. Had this not been a contest, I would have perished long ago. After the battle, Katakuri reclined on the ground, devoid of any bitterness, relishing the essence of combat. Katakuri, There is no need to conceal your strength before me. The conviction and spirit of a true warrior hold great significance. Kon smiled, reflecting on those days and expressing gratitude for Katakuri's presence. Without him, Kon fears he would have remained ensnared in his own stubbornness, oblivious to the wall before him. Katakuri shyly became embarrassed. It has been ages since I last beheld Kon's warm smile. He is undeniably a person whose laughter radiates warmth. Over the past 2 years, this is their first moment of such relaxation. Kon activated his fruit ability upon himself, and a surge of milky white light enveloped him, restoring his stamina and alleviating some of the injuries sustained during the competition. Could this truly be the superhuman-type forest fruit? The hue seems rather off. Kon understood that any type of devil fruit would fundamentally alter the body, granting its user the ability to continuously surpass their limits. One could argue that the devil fruit transforms the inherently mediocre, those shackled by their natural endowments, into beings of boundless potential. However, it seemed that his own fruit, suspected to be a higher tier of the flourishing fruit, possessed nurturing qualities that could heal him. Did this imply that he could also bestow healing upon others? Kon extended his hand towards Katakuri, and a milky white radiance emanated from Katakuri, instantly bestowing the effects of healing and dispelling negative conditions. One could see Katakuri, lying on the ground, shuddering with a look of relief and comfort. Kon once again unleashed his power, observing the milky white light gathering in the palm of his hand. Although it was not green, there was an oddity to this peculiar hue and ability. Was it not the wood element? Could it be the life element? His fruit ability possessed the potential of a healer. Kon recalled a popular saying from his previous life. In a team battle, defeat is acceptable, but the healer must perish. In this realm, there exists a similar unwritten rule. During confrontations between pirate crews, the first to fall is invariably the medical personnel. The priority in team skirmishes is to eliminate the healers. Once the medical staff is eradicated, the injured are left to await their demise. There is no need for a desperate fight to the last breath, merely prolonging the struggle while incessantly harassing on the open sea suffices. Numerous pirate crews have met their end in such a manner. For a pirate crew, a physician holds paramount importance. However, the peril associated with being a healer is considerable. And without sufficient strength, one easily becomes a target in the eyes of rival pirates. Kon pondered for a few moments, recalling that the illustrious Phoenix Marco possessed a similar ability. Thus, he found no reason to be surprised by the fruit's power. At most, it was merely a matter of not revealing one's abilities to outsiders before fully harnessing their strength. Kon extended his other hand, the palm emanating a radiant emerald glow. One side shimmered in vibrant green, while the other shimmered in milky white. This appeared to symbolize two distinct forces. Indeed, the path ahead seemed promising. Nearby, Katakuri sensed a transformation within his own state. His spirits lifted. He gave a thumbs up, his gaze suggesting an unwavering commitment to keep the secret. Kon smiled faintly. If his memory served him correctly, there remained a year until the fateful battle in God Valley, after which the Rocks pirates would inevitably part ways. It was not that Kon lacked the desire to intervene. Rather, he simply did not possess the strength to do so. Moreover, each formidable pirate was driven by their own convictions, not mere children swayed by a few words. Clearly, Rocks had long harbored his own plans. The prominent officers aboard the pirate ship were acutely aware of the undercurrents at play, yet some matters need not be articulated. Was it not preferable to share an unspoken understanding? Kon once discussed with Wang Ji some thoughts that diverged from the conventions of this world. Even capturing the attention of Rocks, he received the commendation of the adult praising the child. The formidable maritime sovereign, Rocks, was remarkably receptive to new ideas. Possessing a spirit that surpassed ordinary men, and was destined to be enlightened rather than ignorant like the foolish masses. However, while he acknowledged such ideas, he did not intend to act upon them. Rocks remarked, "Indeed, these are revolutionary ideas. You have shown me a world unlike any other. Ha ha ha. Yet, a band of scoundrels following your philosophy, many of whom have long ceased to be human, are nothing but thorough pirates, myself included, in a realm devoid of the pirate profession and the exalted celestial dragons, where one could eat their fill from a young age without fearing for their life. Had I begun my existence in such a world, my pirate crew would likely have never existed. Even if a mere fraction of them had been lost, I myself would have been absent. Ha ha ha." As Rocks spoke, he veiled something behind his laughter. From that moment, Kon understood that Rocks was a man who adhered to his own convictions. A figure who stood at the pinnacle of this world, devoid of absolute fools. Their success was not mere happenstance. He did not contemplate the fate that awaited the Rocks pirates a year hence, nor did he need to grasp Rocks' thoughts. At the moment they set sail, they had already entrusted their lives to the sea. Chapter 12. Katakuri is a good child. Kon and Katakuri have momentarily ceased unnecessary training, possessing a clear understanding of their own capabilities. It is quite simple. Identify deficiencies and address them. Overtraining is inadvisable. He was once ensnared by a mental affliction, akin to an inner demon, fearful that he would be perpetually constrained by his physical limitations. These past 2 years have been significant. Kon's spirit had always been rather taut. At this moment, the two lay upon a small patch of grass, relishing the rare leisure time, engaging in a myriad of nonsensical topics, sometimes losing track of their own discourse. Kon, do you not intend to continue developing your fruit abilities? There is no rush. I shall resume once I regain my composure. Kon, do you have feelings for Sister Wide-Eyed? Ah, young one should refrain from prying into such matters. Oh. Kon reflected on his experiences and decided to allow Katakuri to perform a flourish of his own. Women merely impede the speed of a thrust. Brother Kon, that fellow named Roger has rejected Captain Rock's invitation. Why do we not eliminate him? The Roger pirates? In Kon's recollection, Roger was a ridiculous individual who fancied himself enlightened. For the common folk of the sea, there was little distinction between the celestial dragons, royalty, nobility, and the decaying navy. Such a fate is well deserved. Though the strength of that pirate crew is formidable, our captain's spirit and vision are far grander. Brother Kon, how did Captain Rock suddenly recruit so many crew members? More will be recruited in the future. Eh? Katakuri's gaze was a blend of surprise and admiration. Brother Kon, have you spoken with Captain Rocks? We discussed our respective haki. Kon interjected, steering the conversation away. Katakuri was captivated by this topic. Kon and Katakuri each shared their insights regarding their respective haki. After all, theory pales in comparison to practice. Every individual possesses their own perspective, which evolves through different stages of experience. Both are exceptionally perceptive individuals, and their mutual exchange of ideas proves beneficial to each other's growth. Katakuri excitedly spoke of his achievements in observation haki, delving deeper into the subject. Kon, I have heard that there are certain beings born with an innate mastery of observation haki, and some are said to possess this ability from birth. Is that true? As he spoke, Katakuri's eyes brimmed with yearning. Kon rose and gazed into the distance, towards the direction of the vast ocean. The sea, expansive and magnificent, harbors an array of peculiarities. The creatures you mentioned are likely lurking somewhere upon its surface, and one day they shall undoubtedly astound the world. Among these beings endowed with the gift of foresight, the Crimson Count Reed is perhaps the most formidable. Katakuri cradled his trident, his gaze filled with anticipation. Though his time had yet to arrive, he harbored an insatiable longing for the sea. The Rock's pirates broadened his understanding of the world. Katakuri believes in the miraculous ocean. Kon once told him, those who believe in miracles are themselves miracles. Katakuri, in today's battle, you demonstrated the technique of armament haki. Hehe, Kon, you noticed that. Didn't he you? Katakuri scratched his head and said, Kon, I've realized that I can occasionally wield armament haki, just as you mentioned, without the correct guidance. It is challenging to harness such power. Kon extended a finger, and in an instant, a deep black hue enveloped it entirely. The formidable aura of armament haki entwined. At the moment his physical prowess reached its peak, a surge of power was instinctively channeled by Kon. Though minuscule in quantity, it paled in comparison to that of a seasoned master of armament haki. The newly awakened power was initially feeble, yet he held great optimism for the potential and future of this haki. Katakuri gazed at the pitch-black fingertip, marveling at the exquisite control displayed. The use of armament haki was executed with remarkable ease, perfectly enveloping the precise location. In the future, Kon's mastery of armament haki is destined to reach an astonishing level. Kon unraveled the armed color haki, experiencing no significant depletion. Rather, it is the fruit's ability that drains mental energy. Compared to the exhausting nature of the surgical fruit, this is preferable. To him, these two forces are akin to the mystical. However, some miracles can be elucidated through science. The concept of the tunneling effect suggests that one can never precisely determine a particle's exact location. Indeed, a particle may simultaneously exist in two disparate locales. Theoretically, if the cells of the human body align with a wall, one could achieve the miraculous feat of passing through it, akin to the legendary art of wall penetration in mythology. In theory, humans possess the capacity to sever all cognitive limitations, yet they may also find themselves incapable of cutting through anything at all. Kon wielded his sword with exceptional combat prowess. However, Even the most formidable skills require a solid foundation to be executed flawlessly, unconstrained by physical limitations. Khan's innate talent rivals that of any individual in the vast sea. I eagerly anticipate the adventures we shall embark upon together. Katakuri, smiling, reached out towards the sky and said, "Brother, you must never abandon me." With such immense potential, Khan could never forsake him. "Once I attain the pinnacle of a great pirate, simply accompany me. No one shall stand in your way. There is no need to worry about our younger siblings. We can always return to check on them occasionally." Indeed, Katakuri chuckled softly. By that time, he would undoubtedly accompany Brother Khan without hesitation. The atmosphere was relaxed, and both of them relished the process of their casual conversation, sharing stories and anticipating the future. This was their territory, typically devoid of pirate activity. Moreover, given the current situation on the island, the Rocks pirates dominated, and any pirate daring enough to provoke a member of the Rocks pirates would meet a grim fate. The powerful figures were all present on the island, ready to eliminate any other pirates lingering about. Katakuri chuckled softly, as if recalling a memory, then turned his gaze towards a certain direction. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Brother Khan, I can't believe that Sister Waideeb has yet to depart. I've been meaning to mention this to you, but it had slipped my mind all along." Khan followed his gaze. "I had never intended to send her away. It was merely a matter of unfamiliarity between us, and she was quite discerning. Had you extended an invitation, he would have spoken further." Suddenly, a figure darted past. Katakuri dashed out eagerly to invite Waideeb, unsure if it was due to Khan's influence or his own desire to extend the invitation. Waideeb was welcome to join. Khan surveyed Katakuri, a faint smile gracing his lips, which made the polite boy feel somewhat embarrassed. "All right, let's train together." Having multiple companions would be beneficial. Khan understood that being alone with Katakuri could lead to moments of boredom. The three engaged in discussions about hockey, sharing their myriad experiences and insights. During this exchange, Khan learned of some humorous tales regarding Whitebeard and various adventures at sea. He realized he hadn't wandered much across the ocean himself, only meandering around Hakanosu while diligently training alongside Katakuri. Chapter 13. The distinction between conqueror's haki and ordinary skills. One can sever iron with paper. Just as iron may fail to cut paper, the principle might be thus, yet achieving it truly depends on inherent talent, and you still have quite a distance to cover. Khan earnestly guided his two students. The student, Whitebeard, took notes while observing Khan's mature demeanor, which starkly contrasted with his baby-faced appearance. Was he truly just a child? Whitebeard considered herself relatively mature. Girls often mature earlier, and having lost her parents at a tender age, her homeland ravaged by war, she had traversed with Whitebeard, witnessing an abundance of suffering and injustice. In this chaotic and filthy era, there seemed to be no sanctuary. Wherever one went, common folk were displaced. Having grown accustomed to this dark world, she treasured her father all the more, cherishing the family she found amidst this wretched existence. Yet, it appeared that the young boy before her possessed a maturity surpassing her own, an instinctual feeling. Her father had imparted profound thoughts, all echoing from Khan's lips. The imbalance and chaos of the world hinge upon its structural foundations. Just as a tree with rotting roots cannot give rise to a new era without being uprooted and replanted, so too must the world undergo transformation. Whitebeard had always heard of Khan through her father's accounts and had never formally met him. The first encounter was less sacred and unattainable than she had imagined. He was not a deity, but rather a man. Khan extended his hand, gesturing slightly, and spoke, "Do not keep staring at me. Take a seat and do not remain standing." It seemed as though a multitude of question marks had appeared above Waideeb's head. Hearing Khan's words, Katakuri sat up straighter, his posture impeccably upright, as if engaging in a silent competition with Waideeb over who could be the superior student. Perhaps, deep within, he harbored thoughts of deserving a reward. Khan observed Katakuri sitting obediently, finally alleviating his previous discomfort. With a height of 1.75 meters, the 10-year-old Khan stood at 1.6 meters, creating a noticeable disparity between the two. Meanwhile, the 9-year-old Katakuri, towering at nearly 2 meters, loomed a head taller than him. All the students rose to their feet, significantly diminishing the effectiveness of the lecture. Khan wished to encourage Waideeb and Katakuri, yet found it somewhat challenging due to the awkward height disparity between them. In this world, the variance in human stature is quite pronounced. While the majority possess an average height, a select few effortlessly surpass 2 meters, with some even reaching heights exceeding 10 meters. Fortunately, Katakuri took a seat. Khan reminisced about how his elder had taught him in such a manner, and he never anticipated finding himself in such an awkward position. No wonder his mentor always insisted he take a seat during their lessons. Observing Katakuri obediently sit down, Kon reached out to pat the young devotee's shoulder, signifying his encouragement. In return, he received a look of adoration from his loyal admirer. At that moment, a burst of laughter erupted. Ha 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 ha. Wadaibe, laughing heartily, bent down and offered his shoulder, seemingly inviting, "Come on, sister, make haste, or my back will tire." Kon felt a persistent discomfort lodged in his throat, akin to an unspeakable sensation that demanded release. In that moment, he comprehended the origins of the scene his mentor had once portrayed, where one could be driven to exasperation. He realized that his youthful appearance was merely a consequence of his baby fat, yet he was anything but diminutive in other aspects. Amidst Wadaibe's astonished, bewildered, and incredulous gaze, Kon reached out to tousle her hair, playfully disheveling it. The disobedient student was to be chastised. Following this act, Kon found his spirits considerably lifted. He was not the deity in Katakuri's eyes, but rather a being imbued with emotions, thoughts, and humanity. In the recesses of his mind, he assigned labels to his two students, Wadaibe, the troublesome pupil lacking respect for her teacher, and Katakuri, the well-behaved student. In truth, he held affection for both, perhaps due to the resonance with his own past experiences. Kon cleared his throat and, with earnest gravity, remarked, "I have imparted all that I can teach you. Indeed, these lessons hold great significance for you. The sea possesses no consciousness, treating us all with impartiality." Both Wadaibe and Katakuri wore solemn expressions, having grasped the weight of his words. The sea, devoid of thought, embraces all who venture into its depths, regardless of their status. Yet, it is also merciless, having devoured countless dreams and lives. Katakuri has long followed Kon, mastering the art of observation and demonstrating the ability to sever steel, a testament to Kon's teachings. In terms of innate talent, he undoubtedly ranks among the elite of the vast sea. Wadaibe has gained immensely, lost in thought and unguarded, as he processes the wealth of knowledge acquired today. Kon nodded slightly upon witnessing the performance of these two students. There are times when a teacher may repeat knowledge 100 times, yet some students remain utterly oblivious, as if the lessons have vanished into the depths of their minds. However, it was evident that Wadaibe and Katakuri were not among them. Kon was more than willing to offer these students some guidance. "I have gained a profound understanding of the art of iron cutting and believe that I will soon master it. All thanks to you." Wadaibe emerged from her reverie, lifting her gaze to Kon, expressing her gratitude. "Teacher Kon, you have solidified my sense of direction and development, and I truly do not know how to thank you. Why not marry me?" Wadaibe was taken aback, her eyes wide with surprise. "I was merely jesting. This is the most amusing joke of the year, one that John shared with me." Kon coughed a few times, deflecting the attention onto John, for it was well known that half of the Risku jokes and improprieties originated from his lips. He had no intention of continuing down that path, wishing to avoid a repeat of the awkward incidents from his previous life. Wadaibe nodded, internally pondering that John was not a proper pirate, and felt a twinge of concern that Kon might be influenced by him. After all, this young teacher had truly made a remarkable impression on her. Kon no longer delved into the matter concerning Wadaibe. Instead, he exchanged a meaningful glance with Katakuri, promptly receiving an affirmative response. The two had been together for quite some time, their mutual understanding remarkably high. Katakuri was aware that Kon wished to divert the conversation, yet he distinctly heard Kon's words. Reflecting on this, a contemplative expression crossed Katakuri's face. "Sister Wadaibe?" Kon's heart and ambition were unparalleled. He was deemed the most promising among the wielders of Conqueror's Haki. Captain Rocks had once remarked that the future strongest user of Conqueror's Haki would undoubtedly be Kon. The admiration in Katakuri's eyes was almost overwhelming, as if he radiated a luminous aura of faith. Every devil fruit has the capacity to transform an individual's physique and potential, signifying that the moment a user consumes a devil fruit, their potential becomes boundless, aside from their inherent weaknesses and flaws. However, the aptitude for Conqueror's Haki is an innate gift. Chapter 14. Discussion on the Rocks Pirates in the Vast Ocean. Conqueror's Haki is exceedingly rare. With only one in several million possessing it, it is regarded as the mark of a king, an ability that cannot be cultivated through mere effort. Those who wield Conqueror's Haki are never weak. Wadaibe's gaze became dreamy as she yearned. That is an inherent quality, each one destined to become a significant figure. Those endowed with Conqueror's Haki are exceedingly few. Her father possessed Conqueror's Haki, and the aura he exuded was akin to a natural disaster. Wei Daibe could scarcely fathom that someone whom Rox referred to as the future strongest user of Conqueror's Haki stood before her, as though she were witnessing the genesis of a legend. A mere 10-year-old child. Was she truly witnessing this moment? There have been powerful individuals who claimed that in the latter half of the Grand Line, the number of strong Conqueror's Haki users was as abundant as fish crossing a river. While this may be an exaggeration, the quantity is certainly not insignificant. Most pirates who venture into the latter half of the New World possess considerable skills, whether through strength or fortune. Those who enter the New World and achieve renown are by no means ordinary individuals. One could explain this in terms of hierarchy and geography, akin to changing maps in a game. The Four Seas represent a novice map, with few formidable characters. Even those present aspire for broader horizons, leading them to the Grand Line. The first half of the Grand Line is a testing ground. Those who cannot navigate it may find themselves lost to the sea or lose their ambitions, while the psychologically fragile pirates may retreat back to the Four Seas. The latter half of the New World is akin to a top-tier dungeon, teeming with formidable monsters, resulting in fragmentation and division until Rox emerged, sweeping through the various powers of the New World and compelling the Navy headquarters to retreat in trepidation. Katakuri scratched his head in a rather endearing manner and remarked with a smile, "I possess Conqueror's Haki as well, though it pales in comparison to that of Brother Kon." Wei Daibe gazed at Katakuri, her astonishment deepening as she witnessed a wielder of Conqueror's Haki bowing to another of the same caliber, expressing profound admiration for Kon. Such a spectacle, if not seen with one's own eyes, would be hard to believe. Reflecting on the knowledge and teachings she had acquired that day, Wei Daibe experienced a moment of clarity. It was evident that a person of such magnanimity and spirit would never conceal their wisdom. They are untroubled by the act of imparting knowledge to others. Their casual demeanor reveals a vastness of character and heart. In contrast, a petty or selfish individual would likely fear being surpassed by others, harboring a narrow-mindedness. Wei Daibe had witnessed enough of the world's sordid affairs. Those lacking in grandeur often flounder at the bottom, while figures like Rox and Whitebeard possess a heart as expansive as the ocean itself. Such individuals are truly deserving of the title of king. Courage, breadth of spirit, and a heart of a champion yearning for unrestrained freedom and the pinnacle of achievement are characteristics that typically define those who wield Conqueror's Haki, or who have once embodied these traits. These attributes determine the strength of their Haki. Among these, courage and breadth of spirit hold paramount importance, generally. Those who possess Conqueror's Haki are pirates. Wei Daibe, covering her face in shock, exclaimed, "At such a young age, you already possess a true champion's heart and such formidable Conqueror's Haki. I can't imagine how powerful you will become if you grasp what my father referred to as the Conqueror's coiling in the future. There are many who wield Conqueror's Haki within pirate crews. You should seek counsel from your seniors, as they will undoubtedly guide you. Kon, my esteemed teacher, I recognize your excellence, yet having someone to illuminate the path can save you much time and energy," Wei Daibe said, her expression playful and her tone considerably more frivolous. "Do remove the little from that title." Kon then took a seat and remarked, "As for Conqueror's Haki, I have sought advice on the matter, but to be honest, none of it has been particularly reliable." "What?" Both Wei Daibe and Katakuri were taken aback in astonishment. Kon extended his hands and proclaimed, "Our pirate crew comprises 9 individuals who possess the Conqueror's Haki. They are Rox, Newgate, Shiki, Wang Ji, John, Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, Katakuri, and myself. Among them, Kaido and Katakuri themselves struggle to comprehend Haki, let alone the Conqueror's Haki. The others, however, have shared their insights with me." Rox asserted it is rooted in conviction and determination, while Uncle Wang advised to go with the flow. John, in his self-absorbed manner, claimed it as a gift of extraordinary talent. Kon recounted the tales of these unreliable pirates to Wei Daibe and Katakuri. Within the pirate crew, there exists an abundance of those who wield the Conqueror's Haki, each possessing a unique perspective, and their words carry a semblance of truth. However, to blindly follow their path would likely render one incapable of ever mastering the intricate art of Conqueror's Haki. Upon hearing this, Wei Daibe expressed his astonishment and inquired, "Isn't the world's greatest swordsman your father?" Kon replied, "No. Uncle Wang saved my life and raised me since childhood. He evokes a feeling in me akin to that of your father." Wei Daibe's lips curled into a slight smile. Indeed, true strength is often accompanied by shared traits. The longevity of the Rox pirates can be attributed not only to Captain Rox's unique charisma, but also to the acknowledgement of the crew members towards the pirate group itself. There exists a mutual attraction among the strong, a commonality that Kon wholeheartedly endorses. Wei Daibe's eyes reflected a look of understanding. Although the Rocks pirates possess numerous flaws, they also have commendable qualities. Otherwise, my father would have departed from the crew long ago. Khan observed the empathy displayed by Wei Daibe and Katakuri, fully aware that their discussion revolved around the merits of the Rocks pirates and the reasons behind their enduring presence. However, he recognized that the foundation of the Rocks pirates was profoundly flawed. The inherent quality and culture of the people in this world are exceedingly low. How many of the pirates who venture into the sea are truly exceptional? Most are merely misguided fools. Furthermore, at the upper echelons, there exists the Silver Axe, a malefactor akin to Blackbeard, whose actions are reprehensible to the utmost degree, being the only grand pirate among the senior cadre devoid of the Conqueror's haki. The upper management tends to avoid conflicts, as they are all tacitly aware of the underlying tensions. Khan had no intention of addressing the internal issues of the Rocks pirates. The great pirates were not fools. It was both tragic and laughable for those who overreached, unable to discern their own strengths and positions. Getting swept into a larger maelstrom could lead to a casual demise. Wei Daibe took a seat, raising an eyebrow with a smile, and inquired, "Teacher Khan, will I need to take my leave as you develop your fruit abilities?" Khan gazed at Wei Daibe, who had already taken a seat. What could he possibly say? You have already settled down, yet you still inquire whether he would leave? His keen observation skills were indeed remarkable. His aptitude for perception was undoubtedly not lacking. Khan surmised that Wei Daibe aimed to connect with him and Katakuri. The girl left a favorable impression on him, confident, poised, seemingly aloof yet remarkably attentive, perhaps possessing a natural talent for caring for others. Chapter 15. Unleashing the power of the fruit. The days leading to the demise of the Rocks pirates were drawing near. Rock's unwavering belief and determination were impervious to change, even by his left and right hands, Wang Ji and John, who could only offer their suggestions as mere references. During this relatively tranquil period, forming his own small team bore no detriment. Khan possesses a remarkable intuition when it comes to assessing individuals. The three of them hail from distinct factions, with influential figures supporting them who hold significant positions within the Rocks pirate crew. Even in the absence of any vested interests, he finds himself at ease in the company of Katakuri and Wei Daibe. A green radiance emanated from Khan's hand as he introduced. The fruit I possess is called the forest fruit, also referred to as the verdant fruit. It is an advanced variety of the lush fruit, with its precise abilities yet to be fully explored. An advanced fruit? That sounds promising. I recall my father mentioning a hierarchy among fruits. Wei Daibe, being a girl of forthright demeanor, displayed no signs of pretense or shyness. As she spoke, she playfully pinched Katakuri's bashful cheeks, and their rapport was undeniably amiable. She understood the origins of Katakuri's peculiar mouth and refrained from offering any admonitions, believing instead that a fondness for something is a precious trait. Khan engaged in a brief discussion with the two individuals regarding the three principal categories of devil fruits. In the vast expanse of the ocean, the majority remain oblivious to the true nature of these fruits, often harboring superstitions about those endowed with their powers, even perceiving them as embodiments of demons. However, the trio's distinct living environments have bestowed upon them a deeper comprehension of the myriad secrets of the sea. They possess insights far surpassing that of the common folk, particularly concerning the influential figures within the Rocks pirates and other clandestine aspects of the ocean, thus transcending the ignorance that plagues the average citizen. Khan possesses a preliminary understanding of his fruit, which emits two distinct radiances. The first is a milky white glow, reminiscent of a nurturing presence, imbued with the power of divine light that can heal and dispel negative effects. Initial examinations indicate its considerable practicality. The second is a vibrant emerald hue. The extent of its capabilities yet to be empirically verified. However, it is assuredly capable of fostering vegetation and promoting the growth of all living things. Khan surmised that the emerald green radiance was a derivative of the milky white glow. The vibrant green was indeed a splendid hue. His contemplation was interrupted by Wei Daibe's words. On the vast ocean, piracy proved to be a rather monotonous vocation. Spending years adrift with nothing but the endless sea surrounding them, most pirates developed a penchant for raiding the shores, finding their amusement in such exploits. The predominant colors among pirates were blue and white, symbolizing the azure sky and the fluffy clouds. Khan has long resided on the island of Hachino, where the radiance of his abilities is warmly embraced, allowing him to fully comprehend the serene emotions that envelop Wei Daibe at this moment. "Khan, something is sprouting from your hand," exclaimed Katakuri in astonishment. Before their eyes, a vibrant green sprout emerged from Khan's palm, rapidly evolving into a magnificent ornamental tree. In no time, the tree bore 3 plump, Crimson fruits. Khan was utterly bewildered. It seemed he had not consciously activated his powers to cultivate such an extraordinary tree. Upon further reflection, it appeared that his emotions had inadvertently influenced the fruiting ability, naturally nurturing the growth of this fruit-bearing tree. Khan's extraordinary fruit ability filled Katakuri's eyes with curiosity. However, Wadeye did not exhibit such excessive admiration. She shifted her alluring hips and reached up to pluck a red fruit from the ornamental tree, taking a bite out of it. Khan was astounded, uncertain of the fruit's true purpose. Why did she place such unwavering trust in him? Perhaps she had heard of his conqueror's haki from Katakuri. After all, a true king would disdain to engage in petty matters. Wide-Eye was lost in blissful reminiscence. The fruit possessed an indescribable deliciousness, as if she were floating on a cloud, enveloped in an ineffable sense of ease. What a delight! Upon witnessing this, Katakuri gazed longingly at the fruits adorning the tree, unable to suppress the urge to swallow. Those fruits must be exceedingly sweet, indeed. Khan plucked the fruits from the tree, and as he reached the final one, the tree withered away. He offered one of the fruits to Katakuri, while he himself savored the last one. The flavor was exquisite, yet that was all. There was no profound transformation, rather it resembled a simplified manifestation of restorative abilities. His potential remained to be further explored. Khan consumed the fruit and certainly grasped some vague concepts. Yet the true potential of the fruit and its development relies solely on oneself. There is no immediate sensation of possessing complete knowledge upon consumption. It may even pale in comparison to the descriptions found in the fruit's encyclopedia. Consider Brook, who only realized his abilities after his demise. This is not surprising. It is entirely possible that one might consume it, believing it to be a paramecia fruit, only to discover it is, in fact, a mythical zoan type. Wide-Eye inquired, Teacher Khan, your fruit's abilities must extend beyond this, correct? The two of us, as great spectators, are still awaiting further revelations. Khan cast a glance at the troublesome student and invoked his fruit ability upon the ground with his mind. Vine growth entwined. The soil beside Hadai loosened, and a green leaf emerged from the depths, rapidly growing until it transformed into a tangled vine. With a resounding slap, the vine lay listlessly on the ground, devoid of vigor. Despite Khan's attempts to activate his ability or direct it with his thoughts, the vine stubbornly refused to rise. Hadai effortlessly grasped the vine, which was of suitable thickness and length, and could no longer contain his amusement, exclaiming with laughter, I can't take it anymore. Just let me have another laugh at the vine summoned by my own power. Khan, Katakuri retorted, Brother Khan is the strongest. Khan, Katakuri's expression was one of turmoil as he fixated intently on the vine clutched in Wadai's hand, attempting to will this vine, which had brought disgrace to his elder brother, to rise with the power of his gaze. Khan unleashed his powers once more. On the other side of Wide-Eye, another vine sprouted, growing at a speed that far surpassed the previous one, more vigorous and robust. Yet this thicker, longer vine unceremoniously sprawled across the ground. The expressions on the faces of the three seemed frozen in time, enveloped in an eerie silence. In the brief moment it took for a crow to fly by, Wide-Eye regained his composure, trembling all over, laughter erupting in delightful chaos. Khan gazed at the two vines he had summoned. This phenomenon felt markedly distinct from sword training. Could it be that he lacked the innate talent to develop fruit? Logically, the abilities of vine growth and entanglement should prove invaluable. In a duel, ensnaring an adversary for mere seconds would afford Khan the opportunity to seize the moment and cleave off his opponent's head with his sword. Yet, what did two vines signify? It appeared that he was not yet capable of instructing others in fruit development, and thus, Khan resolved not to continue manifesting the verdant glow in the presence of the two. Khan, where are you going? Brother Khan? Wadeye and Katakuri exchanged puzzled glances as they beheld Khan rise. I shall procure a few oranges for you. I will return shortly. Chapter 16. The tea art of the black charcoal cicada in a quaint thicket to the south of Hoshikino. Khan found an ideal locale for fruit development. He had temporarily evaded Katakuri and Wadeye, seeking a serene spot to cultivate his abilities. There was no one around, and pirates seldom ventured into this thicket during daylight. It was rumored that peculiar sounds echoed through this grove at nightfall. The original intention behind summoning the vines was to impart a minor lesson to Wadeye. Yet it had inadvertently become a source of amusement. He had always been regarded as a prodigy in the eyes of the elder, and in Katakuri's view. He was a nearly omnipotent brother. It was unexpected for him to experience such a blunder today. After several hours of development and training, Khan's familiarity with his fruit abilities deepened, ensuring that no further embarrassment would ensue. An orange tree. A diminutive orange tree sprouted from his palm, growing in the blink of an eye and bearing fruit. It was a miraculous power. Khan plucked an orange and took a bite. It was delectably sweet. Compared to the initial attempts, the rate of vegetative consumption had significantly accelerated, and he could now temper the growth pace. While some might not comprehend, to Khan, witnessing the orange tree's visible growth was a feast for the eyes. Yet, Katakuri and Whitey Bay were still awaiting his return. Khan, accompanied by Orange, sought out the two individuals and gleaned crucial intelligence from them. The pirate crew was hosting a grand banquet tonight, and Captain Rocks had resolved to initiate a month-long celebration at the heart of the island. During this period, all pirates residing on the island would be welcome to partake. Typically, pirates shun productive labor. Thus, the magnitude of consumption entailed by this gathering would certainly impose a considerable burden on the Rocks pirate crew, albeit not to an unbearable extent, as the rank-and-file pirates constituted the majority. Aside from the 6 primary factions within the Rocks pirate crew, the majority of pirates were required to pay tribute. Having spent time at sea, the lower-tier pirates had amassed a notorious reputation as their lives hung by a thread. Human nature is indeed formidable. In such circumstances, even figures like Wang Ji would turn a blind eye, acknowledging their inability to alter the fundamental essence of this world. To oppose the tides of the world solely through the might of a pirate crew is a foolhardy endeavor, even for the Rocks pirates. One must concede that while Rocks may not be the most cunning of pirates, he possesses a clear and discerning understanding of the world as it truly is. The trio led by Khan arrived at the heart of the island, where the surrounding pirates mostly observed in silence. Those who had witnessed the earlier events parted ways, allowing them passage. After some inquiries, many pirates acquired a preliminary understanding of the Rocks pirates, and none were foolish enough to provoke the 3 of them. Khan, the captain, and their mother were situated at the innermost part of the feast. Katakuri gazed towards the depths of the banquet and, pointing ahead, expressed his intention to advance first. For his younger siblings would surely be present. He felt the need to report his recent growth to their mother. Otherwise, he feared he might be denied the opportunity to accompany Khan in the future. Khan was soon to join Wang Ji's faction. Prior to the commencement of the banquet, the leaders of the 6 major factions occupied their respective corners, only uniting when the festivities officially began. Bidding farewell to Huai Dibe, he was playfully teased before his departure. As his title had regressed from little teacher to little brother, Khan's body stiffened momentarily and his pace quickened. He found himself at a loss, as he had not engaged much with women in his previous life. Hello, Huai Dibe. Black Charcoal Mushin unexpectedly appeared behind Huai Dibe, greeting her with warmth and a beaming smile. What a coincidence to see you again so soon. Coincidence? Huai Dibe turned around, her tone icy. We belong to the same pirate crew. There is nothing coincidental about it. Black Charcoal Mushrin's expression faltered slightly but was deftly concealed. Her smile remained enchanting and gentle. Their encounter was far from a mere chance meeting. The words spoken by this beautiful woman were known only to her, casting doubt on their authenticity. Had she not been aware of Huai Dibe's connection to Whitebeard, she would not have approached with such an eager facade in an attempt to forge a relationship. There are few women in pirate crews, and I genuinely wish to get to know you, Huai Dibe. I harbor no ill intentions. Black Charcoal Mushin lowered her head slightly, nervously fiddling with her delicate hands, her demeanor imbued with a hint of grievance and sorrow. The surrounding pirates could hardly bear to watch, yet they dared not intervene. Black Charcoal Mushin had earned every bit of her hard-earned money, and behind her loomed the formidable pirate Shiki. Rumors suggested connections with the supernova Kaido. Huai Dibe's crew was not to be trifled with. Who did not know that Whitebeard was fiercely protective of his own? With only one daughter, who would dare provoke her? Huai Dibe's expression was one of disdain. She was unaware of the term green tea, yet she could sense the insincerity behind it. Had Black Charcoal Mushin been forthright about her intentions, Huai Dibe would have welcomed the acquaintance. But at that moment, her mood soured. The gazes of the surrounding pirates turned peculiar as they observed her. I can understand you. Huai Dibe's first words made Black Charcoal Mushin shudder. In the vast ocean, survival without strength was exceedingly challenging, especially for women. In this harsh world, living a long life was no easy feat. Your actions are quite normal. Huai Dibe's tone shifted, but I am not you. Her understanding did not imply that the other could apply the same survival tactics to her. This realization was disconcerting. Black Charcoal Mushin watched Huai Dibe's figure retreating swiftly. Aware that she had failed once more in her attempt to use this young woman to approach Khan and Katakuri, she merely wished to make another friend. Tears threatened to spill from Black Charcoal Mushrin's eyes as she inhaled deeply, releasing a soft sigh, as if to bolster herself. She discreetly wiped away the tears that lingered in her reddened eyes, maintaining a gentle smile as she walked away into the distance. This scene tugged at the hearts of the surrounding pirates, who yearned to express their resolve to protect this heart-wrenching woman with their lives. Black Charcoal Mushian had numerous followers within the Rocks Pirates. Had she managed her display well, it could have garnered her significant benefits, fostering a cadre of foolish pirates willing to protect her with their lives. Each individual has their unique way of surviving. Black Charcoal Mushian understood early on that everyone is different, making it challenging to connect with individuals like Khan and Katakuri. Yet, one must attempt. After all, one does not lose much. At most, they risk being seen through. Has my daughter encountered trouble? Whitebeard, clutching a 3-meter-high barrel of rum, noticed Huidibei's arrival and inquired. Huidibei replied with a smile, "No, Dad." Chapter 17, Kaido's Dream, Eastern Region of the Central Island. Khan was voraciously consuming meat, replenishing the energy he had expended. Ever since he had ingested the devil fruit, his appetite had significantly increased, and his capacity for food was no longer comparable to before. However, this was a positive development. In this world, the strong could eat abundantly, and it was quite normal for physically robust individuals to devour several cattle in a single meal. Khan relished the exquisite fare, reveling in the transformation of his body, as the vitality of his cells surged to unprecedented heights. They clamored and consumed, with every morsel of meat devoured. An authentic joy and satisfaction blossomed within him. One might wonder just how much Khan could consume. I would wager at least a ton of food, given Khan's potential. Perhaps even 5 tons. The surrounding pirates erupted in raucous cheers. Merriment was scarce among them, prompting the need for amusement. Banter and wagers were the favored pastimes of Wang Ji's faction. The atmosphere within Wang Ji's group was remarkably congenial, with pirates enjoying amicable relations. Following a path of elite prowess, Wang Ji himself preferred not to be encumbered by excessive followers. His faction comprised like-minded, spirited pirates who maintained their principles and possessed commendable strength. Besides Wang Ji, the most formidable was Kinda, with a bounty of 537 million. Ranking among the top 10 of the Rocks Pirates, surpassing the strength of most vice-captains. In this era, one's strength undoubtedly warranted such a bounty. Having consumed approximately a dozen tons of meat, Khan's cells ceased their clamoring, and he halted his feast. Among the surrounding pirates, some cheered, while others bore a melancholic demeanor. Those with closed ties joined together in a jubilant dance. The festivities not yet officially commenced, but the atmosphere already electric. Among these pirates were numerous new faces, fresh arrivals drawn by the news of the Rocks Pirates' extensive recruitment. Many had journeyed from every corner of the sea to this island, while a select few had come to Heskino Island upon hearing the news, eager to join. The sudden lowering of the entry threshold to the Rocks Pirates sent ripples across the ocean, with most arriving harboring a mixture of skepticism and hope, only to be overwhelmed with excitement upon discovering they could indeed join the illustrious crew. The opportunity to align with the true maritime overlords sent the pirates into a frenzy of exhilaration. There is no greater comfort than being satiated. Khan patted his belly with satisfaction, surveying the throng around him and noting the multitude of pirates present. He inquired, "Uncle Kinda, do we have this many pirates in our faction?" Kinda elucidated, "They have come here of their own accord. You know the boss's character. He would never go out of his way to chase these pirates away." Khan comprehended that these pirates approached with the intention of aligning themselves with the faction of Wang Ji. After all, in this era, the reputation of the world's foremost swordsman is indeed formidable, particularly as Wang Ji enjoys a commendable standing among pirates, civilians, and the Navy alike. Typically, naval vessels refrain from deliberately provoking them. Khan had heard a rumor that Wang Ji, before becoming a pirate, traversed the seas, honing his swordsmanship while journeying alongside the current admiral of the Navy. The two regarded each other as kindred spirits, yet fate led them down divergent paths. At that moment, the surrounding pirates began to stir restlessly. Khan observed the commotion in the distance and followed the direction of his gaze. He beheld Kaido, wielding a spiked club, forcefully clearing a path through a throng of newly joined pirates, striking down a menacing pirate with a single blow, and swaggering toward the prominent figures, including Wang Ji. "You worthless lot, spare yourselves the trouble. Wang Ji and the others would never accept your kind. Your strength is inadequate, and even among other factions, you fall woefully short." The newly inducted members of the Rocks Pirates dared not voice their indignation, fully aware of Kaido's formidable reputation, which had long echoed across the seas. Though not on par with the most notorious pirates, he was undoubtedly a monstrous presence among them. "Wang Ji, Kinda, and their compatriots took note of Kaido but chose to disregard him, as they operated on a different echelon. Kaido, dismissing the lackeys, approached Kon, stating, "Kon, it has proven quite difficult to meet you." Kon replied, "Kaido, you appear to be in good spirits." Kaido, the future emperor of the seas, cast a glance at Wang Ji in the distance, his spiked club still resting on his shoulder. Kon observed Kaido's subtle movements. Even the once unyielding Iron Head boy has learned to gauge the expressions of others. It appears that Silver Axe has indeed left a profound impression on this infinitely promising newcomer. Hehehe, my complexion has always been quite splendid. With the sight of an available seat, Kaido made himself comfortable, showing no hesitation in joining Kon. "Kon, I've heard you consumed a fruit. It must surely be an exceptional one." "Indeed. Hehehe. It seems that your physical limitations are no longer a concern. Any devil fruit has the potential to transform one's physique, with limitless potential. There are no worthless fruits, only incapable wielders." Kon expressed his skepticism towards Kaido's latter remarks. He asserted that no fruit is devoid of value. Each possesses boundless potential. However, the abilities granted by these fruits vary significantly. For instance, the fish fruit, the churmer fruit, and the float fruit are renowned solely due to their wielder's accomplishments. The starting point of each fruit is inherently different. A commonplace Zoan-type fruit cannot be compared to an ordinary Logia-type fruit. Otherwise, Kaido would not have consumed the infinitely promising mythical Zoan-type fish fruit, ultimately evolving into the Azure Dragon form and securing his place among the four emperors, earning the title of the strongest in one-on-one combat across land, sea, and air. Kon picked up the rum from the table and took a sip. Since the last time he tasted it, he had developed a fondness for this exquisite liquor. Kaido, noticing this, shouted towards the other side, "Where's my drink?" His tone was rather brusque. "You little rascal, are you looking to get a beating? If it weren't for our boss showing mercy when this brat was causing trouble, I would say he deserves to lie down for a while." Kaido cast a glance at Wang Ji and then at Kenda. Kon once said, "When friends arrive, there is fine wine. When wolves come, there are shotguns." "Bring him the drink," Wang Ji commanded. They immediately burst into laughter, eagerly jostling to fulfill the request. As Kaido indulged in the copious rum, he felt a swell of pride. He relished aligning himself with Wang Ji's faction. Had they not dismissed him, he would not have joined Charlotte Lean's group. Contemplating this, it was hard not to feel a tinge of melancholy. While sipping his drink, Kaido observed the atmosphere within Wang Ji's faction. Kon chuckled, remarking on the considerable change in you. "Everyone undergoes transformations. If I were to remain unchanged, I would surely be regarded as a fool." Kaido reminisced about the past. His expression slightly clouded. "I meant to say that your courage has diminished. In the past, Kaido nearly met his demise at the hands of Silver Axe, and he has since learned his lesson. Wang Ji possesses a good temperament, is loyal, and wields formidable strength. Kaido holds him in high esteem and greatly admires Kon, who is often by Wang Ji's side. Whenever an opportunity arises, he seeks to engage with him. This time presents the perfect chance, for that bothersome child, Katakuri, is absent. Kaido suddenly inquired, "Kon, do you have a dream?" Chapter 18. My Rock's pirates have significant issues. "Kon, do you have a dream?" Kon's eyes widened in surprise as he chuckled lightly. "Are you attempting to discuss dreams with me?" "Dreams?" In this world, such an aspiration is indeed a luxury. It is a notion typically reserved for pirates embarking on the high seas. Unfazed by the other's reaction, Kaido cleared his throat. He had heard numerous tales of Kon's exploits and some enlightening philosophies from others. No one is born destined to be exalted. There is no such thing as a deity. They are born free and equal. Who dares to claim superiority? Bring them all down. Kaido, having gathered his emotions, declared, "I have a dream." Kon interjected, "Stop right there." Kaido's expression instantly darkened to an extreme. His words remained unfinished, interrupted by another, which was profoundly discomforting. Were it not for the fact that this individual was untouchable and someone he greatly valued, he would have reacted differently. Thunderous Gaba posed the question, "Are you afraid?" Kon gazed intently at Kaido. The words he had just heard left him somewhat astounded, akin to a normal person encountering an unbelievable revelation. He was not an avid follower of the sea, yet he had consumed a fair amount of the narrative, possessing a certain understanding of Kaido, one of the future emperors of the sea. His madness was palpable as he sought to instigate a world war. His temperament was capricious, oscillating between tears and fury. Though seemingly rugged, he was, in fact, remarkably shrewd and full of stratagems. He exhibited a laid-back demeanor, unconcerned with trifles. He cherished talent, relishing the recruitment of formidable warriors. And he possessed an extraordinary spirit, characterized by the rare qualities of conqueror's haki. However, Khan could hardly fathom that Kaido was a person who would utter the words. I have a dream. Among the Rocks pirates, the top-tier member he had interacted with the least was Silver Axe, a notorious pirate who embodied all the dark facets of piracy, an unequivocal marauder. The very moniker of the most wicked spoke volumes. It became evident that many characters diverged significantly from the superficial understanding gleaned from the anime. True comprehension required direct engagement and insight. The Rocks pirates were not as fragmented as Khan had envisioned. Regarding the slaughter of comrades, the lower-tier pirates were akin to chives, harvested time and again. The fate of a pirate crew was primarily determined by the prowess of its upper echelon, and overall, it was not as fractured as the Navy had purported. Khan once inquired of Rocks how he managed to assemble a pirate crew. Rocks responded, I believe I once proclaimed that if they joined me, they would savor the finest delicacies alongside me. What is mine shall also be theirs. We are the forsaken brothers and sisters cast aside by the world. We are free to sail with me, to conquer these vast seas and claim dominion over them. Let us seek out the greatest treasures the world has to offer. At that moment, Rocks raised his arm, and the masses rallied in response. It was during this time that Whitebeard chose to join the Rocks pirate crew. From that point onward, Khan never again questioned Rocks about opportunities to amass great wealth. It is quite possible that when Rocks uttered those words, he had not contemplated the future himself. Yet, is it not true that throughout history, various great figures have risen from obscurity to herald a new era? In contrast, Kaido took him somewhat by surprise. Khan extended his hand, gazing at Kaido with curiosity. Tell me about your dreams. I am all ears. Believing he had captivated Khan's interest, Kaido began to articulate his aspirations. I believe that freedom and equality are the most vital elements in the world. At this, Khan's pupils dilated in surprise. He was genuinely taken aback. The profundity of his thoughts was remarkable. We must bring those who are born as nobles, who revel in the comforts of power, to the battlefield. That is true equality and freedom. Only through war can the value of humanity be determined, Kaido proclaimed, raising his spiked club high and roaring with fervor. Khan, 1,000 wild thoughts surged through his mind, starkly contrasting with his own imagination. Indeed, one should never harbor excessive expectations when reality fails to meet lofty hopes. A faint sense of disillusionment inevitably arises. Speak of your past, Khan suggested, adding, though if you prefer silence, that is entirely acceptable. His curiosity about Kaido's history was palpable. Kaido's lips curled into a smirk. He was not averse to sharing his past, as it indicated he had garnered Khan's interest, thus deepening their bond. Who do you intend to teach a lesson? He inquired. In that moment, Kaido traced the scar on his body, a vivid reminder of a painful encounter that had left him astounded. He had been bested by a mere child, a wound that had etched an indelible mark upon his flesh, an alarming display of swordsmanship that had nearly suffocated him with its intensity. Yet he was determined to grow far stronger. Ha ha ha. Katakuri, do you only hide behind others? Khan stood before Katakuri, asserting that he would one day become a formidable man. Kaido scoffed. It seems prudent for Katakuri to limit his interactions with Kaido in the future. Khan's potential was indeed formidable. Even at such a young age, he had managed to breach Kaido's defenses, truly remarkable for one so young. Isn't that right, Wangji? John interjected. Do refrain from excessive flattery. Oh, come now, you secretly take pride in it too. I understand. I shall remain silent. Kaido laughed heartily, declaring, no matter how much potential he possesses, in my eyes, he is merely a child that could be vanquished with ease. Oh, John chuckled, pointing at Khan with playful sarcasm. Do you dare claim you could best him in swordsmanship? Kaido laughed again, while Shiki dismissed the notion, stating that child is truly exceptional. He will one day make a name for himself, becoming the unrivaled swordsman in the hearts of many. Such high praise from this future captain of one of the 3 legendary pirate crews was astonishing. Kaido was taken aback. Shiki was proud and reckless. He had never been one to belittle others or exalt them without cause, suggesting that Khan was indeed formidable. As Kaido touched the still bleeding wound on his body, he reflected on the accolades from such prominent figures, feeling as though Khan surpassed even his own prowess. Kaido hailed from the Wak Kingdom, having become the strongest warrior in that realm by the age of 10. At 13, the king betrayed him to the Navy for the sake of participating in the World Conference, but Kaido managed to escape, earning a bounty of 70 million berries. In moments of hunger, he would willingly surrender, only to flee again after satisfying his appetite. By 15, he had joined the Rocks pirates. As he recounted his past, a smirk graced Kaido's lips, his eyes ablaze with ambition. He harbored dreams and determination to transform this world, seeking like-minded and powerful companions. He aimed to drag the world government's lackeys, political pawns, and celestial dragons into the fray, striving for his vision of freedom and equality. Khan, having listened to Kaido's past, initially believed it to be a tale steeped in madness and ambition, yet he was taken aback to discover it was, in fact, an inspiring narrative. The issues plaguing his Rocks Pirates crew were profound. Chapter 19. Wang Zhi's aspirations let us ignite a war that sweeps across the entire world, allowing freedom and equality to flourish everywhere. Kaido rose to his feet, raising his hands high, embracing the heavens. In that moment, a sense of the sacred enveloped him. His words were profoundly infectious, as the aspirations he articulated transformed into a sword of faith, compelling others to rise alongside him. Kaido, spare us the nonsense. I wouldn't mind letting you lie down for a while. Wang Zhi's voice echoed from a distance. Though soft, it resonated clearly in Kaido's ears and reverberated within his heart. Kaido shuddered. Had such words been uttered by other subordinates, he would have felt resentment and discontent. However, the speaker was Wang Zhi, the one who had once rescued him from the clutches of Silver Axe. Thus, he felt compelled to remain silent. Khan gazed at Kaido with a playful smile. Every youth has once harbored a flame within, a fervor that reverberated in their hearts. They fought valiantly to protect their homeland, filled with passion and zeal. They questioned the status of the celestial dragons, cried out in defiance, only to face betrayal from comrades and their own nation. In their confusion, they sought freedom and equality, yet could not find their path. The memories of the past reveal that only war has accompanied them for many years. Thus, they resolved to ignite a war that would sweep across the world, dragging every lofty individual into its chaos. Everyone is the same, though the intentions were noble. The lack of direction led to extremism, becoming lost in power and strength, gradually descending into moral decay, their voices no longer carrying the ideals of freedom and equality, but rather a desire to dominate the world. The dragon-slaying youth ultimately transformed into a malevolent dragon. Kaido noticed Khan's smile, which made him somewhat uncomfortable, as if someone had seen through him, yet he anticipated the words that would follow. 100 meters away, in the central position, stood the two pillars of Wang Zhi's faction. Wang Zhi, I have followed you for so long and understand your feelings for Khan. He is an exceptional child. Kindle adjusted his glasses and smiled softly, saying, each person perceives the world and the sea differently. Khan is more enlightened than we are. He will inherit all that we have and become a legend. That is too burdensome, Wang Zhi replied. I know you do not wish for him to bear such weight, but this world is dreadful. The common folk have no right to choose. Living a mundane existence, their lives are not even guaranteed. The lives of commoners are worth less than a dog under a noble's command. In this world, being ordinary signifies oppression. Survival depends solely on luck and the whims of the powerful. Wang Zhi closed his eyes, seemingly unwilling to confront or witness this wretched world. He was merely a part of it, unable to change its course. At most, he could alter the division of his territory, striving to improve the lives of the commoners slightly. They need not pay tribute to the heavens, nor endure the oppression of nobles and celestial dragons, nor fear becoming slaves or being plundered by pirates, nor face the decayed navy that would conscript them or exploit their labor, leaving them displaced. Indeed, all of this was possible thanks to Khan's numerous brilliant ideas that transformed these places into something akin to paradise. Without him, they would have struggled to govern effectively. Each return was met with grand celebrations, the faces of the people adorned with genuine smiles. This warmth infected them, as well as every pirate in Wang Zhi's faction. They could not articulate the sensation, yet it filled a void within them. Among the Rocks Pirates, Wang Zhi's faction boasted the strongest overall combat power and superior qualities, far surpassing other factions in all aspects, distinguishing itself as the most unique faction within the crew. Kindle, do you know? I wish for every corner of the sea to reflect the places we protect, where commoners can smile from the heart, free from the torment of hunger. Wang Zhi, I understand. Your greatest wish is to witness a new world in your lifetime, yet you do not know what that world will resemble, and Khan has helped you envision it. Wang Zhi fell silent. At the moment Khan painted the picture of a new world, he was overwhelmed with joy, momentarily believing that Khan's arrival was a beacon for this world, heralding a new era, a fresh world that represented hope for all. However, as Wang Zhi regained his composure, he realized that Khan was still a child, having lost his parents at a young age, wandering with him through hardships for many years. Was it truly fair to place the burden of unattainable responsibilities on a child who had yet to mature? Though Wang Ji did not comprehend the term moral coercion, he was reluctant to force the child into actions he did not wish to undertake, hoping that Khan could live life on his own terms. That would be the child's own choice, preventing regrets in life. Wang Ji casually grabbed a bottle of rum. Men have a fondness for liquor. Everything lies within the bottle. Kendall observed Wang Ji's subtle smile and gentle gaze, mirroring his own smile. That man had been his unwavering faith for many years. 100 meters away, Khan gazed in that direction, murmuring to himself, "Uncles also have remarkable lives." An old man once said, "Every person's life is unique. Some experiences are so extraordinary that they surpass the imagination of ordinary people, igniting their aspirations. You are indeed different, living a simple life, yet not like me." This old fool, who is utterly useless. Kaido, feeling completely overlooked, could no longer restrain himself and exclaimed, "Hey." Khan replied, "I am aware of your presence here." Kaido responded. Khan spoke to himself, "Uncle Wang must have warned you just now, always worrying and treating me like a child. However, Uncle Wang is a good person. Woe is me. All I desire is a single response from you." Kaido slammed his hand on the table, his expression sorrowful. Tears flowing uncontrollably as he began to weep inconsolably. Khan erupted into hearty laughter. Kaido, in an instant, transitioned from tears to laughter, embodying the pinnacle of contradiction. Indeed, he was a man of capricious nature. Your thoughts may hold merit, yet your methods are deeply flawed. As the laughter subsided, Khan's expression gradually grew somber. Would it not be apt to encapsulate your sentiment with the phrase, "Do nobles and royals possess any inherent superiority?" Kaido's smile faded. He comprehended the essence of Khan's message. If the aristocrats, the celestial dragons, and the royalty of this world are all steeped in decay, and the very institutions are rotten to the core, then rise up. Bring them all down and trample them underfoot. Proclaim that no one is born to be exalted. Your antiquated and conservative era has come to an end. As Khan's tone shifted, Kaido's posture subtly aligned itself, and he lowered his demeanor. In his eyes sparkled a fervor akin to the green light that glimmered in Whitebeard's gaze upon encountering Khan. Were it not for Wang Ji's presence, he might have shouted, "This man understands me. He truly comprehends my essence." Chapter 20. The shocked Kaido, in a moment of heightened emotion, began to wail extravagantly, his cries resonating with thunderous intensity. This was his cathartic release. A man who is both reckless and flamboyant. A man who is lost, yet still brimming with passion. At this juncture, Kaido was not yet the formidable emperor of the seas, destined to transform into a dragon of malevolence. He was merely a fervent youth, adrift in confusion. His initial impetus for igniting global conflict stemmed from ideals of equality and freedom. Yet, he had struggled to find his path. It seemed that now, someone might assist him in discovering direction. You yearn to dismantle this unjust world, but do you truly know how to reconstruct a new order? Must this world remain perpetually engulfed in warfare? Khan posed a pivotal question. Kaido paused momentarily. Then, regaining his composure, weakly inquired, "Isn't force capable of resolving everything? The survival of the fittest is an axiom of nature, yet brute strength cannot resolve all matters. However, it is essential to possess power, for it is strength that grants one a voice." In his dealings with diverse individuals, Khan exhibited differing approaches. He held no interest in inciting revolution within this world. Yet he recognized the difficulty of ascending to the pinnacle alone. Khan yearned for a stage where he could engage in a fierce battle against the world's mightiest adversaries, in an environment marked by fairness. In such a contest, both sides would embrace their convictions to the death. That would be the most magnificent arena. He desired others to forge this stage on his behalf. Absent the foundation of strength, one may lead a solitary existence, but once endowed with sufficient power, one can transform the entire world. Khan harbored no aspirations for a mundane life, unlike in his previous existence. One can only wonder what expression the old man would wear if he were to learn of this. No one understood Khan, born with the demeanor of an emperor, better than he understood himself. His talent was ample. What he lacked was merely an opportunity. The world we inhabit is rife with filth, savagery, and madness, akin to hell in many regions. Living amidst warfare, one tends to resort to conflict as a solution, as if it were the sole method available, yet deep within, an inkling of discontent stirs. Kaido nodded vigorously, a look of enlightenment dawning upon his face, his thirst for knowledge surpassing that of students in a classroom. Khan continued, stating that a person's initial understanding of the world resembles a blank canvas, while the world itself acts as a vast dyeing workshop, and the soul wields the brush, splattering ink upon the canvas to depict varied lives and diverse thoughts. No one is born with the aspiration to become a pirate. Rather, the inherent distortions of this world, laden with malevolence, overshadow the goodness that exists, causing individuals to perceive the darker facets of life far more frequently than the benevolent ones as they mature. When an opportunity arises that renders their survival untenable, what do you suppose they will do? The adage, those who associate with vermilion become red. Those who associate with ink become black, aptly applies to this world. The individuals shaped by such an environment are, in essence, sown with seeds of wickedness, resulting in an unceasing proliferation of malevolence. Kaido seemed to have just begun to grasp this concept, his mind buzzing with the shock of revelation. He reflected on how he should never have engaged in petty disputes with that young brat, Katakuri, nor should he have aligned himself with Charlotte Linling's faction. He regretted waiting several years before hearing these profound words. How did the nobility, celestial dragons, and royalty come into existence? Their emergence is a direct consequence of systemic and power corruption, serving as their shield. The world government is akin to a tree whose roots have decayed beyond repair. A change is imperative. The birth of pirates is intricately linked to the nature of this world. Without burying the old era, the new world shall never dawn. Amidst his astonishment, Kaido inquired, Khan, if I truly desire the arrival of freedom and equality, must I overthrow the world government, establish a new order, formulate new systems, and dismantle the detritus of nobility, royalty, and celestial dragons? Your insight is commendable, Khan replied with a nod of satisfaction. Moreover, if you wish to enact genuine change in this world and achieve your ambitions, one crucial element remains. What is it? Kaido questioned, his voice trembling with excitement. The dissemination of cultural education. Kaido responded in disbelief, but how can one rescue the uneducated? The world government wields dominion over the economic lifeblood of the world, possessing the mightiest forces and influences upon the seas, tightly controlling the narrative presented to the populace, ensuring that the knowledge accessible to the common folk aligns with their desires. After all, the ignorant are the easiest to govern. In this world, education is woefully insufficient, and the general intelligence of the populace is alarmingly low, plagued by superstition and ignorance in abundance. What does this result in? It culminates in a society where the intellectual capacity of the masses is lamentably diminished, and cultural understanding is virtually non-existent. Kaido, devoid of formal education, merely possesses a heightened sense of perception. Khan engages in dialogue with the common folk. Yet they merely retort that he is delusional or perhaps insane. Alternatively, they might discreetly report him to the Navy or the world government in exchange for myopic gains. This is precisely the outcome the world government desires, to maintain dominion over this world. Khan's words hold significant importance. These aspirations cannot be achieved in a fleeting moment or even within a span of years. They require decades, perhaps an entire lifetime, of dedication to yield tangible results. Among the Rocks pirates, the most audacious in turn is Kaido, who believes he can forge a new world, one dominated by strength and power, pulling all the lofty figures into the throes of war. To realize this ambition, Kaido accepted an invitation to join the most formidable pirate crew at sea, the Rocks Pirates, hoping to accompany Rocks in launching a war that would engulf the entire world. Initially, he was boisterous within the crew, challenging various formidable foes, brandishing his kanabo with reckless abandon, teetering on the brink of self-destruction. It was not until he narrowly escaped death at the hands of Silver Axe that he temporarily set aside his ambition, realizing his strength might not suffice, and chose to ally himself with Charlotte Linling. Initially, Kaido sought to follow Whitebeard, who dismissed him, and later attempted to ally with Wang Ji, only to be rebuffed again. It was only today, after hearing Khan's discourse, that Kaido recognized what he truly desired within his heart. His previous notions were indeed myopic. Contemplating this, he drank voraciously while weeping. It was a revelation that someone could truly understand him, that there exists someone capable of guiding him. He comprehended me. This man truly understands me. An impulse welled up within Kaido to take Khan away with him, yet he managed to temper his desires. Should he act impulsively? Wang Ji's sword is no mere ornament. The world's greatest swordsman. Just the thought is terrifying, for he could indeed slay him. Khan, you have illuminated my path. I finally grasp the essence of my struggles and the purpose behind my efforts. I possess a clear objective. Though I may still struggle to comprehend your insights on the dissemination of cultural education, you have bestowed upon me a newfound life. After shedding tears, Kaido shifted to laughter and then curiously inquired, wouldn't it be easier to convey these matters to Captain Rocks for a more fruitful outcome? Khan remained silent for a considerable time before finally speaking. Captain Rocks, he cannot wait any longer. Chapter 21. A Turning Point of Destiny. The urgency was palpable. Kaido longed to inquire further, yet his voice faltered. He observed Khan's smile, a blend of envy tinged with sorrow, Their captain was a sovereign unwavering in his beliefs, and nothing could deter a man resolute in his fate. Kaido chose not to pursue the matter further, downing the rum in one swift motion. This was the most romantic drink of the pirates upon the vast sea. With a thud, he set down the empty barrel and, grasping his spiked club, quietly departed. Needing ample time to reflect, this day had delivered an overwhelming shock to this future emperor of the sea. Kon gazed at the empty wine barrel, a smile gracing his lips. This world, this vast ocean, and the extraordinary heroes around him had bestowed upon him an abundance of surprises. In the future, he yearned to witness splendid and magnificent landscapes, encounter diverse personalities, customs, and cultures, and carve out a life uniquely his own. In his previous existence, he had harbored far too many regrets. In this life, he vowed to leave no room for remorse. In the late hours of the night, he pondered the allure of the ocean. How intriguing it must be. Yet, he questioned whether he was still too inexperienced to venture forth. His cheeks flushed. Kon leaned on the table, clearly intoxicated, his words beginning to slur. "Drink less," Wang Ji said gently. "In a few days, join me on an expedition to the sea. Let us embrace adventure during this time. The ocean holds wonders beyond imagination." "You're so bothersome." "I'm not drunk." Kon lay sprawled across the table, turning over to find a more comfortable position. "I can still drink. Bring me another barrel." "No, 3 barrels." "You are still young," Wang Ji remarked, seated beside Kon, opposite the swordsman and brother who had accompanied him throughout his life. There would be ample opportunities for merriment in the future. "Adults are truly tedious," Kon mused, his consciousness hazy. He longed to grow up, yet simultaneously wished to remain a child. Could he truly ascend to greatness on his own? "You will have many remarkable companions in the future who will join you in daring adventures upon the sea, aiding you in scaling the world's highest peaks. To become a king and pursue your desires," Wang Ji contemplated. If the child wished to become a king and surpass rocks, then he should be allowed to follow his aspirations. The goal was undeniably challenging, yet it was the child's own volition. As for transforming this world, the propagation of ideas would inspire a select few to take action. Wang Ji draped a coat over Kon. Kend, with a smile, remarked, "He will grow into a splendid young man, destined for his own life and companions." Wang Ji replied softly, "Indeed." Kend gestured in a particular direction. "Shall we accompany the captain for drinks?" Wang Ji shook his head. "No, we set sail tomorrow. We shall not partake in this banquet." "Is it that soon?" Kend adjusted his glasses, acknowledging that significant actions were anticipated from the captain within the year. "You really need not do anything. Let us discuss it later." Wang Ji laughed heartily. "You truly amaze me. Do not sleep here. Return to rest," Wang Ji instructed, effortlessly lifting the smaller Kon, his robust physique allowing for such ease. Kend understood his responsibilities, giving Wang Ji a reassuring glance, confident that he would manage the crew's arrangements for the impending voyage. The month-long celebration in honor of newcomers held little importance for them. Other factions might seize this opportunity to expand, but they would refrain. The atmosphere of the banquet was lackluster, filled with revelry and vulgarity. A multitude of pirates would not resonate with them. Surely another notorious pirate, Newgate, would feel the same. Rather than linger here, they preferred to venture into the unknown of the sea. Kend was Wang Ji's deputy and steward, overseeing all aspects of the ship and crew. While Wang Ji led the pirate crew into the ocean, Kend remained to protect Kon, both a testament to Wang Ji's regard for Kon and Kend's own request. After years apart, they were setting sail once more. Their unspoken understanding, the romance of adventure, was a sentiment only those who traverse the sea could truly appreciate, although not willingly becoming pirates. Upon the ocean, they were all free. Within the confines of Charlotte Linling's faction-s banquet, she purred, "Kend, what brings you here? Have you secretly abandoned Wang Ji to seek me out? How delightful. Shall we go now?" Kend's frustration was palpable. He anticipated this encounter, but still found it intolerable. "I came to find Katakuri. Kon is set to join us for an adventure at sea tomorrow, and I wish for them to meet. If possible, allow Katakuri to sail with us for no more than a year." "Very well, Katakuri, you may go," Charlotte Linlin replied, her excitement waning. She had never fully comprehended her own appeal or why figures like Newgate, Wang Ji, and Rocks were reluctant to share her bed, merely viewing men as tools for procreation. Charlotte Linlin felt a pang of disappointment, yet Katakuri was filled with exhilaration. Kon has decided to set sail. He can go along. What a coincidence. But why isn't Wang Ji here? "John, what brings you here?" "Looking for someone." "Hey, do you want to join in?" No. I can distinguish between public and private matters. Do you think that's why Shiki rejected you? John swayed unsteadily, pointing at Kaido in the distance. Hey, you little brat. Captain Rox wants to see you. Hurry over. In the corner, the taciturn Kaido suddenly lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot. Upon hearing John's words, he immediately stood up, brandishing his kanabo, and without hesitation made his way to the island's center to find Rox. The gears of fate began to shift with Kaido. Why is this kid suddenly so diligent? John was puzzled, shaking his head as he waved goodbye to Kinto and Charlotte Linlin. No need to see me off. Kinto, Charlotte Linlin casually tossed away a cake she disliked, hitting the mark perfectly. Who wants to see you off? Kinto left with Katakuri. With everyone gone. Charlotte Linlin felt somewhat disheartened and shouted unhappily, long bread. Bring on the desserts. I want some snacks. After finishing the snacks, she thought, why not set sail myself? Perhaps I could find some decent men. After all, didn't he the captain say we have a year's time? Rox had agreed with his top lieutenants that everyone must gather in a year's time. Regardless of where they were, all officers and members must assemble, for at that time, Rox would lead them to accomplish great deeds and earn vast riches. Earning vast riches was merely a tantalizing dream for the majority of low-ranking pirates. Engaging in grand endeavors was what the top lieutenants eagerly anticipated. Chapter 22, New Regulations. The Rox pirates were immensely powerful. Powerful enough that the Navy headquarters avoided their might. Powerful enough that the world government was deeply apprehensive, yet they never resolved to act against the Rox pirates. They were so strong that the top lieutenants had lost their sense of direction. The agreement between Rox and his lieutenants stirred ambitions and expectations within many of them. Among the top lieutenants, not only the inherently ambitious Silver Axe and Shiki, but even the more laid-back Whitebeard became curious about Rox's declaration of undertaking great deeds. The primary reason was that they had been too idle over the past few years. Life had become too mundane. When something novel arose, curiosity was inevitable. The 6 top lieutenants vaguely sensed that something monumental would indeed occur a year later, and they felt a storm brewing on the horizon. The Navy headquarters and the world government would inevitably take action against them. Over the past few years, the Navy headquarters had consistently avoided conflict. Even when Silver Axe seized the heavenly gold, the world government merely turned a blind eye, as if pretending it hadn't happened. Losing a heavenly gold shipment was merely a loss. Collecting it again this year does not mean that next year's heavenly gold would go uncollected. Not collecting it would mean disregarding the world government. Many nations in the seas had perished because of this, and civilians had been displaced. Since the heavenly gold was stolen, the world government and Navy headquarters had taken no action, emboldening the pirates under Silver Axe and further amplifying the infamous reputation of the Rox pirates. Across the seas, countless ambitious pirates, yearning for notoriety, wished to join the Rox pirates. It seemed that Rox had long anticipated this, seizing the opportunity to broadcast his call for recruitment, expanding his pirate crew. On the very first day, over 10,000 pirates had arrived at Esquino, eager to join the crew. Most of these pirates had set sail from the 4 seas, enduring numerous life and death trials before reaching the new world of Esquino. Rox's astuteness exceeded the Navy's expectations. This news had already shaken the Navy headquarters, prompting the Admiral to summon Steelbone Kong, Garp, and other key Navy figures back to the headquarters for a council to address the expansion of the Rox pirates. Within the Admiral's office at the Navy headquarters, a man approximately 3 meters tall, with his legs draped over the table, wore a disgruntled expression as he gazed at a pile of documents. Lamenting, when will this end for me as the Navy Admiral? Had I known earlier, I would have preferred to follow Wang Zhi and become a pirate instead of being stuck as the Navy Admiral. This is simply a struggle for the Navy headquarters to contend with the Rox pirates, attempting to balance the power dynamics without regard for the lives of Navy soldiers. The world government can go to hell. The Admiral retrieved a cigar from the drawer, placing it between his lips. Initially, I sought a safe place, yet somehow ended up as the Navy Admiral. In the past, my lack of security drove me to join the Navy, only to later realize the sea was filled with so many monsters, and my sense of safety vanished. Step by step, I grew stronger, surpassing one monster after another, transforming into a monster myself. Exhaling a puff of white smoke, the Admiral leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling, asking, why, even as the Navy Admiral, do I still lack a sense of security? The trap set by the world government had already formed. Public opinion forced the Navy to engage in battle, with the world government standing on the moral high ground, deceiving the masses into believing they had finally done something commendable, while conveniently forgetting all the wrongdoings. Whether for him or for Rox, both knew that war was unavoidable. A confrontation between them was inevitable. Soon, The Navy headquarters might not even be called the Navy headquarters anymore. It could simply be dubbed the enforcer of the world government. Haha. It's a game of wits that the world government excels in. Each one is more unscrupulous than the last. Hoping that nothing significant happens is simply unrealistic. The world government has laid an intricate web over the last 800 years, executing countless actions to maintain their rule without failure. Even though Rox is cunning and aspires to dominate this world, some matters have become inescapable. His beliefs differ from those of Rox. Even if he understands the world government's intentions to maintain order and uphold justice, he could never allow Rox to run rampant. What must I do to change this world? There are few Navy admirals like me, with insights that far surpass others. The self-absorbed admiral's gaze gradually grew sorrowful. Yet I am also the most incompetent Navy admiral, capable of seeing the essence but unable to take action. Doesn't that make me the most inept? The phone bug rang. It is the most extraordinary creature in this world, resembling a snail, capable of long-distance communication. The phone bug, during the conversation, mirrored the expressions of the caller. Admiral Steelbone Kong and the others are on their way to the Navy headquarters. A female Navy officer's crisp voice chimed in. Garp and Sengoku just had a skirmish with Roger's pirates. We will hurry back as soon as possible. Understood, Saru. Shall we have a date? Admiral, please be serious. The Rox pirates are expanding their influence. For the sake of justice, regardless of how powerful the Rox pirates become, once they threaten the seas, we, the Navy, will spare no effort to eradicate evil and uphold justice. The conversation ended. How nauseating, the lofty rhetoric of justice. Yet as a Navy officer, I am compelled to engage in such matters, bearing it all. I truly wish I were someone like Garp, who is so straightforward. Exiting the office, his expression turned serious, exuding an air of solemnity. To the east of Hiskino Island, Katakuri arrived at the territory of the Wangji faction. Surveying his surroundings, Kinda had arranged for him a private room to rest. In another room, an elderly man reassured him. I have someone to look after me in this world as well, so do not worry too much. Khan gradually drifted into slumber, his brows relaxing, as if indulging in a pleasant dream. Wang Ji stood atop the roof, sensing the approach of another. Today, let Khan rest peacefully. I shall arrange for Katakuri to stay in a different room. Kinda gestured, allowing the little ones to enjoy a sound sleep, ensuring they would possess ample energy for the following day. You have always been infallible. I cannot afford to err, Wang Ji. You are aware of the looming threats against our Rox pirates, are you not? Are you suggesting that the Navy headquarters will take action against us? It is likely not just the Navy headquarters. The destruction of Captain Rock's hometown has been concealed, yet the world government has unearthed the truth. I fear Captain Rox may not respond well. He is not so impulsive. I understand, yet our pirate crew stands as the mightiest in history. The world government will not allow the Rox pirates to persist unchallenged and will employ every means to annihilate us. Chapter 23. The ocean-s landscape. You harbor no treasonous intent, yet you possess the capability for rebellion. This is your gravest transgression. The Rox pirates are formidable enough to instill fear in the world government. This is the original sin. As the first light of dawn breaks, life awakens anew. Rays of sunlight stream through the window, subtly illuminating the room beyond the curtains. Khan suddenly awakened, lying in bed, his gaze vacantly fixed on the ceiling. The previous night, he had indulged in excessive drinking, leaving his mind still clouded. Indeed, one must exercise caution against overindulgence in alcohol. The following day, his head remained somewhat foggy. Khan's morning irritability was quite pronounced. One could discern from his gaping mouth and the wisdom reflected in his eyes that his mind had yet to fully awaken. This day's state lingered for a brief moment. Khan slowly emerged from the warmth of his cozy bed, murmuring to himself, I have been far too indulgent. I mustn't drink so excessively next time. If I end up not growing taller as the old man suggested, it would be a tremendous loss. As he spoke, his mind began to wander. This is the world of pirates, and I am a pirate. While preparing to rise and gather his belongings, he reflected, yes. Last night, I drank with Uncle Wong and the others. I seem to recall having quite an extensive conversation with Kaido, that impetuous fool. I wonder if it will lead to any changes, considering that his current resolve is relatively strong. Although Kaido lacks formal education and is not an intellectual, having grown up in a tumultuous environment has endowed him with a certain depth of thought, allowing him to grasp Khan's ideals more readily than most. His path has not strayed too far. If Kaido were to become one of the 4 emperors in the future, the significance of their conversation would diminish, perhaps even become entirely moot. Khan had indeed uttered some monumental ideas about toppling the world government, establishing a new order and system, and promoting cultural education. If successful, the seas would usher in a new era, with Kaido as one of its leaders. Having tidied his bedding, Khan approached the window and swiftly drew back the curtains, flooding the room with light as the sun banished the darkness. Kaido seems to be the next protagonist's next chapter. Perhaps he has already been defeated by the main character since my arrival in this world. Khan murmured to himself, uttering a few mundane phrases before stepping out of the door and into the open air. He lifted his gaze to the sky, estimating the time to be around 5 o'clock. The climate near the Hashino Sea had consistently been warm, with frequent rainfall, long days, and short nights, resulting in early dawns. Generally, the pirates residing on Hashino Island also rose early. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. This area was adorned with expansive orchards that harmoniously complemented the surrounding houses, creating a unique landscape that stood out on Hashino Island. The fruits, however, were not yet ripe. Khan gazed at the bountiful trees, extending his hand as a vibrant green light emanated forth. The earth stirred, and a tender sprout emerged from the soil, rapidly growing into a lush fruit tree, reminiscent of the apple trees from his past life, bearing a similar flavor. Yet, the tree that blossomed before Khan, nurtured by his abilities, exuded a rich fragrance, likely possessing fatigue-relieving properties. Compared to the direct healing of milky white light, this method consumed less energy, making it more suitable for revitalizing the team after a battle. Khan, donning a visage of indifference, surveyed his surroundings, confirming that this locale belonged to the faction of Wang Zhi. He surmised that he must have been brought here by Uncle Wang and his associates the previous night. On this island, Khan and Katakuri had carved out a modest territory for themselves, where they typically resided. Although they frequently visited this particular area, their excursions were mostly casual, involving the plucking of delectable fruits to savor the exquisite flavors beyond their usual confines. Khan's swift mastery of the fruit's abilities is intricately linked to the region he inhabits. Without a certain degree of familiarity and affinity with the fruit trees and plants, the powers of the fruit cannot be easily harnessed or swiftly comprehended. Blackbeard's ability to wield the formidable powers of the Tremor fruit stems from decades of meticulous planning, driven by his long-standing desire for his father's fruit. His overt and covert interactions with Whitebeard have endowed him with profound insights and understanding of the Tremor fruit's capabilities. In Khan's perspective, this world is quite fascinating. Strength is interwoven with knowledge, yet they are not entirely synonymous. The depth of one's understanding of the world dictates their future. Similarly, the extent of one's comprehension of the fruit determines the strength of its wielder. The majority of this world is steeped in ignorance, leading to an intriguing outcome. As pirates venture forth into the seas, traversing various realms, they often encounter a multitude of powerful adversaries, vastly outnumbering the strength of the navy. The collective might of the pirates could potentially obliterate the entire world government, provided their powers could unite as one. However, such a scenario is implausible. Prior to the Rock's pirates ascending to dominance, they faced numerous formidable opponents in direct confrontations and fierce battles. Only after establishing themselves as the sovereigns of the sea did they encounter two rival pirate crews, second only to Roger's crew, on the vast ocean. Even if the third and fourth pirate crews may not possess overwhelming combat prowess, their captains are formidable figures, comparable to the most elite pirates. In the naval hierarchy, they would easily qualify as candidates for admiral positions. The 8 Treasure Water Army led by Green Pepper and the World Destroyer Wald had yet to make their names known. Otherwise, the ocean would witness the emergence of a 5th and 6th pirate crew. Khan harbored considerable concern regarding the two unfamiliar pirate crews, uncertain of the roles they might play in God's Valley. These two crews exhibited a profound wariness towards the Rock's pirates, maintaining an exceptionally low profile upon the vast seas. It was rare for even the Navy to catch a glimpse of their presence. The inaction of Rocks left them with no recourse. With the storm clouds gathering, it was indeed a dire predicament. Had they been born 2 decades earlier, it surely would have been an intriguing spectacle. Khan, burdened with profound thoughts, knocked on Wang Zhi's door. Shortly thereafter, the door swung open. "Uncle Wang, are you meditating again?" Khan stood outside the door, clutching his sword. "This is my training." Wang Zhi ceased his meditation and turned his gaze towards Khan. "Your mind is quite disordered. Do not allow such matters to disrupt your tranquility. A child should embrace their youth." Wang Shu's mastery of the sword and his mental state were indeed harmonious. Khan chuckled. "As long as the adults at home are still around, I suppose I shall remain a child." Wang Zhi affectionately ruffled Khan's hair. "Come now. Today I shall take you out to sea. Will we navigate the vast ocean together for a while?" "Indeed," Wang Ji replied, but this journey will include only myself, Kinda, Jim the Navigator, and you, along with Katakuri. Is Katakuri coming along too? Did his mother agree? She did. Chapter 24. No one understands Khan's greatness better than I. Khan discovered Katakuri at the training grounds, fervently engaged in his rigorous regimen. Their mutual cultivation could be aptly described using a contemporary term, a process of incessant competition. Khan inquired, with the impending voyage, why are you still training so diligently? Katakuri ceased his training, brandishing a trident as he approached. Khan, I am aware that there is no training today, yet habits are difficult to alter. Fortunately, this time I am setting sail with Uncle Wang Ji. Otherwise, my mother would certainly forbid me from venturing out to sea, for I am still quite young, and the ocean poses considerable danger for me. I must grow stronger. He had been agitated throughout the night, and even now his excitement remained untempered. In the morning, he sought out his younger siblings, receiving envious glances as they expressed their desire to accompany him on his maritime journey. However, in order to avoid causing any trouble for Uncle Wang Ji, Katakuri resolutely declined their requests. The sea was not a place for frivolous play. Uncle Wang Ji, where is he? He inquired. He has gone to bid farewell to the captain and the others. Uncle Newgate will likely be quite disappointed. He still owes Uncle Wang Ji a drink. With their respective feelings in tow, the two made their way to find Wang Ji, Khan, and the others, who were in the center of the island bidding farewell to Rox and Newgate. Charlotte Lin Lin was, as always, absent, presumably indulging in desserts on her own territory. Women typically prefer not to partake in the drinking rituals of men. Upon spotting Khan, Rox greeted him, but Katakuri was overlooked. For potential alone does not guarantee the attention of this maritime sovereign. The sea is rife with transient pirates. Rox's ascent to his current stature was not merely the result of luck or fate. Kaido soon noticed Khan and the others, his eyes alight with fury as he charged towards them, the sheer force of his presence palpable, causing the ground to tremble. Khan, is Kaido preparing to confront us? Katakuri mused, suggesting that he could have simply asked if I had provoked Kaido. Feeling a bit awkward, Katakuri scratched his head and said, Hehe, Khan. Did you provoke Kaido? Indeed, I did. Katakuri immediately tightened his grip on the trident, fixing a steely gaze upon Kaido, his expression betraying a cold resolve to engage in battle. Alas, Khan, why did you have to depart? Khan's fist instinctively clenched. Kaido rushed over and, before the two onlookers, burst into an uncontrollable fit of tears. He was a man of utmost freedom, unrestrained by societal norms. As a formidable being, he cared not for the opinions of others. He could weep at any moment or laugh heartily, embodying a contradiction to the extreme. Khan, with a stoic expression, stated, I have yet to depart. Keep your distance. Khan, why the sudden desire to leave? Kaido lamented, tears streaming down his face as he cast frantic glances. His pallid complexion hinted at an unspoken concern, and upon closer inspection, it appeared his legs had grown weak, an indication of his apparent exhaustion. Is one so reliant on others that they become feeble? Can the mightiest being of land, sea, and air truly falter? Khan inquired, do you wish to join us? Kaido's eyes sparkled with intensity. Casting a glance around, he noted the absence of Charlotte Lin Lin. Seizing the opportunity to stir up some trouble, Katakuri did not comprehend the unfolding events. Yet he grasped one thing. How on earth did this scoundrel suddenly forge a connection with Khan? What kind of familiarity is this? This is rather troublesome. Khan, driven by curiosity, inquired, are you really on the verge of collapse? Kaido retorted, can you manage? You take over. You are certainly capable. I am not. The words that escaped Kaido's lips were starkly contrasting with his inner thoughts. I am incapable. Khan resolutely dismissed his own limitations. He was still young and wished to grow, not to remain among the diminutive in this world. Why did you have to choose the Charlotte Lin Lin faction back then? The John and Shiki factions would have suited you just fine. Kaido remained silent for a prolonged moment, his expression tinged with melancholy as he replied. The main reason is that she is just too formidable. She insisted on treating me like a younger brother, and I found it difficult to refuse. Khan inhaled sharply. In the land of flowers, there exists a saying, women of the sea are as fierce as the sea kings. There is no doubt about it. Indeed, human males exhibit a shared trait of being drawn to distinctive women. An old man once remarked, those who find it difficult to take an interest in women are either eunuchs or Taoists. Generally speaking, many eunuchs still harbor an affection for women. It is the transgender individuals who are truly devoid of interest in the fairer sex. Katakuri stared menacingly at Kaido, seemingly realizing that being targeted by his mother was indeed no trivial matter. Those men who initially flocked around him only to meet their unfortunate fate deserved it. Oh ho ho ho. Kon, take me to the sea. Kaido finally expressed what had been on his mind. Katakuri furrowed his brow and inquired, Kaido, what exactly are you plotting? Kaido retorted, you insolent brat. Do you comprehend the greatness of Kon? Katakuri suddenly erupted in anger, bellowing. No one understands the greatness of Brother Kon better than I do. You do not comprehend. I do. Kaido and Katakuri exchanged fierce roars, their eyes fixed intently on Kon. As Wadaibe approached to bid farewell to Kon, he arrived on the scene and thought to himself, what is happening here? The atmosphere feels off. It seems there is some personal conflict between Katakuri and Kaido. Wadaibe then inquired with curiosity, are you here to see me off? Yes, he replied. What is going on? Why are Katakuri and Kaido arguing? Kon remarked, the reason for their quarrel lies with me. Wadaibe responded with a question mark. Kon intervened to prevent their quarrel from escalating. The four of them sat together, while nearby, the notorious pirates Rox, Wang Ji, and John observed the amusing scene with great interest. Sister Whitey, I may not understand Kon as well as Uncle Wang Ji does, but he claims I failed to grasp the greatness of Brother Kon. Katakuri clenched his fists, feeling indignant. No one comprehends the greatness of Brother Kon better than I do. Greatness? Whitey's gaze shifted to Kon. Do not listen to their nonsense. Kon felt an inexplicable shyness. The atmosphere had become quite awkward, as the two were arguing from entirely different perspectives. Kaido, unfazed by embarrassment, declared, I conversed with Kon at length last night, and had an extensive discussion with Captain Rox as well. No one understands Kon's greatness better than I do. The tension between the two seemed to escalate towards a confrontation, both parties struggling to restrain their impulses. Should a fight ensue, Katakuri would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage, despite his rapid progress and strength alongside Kon. The gap with Kaido was not easily bridged. Even Kon himself could not be certain of defeating Kaido at this moment. Do not speak of my greatness here, Kon remarked, casting a glance towards Rox, Wang Ji, and the others. John and Shiki were already laughing so hard that tears threatened to spill from their eyes. I have come here to bid a temporary farewell. Chapter 25, Kon vs. Kaido. Kaido placed a wager with Kon. The terms stipulated that neither combatant would wield weapons. If Kaido could fell Kon to the ground and render him immobile within the span of an hour, he would emerge victorious and be allowed to take Kon with him. Conversely, should he fail, he would concede defeat and willingly serve as Kon's subordinate in the future when Kon's strength surpassed his own. Without a moment's hesitation, Kaido accepted the challenge, eager for an opportunity to bind himself to Kon. Victory would grant him the means to escape the clutches of Charlotte Linlin and safeguard his own ambitions. Kaido did not harbor an aversion to Charlotte Linlin's physical form. As an apprentice crewmate, he lacked the prowess of the senior members. Gaining her favor was, in its own right, a badge of honor for him. Yet, their unique physiques rendered the prospect of conception exceedingly difficult, and Charlotte Linlin's fertility was poor. If this continued, within a few short years, he would be drained of vitality. Unable to realize his aspirations, Kaido held no belief that he would be bested, although it posed a challenge to bring Kon down within an hour. The thrill of the endeavor only invigorated him further. Should he find himself outstripped in strength in the future, he would not mind playing the role of a subordinate, aiding the illustrious Kon in their shared pursuit of toppling the world government and establishing a new world. In every consideration, he perceived no loss. Kaha. Though this young rascal is merely an apprentice, his strength should not be underestimated. Hiki. To forfeit his most advantageous swordsmanship in favor of grappling with Kaido? He may find himself swiftly dispatched. Brother Kon will surely prevail. Oh, ho ho ho. Kaido cast aside his kanabo, cracking his knuckles, his blood surging with excitement. It was time to engage in a grand confrontation. Kon entrusted the sword to Katakuri for safekeeping while he engaged in physical activity, adjusting his condition and attuning himself to the powers of the fruit. This battle served as a means to test the evolution of his abilities and to discover more rapid advancements. In stark contrast, the two stood face to face. Kaido towered over 7 meters tall, his imposing physique exuding an overwhelming presence. A breathtaking aura erupted forth, sweeping across the surroundings and establishing dominion in all directions, instantly radiating outward. Bang, bang, bang. One pirate fell, then another, and yet another, collapsing in succession, the closer one ventured to the island's center. The fewer the number of those who fell. Many pirates struggled with blurred consciousness, kneeling on the ground, while even more lay in a state of unconsciousness. Kaido unleashed his Conqueror's Haki with full force. Had Kaido's Conqueror's Haki grown stronger? Rox sensed the shift the moment Kaido released his Haki and scanned the vicinity, noting that a considerable number remained standing unharmed. Khan felt Kaido's overwhelming ambition and the formidable presence of his conqueror's haki, his eyes gleaming with a fierce light. An even more astonishing aura surged skyward, a terrifying force reverberating through the air and tearing apart the earth. Tables shattered, trees splintered, and the ground fissured, leaving a desolate expanse devoid of life within a 100-meter radius. The clash of these two astonishing forces transformed the very fabric of heaven and earth. The pure crimson aura of Khan fiercely clashed with Kaido's black and red energy, their forms serving as the pivotal axis around which the tempest swirled. The clouds roiled, and the earth trembled. The collision of their formidable presences ultimately engulfed the entire island of Hiskino. The sky was rent asunder, the sea boiled with fury, and creatures of the land fled in a frenzied panic. Two forces, emblematic of sovereign prowess, engaged in a battle reminiscent of the Azura. A portion of the beleaguered pirates could not withstand the overwhelming pressure, succumbing to unconsciousness. In the fleeting moment of their clash, Kaido's kingly aura found itself on the back foot, transitioning from dominance to a mere fraction of control, eventually yielding to Khan's relentless advance, which methodically encroached upon him. With a thunderous laugh, Kaido could no longer withstand the onslaught and took the initiative. His massive fist, shrouded in a gleaming black hue of haki, summoned the full might of his muscles, channeling power from his core as he launched a ferocious strike. The wind from his punch sliced through the air, producing a sonic boom that resonated with wild ferocity and terror. Bang! Khan summoned the power of the conqueror's haki, a deep black imbued with crimson patterns, which swiftly enveloped his fingers and the tips of his elbows in a thin layer of prowess. With his arms crossed, he braced against the impending strike. His stance as steadfast as a mountain, firmly rooted to the earth below. He endured the blow without flinching, the full force of it reverberating through his body. A grunt escaped his lips, accompanied by a spatter of blood. He gestured towards Kaido with a defiant wave. At that moment, both were invigorated, their blood surging, bodies ablaze with fervor as they exchanged brutal blows. Each punch landed with visceral impact. Evasion was not an option in this exhilarating clash. A true man does not retreat. Rox cackled with delight, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha." Though Khan's conqueror's haki is not fully unleashed, his fighting spirit is quite pleasing to behold. While absorbing the onslaught, he seems to be honing his skills, as if training with an apprentice. Khan was struck down time and again, only to rise once more, instilling within Kaido an overwhelming sense of despair that deepened with each passing moment. How infuriating. "You shall fall." As an in turn invited by Rox, Kaido possessed unwavering confidence in his physical prowess, convinced that Khan could never match him. Yet, each time he was knocked down, he would rise again. Was this a mere exercise in sit-ups? Why could he not be vanquished? Alas, is my fish truly so feeble? Bang! Kaido, the time has come. I must set sail. Khan caught Kaido's final punch, his black and red arm, enveloped in the armor of haki, shattered once more. This hour-long battle reached its conclusion. The wager was lost by Kaido. Khan swayed slightly, feeling an immense toll on his mental faculties, a coexistence of clarity and haze enveloping his consciousness, as if his entire mind had been emptied, plunging him into a state reminiscent of inebriation. Initially, his fruitability struggled to keep pace with the rhythm of recovery. Yet gradually it stabilized, allowing Khan to withstand Kaido's tempestuous onslaught. This battle proved to be worthwhile. Kaido's assaults were exceedingly effective, and Khan's mastery of his fruitability ascended to a new echelon. Indeed, combat serves as the finest avenue for advancement. Kaido, in his isolation, pondered whether his prolonged association with Charlotte Linlin had influenced him. Regardless, he was resolute in his desire to claim Khan as his own, even if it meant relegating him to the role of an underling in the future. The powerful contender, destined to become one of the future emperors of the sea and the unrivaled champion across land, sea, and sky, conceived a notion, henceforth. When faced with adversaries capable of rising from the ground, regardless of whether they wielded swordsmanship as formidable as Khan's, he must ensure a decisive strike to eliminate them, leaving no opportunity for a resurgence. Khan took a moment to recover, once again activating his fruitability to mend his severely battered visage and heal his physical injuries. However, the fatigue weighing upon his spirit proved difficult to alleviate. His durability and physical strength paled in comparison to Kaido's. Fortunately, he had not sacrificed himself for that mythical beast fruit to Charlotte Linlin. Chapter 26. The First Voyage. I Lost the Bet. In an unexpected moment of hesitation, Kaido's character revealed the depth of his regard for Khan, as well as a reluctance to be exploited by Charlotte Linlin. This battle was truly exhilarating. As Khan regained his physical and mental composure, he activated his fruitability once more, allowing a magnificent fruit tree to sprout in his palm. He plucked several fruits and tossed them to Kaido, remarking, "Your physical prowess is astonishing. I believe you would rank among the top 5 in our pirate crew." "Not among the top 5 in strength," Kaido replied, in good spirits, as he swallowed several fruits whole. With his kanabo slung over his shoulder, he swaggered towards Charlotte Lean's territory, waving his hand and adding, "When we meet again, I hope you have grown stronger. A remarkable individual like you cannot afford to perish too soon." Kaido emanated a sense of tragic heroism, reminiscent of the lines. "The wind whispers through the cold waters of the Ishue. Once a brave warrior departs, he shall not return." Kon gazed at his retreating figure. There could be no better target for Kaido to hone his devil fruit abilities than him. Indeed, he seemed more suited for the task than Katakuri. It was somewhat difficult to part ways. Wei Daibe tilted his head and remarked, "Why do I have the feeling he is heading towards his demise?" Katakuri, "Kahaha. Remarkable lad. Kurilalala. You've done splendidly. It is quite possible that you may surpass Wang Ji in the future." Wang Ji's lips curled into a faint smile. He relished hearing such words. The prospect of an esteemed junior surpassing him was, indeed, a fortunate occurrence in life. Katakuri and Wei Daibe exchanged words of encouragement such as "well done" and "impressive," reflecting a typical camaraderie among teammates. Kon, feeling somewhat narcissistic, basked in the moment before Wei Daibe respectfully inquired, "Father, may I see them off?" Newgate responded with hearty laughter, Go ahead, my dear daughter." With that, the group prepared to set forth. Kon, Katakuri, and Wei Daibe followed Wang Ji to the harbor. On the surface of the sea floated a small vessel, the means by which they would embark on their maritime journey. Wei Daibe whispered, "This boat seems rather small. Did Uncle Wang Ji not bring the crew along?" Hearing this, Kinda smiled and replied, "They will not accompany us." "Oh," Wei Daibe nodded, waving his hand. "I shall take my leave here. May you have a safe journey." Katakuri waved goodbye and said, "Farewell, Sister Weidy." Kon leaped onto the small boat, leaning against the railing, and beckoned with his finger. A thick, long vine emerged from the ground, swiftly wrapping around Wei Daibe's body, encircling him several times. Wei Daibe teased, "This vine of yours is rather mediocre." Kon gazed into her eyes, recognizing that for my sword, the mere moment of ensnaring the opponent sufficed. After bidding farewell, Katakuri leapt onto the vessel, turning his back to Wei Daibe, tears streaming down his face, as if the sorrow of parting weighed heavily upon his tender 9-year-old heart. It became evident that separation was indeed a profoundly sorrowful affair. This voyage would lead Kon and Katakuri away from the familiar shores and beloved faces, embarking towards uncharted territories and unknown souls. Along the coastline, the vines entwined around Wei Daibe bore blossoms of pristine white, quite beautiful indeed. Yet, the vines withered swiftly, and one by one, the petals fell to the ground, taking on heart-shaped forms. Ha ha ha. It is often said that girls in their formative years exhibit greater maturity than boys. Girls of the sea, even more so. Was this a mark upon me? A clever ruse turned against me. Wei Daibe smiled softly and turned back towards the island. The lingering fragrance upon her body attested to the existence of the vines and blossoms that had previously graced her presence. On the sea, the small ship set sail, navigating the waves and winds towards the horizon. Katakuri's sorrow transformed into exhilaration as he set sail. It was his inaugural journey across the sea. Like Kon, he had long yearned for the vastness of the ocean but had never been afforded the opportunity to truly embrace its expanse. "Brother Kon, the sea is immense." "Brother Kon, the winds and waves feel so delightful." "Brother Kon, we have embarked upon our voyage." Katakuri was brimming with excitement on the small boat, bouncing around with an enthusiasm that may even surpass that of Luffy when he first set sail. Even a modest vessel could ignite such fervor in a young man. "Brother Kon, what is this peculiar creature?" Katakuri inquired, noticing Kon tinkering with a being that bore a striking resemblance to a snail. Filled with curiosity, he approached, scrutinizing it closely. "Is this thing edible?" Katakuri let out a slurp, fully aware of the exceptional skills possessed by Kon. The phone bug, which had previously been leisurely resting in Kon's palm, instantly displayed a look of fear, a remarkably human expression. It instinctively tightened its grip on the fingers of the person beside it, a silent plea for help. Upon encountering the telephone bug, Katakuri was taken aback, exclaiming, "It can actually understand my words. Could this creature truly be a telephone bug?" Indeed, Kon, while feeding the creature, elucidated, "Uncle Wang just gifted it to me, instructing me to treat it well." "Wow, the telephone bug is quite expensive. Most people cannot afford it," Katakuri remarked. I heard from my mother that this marvelous creature can facilitate communication between two individuals separated by vast distances across the sea. Gently, Katakuri extended a finger to touch the little creature, conveying his goodwill. My apologies, little one. I should not have claimed to have eaten you. The telephone bug, seemingly endowed with a unique ability to sense human emotions, quickly shed its fear of Katakuri and affectionately nuzzled against him. The telephone bug serves as a bridge for communication, adeptly mimicking the expressions and tones of the human on the other end of the line. Khan, you possess such vast knowledge. There are many books on the island. Hee. I become dizzy just from reading. Khan and Katakuri began an engaging discourse on a small vessel, each harboring a profound yearning and anticipation for the vast ocean. As they ventured into the sea, an indescribable sensation enveloped their hearts. Meanwhile, during their exchange, Wang Ji, Kinda, and Jim were preoccupied with their respective tasks. Although the boat was modest in size, it was equipped with all essential amenities. Before long, Katakuri found himself hungry. Upon Khan's suggestion, they decided to first visit the kitchen. However, they were soon caught by Kinda, who expelled the two gluttons from the kitchen, instructing them to catch some sea creatures to ensure an adequate supply of meat. Khan, it seems there is no meat in the kitchen. It must be that fearing the lack of vegetables while sailing the seas, only vegetables were brought along. Then let us go catch some sea creatures. The thought alone fills me with excitement. Upon reaching the ocean, Katakuri experienced true freedom and passionately exclaimed, Khan, let us compete to see who can catch more sea creatures, or who can catch the larger ones. My luck is usually quite good. You are destined to lose. Khan, with a rather childish remark, picked up the fishing rods that Kinda had prepared for them and headed to the edge of the ship to fish for sea creatures. Khan, I will not be defeated. Chapter 27, The New World, seeking continued reading. On the ocean, Khan and Katakuri eagerly competed to catch sea creatures. After all, entertainment options on the sea are quite limited. Without the presence of women, prolonged voyages can become rather dull. The majority of pirate crews differ greatly from the Straw Hat Pirates, who revel in their whimsical adventures. For most pirates, the journey at sea tends to be the most monotonous phase, and even the Straw Hat Pirates would experience exuberance upon spotting land after an extended voyage. Khan and Katakuri were embarking on their maiden voyage, filled with immense curiosity about the vastness of the sea and all its wonders. They engaged in a contest to catch the mighty sea kings, truly formidable creatures measuring dozens of meters in length. However, neither of them regarded these beasts with much esteem, discarding them back into the depths unless they deemed the taste worthy. Khan, this magnificent beast of approximately 15 meters is exceptionally delectable. I recall you prepared it for me a year ago, Katakuri remarked, his mouth watering at the memory of that exquisite culinary delight, his craving intensifying with each passing moment. Khan expressed his astonishment, recalling that this type of marine creature was quite delectable, its flesh ranking among the finest in the compendium of sea beasts. However, due to its scarcity, it commanded a rather exorbitant price, typically reserved for the nobility and royalty. Commoners who encountered such creatures at sea without reporting them, or who chose to hoard them privately, faced the dire penalty of death. Katakuri expressed his frustration, stating that the nobility and royalty were utterly despicable, as the common folk struggled to fill their bellies. However, he acknowledged their own inability to effect change, understanding that it was paramount to take care of himself and his younger siblings. He recalled his mother speaking of a vision to establish a nation where all races could coexist peacefully with humanity. A land called Wangua, where everyone would be nourished and free from the tyranny of nobles, royalty, and pirates. Upon hearing these words, Khan was reminded of the future dominion established by the formidable Charlotte Linlin, a nation indeed commendable. Despite the occasional madness of Linlin, the majority of common folk, in contrast to the desolate world outside, yearned to join her realm, even hoping to become a part of it. How lamentable is this world? The irrationality of certain regulations is astounding. It is said that in some nations on the brink of collapse, the celestial tax has been levied for a century, and failure to comply is tantamount to asserting that the world government will fall within 100 years, an act of utter disrespect. The world government would resort to naval enforcement. One can only imagine the hardships endured by the populace of those nations. The so-called order upon the seas is hardly distinguishable from chaos. It serves merely to uphold the corrupt dominion of the elite. Were it not for sheer desperation, most would be loath to venture forth and embrace piracy. The life of a pirate is fraught with uncertainty, burdened by the constant threat of bounty hunters, the navy, and rival pirates, a far cry from an enviable profession. The majority of pirates dwell in the lower echelons, while the truly illustrious are few and far between. Driven to sea by necessity with no glimmer of hope, many pirates nurture malevolence in their hearts. In a world devoid of promise, they resolve to live for today, making the most of their fleeting existence. A vicious cycle ensues. After Khan and his companions set sail, another high-ranking member of the Rocks Pirates, Charlotte Linlin, ventured into the ocean as well. Despite her formidable strength, she found it challenging to attract truly exceptional pirates, as the men of the sea often harbored reservations towards women. Rather than squander time on the island of Hiskino, she sought to find more men to secure her vision of a grand nation. Kaido, with great reluctance, was compelled to accompany Linlin on her voyage. This future king of combat, destined to be the strongest in land, sea, and air, now served merely as a means for Linlin to alleviate her boredom at sea. What a humiliating chapter in history. The latter half of the sea, conquered by rocks, was dubbed the New World, symbolizing a realm reborn. Some assert that it embodies Rock's ambition to dominate the seas, while others believe it reflects his audacious spirit. Nevertheless, this title garnered universal acknowledgement across the oceans. Even though few in the future may recall that Rocks was the one to coin the term, New World will undoubtedly echo through the annals of time. Khan. The waters we navigate are called the New World. I heard my mother say it was named by Captain Rocks. After our pirate crew conquers this region, it will forever be known as the New World. This name has spread far across the seas, and Captain Rocks has undeniably become a maritime sovereign. When it comes to audacity and deeds, the future pirate king, Roger, aside from reaching Raftel and proclaiming the existence of the great treasure, left behind a trail of chaos, meeting his end in obscurity. In many respects, he pales in comparison to Rocks, and in significant ways, even to Shiki. Before his demise, he uttered a grandiloquent statement, shrouded in ambiguity, igniting the age of exploration. Roger's proclamation was merely a prelude, a spark to ignite the flames of adventure. Khan, I shall prevail. Katakuri felt a tremendous pull from the depths of the sea, a force fierce enough to threaten his very being, incomparable to the sea beast he had previously caught. With a resounding crash, Katakuri collided with the railing, straining as he clutched the fishing rod, resolutely refusing to let go. Khan gently touched the fishing rod in his hand. In such a brief span of time, has he truly caught a sea king? Is it merely with this rod, specifically designed for capturing marine beasts? Out at sea, the fortunate Kakuri managed to reel in a near 200-meter-long sea king, nearly capsizing their small boat. Ultimately, it was Wang Ji who intervened. With a swift motion, the air was filled with the essence of his swordsmanship. That formidable sea king was transformed into exquisite, flawless morsels of culinary delight. Khan selected several prime cuts, leaving behind approximately hundreds of tons of exquisite sea king meat. Uncle Wang Ji's swordsmanship was remarkably impressive. The sea king had been meticulously divided, and such an abundance of meat would sustain them for quite some time. Katakuri, rarely witnessing the prowess of a great pirate, found himself profoundly captivated by Wang Ji's technique. It was imperative to preserve the meat properly, lest it spoil swiftly. Khan beckoned Katakuri to assist with the chores. As both of their appetites were substantial, indeed, the appetites of formidable beings of the sea are never modest. However, the sea king meat, along with some beastly flesh, would suffice for an extended period. The vast ocean is fraught with peril. For instance, the sea kings, against whom the majority of the world's populace stands no chance. It is indeed a rare occurrence for Khan and Katakuri, at such a young age, to effortlessly vanquish a sea king. Additionally, the ocean's capricious weather poses its own challenges. One moment it hails, the next it snows, and then ferocious winds arise. The fluctuations in climate are exceedingly extreme, leaving Khan in awe. It is no wonder that communication between islands is tremendously arduous. The common folk do not necessarily struggle to survive. Rather, many might choose to never venture into the sea throughout their lives. The perils of piracy offer no glimmer of hope or future. Most astonishing of all is the phenomenon of the undulating current. This current, found in the New World's waters, exhibits signs of either rising or descending in different areas. Chapter 28. The 8-Foot Lady, seeking continued reading. For 3 consecutive days, Khan and his companions navigated the vast ocean, encountering peculiar weather phenomena on multiple occasions. Thanks to the seasoned navigator, Jim, they continued their journey across the waters without incident. Throughout this period, Katakuri remained in a state of unbridled excitement, relishing the hail as it fell and playfully licking the snowflakes, showing little regard for the harsh climatic conditions. He held unwavering trust in Khan, Wang Ji, and the others. On the open sea, there was no place safer than their little vessel. Katakuri leaned against the ship's railing, exclaiming, "Brother Khan, is that a magnificent waterfall ahead?" Khan followed the direction indicated by Katakuri, observing as their small vessel drifted along the current towards the edge of the sea, akin to being upstream of a waterfall. Katakuri. This is certainly no waterfall. Khan was somewhat taken aback. The rare phenomenon of undulating currents described in the books had manifested before him. Little ones, he remarked. You are indeed fortunate. The undulating current, seasoned navigator Jim has weathered many storms and remains unperturbed. However, encountering such currents in the New World is far from fortuitous, typically. A fleet's survival hangs by a thread in such circumstances. Undulating currents, quite literally, transform the sea's surface into a series of undulations. Khan and his companion's small vessel rested precariously on the surface of the sea, teetering on the brink of the abyss. A step forward would plunge them into the depths, while a retreat might grant them a fleeting reprieve from their fate. Should the ship descend from its lofty position, the lives of those aboard would truly rest in the hands of fate. Fortunately, tales of survival do exist, for without such accounts, they would not have been inscribed in the annals of history, much like the legendary Sky Islands, which have indeed been visited and are verifiably real. These wondrous isles are preserved in literature through the medium of storytelling. Khan gazed at the small vessel as it gracefully drifted toward the cusp of the ocean, his heart serene amidst the tumult. Those endowed with the powers of fruit abilities harbored a profound fear of the sea, confronted with such circumstances. Most would feel a gnawing unease. The mere chance of falling into the water without succumbing to death did little to assuage their fears, as once submerged. Escape seemed an insurmountable challenge. Fortunately, such predicaments posed little significant threat to them. Suddenly, Wang Ji emerged from the cabin, leaping to the bow of the ship, drawing his sword with a flourish. With a remarkable fusion of skill and sword energy, he cleaved the surrounding waters into myriad fragments. The small boat floated atop one of these shattered pieces, while the larger volumes of water cascaded down, seamlessly reassembling to form a passage through which the vessel could glide downward. Before long, the group found themselves safely adrift upon the tranquil sea. Katakuri exclaimed in astonishment. Khan could not help but be awed by the formidable power possessed by the strong in this world, individual strength capable of overturning an entire nation. A vast expanse of sea shattered into fragments, reconstituted in midair. Such is the sheer irrationality of power. Do the swordsmen in this world truly prefer grand techniques over simple strikes? Days later, the group arrived at an island without any uncertainties. Khan and Katakuri stepped onto this new land with differing emotions, as neither had formally ventured into the ocean before. The moment they set foot on the new island, Katakuri felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. At Kenda's suggestion, the group set out to procure their desired items, agreeing to reconvene at a designated time before proceeding to their next destination. Khan and Katakuri temporarily part ways. They do not need to be inseparable at every moment, as each has their distinct path of growth. The island outside Hashikino resembles a temperate monsoon climate, with the rainy season yet to arrive. The environment is splendid, bustling with life, and the architecture and commerce appear to be thriving, suggesting that the island's economy is relatively sound. Amidst the ebb and flow of people, the absence of despair and numbness in the eyes of the common folk indicates that the circumstances of this island are not too dire. Khan took a moment to survey his surroundings, seeking a direction to investigate the specifics of the island while simultaneously procuring special nourishment for his telephone worm to ensure its optimal growth. The significance of the telephone worm is akin to that of a life card, while the life card allows familiar individuals to ascertain each other's well-being. The telephone worm facilitates long-distance communication, serving as an exceptional platform for global interaction. This world possesses projection technology. Should someone succeed in enhancing the telephone worm with advanced scientific capabilities, it is conceivable that an internet for telephone worms could be invented, thereby connecting the entire world and fostering a sense of unity. Such an advancement would undoubtedly accelerate the development between islands. Khan does not believe that this world lacks intelligent individuals. Rather, it suffers from the absence of those who dare to take the first step, those who will raise their voices in defiance. On the pristine and orderly streets, a piercing cry erupted. How dare you, you wretched creature? You presume to cast your contemptible gaze upon me. The sharp and scornful tone drew the attention of passers-by. Yet most merely glanced before returning to their own affairs, indifferent. I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon. A ragged little beggar pleaded in a tone of abject humility, fearful of inciting the ire of the seemingly noble figure before him. This altercation stemmed from the beggar's envious glance directed at the well-dressed noble, who, feeling insulted by the beggar's gaze, unleashed a torrent of verbal abuse. In this world, human life is as insignificant as weeds. Beat him to a pulp. Several individuals, presumably guards, raised their fists and unleashed a flurry of blows upon the unfortunate beggar, who could only shield his head and hunch his body to mitigate the impact of the assault. The surrounding crowd remained largely apathetic and numb, with only a few offering fleeting glances of pity and some even applauding the cruelty. Khan observed the scene without intervening. It was impossible for him to assist every unfortunate soul. Helping one in a fleeting moment would not alleviate their plight for eternity. While his intervention might provide temporary relief, once he departed, the world would remain afflicted. This world does not require the unfeeling mechanisms of cold-heartedness, nor does it need an overflow of saintly compassion. After the encounter, the little beggar limped away on the path homeward. Khan silently trailed behind, traversing a narrow alley, plunging into an entirely different realm. Constrained, filthy, chaotic, and dilapidated. This is the stark reality beneath the surface. To truly comprehend a world, one must gaze upon its shadowy facets rather than fixating solely on its opulence. The dark side serves as a reflection, while the prosperous facade remains but a mere illusion. Khan inexplicably recalled this phrase. This island, as depicted in literature, is a relatively prosperous place. The written word holds a semblance of truth, at least presenting a facade of flourishing vitality. Khan discreetly unleashed his abilities, healing the little beggar before turning to seek out places that piqued his interest. An hour later, he was approached by a voice. "What are you searching for, little brother?" "I'm looking for something intriguing." Khan felt a fiery gaze upon him and turned to see a woman nearly 3 meters tall. Adorned in a black top hat and a white formal gown, her complexion slightly pallid, smiling elegantly, with a mere glance and a smile. She exuded an air of refined nobility. "Would you care to join your sister in some amusement?" In the dimly lit surroundings, this strikingly voluptuous woman, embodying an aura of noble sophistication, extended an invitation to Khan. Her pristine white low-cut gown accentuated her curvaceous form, reminiscent of turbulent waves, while the mysterious depths of the sea evoked profound contemplation about the nature of one's gaze. Compared to the opulent, fragrant noble he had encountered earlier, this lady possessed a more genuine aristocratic essence, perpetually radiating elegance and unique charm. She was indeed remarkable. In Khan's memory, she ranked just below the high-ranking officer Charlotte Linlin of the pirate crew and a giantess among the officers. In a world where the average size hovered around AG, this woman surpassed it. "And who might you be?" Khan scrutinized the lady before him with a skeptical gaze. Their encounter had been entirely serendipitous, and he had not intended to engage in conversation, yet she had approached him with intent. "Just call me Sister Miller," the towering lady said, bowing deeply with genuine sincerity. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Madam Miller. What sort of amusement do you propose?" Khan, sword in arms, remained uncertain of her intentions, for it was not in his nature to take life indiscriminately. "And what is your name?" Lady Miller inquired in return. Khan replied, "The King." Miller, captivated, blushed and remarked, "What a formidable name. Your eyes are truly mesmerizing." "Khan, this woman seems to have significant issues. Come with me, young man." Miller beckoned. "You haven't mentioned anything entertaining. I came in search of intriguing places." Khan arrived here to explore if there were any unique forces at play. Generally, the darker aspects of an island are often shrouded in sinister influences. These powers tend to conceal themselves quite effectively, and he had yet to uncover them. Miller smiled gently, saying, "Your attire is impeccably clean, and a young man with such elegance and refinement cannot possibly belong to this island. You must have come from elsewhere. Instead of venturing into the bustling city, you've chosen to come here, likely to participate in the upcoming underground auction. Allow me to guide you." "An underground auction? How fascinating." Khan remained deep in thought when a woman named Miller approached with graceful strides, effortlessly taking his hand and guiding him forward. "Mrs. Miller, are you truly taking me to the auction?" "If you intend to abduct children, I shall not hesitate to contact the authorities," Khan babbled childishly, his demeanor calm as he discreetly surveyed his surroundings. Miller merely turned her head, offering him a gentle smile. "Oh, I wouldn't." The woman's back was exposed, revealing large expanses of smooth, delicate skin, displaying a perilous vulnerability and allure. Khan gently touched his own back with his remaining hand. He longed to give her a cupping therapy session. Such a splendid back is a rarity. He had learned techniques of acupressure, massage, and body care from the elder, with the aim of maintaining his physical condition, and had even pursued this as a profession for a period of time. Khan was led by the hand through various dim and damp alleyways, twisting and turning for the better part of half an hour. Eventually, they arrived at a brightly lit establishment, a building that could be considered luxurious, reminiscent of a club. Is this place reputable? Khan inquired just before stepping through the entrance. Turning to ask a man in black beside him, "Why are you silent? I asked you whether this place is respectable." The two entered the building. A guard in black, surprised, remarked, "How could Madam Miller bring along a naive child?" Another man in black chuckled, "You underestimate the vitality of youth. That child is indeed delicate and appealing. It's hard to decide whom to envy." Upon entering the interior, the opulent decor starkly contrasted with the surrounding squalor and decay, creating a world entirely apart. The hall was sparsely populated, with most attendees adorned in masks, their demeanor revealing they were individuals of considerable means. Otherwise, they would not indulge in such frivolity, seeking to enrich their lives and elevate their cultural experiences. "Madam Miller, the child you brought is truly delightful," many masked figures greeted her, indicating her distinguished status in this realm, where she was clearly a woman of substance, not a mere figment of some bizarre imagination. Upon first sighting her, Khan felt an unsettling dissonance. She seemed out of place, her very presence exuding an uncanny vitality. Yet, the essence of life he sensed was somewhat distinct from that of an ordinary person. "Here we are," Madam Miller said, releasing Khan's hand and summoning a scantily clad female attendant. "Prepare him well." Khan did not hesitate to grasp the hand of the young waitress. "What are you dawdling for?" "Take me to the auction," he said, casting a disdainful glance at the girl. He pondered what actions to take next. After all, Madame 8 Feet was merely a tool. Despite any complexity she may possess, a small, insignificant island could never compare to even a single hair of the Rock's pirates. Certainly, please follow me." "The auction is set to commence in an hour and a half," the young girl replied, her gaze instinctively lingering on Khan's appearance. Her cheeks tinged with a hint of shyness. "I will ensure the utmost service for the guest." After a brief moment, they entered the private room. Khan reclined languorously on the bed, while a young girl perched upon his back, glistening with perspiration. Her massage skills were indeed remarkable, and her attentiveness was commendable. "Dear guest, our services do not encompass such activities," she gently reminded him, her hands weary from the exertion. "What?" Khan exclaimed, taken aback. Having once worked in a similar capacity, he was well aware of the nuances involved. Without hesitation, he retrieved some money from his clothing and handed it to the girl, urging her to continue without pause. She accepted the money with a wry smile and resumed her task. She was the maidservant of Mrs. Miller, having come prepared for such an encounter. Yet, she found herself questioning the necessity of this endeavor. An hour later, the girl lay despondently on the bed, her body drenched, her complexion flushed, gasping for breath as if her hands no longer belonged to her. After finishing his bath, Khan emerged in a leisurely manner. Upon his exit, he noticed a young woman on the bed, gazing at him with a look of sorrow. It was supposed to be her role to assist him with his bath and provide some special services in the process. Now, however, her hands felt numb. "I have told you, I am not that kind of girl," she lamented. "I offer a more pleasurable kind of service." "And what might that be?" Khan inquired. His eyes clouded with confusion. Suddenly, he found clarity, as if a light had dawned upon him. Grabbing the telephone bug that clung to his thigh, he tapped it a few times. The telephone bug, evidently understanding his intent, promptly dialed a number. "Hello, is this the Navy? I wish to report something." Chapter 30. I report myself for solicitation. Please continue reading. In the tranquil lounge of the Navy headquarters, the Marshal was abruptly roused from his slumber by the jarring sound of the ringing phone. In an instant, he retrieved all his office telephone bugs and arranged them in a line. "Huh? Where is that sound coming from? Who dares to disturb my rest with a call?" He fumed. "Wasn't it agreed that we would wait until everyone was present for the meeting tomorrow? If this isn't a call from Little Crane, I swear I will turn whoever it is into a dog." This rather unorthodox Navy Marshal, clearly displeased, searched for quite some time before recalling a telephone bug he hadn't used in ages. Could it be that one? A telephone bug materialized in the Marshal's hand, its familiarity striking a chord within him. After a moment of contemplation, he exclaimed, "Wang Ji, you scoundrel, you still remember to call me. You should have told me back then. I would have sorted it out for you. Now look, the world government has branded you a pirate, and I am powerless to help you. You, of all people, haven't called me even once in all these years. Is the Rock's pirates that enticing? If you turn over a new leaf now, we could still be good friends." After a lengthy monologue, the Navy Marshal finally connected the call, only to find himself at a loss for words after rehearsing his emotions for so long. Is the Navy really this inefficient? Time is money, and you are utterly unreliable. No wonder so many civilians distrust the Navy. It is entirely deserved. At that moment, a still immature voice came through the other end of the line. The Navy Marshal, perplexed, responded, "Huh? Who are you? You ask me who I am? Are you even part of the Navy?" "Yes, I am," the Marshal replied, feeling a twinge of guilt at the apparent dissatisfaction from the other side. "That's all I need to know. I am reporting someone for engaging in illicit activities at a legitimate establishment." The Navy doesn't handle that." "What? I must address this matter." "Could you be more specific?" "All right. Here is the situation. You solicited? You are reporting yourself." "Indeed, my noble character cannot condone such actions." The Navy Marshal was taken aback, momentarily forgetting his duties, and pressed further. "Is such behavior common in legitimate establishments? Aren't you a Navy operator? Be careful, or I will report you to the Navy Marshal. Will you take action or not? It is already difficult to survive at sea. They are merely trying to make a living. Why not spare them from reporting? You sound like a decent Navy officer. That's fine. What is the reward for reporting? How much berries will the Navy give me? You still want berries? Is that a problem? I performed a righteous act, yet you won't even offer a reward? All right, I will give you something. How old are you?" "I am 10. "What? At 10 years old, you should still be playing in the mud," he advised. "You are too young. Some things are beyond your grasp. Just forget it. I doubt you can even provide a reward." The Navy Marshal's heart was a whirlwind of emotions. "What is going on? How did you manage to call me? Who exactly are you?" On the other end of the line, having indulged in massages and baths, Khan suddenly recalled all his scattered thoughts. He had left home at the tender age of 10, reporting his father and earning his first pot of gold. Using the telephone bug was merely a means to test its functionality. He had called the Navy to see what kind of individual would answer a randomly dialed telephone bug. However, the swift change in the Navy officer's tone had created a palpable tension in the room, sending a chill through Khan as he felt a momentary shock. This was no ordinary Navy officer. He possessed a presence that was formidable. Khan retorted, "Who are you?" "I am an admiral of the Navy." "An admiral, you say? Do you believe I am rocks?" The voice on the other end of the transponder caused Khan to question his judgment. Could this naval officer truly be a fool, able to connect so effortlessly to an admiral? "I am indeed an admiral." "And I am the maritime overlord, Rocks." "Are you not the son of Wang Ji? Are you truly an admiral of the Navy?" Khan recalled an unfounded rumor, suggesting that Wang Ji had once roamed alongside the admiral of this era during their youth. Perhaps during that time, they exchanged contact information via transponder? Silence enveloped the other end of the line. Khan fell silent as he wandered outside. He habitually disguised himself as a child. It was not a complete disguise. With adults present at home, embodying the innocence of youth was hardly a flaw. "You are quite clever. Is it true that all of Wang Ji's offspring are so remarkable? The talented have all chosen the path of piracy, leaving only the remainder to serve in the Navy. Were it not for the Navy's ability to mobilize forces and systematically dismantle the great pirates, the seas would have long been thrown into chaos. Presently, the Rocks pirates, isolated from the rest, have instilled a sense of alarm within the naval headquarters. Should conflict ensue, regardless of the outcome, the Navy's hierarchy would undoubtedly undergo a complete overhaul. I am not the son of Uncle Wang. I recognize who you are now. The child taken away by Wang Ji has grown up. Do not harbor resentment towards the Navy. If you must direct your ire, let it be towards the aristocrats of this world. A child nurtured by Wang Ji would naturally refrain from harming the common folk. In those days, the nobility disregarded the lives of countless civilians for their own gain, while the Navy headquarters was tasked with suppressing the disobedient populace. That island was a scene of carnage. Such brutal realities are commonplace in this world. Most nobles are far from virtuous. Only a handful possess commendable character, all meticulously documented by the fleet admiral in a ledger, serving as a beacon of hope for upholding justice. Khan wished to express more. Yet the silence from the other end of the line indicated that there was nothing left to discuss. Khan was not disheartened. Perhaps this naval commander once shared a complex relationship with Wang Ji, yet their differing positions and the burdens of distinct expectations and beliefs set them apart. When they encountered each other upon the vast sea, mutual understanding would prevail, and they would indulge in laughter and revelry, only to later engage in fierce combat for their very lives. The same could be said for pirates, even if they had once sailed together on the same ship. Having since formed their own pirate crews, their meetings would evoke nostalgia for the days of yore, filled with laughter and camaraderie. Alongside the inevitable clash where only one would survive, it was indeed a pity not to have been part of the previous era. Khan set down the telephone bug and shifted his gaze to the bed, where a girl was staring at him with wide, captivating eyes, seemingly taken aback by his earlier words. Chapter 31. A child driving a large ship? Seeking continued reading. Are you a naval officer? No, I am an upright young man. The girl's expression turned peculiarly strange. She trembled uncontrollably, her face flushed with a deep crimson as she struggled to rise from the bed, leaning against the wall for support. She had initially expected a boy around her age, only to discover he was merely a 10-year-old child. Her excitement surged. However, she could not bear the thought of close proximity. The girl had no desire to remain in that room for even a moment longer. Khan observed the empty room and casually pulled a chair closer, exhibiting no signs of anxiety. Had they not mentioned an auction? Surely, someone would arrive to summon him at the appointed time. That woman, Mrs. Miller, could not possibly abandon him here so easily. Khan closed his eyes, enveloped in darkness, allowing his senses to amplify. While honing his abilities, he sought to empty his mind and attune himself to his surroundings, striving to transcend the barriers of observation haki and extend his perception. The mastery of observation haki demands a greater degree of innate talent compared to armament haki. Khan has only begun to grasp the fundamentals of Kinbunchika haki, and his proficiency can be likened to a rudimentary form akin to one of the 6 styles, known as paper drawing. However, unlike paper drawing, which relies on relinquishing all bodily strength to manipulate the airflow created by an opponent's movements, allowing one to evade attacks with the grace of paper, Khan's Kinbunchika haki is predicated on the ability to sense an enemy's attack and prepare his body for preemptive action. While this may sound impressive, Khan's effectiveness is largely attributed to his experience and awareness. Presently, he has yet to attain the mastery necessary to expand his Kinbunchiku, rendering it less practical compared to Busashoka haki. Nonetheless, should he reach a higher level of Kinbunchiku in the future, it would undoubtedly prove invaluable. It can be said that any form of haki, when honed to its zenith, can empower an individual to become a formidable force. In the room, various plants quickly adorned the space, with walls entwined by creeping vines and ivy, interspersed with delicate white blossoms to soften the verdant ambience. Matters of seafood trade, auctions, and the sale of young maidens were soon cast aside by Khan, who had indulged in the legitimate services available. He held no interest in anything untoward, nor did he harbor any desire to be considered a comrade by others. After all, he was merely 10 years old, a child still. What to do? He reported us to the Navy. The girl leaned against the wall, voicing her concerns to her companions. A woman from the Pleasure District scoffed. Report to the Navy? If that were effective, the world wouldn't be in such disarray. Surviving is a feat in itself. I would rather perish here. Her disdain echoed the sentiment that the Navy only cared for the aristocracy and noble lineage, leaving the common folk to fend for themselves. Indeed, the Navy is no different. If they were to arrive, it would be as our guests. What was the purpose of bringing me here instead of to the auction? In the dimly lit basement, Khan surveyed the surroundings, noting numerous jars filled with gleaming gems. Are they still storing such trinkets? At that moment, Madame Miller, clad in an exceedingly revealing crimson gown, swirled her wine glass, her gaze towards Khan imbued with possessiveness. The suppressed truths within her could no longer be concealed. This woman, whose demeanor had transformed into a sultry and beguiling presence, slowly drained her glass, licking her lips. Did you bring me here without inquiring whether I reported you to the Navy? Khan caught a whiff of blood in the air. Was the wine glass filled with blood? Madame Miller opened her moist, inviting red lips, enticingly stating, well, the Navy pays no heed to the plight of us commoners. Such trivial matters are beneath their concern, for their focus lies solely in preserving the interests of the elite. Upon witnessing this, Khan shrugged and declared, indeed, there is no auction. One could have surmised that the odds of an auction for such an island are exceedingly slim, let alone fortuitously encountering one. The words of a beautiful woman are utterly unreliable. Had it been an ordinary man or someone unable to restrain their baser instincts, they might have found themselves ensnared, oblivious to their own demise. Khan was not the least bit surprised by his predicament. Rather, he found himself increasingly intrigued by certain matters. What could be the true intentions of this Mrs. Miller, whose real name remained uncertain? It seemed as though she believed she had him completely under her thumb. Could it be that his youthful visage, marked by a hint of baby fat, led to such underestimation? How could that be? Dear little brother, it is with genuine sincerity that I seek your company for a game. Mrs. Miller's face radiated a gentle smile, exuding an air of elegant allure. A striking juxtaposition of tenderness and seduction that was simply irresistible. A game? What sort of game? Khan lifted the phone bug affixed to his thigh, raising it high. Should it pertain to adult games, I would not hesitate to report you to the Navy, with the reporting officer being a naval admiral. Tell me, would you tremble at that prospect? Oh, how terrifying. Yet, would such a prominent figure truly cast a glance upon the so-called commoners? If it were him, I believe he would. Khan held a favorable impression of the admiral. Upon seeing the woman before him was not deranged, he selected a seat and sat across from her. Engaging in conversation with an interesting person could indeed prove to be quite delightful. Mrs. Miller gazed at Khan with a hint of surprise in her eyes, as if she had not encountered such an amusing little fellow before. She grew curious, remarking on his youth and limited experiences, expressing her hope that he would never come to know certain grim realities. Perhaps, like the act of plucking out someone's eyes? Khan pointed towards the jars on the counter, each containing a brilliant gem, the eyes of humanity. If I am not mistaken, these bottles are filled with human eyes? Aren't they exquisite? Mrs. Miller crossed her legs nonchalantly, unbothered by the sudden exposure. Through my artistry, their eyes have been transformed into the most exquisite works of art, eternally preserving that perfect moment. How did you come to focus on me? I have a daughter who yearns for the outside world, often sneaking away to realms unsuitable for her. Upon her return this time, she encountered a noble woman. Mrs. Miller's voice trembled slightly, as if she were straining to contain something. A daughter? This is a married woman. No wonder her figure is so alluring. Khan gazed at Mrs. Miller's voluptuous figure and her gentle, elegant visage. The allure of a married woman seemed intoxicating. No wonder even formidable heroes succumb to temptation. Fortunately, his willpower proved steadfast. Do not act impulsively, maintain control. Khan softly admonished himself, genuinely fearful of ending the life of this woman with a single stroke. Mrs. Miller, regaining her composure, looked at him with a beguiled gaze and declared, "Stay here and become my next husband." Chapter 32. Claiming the First Blood. Please continue reading. Mrs. Miller, you wouldn't want your family to discover your involvement in such affairs, would you? I have no family left. Do you not have a daughter? Indeed, I cherish her deeply. Mrs. Miller retrieved a jar from behind her, within which lay a brilliant gem. My daughter, is she not beautiful? Have you lost your mind? This world is inherently mad. Rather than allowing her to perish at the hands of nobility, it is better that her beauty be preserved forever. Mrs. Miller's face was enraptured, her suppressed emotions reaching a critical tipping point. I must take my leave. Khan's interest waned. The world outside was even grimmer than the brutal island of Hiskino. A truly despairing realm, starkly contrasting with the fairy tale-like anime worlds of his previous life. You cannot leave. Mrs. Miller suddenly erupted in fury, her fingers transforming into sharp spikes, lunging towards him with alarming speed. Leave behind those enchanting eyes. Too slow. Khan calmly evaded the attack, the spikes effortlessly piercing through the entire seat, failing to strike him. Mrs. Miller, under Khan's unwavering gaze, tore away her red gown with her spiked hands, her smile growing increasingly sinister. Am I beautiful? At that moment, Mrs. Miller's perfect figure was fully revealed, voluptuous and captivating, devoid of any excess flesh. Everything was laid bare. Indeed, many men would find it impossible to resist your charm. Khan spoke truthfully. Numerous men were enamored with married women, and the one before him would surely drive many to madness. If I am so beautiful, why not offer your eyes to me? Mrs. Miller brandished her 5 spikes, frantically clawing at him, her mind spiraling into chaos. Clearly, she was not in a sound state of mind. Compared to the lunatics John and Ski, she was far less formidable. Khan deftly maneuvered, easily avoiding her erratic assaults, even gradually closing his eyes, perceiving the encounter as a mere trial, honing his mastery of observation hockey. John, Ski, do you think I am unfamiliar with their names? Mrs. Miller, realizing her opponent remained unaffected by her influence, descended into a berserk state, her body sprouting numerous spikes, her speed becoming otherworldly. Each attack could effortlessly pierce through walls, even metal, yet no matter how she escalated her speed, she could not touch a single hair on Khan. Instead, she reduced the basement to ruins, teetering on the brink of collapse. You are surprisingly powerful. Gradually regaining her composure and rationality, Mrs. Miller was internally astonished. Could this little fellow's earlier claims hold any truth? Those who hunt geese may ultimately be pecked by them? Ah. I see you have come to realize that I am not someone you can easily contend with. Khan understood that this woman had never regarded him as a threat, considering him merely a child with lingering baby fat. After all, there was only one prodigy like Charlotte Lingling, the epitome of exceptional talent. He slightly rotated his sword. Swish. The iron sword clashed with her spikes, perfectly severing 4 of them. On the 5th strike, sparks flew, producing a faint ringing sound from the collision. The tremendous force caused Mrs. Miller to stumble backward, unable to maintain her balance. Not severed? Khan opened his eyes, bemused by his own mastery of observation hockey, his feet not pausing in the slightest as he shattered the floor beneath him and launched forward with terrifying explosiveness. "Monster!" Mrs. Miller screamed, activating her fruit ability. Enveloping herself in thorns, advancing rather than retreating, retaliating fiercely. Hidden within the thorns, her palms extended sharp spikes, poised to pierce the heart of her prey. In that moment, she recalled a memory that filled her with dread. How can this peasant's eyes be so exquisite? Such a waste. Extract one of her eyes. No. In her horrified gaze, Khan's fear/transformed, becoming an intangible blade of energy. Each strike was the pinnacle of swordsmanship. The terror in Mrs. Miller's eyes gradually dissipated. She seemed to witness a spectacle both resplendent and profoundly ordinary, a lifetime flashing before her mind's eye, yet it paled in comparison to that singular sword strike. Truly beautiful. "See? You have indeed chosen the wrong target to strike against me." Khan sheathed his sword and approached the fallen Lady Miller, inquiring, "Why did you ultimately forsake the use of your fruit's power? Perhaps it could have pierced my heart." Confronted with death, Lady Miller no longer exhibited fear or despair. Instead, a gentle and serene smile graced her lips, her gaze tranquil and composed, her elegant and noble demeanor intact, reminiscent of their first encounter. She slowly extended her hand. "This is a gift to you." Khan grasped it firmly and placed it against his own cheek. In that moment, her eyes gently closed. She drifted into eternal slumber. Lady Miller's essence was irrevocably claimed by Khan. "Congratulations on your liberation. When you descend, do not refer to yourself as a lowly being. Although humans are born into inequality, do not belittle yourself. You are beautiful, Lady Miller." He felt the warmth of her hand gradually fade from his cheek. The fruit's abilities bestowed upon him an extraordinary sensitivity, allowing him to perceive the emotions and warmth of life within others. Indeed, killing proved to be an addiction, and slaying the extraordinary was even more irresistible. As Khan became aware of his own enjoyment in that moment, he silently cautioned himself. He had no desire to descend into madness. "Your words, old man, have not been in vain." Gifted yet devoid of a warrior's heart, Khan has always believed that a sword is an instrument of murder. Possessing a sharp weapon inevitably breeds a desire to kill. If one were to live a life of tranquility, it might suffice, but in this world, the sword is wielded for the purpose of taking life. Regardless of the rationale behind drawing it, the act remains one of killing. Khan approached a corner of the room, and with a single stroke of his sword, he cleaved through a section of the wall. This wall, even during Madame Miller's descent into madness, had remained intact, which clearly suggested something amiss. The evidence indeed confirmed the suspicion. Behind the wall, in a secluded corner, sat a beautifully adorned little girl, curled up in a ball. Her silhouette was eerily familiar. She was the young beggar who had been assaulted by the nobility. Khan instantaneously grasped the intricate web of cause and effect. The little beggar he had inadvertently assisted was none other than the daughter of Lady Miller. Lady Miller harbored a long-standing grudge against the nobility, and upon learning the details from her obstinate daughter, the volatile situation erupted. Her emotions were in a state of extreme instability, teetering on the precipice of collapse and turmoil, unable to find solace. It was as if he had unwittingly placed himself in the line of fire, while simultaneously being captivated by her remarkably beautiful eyes. Khan stepped forward and beheld the young girl's eyes, a profound cerulean blue that evoked a sense of joy. They were indeed exquisite. The other eye was obscured by disheveled hair, reminiscent of Mrs. Miller's unfortunate condition. Such is the helplessness of this world. Chapter 33. The Essence of the World. Please continue reading. She still loves you. Khan approached the little girl and gently caressed her head. Even in the depths of her mental collapse, her consciousness long since adrift, she continued to love you. Yet, her way of expressing that love was flawed. One should not bow too low before the nobility. This world is gravely ill. I do not blame Mother. The little girl lifted her head, acknowledging her mother's relentless struggles to protect the people here, enduring great hardship. Why must we exist in such a world? Khan was rendered speechless. Is my mother truly gone? Yes, I was the one who did it. Mother had often spoken of this day, expressing her hope to depart at the hands of a good person. The little girl, summoning courage from an unknown source, ventured outside to find her mother, who appeared as if in a deep slumber. Sobbing, she embraced her mother tightly. As your mother, she sacrificed one of your eyes. Do you not hold her accountable? The little girl did not respond. Instead, she brushed aside the hair that concealed her other eye, revealing a crimson orb. The juxtaposition of her mismatched eyes exuded an unusual allure, rendering the little girl even more exquisite. In time, she would surpass Mrs. Miller in beauty. Do you wish to inherit your mother's abilities? Is there a way for you to assist me? There was not a trace of resentment in the little girl's eyes, only a hopeful longing. This world had taught them to endure with submission. Khan had long since sown his seeds within Lady Miller, seeds that represented his own formidable abilities. From the very beginning, he sensed an extraordinary vitality coursing through her, a hallmark of a fruit user. His judgment was not amiss. Lady Miller possessed the superhuman thorn fruit, granting her the power to transform into a being of thorns, with sharp spikes capable of sprouting from any part of her body. After a while, Khan held in his hand a fruit adorned with peculiar patterns, feeling a sense of wonder. To his astonishment, he had successfully extracted the lingering powers of a devil fruit from another, merely by attempting it. He was not the sole individual capable of such a feat. Perhaps one could explore the potential of the tree of life, integrating certain characteristics of the devil fruit trees to cultivate a unique ability. As it stands, there exist two primary constraints in extracting devil fruits from others. First, the original fruit bearer must be eliminated. Second, the extraction must occur within a specified time frame. Your innate talent should rival that of Madame Miller, so do not squander the potential of this fruit. Khan bestowed this fruit, which held no value for him, upon the young girl. Under her own exploration, Madame Miller could certainly engage him in several impressive exchanges. Khan temporarily kept the little girl by his side. At the appointed hour, he proceeded to the port to meet with Wang Ji, Kinda, and others. Once gathered, Khan recounted the ordeal he had faced, subsequently delegating the matters to the adults while he took Katakuri to help the little girl shift her spirits. Upon learning of Madame Miller's past, Wang Ji and Kinda exchanged resigned smiles. Such occurrences are all too common upon the vast sea. Madame Miller, once admired for her strikingly beautiful eyes, had her sight cruelly taken by a nobleman. She was further victimized when another nobleman seized her childhood companion, and a group of lowly ruffians violated her, leading to her pregnancy. The child born from this tragedy, a girl, was tragically left with a single eye. This harrowing experience warped her psyche, leading her to develop an obsession with hunting down nobles who possessed beautiful eyes, descending further into her obsession, sparing not even the offspring of the nobility. On the bustling pedestrian street, Khan set down the phone. Mrs. Miller was beyond salvation. Death was the ultimate release. The conflict between her lingering rationality and encroaching madness tormented her incessantly. From the outset, she had targeted the eyes of noble maidens, moving on to those with captivating gazes, and ultimately extending her obsession to any girl possessing beautiful eyes. Anyone with alluring eyes was at risk of being victimized. Humanity devours humanity. Malevolence begets malevolence in a relentless cycle. To what depths must this revolting and utterly repugnant world drive its inhabitants? It transformed a once gentle and kind girl into this. Khan recalled the gentle and liberated smile that Mrs. Miller had displayed before her demise, and could not help but feel a profound indignation towards the state of the world. Good deeds often go unrewarded, and it is difficult not to be enraged. Mrs. Miller was a tragic figure, a reflection of the sorrows of this world and this era. She was a distorted soul who nonetheless safeguarded the peace of her community. Who is to discern right from wrong? It is merely a muddled account. Should Khan utter the phrase, "There is often something loathsome in those who are pitiable," such a sentiment could only emanate from a child. Many individuals merely exist within deplorable circumstances, compelled to adapt to their fates. In childhood, one is oblivious to the vastness of the world. It is only upon maturation that the harshness of reality becomes apparent. "Uncle Ken, I am curious about the fates of those two noblemen," Khan inquired. "This matter is beyond our control. They are merely two nobles. With your prowess, Uncle Ken, surely you could not be thwarted?" The noble who had gouged out Mrs. Miller's eyes had long since perished, his entire family annihilated. The other noble was a celestial dragon, beyond reach for retribution. What? Some celestial dragons revel in traversing the seas to flaunt their nobility, leaving devastation in their wake wherever they go. The very island beneath our feet was once a tranquil haven, where common folk lived blissfully. Yet, the celestial dragons, in an effort to demonstrate their influence over the island, constructed a lavish district and erected statues to commemorate their so-called achievements. Mrs. Miller's childhood friend was taken as a male concubine, and to dissuade him from his affections, the celestial dragons dispatched a horde to violate Mrs. Miller. The truth of the matter was articulated by Kinder, who spoke from the other end of the line, shattering the island's original harmonious order under the guise of economic development, thus creating a grotesque semblance of prosperity. Khan's fist had hardened. It turns out that certain things, when preserved, are exceedingly difficult for a normal human being to endure. He concluded the call with Kin. Katakuri approached with the little girl and curiously inquired, "Brother Khan, what is her name?" "I do not know." "Oh." Katakuri was astonished. It turned out even his brother did not know her name. He turned to the little girl and introduced himself. I am Charlotte Katakuri, age 9. The little girl wore a look of surprise, pondering to herself, 9 years old and looking like this? I am Francie Khan, 10 years old. May I ask your name? I am Mr. Lena. 6 years old. The little girl, her hair obscuring one eye, lowered her head. You may call me Lena. Very well, Lena. The sea embraces all. You will find what you seek, Khan offered. Would you like to join us? Lena shook her head and softly declined. I cannot abandon this place. My mother is not here, and there will be no one to protect them. Chapter 34. The Navy Conference, Seeking Continuation. At the Navy Headquarters, Marineford. Inside the Navy Conference Room. This urgent meeting convened numerous high-ranking officials of the Navy, including the older generation of admirals and vice-admirals, elite rear admirals. The new generation represented by Garp, Sengoku, Tsuru, and the promising yet not fully emerged Zephyr, among other distinguished Navy personnel. Kapu, Sengoku, and Crane are renowned as the formidable Iron Triangle. Kapu, brimming with impulsive zeal and formidable strength, enjoys considerable popularity within the Navy. Sengoku possesses the qualities of a conqueror, exuding an aura of authority, merging both power and intellect. Tsuru, recognized for her exceptional strategic acumen, is regarded as a goddess by the new generation of naval officers. Together, these three form an exemplary team, acknowledged by many within the Navy headquarters. In the conference room, Admiral Steelbone Kong had already arrived, while another admiral stationed at God Valley could not attend. Nevertheless, the presence of 2 candidate admirals and 2 venerable retired officers at the meeting underscores its significance. Previously, there was another admiral at Navy headquarters who fell victim to a singular assault by rocks. Naturally, the maritime overlord deemed it beneath him to orchestrate an ambush against a single admiral, preferring a direct confrontation. Currently, the Navy headquarters does not seek to fill the Admiral-S vacancy, not due to a lack of capable candidates, but rather because it is unnecessary. The Navy's strength remains robust without any transitional instability. At this moment, the expression of the fleet admiral conveyed a hint of impatience. Steelbone Kong sensed an unsettling gaze directed towards him, making the hairs on his neck stand on end. Steelbone Kong, how have you conducted yourself? Does that fool Kapu even realize we have a meeting today? Ahem, he might be delayed on the way. Just then, a voice echoed from outside. Kapu, I've urged you to hurry. We are late. Ah, come on. Don't be so hasty, Sengoku. Would you like a donut? Get lost. Kapu, you scoundrel. Don't you dare wipe your booger-stained hands on me. Don't be so petty, Sengoku. Tsuru, don't hold me back. I'm going to take him down. Ah, everyone is here. Fleet Admiral, you are present as well. The boisterous Kapu, with bronzed skin, a muscular physique, and a prominent scar on his left cheek, flamboyantly pushed open the conference room door, greeting his fellow officers with a half-eaten donut in hand. The elder naval officers greeted him with smiles, inviting him to take a seat. The upright Fleet Admiral, seated in the most prominent position, glared at the nonchalant Kapu, incensed at the preferential treatment he received. So, you're feeling a bit too frisky, are you? We are in a meeting. No donuts allowed in the conference room. Kapu devoured a large bag of donuts in one go, then took out some senbei and began to munch on them. Even the senbei proved to be inadequate. Carp, feeling disheartened, tucked away the senbei. Beside him, Crane swiftly seized the senbei to prevent this rather oblivious fellow from further irritating the admiral. The Marine Admiral, casting a glance at Carp, was filled with frustration, though his age was not vastly greater than Carp's. He ascended to the position of admiral solely through his prowess and capability. Figures like Steelbone Kong and other veterans of the Navy concurred that the Marines required a leader who possessed vitality, ambition, and strength to command them. A new generation of Marine admirals had emerged, standing tall. The admiral surveyed the gathering of both the new generation and the old guard of the Navy. Among the new generation, Carp and Sengoku were universally acknowledged as formidable warriors, possessing the potential to ascend to the rank of admiral. Although Zifa maintained a low profile, he was acutely aware that his capabilities matched those of Carp and Sengoku, attaining the level of an admiral. Some semi-retired veterans could still unleash extraordinary combat power in short bursts. The current admirals and elite Marines were, needless to say, exceptional. Steelbone Kong, often hailed as the strongest admiral, was the presumed candidate for the Admiral-S position but had declined to accept it, willingly allowing it to be passed on. With such strength and an abundance of formidable individuals, the Marine headquarters could be deemed overwhelmingly powerful. The Admiral spoke up, The purpose of calling you all here today is singular, the Rocks Pirates. Let us discuss our perspectives on this pirate crew. I invite you all to share your thoughts. The veterans of the Navy and Admiral Steelbone Kong turned their attention towards the new generation of Marines, seemingly eager to assess the future of the Marine headquarters. Kapu took the lead in the discussion, asserting that the first course of action should be to eliminate the Roger Pirates, as it would be wise to remove the weaker pirate crew first. Sengoku chuckled softly, expressing his dissent regarding Kapu's opinion, suspecting that he merely desired to pursue the Roger Pirates for his own gratification. Suru intervened, delivering her thoughts with a swift kick aimed at both of them. In the New World, the Rocks Pirates reigned supreme, truly embodying the essence of maritime dominance. Observing the recent behavior of several high-ranking members of the Rocks Pirates, it seemed they had not committed any egregious acts. The only one who had shown reckless abandon was Silver Axe, who had tempered his aggression considerably after his clash with Zephyr. I am uncertain whether Rocks will initiate any significant moves in the future, but currently, their pirate crew is expanding rapidly, with unclear intentions that do not bode well. Aside from Rocks, the Roger Pirates, as Kapu mentioned, indeed possess great potential. If left unchecked, their influence on the world could rival that of Rocks. Other pirate crews can be set aside. Our primary objective must be to monitor the Rocks Pirates closely. The Fleet Admiral holds Tsuru in high regard and is acutely aware of the potential that the Roger Pirates possess. However, the world government had obliterated the homeland of Rocks, and when the news eventually reached him, it nearly drove him to fury, wishing to eliminate those Marine Vice Admirals who had allied with the world government, whom he deemed spineless. It is inconceivable that Rocks would not seek vengeance. Our Marine headquarters must be perpetually prepared for a bloody confrontation with the Rocks Pirates. God Valley may very well be their target. Kapu and Sengoku, you are to proceed to God Valley and remain on standby. The Fleet Admiral has resolved to trust the world government in this matter for the sake of the seas and justice, employing stratagems to dismantle the Rocks Pirates. Is it possible to decline? Kapu replied with visible disdain, as that place was the wretched abode of the celestial dragons. If you dare to refuse, the position of Admiral is yours to claim. Should you choose not to accept, I shall unilaterally expel you from the Navy. The Fleet Admiral glared at this rascal. Yet he could not deny the immense potential Kapu possessed. It seemed that in the forthcoming era, the strongest figure in the Navy would likely be Kapu. Steelbone Kong, observing from a distance, felt a pang of sympathy for the Fleet Admiral, burdened by a rebellious spirit like Kapu. It truly was a difficult role to fulfill. Fortunately, he had relinquished the position of Fleet Admiral in the past. Steelbone Kong ran his fingers through his luxuriant hair, casting a glance at the Fleet Admiral's receding hairline, and took a sip of tea. Such is life. Chapter 35, The Tale of Roger and Kapu That Must Be Told, request for continued reading. The Navy meeting primarily focused on the strategy concerning the Rocks Pirates and the necessity for the Navy headquarters to advance its relationship with the world government. The Navy has economic ties to the world government, as the entirety of the Navy headquarters funding derives from them. Unlike in the past, the Navy headquarters has grown significantly stronger in this era, with the Fleet Admiral and many in the Navy aspiring to establish an equitable relationship with the world government for better governance of the seas. During the meeting, Sengoku raised a crucial question. Would the world government send assistance? What plans do we, the Navy headquarters, have with the world government? Regarding that plan, I am not entirely certain. The world government is still contemplating and refining it, instructing us not to engage in conflict with the Rocks Pirates during this time. The Fleet Admiral lamented, as they do not trust our Navy. The world government, perched upon the Red Line, continues to view the Navy as mere instruments. This reflects a profound arrogance. The world's rulers have gazed down upon the seas, commanding the realm for a full 8 centuries. They possess the entitlement to such hubris. Fleet Admiral, please trust the world government, Sengoku said, his fist clenched and his gaze resolute. There must be a rationale behind their actions, and we in the Navy can always place our faith in the world government. The Fleet Admiral regarded Sengoku intently. This new generation of the Navy harbors rigid ideologies, displaying unwavering loyalty to the world government. If Sengoku were to ascend to the position of Fleet Admiral, maintaining the lowest order of the seas might be achievable, but effecting any change would be improbable. Yet, both change and stagnation possess their own justifications. Whether the Navy's future will strengthen to the point of wielding decision-making power before the world government remains uncertain. The prominent figures in the meeting room commenced a formal discussion. Should we refrain from provoking the Rocks Pirates? Might we instead confront the Roger Pirates? In a corner, Kapu's expression suddenly brightened, eager for action. He truly wished to avoid the so-called God Valley, and even less desired to assume the role of admiral, serving as a mere pawn for the celestial dragons. Kapu, you rascal, you've mentioned Roger incessantly these past days. Sengoku could no longer contain his frustration. Can you not discuss anything of substance besides Roger? This is the headquarters meeting room. Kapu, keep your hands to yourself, Tsuru admonished, giving him a fierce look. In these times, Tsuru was statuesque, strikingly beautiful, with smooth, firm skin, truly a vision of loveliness. Kapu chuckled sheepishly, realizing that his intention to secretly reclaim the Senbei had come to naught. Sengoku, you ought to temper your anger. Kapu's mention of Roger does indeed pose a significant threat. Crane possesses documents concerning the Roger pirates, meticulously compiled by her. These include the 3 formidable powers of the Roger pirates and a comprehensive assessment of the crew's overall strength. During this period, the Roger pirates had already attained considerable might. However, they pale in comparison to the Rocks pirates, making it a judicious decision for the admiral to focus on the latter. Kapu stifled a yawn, disregarding the heated debate between Sengoku and Crane unfolding around him. Instead, he found himself reminiscing about his initial encounter with Roger. That year, Kapu was not yet a member of the Navy, and Roger had not yet set sail. I am Roger, and who might you be? I am Kapu. Ah, Kapu. I feel the ocean calling us. Will you join me on my journey? What? Set sail? I am destined to become an admiral in the Navy. Upon realizing this, Roger took off in a sprint. You cannot escape. For the sake of justice, I will have you join me in the Navy. Stop chasing me. I will never become a member of the Navy. Kapu pursued from dawn until dusk. Beneath the setting sun, the 2 silhouettes embody the essence of youth. In the end, Karp was eluded by Roger, silently vowing to capture that individual who yearned to venture out to sea, all for the sake of his own sense of justice. For 8 centuries, anyone who set sail without the permission of the world government was deemed a pirate. Years swiftly passed, and Roger ascended to become the second most formidable pirate on the seas, surpassed only by Rocks, while Karp emerged as the strongest of the new generation within the Navy. Kapu's gaze was intricate and multifaceted. Had he captured Roger back then, would the Navy have gained another whimsical figure donning a straw hat? Roger remained unchanged. Meanwhile, on this very day, Madame Miller adorned herself in her usual pure white dress and a black hat, exuding an air of the elegance and nobility she retained in life. The funeral commenced, and amidst the squalor reminiscent of a sewer, numerous commoners gathered to pay their respects. Khan has only just realized that the individuals he encountered that day were neither nobles nor members of high society. They were all brought hope, enriched spiritually, and nurtured in confidence through the assistance of Madame Miller. Regrettably, the inner demons that plagued Madame Miller for many years are beyond remedy. As for the 2 sentinels clad in black, they harbor a desire for Madame Miller's form, yet are also profoundly grateful for the privilege of their profession. Khan observed this scene as a witness. Regardless of their intentions, they all gathered here. From now on, I shall protect this place. Khan stood upon the elevated platform, gazing down at the multitude gathered below, proclaiming that this place would henceforth be his domain. The funeral of Madame Miller was conducted with utmost simplicity. On the following day, after Madame Miller had been laid to rest, Khan visited her grave, bearing a bouquet of flowers for this remarkable lady. From this moment forth, the world would be devoid of her elegant nobility, a woman who, though not of aristocratic lineage, surpassed the essence of nobility itself. As time unfurled, most would inevitably forget her. On the 3rd day, Khan, Katakuri, and Reina arrived before the towering statue of the celestial dragon, which soared nearly 100 meters into the sky. Such a monumental structure was indeed a grand feat for an island. Is that detestable celestial dragon woman? Katakuri grasped a harpoon, ready to pierce the statue of the celestial dragon. Khan thwarted him. Today, you pierce that statue, and in the future, this island shall vanish from the map. How infuriating. Under the persuasion of Khan, Katakuri relinquished the spear he had intentionally purchased. Such occurrences are indeed lamentable. In this world, the identity of the celestial dragons is paramount. Should any issue arise, even a mere statue could result in the entire populace of an island being stripped of their citizenship by the world government. In truth, those of noble birth do not regard commoners as equals. Katakuri is still young. Such experiences, when encountered frequently, can easily cultivate a dreadful mindset, leading to a cold heart. Wang Ji, Newgate, and others initially aspired to be ambitious individuals, even as pirates, yearning to contribute positively to the sea. However, reality dealt them a harsh blow. Newgate chose to seek out family, focusing on safeguarding his home. Wang Ji abandoned the notion of aiding all the suffering souls, only intervening within the limits of his capabilities. This world compelled them to adapt. The dreams they once nurtured have long since been shattered by the relentless blows of reality. Chapter 36. 6 months later, seeking continued reading. On this day, Khan, while retracting his harpoon, vehemently berated the celestial dragons, managing to temper the impetuous Katakuri's fervor. Before departing, he spat in the direction of the statue of the celestial dragon, a gesture that was promptly mimicked by his enthusiastic admirer. Katakuri was almost at the brink of exhaustion, his spirits finally lifting a bit. The two of them held Lena's hand as they embarked on their journey home. The little girl's gaze was now infused with a myriad of intricate emotions. Day 4. Khan and Katakuri have officially resumed training. Lena joins them in their practice sessions. The esteemed masters Wang Ji and Kinda oversee the training of the trio. On the 7th day, Khan, accompanied by Katakuri, ventured nearby and meticulously eliminated a number of nefarious individuals, severing their heads and impaling them upon stumps as a grim deterrent against those harboring malevolent thoughts. On this day, Lena boldly volunteered to participate in the grim task of affixing the severed heads to the stumps, a feat that required immense courage. On the 10th day, she urged, "Eat more." "I can no longer consume," I replied. "These fruits hold no value for Katakuri and me any longer." "Please, eat more," she insisted. "Brother Khan is right. Only when we are nourished can we muster the strength for training." On the 15th day, Khan and Katakuri journeyed to a nearby island to establish trade routes, paving a way for their future endeavors. "Brother Khan, Lena is quite beautiful," remarked one. "And what of Lady Weighty Bay?" came the response. "Lady Weighty Bay possesses beauty. Yet Lena is equally captivating. You have an eye for talent," was the reply. "Lena, in terms of appearance, ranks among the finest, while Weighty Bay is the world's one and only ageless goddess, maintaining her beauty from youth into old age. Even during the war on the top, she appeared little different from a young girl. Unlike most beauties, who lose their allure with age, both Lena and Weighty Bay exude a remarkable charm, each possessing a unique allure of their own." On the 30th day, they had largely subdued the island's dark underground forces. Lena demonstrated astonishing progress, her rapid learning and growth bringing satisfaction to Khan. Even after their departure, Lena would be able to effectively govern the island. In terms of strength and influence, no one on the island could rival this once timid girl. Though Madame Miller had once wielded considerable power, she lacked the understanding to properly utilize her strength, failing to transform human effort into productivity, not to mention being plagued by inner demons. On this day, the story unfolds. The 5 members of Khan are set to venture out to sea once more, planning to linger on an island for an entire month, an extended duration indeed. "I feel so weak. Accompanying you would only hinder your progress. I refuse to succumb to a humble demise. I surmise that the one covertly healing me with the power of fruit is none other than yourself. I have not erred in my assumption, have I?" Witnessing the serene smile upon my mother's face as she departed this world, I find myself yearning for that peace, envious of her tranquility. Yet, since she is my mother, my envy dissipates. Can mere existence truly be deemed happiness? I have never encountered anyone quite like you. Is there truly a world as the captain describes, more splendid than the paradise I have envisioned? I earnestly long to inhabit the world painted by the captain's words. "Captain, when I grow older and stronger, may I still be welcomed as your crew member?" The poignant words of this 6-year-old girl resonate deeply, revealing the stark realities of human existence through her innocent expressions. Khan feared that remaining any longer would extinguish his hope for the world and ignite a desire to alter it. The weight of such a change bore an immense burden, far more challenging than the aspiration to reach the pinnacle of his ambitions. Lena had already resolved to stay. Khan respected her decision. They had spent a full month on this island. Once more, they set sail. Katakuri waved farewell, tears streaming down his face. Over the past month, the bond among the 3 of them had deepened profoundly. "When I have my own pirate ship, you will always be welcome aboard." Khan leaned against the ship's railing, bidding farewell to the clever and courageous girl. The timidity that once characterized her had vanished completely. Lena stood by the shore, her gaze lingering on the departing figures with reluctance. Khan's emotions were intricate. Within a mere month, the transformation he witnessed in this girl was akin to a lifetime. He observed her burgeoning growth at an astonishing pace. Perhaps her innate talent was not exceptional, yet her ability to learn and reflect was undoubtedly unparalleled. In a world often characterized by mediocrity, such qualities are indeed rare. Reflecting on this past month, Khan, in a moment of reflection, realized that Mrs. Miller had always possessed an extraordinary nature. Yet, her mind had begun to blur with confusion. In an effort to liberate him from the shackles of her existence, she had orchestrated his involvement. Upon further contemplation, he mused that perhaps he had been utilized by this elegant and noble lady. Nonetheless, this utilization had bestowed upon him a pleasant interlude in his life, during which he encountered a charming little girl. Notably, Lena's eyes bore the legacy of the nobleman who had inflicted torment upon her. Whether it was fate or divine favor that finally smiled upon this child remained uncertain. Lena, with her additional eye, exhibited no adverse reactions. On the small vessel, Kinder chuckled softly. Is this not quite different from what you anticipated? Wang Ji nodded in agreement. Indeed. It was unlike anything he had envisioned. Kinder remarked, Khan's mindset has matured beyond that of a child. He possesses a profound understanding, and his actions are imbued with rationale. I can comprehend your feelings. After all, we adults remain, while he will forever embody the essence of childhood. Wang Ji gazed out at the vast sea, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The quintet set sail once more. Over the course of 6 months, they traversed numerous maritime realms, embarking on countless adventures. Their footprints could be found across the 4 seas, the Grand Line, and the New World. Khan and his companions primarily focused their endeavors in the New World, traversing nearly 100 islands. Typically, they would arrive at an island and remain for merely half a day before departing, as time was perpetually scarce. The New World alone boasts an astonishing number of islands, exceeding 10,000 in total, with nearly 1,000 under the jurisdiction of the Wang Ji faction. This realization left Khan in awe, pondering the improbability of ever setting foot on each one throughout his lifetime. The Grand Line presents numerous routes, and the pathways leading to Mercury Island in the New World are even more abundant. The sea generally regards Mercury Island as the final isle of the New World. However, as a traveler from another realm, Khan is aware that the true last island remains unnamed and shrouded in mystery. He is uncertain of what lies upon this final landmass. Yet, the experiences of maritime voyages, the diverse landscapes, the unique islands, and the distinct cultural customs have left both Khan and Katakuri, 2 individuals of limited exposure, utterly astonished. The adage rings true: to read myriad books is akin to traversing countless miles. The depictions found within the pages pale in comparison to the richness of first-hand experience, revealing countless unimaginable people and events encountered along the journey. Khan has heard and witnessed numerous tales, stories that are beyond the grasp of those who spend their lives in secluded corners of existence. The world government obstructs their passage to the vast ocean. Those with extensive experience and broadened horizons are more prone to rebellious thoughts. The world government imposes restrictions on venturing into the sea, subtly exerting control over the entire marine expanse. The ability to accomplish this indicates that the celestial dragons are not entirely devoid of merit. There are indeed intelligent individuals among them. To genuinely transform this world, one must commence with the liberation of thought. Roger, it seems you had this notion in mind. Yet it is unwise. Khan continuously reflects and evolves. Chapter 37. The Arrival of Charlotte Linlin. Seeking continued reading. 8 months have elapsed since Khan and Katakuri departed from Hakanosu. The 5 of them arrived at an island belonging to the Wangzhong faction aboard a small vessel, where they were greeted with exuberant hospitality. The islanders welcomed the outsiders with open arms, offering every assistance they could muster. It must be noted that this island is quite remarkable. At every doorstep, various meats are laid out to dry. The women are robustly built, the men possess sturdy physiques, and the children are plump and rosy-cheeked. It bears little distinction from other islands of the Wangzhong faction, except for its lack of wealth and seemingly lower level of civilization. Nonetheless, the common folk are capable of expressing genuine smiles. As Katakuri savored his dessert, a blissful expression adorned his face. In gratitude to the villagers, he hunted several colossal sea kings, intending to bestow them all upon the community. Such a generous gift was indeed overwhelming. We cannot accept this, they protested. Indeed, dear guests, this offering is far too grand, the villagers echoed. Katakuri looked on with a sense of injustice. Wang stepped forward and said, Please accept this. It is a gift from the child, and denying it would surely sadden him. The villagers acquiesced, planning to host a feast in honor of the 5 outsiders. The meat of the Sea Kings was notoriously expensive, and the common folk lacked the means to hunt them, making such a delicacy rare even on this bountiful island. Meat at last. Even the previously aloof villagers drew closer, their demeanor markedly more enthusiastic than before. These outsiders do not require your hospitality. You lot should leave. The village chief chastised the overzealous villagers with his cane, lamenting, You lazy good-for-nothings. After years of prosperity, how have you come to produce such unworthy offspring? Truly, you have too much time on your hands. If you are idle, do something worthwhile. My apologies, outsiders, sighed the venerable village chief, but with the village's newfound prosperity, there will always be a few who squander their days, lost in unrealistic dreams. Curious, Katakuri inquired, Grandfather, are you truly happy? Indeed, we are quite content. The old village chief replied with a smile, after navigating through much turbulence in life. It is a blessing to finally experience a few years of tranquility in our old age. We are immensely grateful for the life we possess. In comparison to the vast majority of places across the seas, our situation is notably fortunate. We need not fear pirates, the world government, or the navy. What could be more important than living a life of safety and peace? Having endured much over my long years, I am fortunate to witness this serene existence. All thanks to that esteemed gentleman. I hope that the one named Wang Ji enjoys a long life for as long as he does. This island may continue to thrive in harmony. This elderly man, having traversed a life filled with hardships, had encountered an abundance of misfortunes. As a stateless wanderer, his status was akin to that of a prospective slave. It was only in his twilight years that he relocated to this island. And through the collective endorsement of the community, he was appointed as the village chief to govern this land. Katakuri's gaze was intricate. The experiences he had undergone had deconstructed and then reassembled the worldview he had cultivated in Hiskino. He inexplicably felt as though he existed within two vastly disparate realms. In certain places, the people's reactions to unfolding events ignited an irresistible fervor within him. With a single thrust, one could vanquish a scoundrel. Yet, the inhabitants of Uncle Wang's territory were predominantly filled with gratitude, their faces adorned with expressions of sheer happiness. This situation was intrinsically linked to Brother Khan. Indeed, Brother Khan was a person worthy of lifelong admiration. As he matured, he vowed to venture into the vast seas alongside Brother Khan, transforming these waters into the embodiment of their aspirations. Having spent nearly a week on this island, he found its residents to be exceptionally warm-hearted, welcoming the five of them with song and dance. Although the island's common folk were not affluent, they radiated joy each and every day. Khan and his companions have lingered on this island for an extended period primarily due to Katakuri's impending departure. Charlotte Linlin had previously contacted Wang Ji, instinctively showcasing her allure, which, as always, ended in failure. Ultimately, they settled on a time and place where she would bring a long loaf of bread to escort Katakuri back. It has been ages. It seems Katakuri has been thriving in your company, Charlotte Linlin remarked upon her arrival at the island. Immediately spotting Wang Ji and Kinda waiting on the shore, two men she desired to engage with. How vexing. Why are such remarkable men unwilling to share my bed? Charlotte pondered, feeling compelled to seek out lesser individuals to fulfill her worldwide aspirations. Were these exceptional men amenable to intimacy, they could surely produce many offspring akin to Katakuri, if not even more distinguished. Khan seems to have grown quite a bit. He is nearly becoming an adult, Charlotte Linlin cooed. Stop. He is still a child. And I wish for no one to lay their intentions upon him, Wang Ji replied coldly. Quite perilous indeed. It is no wonder the captain holds you in such high regard. You are truly a man I admire, Charlotte Linlin said, blood trickling from her face, leaving a faint scar. You are exceptionally gentle, Wang Ji remarked as he restrained himself. Charlotte Linlin caressed her blood-stained cheek, licking the crimson from her hand. She was born of iron, capable of easily breaching her own defenses, yet deftly holding back to convey a warning. There are no more than 5 people on the sea. Long Loaf, go test Katakuri and let me see how much he has grown during this time. The Long Loaf advanced. The Long Loaf fell. Katakuri effortlessly defeated the not-so-strong Long Bread with a dominating advantage. Charlotte Linlin exclaimed in surprise, Your Khan is truly remarkable. Placing Katakuri beside him was indeed the wisest choice. Now, my body is always ready for you, she said, waving her hand as she reclaimed Katakuri. It was evident that this idea originated from Long Bread. Charlotte Linlin, lacking in cerebral capacity, would never allow a potential talent like Katakuri to associate with other notorious pirates. If it were merely their little fellow Khan, it might facilitate Katakuri's swift growth, but involving individuals such as Wang Ji or Kinda could lead to unforeseen complications. Thus, maximizing benefits necessitated a swift return while fostering growth. Brother Khan, I shall take my leave, Katakuri waved goodbye, stating that they would reunite when the captain called for assembly. That day would not be far off. Khan gazed at Katakuri's departing silhouette. Chapter 38. Did Rox declare war on the world government? After Katakuri's departure, Khan lost the desire to venture to more islands, opting instead to remain on this island with Wang Ji and Kinda, engaging in increasingly brutal training and gradually succumbing to the depths of extreme cultivation. During this time, Kinda, the butler and strategist of Wang Ji's faction, gathered the members of their group to prevent their strength from dissipating. The seas have become rife with undercurrents. Numerous clashes have occurred between the Navy headquarters and the Rox pirates, with both sides exercising restraint, yet fully aware that such restraint will inevitably be shattered. The assembly of Wang Ji's faction on this island has drawn the attention of the Navy headquarters, though no action has been taken. Within the Rox pirates, Wang Ji's faction stands out for its formidable strength, both in terms of combat capability and unity, making it the strongest within the crew. The faction boasts two titans of power, Wang Ji, whose swordsmanship reigns supreme in this era, earning him the title of the world's greatest swordsman, and Kinda, whose abilities and strength complement one another, contributing significantly to the faction's prowess. The Navy headquarters holds Kinda in high regard, although his rank places him below others due to a lack of direct threat to the seas, rendering an increase in his bounty unnecessary. Kinda's bounty is devoid of embellishment. Otherwise, given his menacing presence, it could easily surpass 1 billion. Strangely, Wang Ji's bounty is even lower than Kinda's, set at 500 million since his debut. It has remained unchanged over the years, leaving both the Navy and many in the seas bewildered. A figure who has undeniably earned the title of the world's greatest swordsman, despite not committing heinous acts and posing little threat to the seas, should not have such a meager bounty. This has led to the flourishing of various rumors, one of which suggests that the current Marine Admiral is entangled in a clandestine affair with Wang Ji, secretly manipulating affairs within the Navy. Numerous conspiracy theories abound regarding this rumor, all steeped in negative appraisals of the Marine Admiral, who has not taken the initiative to counter these claims. Seemingly dismissing the prattling of fools entirely, Khan was aware that Wang Ji and the Naval Marshal indeed shared a remarkable journey upon the seas. However, their personal relationship would never cloud their judgment. Both were unparalleled heroes of the ocean, possessing unwavering determination and conviction. They were two obstinate men, resistant to change. The so-called conspiracy theories are utterly laughable, likely tied to the world government. Within the Rox pirates, aside from Rox himself, Shiki held the highest bounty, followed by Silver Axe, Charlotte Linlin, and then John, with the penultimate bounty belonging to Newgate and Wang Ji at the very bottom. The exorbitant bounty on Silver Axe stemmed from his notorious deeds of murder and arson, his moral compass significantly lower than that of other pirates. Shiki's bounty, second only to Rox, arose from a rather juvenile mindset, believing that in the eyes of the formidable crew, he could not be inferior to anyone other than Rox. Subsequently, he engaged in numerous battles against top-tier powers such as Zephyr, Roger, and Garp, which catapulted his notoriety to great heights, compelling the Navy headquarters to take notice. Thus, Shiki's bounty escalated significantly. Khan regarded this behavior as quite childish. However, compared to Silver Axe, Shiki appeared significantly more palatable. The weak draw their blades against the even weaker, while the strong engage only with their equals. A month of intense training had honed Khan's physique to a formidable degree, causing the foundation built over the preceding 6 months to erupt within this short span. Even the notorious pirates like Wang Ji and Kinda cast their gazes in astonishment. Khan's physical form had multiplied several times over. On this day, Wang Ji reassured him, "Do not worry, he is exceptionally strong. Slaying a Lord-level beast is a trivial task for him." Yet, as he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on the dense forest, eagerly anticipating the emergence of that figure. A Lord-level beast is comparable to a pirate with a bounty exceeding 50 million. Such beasts typically wield Busashoka haki and possess formidable physical strength. Wang Ji articulated this with a calm demeanor, but he was confident in Khan's success. The faction members gathered around, awaiting the spectacle. None of them activated Kenbunchika haki, all yearning for the scene they had envisioned to unfold. They were not disappointed. From the depths of the sparsely populated island, a figure gradually emerged from the thicket, shouldering a massive gorilla that spanned several meters. Upon noticing the crowd, he raised an arm triumphantly. A wave of cheers erupted among the spectators. This gorilla was more formidable than the typical Lord-level beast. It not only mastered Busashoka haki, but also possessed a proficient staff technique. Khan's ability to subdue it indicated his prowess exceeded their expectations. At merely 10 years old, his physical strength was not extraordinary, yet he wielded such immense power. Kinda chuckled. No one is qualified to engage in technique with Khan, let alone a beast. Wang Ji expressed his satisfaction, saying, "He still has a long way to go." Nearby, Khan waved and called out, "Uncle Wang, Uncle Kinda, have there been any significant news lately?" He had completed this stage of his training, focusing on Busashoko Haki and physical fortitude, both yielding notable results. His body had endured considerable strain during this period, and it was evident that the quality and quantity of his Busashoko Haki had significantly improved, transforming from a mere cup to a barrel, previously limited to covering a small area. His Busashoko Haki could now envelop his entire upper body. Such a feat was unattainable for most. Yet Khan's remarkable control allowed the Haki to be evenly distributed across his entire physique. This delicate yet resilient Haki completely covered his upper body. This was a testament to his extraordinary bodily control. In terms of physicality, Khan was lacking. In terms of technique, he excelled. As Khan awaited eagerly, Wang Ji's expression bore concern. Kinda replied, "A great many significant events have transpired at sea recently. Let us return for now. We can discuss it later." Thus, they resolved to depart from the island. During this time, he felt as though he had nearly become a wild man. After Khan's training concluded, they set sail from the island plagued by ferocious beasts to another inhabited isle. Aboard the pirate ship, they journeyed forth. Khan habitually leaned against the ship's railing. By observing the expressions of Wang Ji and Kinda, along with the subtle atmosphere emanating from the members of Wang Ji's faction, it was evident that significant events had transpired during this period. Quack! Quack! A duck? Khan did not gaze towards the sea. The sound emanated from above. He looked up to behold a newsbird soaring through the sky. The peculiar sound of this newsbird arose from its upbringing alongside ducks, leading it to believe it was one of them, a misconception it could not shake as it matured. "Show me." Quack! Khan exchanged money for goods in a seamless transaction. He opened the latest newspaper he had purchased for 5 berries, which prominently displayed the headline, "Shock. Major news. The Rocks Pirates declare war on the world government." Chapter 39. The fates of the high-ranking officers of the Rocks Pirates. Seeking continued reading. What transpired? Khan's eyes widened in astonishment. Had it truly been just a month of solitary cultivation, and now the Rocks Pirates were on the brink of war with the world government? This was in regard to the destruction of the Rocks' homeland. Khan was well aware that Rocks would inevitably settle accounts with the world government. However, given that the Rocks Pirates had declared war on the world government, it was only logical that the Wang Ji faction would swiftly unite with Rocks. As he continued to observe, Khan suddenly realized the truth. The malevolent clickbait. It is astonishing that such sensationalism exists in the realm of news. The Rocks has not yet declared war on the world government, nor has the entire pirate crew done so. All of this remains mere speculation. However, it is undeniable that numerous events have transpired recently. The likelihood of a confrontation between the Rocks Pirates and the world government is exceedingly high. Khan is nearing the age of 11, and the time is swiftly approaching the year 1484 of the Sea Circle calendar. He returns to the nearby islands. Khan first indulged in a hearty feast, satiating his hunger, while the massive gorilla bestowed gifts upon the villagers of this island. Subsequently, he sought out Uncle Wang and Uncle Ken to uncover the true events that had transpired during this period. He learned of numerous matters concerning the other officers of the Rocks Pirates. In the vast ocean, a precarious balance of power existed between the Navy headquarters and the Rocks Pirates, a balance that was more fragile than anticipated. This equilibrium was swiftly disrupted when Shiki was ambushed by the Navy, igniting a fierce conflict between the two factions. Upon hearing the news, Zifa joined the fray. The battle raged for 3 days and nights, culminating in Zifa's defeat. Even in defeat, he earned renown, instilling fear in the hearts of the uninformed Navy regarding his formidable strength, proving himself worthy of the future title of Admiral. The notorious Silver Axe launched an assault on the Navy's G5 branch, resulting in the death of a rear admiral. After a night of carnage, the G5 branch suffered devastating losses. Meanwhile, Senior Officer John, while frequenting a brothel to assist the business of the young ladies of the night, encountered Admiral Steelbone Kong and fled without a fight, having taken advantage of the services provided. Admiral Steelbone Kong pursued him personally but failed to apprehend him. It was later revealed that John returned, paid the young lady for her services, and escorted her back to her hometown. The Navy's official statement claimed that John had kidnapped a respectable woman. Upon hearing this news, Khan exhibited a wry expression, unable to adequately articulate John's behavior. One could only remark that John truly deserved the title of a lunatic rivaling even Skypiea. Charlotte Lingling had previously encountered members of the world government. utilizing her devil fruit powers to siphon the lifespans of these government lackeys. Newgate, too, faced an assault from the world government. They covertly ambushed the Newgate faction within the Rocks Pirates, employing exceedingly despicable tactics. Except for Whitebeard, all other members of the Newgate faction were annihilated. For those members were not particularly formidable. Enraged, Newgate rampaged across the seas, relentlessly pursuing his foes and dispatching 6 CP0 members, each comparable to a Marine vice admiral. Was this not an act of bullying the innocent? Upon receiving this news, Khan breathed a sigh of relief. The role played by Marine headquarters in this incident was evidently that of a pawn used by the world government to probe the Rocks Pirates, meant to shield themselves from Rock's wrath. Uncle Wang, has anyone come to trouble us? Khan inquired curiously. No, Wang Ji replied, fully aware of the events unfolding at sea. The world government was determined to take action against the Rocks Pirates, reaching a point where eradication was imperative. Kinda added, we have gathered our members in advance. The Marine headquarters and the world government would need to mobilize substantial forces to deal with us, and they must consider the consequences. Among the various factions of the Rocks Pirates, Wang Ji's faction took action the earliest. For various reasons, both the world government and Marine headquarters had thus far refrained from targeting them. The remaining factions had encountered troubles to varying degrees. Some minor officials had already been eliminated by the Marines or the government lackeys. Newcomers to the Rocks Pirates ran rampant across the seas, creating chaos. The current maritime landscape resembled a frenzied dance of demons. This tumultuous situation significantly impacted individuals of all statuses. Aside from a few areas, the majority remained agitated, with nobles, royals, and wealthy merchants fearing entanglement that could disrupt their prosperous lives. In contrast, the common folk, enduring dire straits, largely remained indifferent, living day by day as best they could. While Khan was listening to the members of Wang Ji's faction discuss the situation regarding the ocean, the phone suddenly rang. Khan's eyes sparkled with delight as he dashed to another location, picking up the phone bug that hung on his thigh. He connected the call and, with a smile, remarked, "What a pleasant surprise to receive your call, such a delightful coincidence." A hoarse yet somewhat familiar voice resonated from the other end of the line. Khan was taken aback. Was it not Katakuri? He had not provided a contact number to Wide-Eye or Lena. Wide-Eye did not have the opportunity, while Lena lacked a transponder snail. In this world, transponder snails were not a luxury everyone could afford. They were a rare commodity. He reflected on the voice he had once heard and thought of someone. The world government has initiated a demon extermination order in your faction's territory, bypassing me, the Marine Admiral. Dozens of islands have been obliterated, and the Marines are directly obeying the world government's commands. You must act swiftly to put a stop to this. At that moment, a grim message resonated from the other end of the transponder snail. The connection was abruptly severed. Khan's pupils constricted sharply. They had been robbed. Damn the world government. Taking advantage of Wang Ji's faction concentrating its forces, they dispatched the Navy to plunder the unguarded towers. The Navy, ever subservient to the world government, is indeed plentiful. The current fleet admiral is truly pathetic, a trait that seems to run in the family. The future fleet admiral, Akainu, will similarly endure such indignities. Khan was deeply unsettled. Upon encountering a crisis, his conscience was plagued with condemnation, compelling him to delegate the resolution of the issue to the pirates. This matter must be communicated with utmost urgency. The Demon Slayer Order, sanctioned by the world government, is orchestrated by the naval headquarters to execute indiscriminate and devastating assaults on regions that emit signals, aimed at the total eradication of entities and individuals that pose a threat to the dominion of the world government. One must ponder, are they the true pirates? Or is it the world government that embodies the malevolent rogue? Khan pondered the intricate web of cause and effect. The actions of the world government were undoubtedly provoking Wang Ji's ire. Even his own attempts at secrecy would be futile in the face of such provocation. There must be some advantage to the world government in their actions. The Battle of the Valley of Gods loomed large in his mind, reminiscent of the earth-shattering conflict depicted in the original narrative. Suddenly, a revelation struck him. This was a grand and audacious scheme. While conspiracies may be unraveled, an overt plot offers no avenue for resolution. Khan sought out Wang Ji and Kinda to share the news. It was the first time he beheld Wang Ji, whose presence radiated an ominous aura, akin to a demon king descending upon the world, with a sword beside him that exuded a chilling malevolence. The members of Wang Ji's faction were visibly shaken. Chapter 40. The Wang Ji faction strikes back. Taking the initiative to hunt. Please continue reading. The entire Wang Ji faction mobilized, resolutely deciding to confront the demon extermination order head-on. Typically, The configuration of the Demon Extermination Order consisted of 10 warships, 5 vice-admirals from the headquarters, and numerous elite naval forces. For the majority, the Demon Extermination Order was terrifying beyond measure. Yet for a top-tier powerhouse like Wang Zhi, the absence of an admiral-level adversary sufficed. By bringing his faction members along, Wang Zhi signaled his intent to annihilate the Demon Extermination Order, demonstrating to the vast ocean the extent of his wrath. Khan requested permission to accompany the leaders and gain experience. The dozens of islands destroyed by the Demon Extermination Order were unfamiliar to Khan, places he had never visited. He felt little emotional attachment. While he harbored sympathy, he could not muster outrage for the common folk living on those islands. To him, they were mere numbers, devoid of substantial reality. If he were to concern himself with every injustice, life would become unbearably burdensome. In this world rife with inequities, Khan held the lives of Wang Zhi and Kinda, his few cherished relatives, dearer than those of the islanders. In the eyes of the lofty elite on the Red Earth continent, the islands destroyed by the Demon Extermination Order were mere statistics, but to Wang Zhi, those people and lands were worth protecting. He was the kind of person who inspired unwavering loyalty. Aboard the ship, Kinda seemed to perceive Khan's thoughts and remarked with a smile. No matter how corrupt the world government is, we must acknowledge that they have endured for 8 centuries. Those 800 years have taught them to disregard everything in the sea, viewing rapidly reproducing beings as mere numbers, wealth sustaining their dominion. Khan was left speechless by the true nature of this wretched world. You can change the world if you possess a grand vision, Khan began, but was interrupted. Kinda adjusted his glasses, choosing silence for fear that Wang Zhi might shatter them, leaving shards scattered about. In the office of the Marine headquarters, the fleet admiral seethed with fury at the world government's actions. Why initiate the Demon Extermination Order? Why bypass me, the fleet admiral, to unleash it upon innocent civilians? The admiral's anger was palpable. With this incident, it seemed Wang Zhi would follow in the footsteps of Rox, fighting to the bitter end. This was not merely a scheme against the Rox pirates. It felt as though the Marine headquarters itself was ensnared in the world government's machinations, fearing a loss of control over them. Once both sides engaged in a desperate struggle, the world government would be the sole beneficiary. You Marines are mere figureheads. The islanders have already been affected by the pirates. Is it wrong to eliminate them in the name of justice? Must we be so ruthless? The 5 elders on the other end of the transponder snail admonished. As Fleet Admiral, you should not question our decisions. The world government has maintained order in the seas for 800 years. Each of us understands this ocean better than you. We all desire to see it flourish. The fleet admiral conversed with the 5 elders for a considerable time. Finally, he set down the transponder snail, collapsing into his chair, disillusioned. He had once believed in their rhetoric, only to realize that anyone could speak beautifully. Had the ocean truly changed? For 800 years, the world government had shaped it into its current form. If not for the preservation of the dwindling order, he would not occupy this position. Some matters were beyond his control. In the New World, the entire Wang Zhi faction set forth toward the next target of the Demon Extermination Order. As the impending battle loomed, Khan leaned against the ship's railing, having never witnessed such a heavy atmosphere among Wang Zhi's faction. The resolve and murderous intent were palpable, a stark contrast to mere determination. "Boss, it's bad," a crew member exclaimed upon receiving intelligence from the Marines. "The Demon Extermination Fleet is dispersing. They are targeting more islands." Wang Zhi's gaze grew increasingly frigid. The crew sensed the gravity of the situation. The Demon Extermination Order was provocatively challenging their leader. Regardless of whether the incident involved the Marines, they could not endure such an affront. "Boss, many of the islands have been touched by our presence. The inhabitants are kind-hearted. I cannot stand idly by. Let us exterminate those Marines." "Fools. Our priority now is to prevent the Demon Extermination Order from continuing its destruction. We will settle the score with them in due time." The Wang Zhi faction was small yet comprised of elite members, united by deep bonds forged through shared adventures on the seas. They had left behind cherished memories on many islands. To protect these beloved lands, they had gifted their pirate flag to each island and defended them, driving away the loathsome nobles and royalty while selecting virtuous leaders. They established economic and cultural exchanges among the islands, fostering collective development that significantly enhanced productivity. Through the ideologies and strategies proposed by Wang Zhi, Kinda, and Khan, they transformed these islands into paradises, creating an absolute haven in the New World, a veritable utopia that evoked envy from most other regions of the ocean. Now, one by one, those islands faced annihilation. Each member of the faction harbored a burning rage, eager to clash with the fleet of the Demon Extermination Order and fight until not a single foe remained. Boss, should we split up and act independently? I can no longer endure this. Let us hunt them down individually. We must obliterate every fleet we encounter. Khan could no longer contain his thoughts. We lack the formidable power of the world government and marine headquarters. Splitting up makes us vulnerable to being picked off one by one. The demon extermination fleet is not numerous. Each ship is a product of vast resources. Kinda concurred. The recent lessons learned from other officers remind us to take them on one by one. Agreed. Wang Ji, usually calm, radiated an aura of lethal intent, his sword seeming to thirst for blood. The collective murderous spirit and determination of the crew coalesced into a tangible force, visible from above as a tremendous pressure, a manifestation of their battle intent. Aside from the Roger pirates, only the members of the Wang Ji faction could achieve such a formidable presence on the seas. Boss, there is a warship not far off. We cannot ascertain if it belongs to the demon extermination fleet. The lookout began, but the palpable pressure emanating from the crew intensified, many exuding an almost palpable bloodlust. Khan sharpened his iron sword, his emotions fluctuating. Influenced by the atmosphere, he too yearned to engage in a grand battle, to stain this blade with the blood of his foes. The motivations of his adversaries, whether they aligned with piracy or not, were thoughts he chose to disregard. He simply wished to exert himself to the fullest extent of his abilities. Khan was acutely aware that without Wang Ji, there was no identity of his own. This singular realization was sufficient. Chapter 41. Bring the warship alongside. In a new world, 2 warships navigated the expansive ocean. These vessels were not typical naval ships. They were specifically designed to execute the demon extermination order. The warships tasked with this decree were the most robust and aggressive in the Navy. Crafted by the esteemed shipyards of Water 7, their quality beyond dispute. They posed no difficulty in confronting ordinary sea kings. Their formidable cannons were ideally suited for bombarding islands. Each warship housed approximately 1,000 elite naval soldiers, forming an elite force. The demon extermination order was authorized by the world government, empowering the naval headquarters to carry out indiscriminate destructive attacks on designated areas, aimed at completely eradicating any entities or individuals that threatened the dominion of the world government. Equipped with a golden transponder snail and a silver transponder snail, the golden one was managed by the naval headquarters admirals and generals, serving to signal the decision to initiate the demon extermination order. The silver transponder snail, stationed at the naval headquarters, received notifications from the golden snail. The world government presented a facade of efficiency, with the naval headquarters serving as its public face, dutifully adhering to regulations when beneficial, yet acting independently when advantageous, as the Navy merely functioned as a tool for executing commands. On one of the warships, a robust man stood on the deck, his white naval cloak billowing in the wind, embodying the essence of justice. "Admiral, I have exterminated 5 islands. Shall I continue?" inquired a naval soldier. "Are you questioning the commands of the world government?" The admiral glared at the soldier, resolutely declaring, "All our actions are in pursuit of justice." "Admiral, there is a ship ahead sailing across the sea, devoid of a pirate flag. We cannot ascertain whether it belongs to pirates," the lookout reported. The admiral advanced to the front of the fleet, gazing out at the ocean. Since they had ventured out without the world government's approval, they must surely be pirates. Pirates must perish. Forward, in the name of justice. A naval soldier murmured, "Perhaps they are merely residents fishing from nearby islands." Suddenly, a loud crack resounded as the soldier spat blood and was violently thrown back, crashing onto the deck. "Are you questioning justice?" the admiral bellowed. "The nearby islands are all tainted by pirates. The inhabitants are degenerate and indistinguishable from the pirates themselves. We, who follow the path of the world government, must execute justice immediately. Bring the warship alongside." The admiral felt a swell of pride within, envisioning his imminent promotion and further connections with the world government. He paid no mind to the struggling soldier on the deck. Nearby, the other naval personnel skillfully lifted the struggling soldier and unceremoniously tossed him into the sea. Who cared about the truth? Their only concern was rising through the ranks and amassing wealth. Meanwhile, on the pirate ship of Wang Ji's faction, the lookout, uncertain, reported, "Captain, I can't be sure, but it seems that the warship is approaching us. They appear to have set their sights on us. How dare they? Just because we seek peace does not mean we are to be trifled with. It seems we have been too inconspicuous, allowing even the lowliest of scoundrels to challenge us." The collective anger ignited further. Wang Ji's expression darkened, his voice icy as he remarked, "Have I been too merciful? Thus, my territory faces their destructive onslaught. They do not pursue Shiki or Silver Axe, but instead target me. I have caused the demise of so many. Kinda, witnessing Wang Ji's escalating madness, urged, Wang Ji, this is not your fault. No one wishes for this. Eliminate them all. Wang Ji coldly commanded. Kinda adjusted his glasses and shouted to the crew. Did you hear what the captain said? Arm yourselves and annihilate them. Since the captain has spoken, let us engage in a grand battle today. Destroy them all. Khan gazed at Wang Ji's silhouette, his heart heavy with an indescribable sorrow. Once a valiant wanderer, imbued with a spirit of chivalry, Wang Ji had been driven to such a state. He lifted his gaze, noticing that their pirate flag was absent. This might be one reason. Yet one cannot overlook the essence of opponents who prey on the weak while fearing the strong. Uncle Wang's words held considerable truth. In terms of territory, Shiji and Silver Axe were not inferior to Wang Ji. Ironically, it was Wang Ji's domain that suffered. When it comes to strength, Wang Ji is certainly no weakling. His prowess undoubtedly surpasses that of Silver Axe. Among the senior members of the Rocks Pirates, the two most unfortunate were none other than Newgate and Wang Ji. This exemplifies the tendency to bully the innocent. Thus, the world government and the Navy must brace themselves for the wrath of the innocent when they finally unleash their fury. Khan discovered the pirate flag and, amidst the fervent preparations of the enraged crowd, quietly hoisted it once more. As he watched the flag ascend slowly, he began to comprehend the allure it held for pirates. It was a symbol of faith, a representation of their existence, a vestige of their last remnant of freedom, still untainted by numbness. It was, in essence, a tragic irony. Such distorted sentiments could only arise from a world steeped in cruelty. He yearned for a future devoid of pirate flags. On the warship, alarm bells rang. Not good, sir. The pirates have raised their flag, reported the lookout. Indeed. The naval rear admiral smirked with confidence, issuing orders, increase speed and bombard them. Sir, that vessel belongs to the Wang Ji faction of pirates. I have spotted several notorious figures aboard, including Wang Ji and Kinda. The lookout's voice trembled with an undercurrent of fear, aware of the sinister intentions behind their arrival. On board the warship, silence enveloped the crew. The naval admiral, trembling, questioned with fervor, why did you not mention this sooner? I couldn't see them initially. They hadn't raised their flag, the lookout replied weakly. The implication was clear. They were perilously close to the pirate ship. Send a message to the world government, stating we are under siege by the Wang Ji faction. After a fierce battle, we were forced to retreat. Ensure that the report to naval headquarters details our valiant deeds. The naval messenger paused, momentarily taken aback. Wasn't survival the priority? Quickly, redirect the fleet. The messenger exhaled in relief. What are you waiting for? Change our course and leave this waters. On board the warship, the Navy sprang into action. In that moment, they exhibited remarkable efficiency, devoid of hesitation or delay. Let us henceforth standardize our updates to occur between noon and 1 o'clock, and from 8 to 9 in the evening. Chapter 42, The Terrifying Power of Wang Ji. Arrival of ZFA. Please continue reading. Khan ascended the sail, standing atop with a commanding view of the distant warship. At that moment, the lookout shouted, the Navy is altering the course of their ship. They intend to flee. Wang Ji gracefully leaped to the bow of the vessel. The aura of his sword was magnificent and imposing, its energy as heavy as a mountain. A murderous intent and a chilling atmosphere surged forth. The overwhelming presence of the conqueror's haki erupted, causing the heavens and the earth to shift in hue, painting the scene in a vivid crimson. The fierce sword momentum began to intertwine with his formidable spirit. In this moment, Wang Ji embodied the grace and power befitting the title of the world's greatest swordsman. The onlookers held their breath, their gaze fixed intently upon the bow. Fueled by righteous fury, Wang Ji drew his sword and, with a simple yet powerful swing, unleashed a wave of sword energy even before it fully formed, causing the sea to part dramatically. The sword fell. The sword energy manifested. A torrent of sword energy cascaded like a river of stars, flowing endlessly. With a single stroke, he cleaved the heavens and the earth. The sword energy continued unabated. The clouds above scattered, and the ocean was carved into an unfathomable abyss. Khan was rendered speechless. In the face of absolute power, technology appeared merely ostentatious. That strike was truly breathtaking. Meanwhile, aboard the warship, the vice admiral gazed forward in terror. Every sailor on the deck felt an overwhelming presence akin to a mountain, accompanied by a chilling aura of death. Until the moment the conqueror's haki erupted, the sailors fell like rice stalks before the autumn wind, collapsing in disarray. The vice admiral, glancing at the distant pirate ship, was engulfed by despair. The speed of the warship was undoubtedly faster than that of the pirate vessel. Yet, he knew he could not escape. It was an undeniable instinct that foretold his demise in this very place. No, he was not ready to perish here. A promising future awaited him, and he could not surrender so easily. All his efforts would amount to nothing if he succumbed now. Instinctively, the Vice Admiral gathered all his strength and activated the Six Powers iron block technique. The flow of his blood and the movement of his muscles had never been so swift. He soon possessed a hardness akin to steel, impervious to blades and bullets. The sole drawback of the iron block was its immobility. However, a select few users could still move while employing it, and he was among them. Chafe, one of the Six Powers. This technique involved rapidly stomping the ground dozens of times in an instant to generate explosive reactive force for swift movement. In a moment of unleashed potential, he stomped the ground 100 times in rapid succession, leaving his fellow sailors behind, vanishing from the deck in an instant. The Vice Admiral did not wish to employ armament hockey for defense. His opponent was simply too formidable. Moreover, armament hockey was more suited for combat than survival. The iron block was far more appropriate in this scenario. As the Vice Admiral stepped off the warship, he realized he had not evaded the range of the sword's aura. His blood seemed to congeal, rendering his body immobile. What was happening? Could the combination of sword intent and conqueror's hockey produce such terrifying pressure? He could only watch in despair and terror as the sword's energy swept past him. At that moment, this Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters recalled a widely circulated tale from the naval base. It spoke of the naval officers who had participated in the hunt for Wang Ji. They were reluctant to speak of the events that transpired, and when questioned, they would either fall silent or show signs of shock, as if they had never fully returned from that fateful day. So it was. Wang Ji was invincible. This was his final thought before his demise. After a single strike from Wang Ji, a warship was lost, along with the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, who was swiftly dispatched by a single blow. When Khan returned, all that remained was silence. Khan and his companions gazed at the naval forces confronting them, ship against ship. As they each unsheathed their weapons and leaped onto the last remaining warship, a fierce melee ensued. From the very outset, the battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. The demon-slaying fleet comprised elite naval personnel, and their adversaries were equally formidable. The faction led by Wang Ji numbered merely in the hundreds, and such a small force was no match for the opposition. This assessment was echoed by both the Navy and the Locus, gaining unanimous recognition from the sea itself. On board the warship, Khan effortlessly dispatched his foes, devoid of any sense of accomplishment. These naval officers had long been paralyzed by fear, their fighting spirit extinguished. After eliminating another sailor attempting to flee, Khan was left in utter disbelief. You naval officers were so formidable when you slaughtered on the islands. How have you fallen to this state? It leaves me feeling quite unfulfilled. You are, after all, the Navy. Do not stoop to the level of pirates. Even if you are similar, muster the courage for one last stand. Such behavior renders it difficult for me to hold you in esteem. The so-called justice of the Navy is utterly laughable. Across the vast ocean, the presence of cowardice and trepidation among the Navy was painfully evident. After all, combat is synonymous with death. No one can guarantee survival, and fear is a natural response, unlike the bravado often displayed. In a battle to the death, the Navy pales in comparison to pirates. The Navy possesses a means of retreat, whereas pirates are often left with no escape. I disagree with your sentiments. At that moment, a naval lieutenant commander stepped forward, brandishing his naval-issued blade, ready to face death without flinching. Observing this, the members of Wang Ji's faction ceded the battlefield to the two. Do you believe I am mistaken? Khan inquired, unperturbed. No, you were correct in your earlier assertions. I have committed the most heinous acts and will not deny my malevolence. The naval lieutenant commander shook his head. I am but a wretch, akin to a pirate devoid of morality. I recognize that among pirates, there are those of commendable character. I understand that many are forced into a life at sea. I acknowledge that the Navy harbors its share of scoundrels. And I am aware that my actions are reprehensible to the utmost degree, yet justice is not a laughing matter. I am simply powerless. What is your name? Khan inquired with curiosity. Does it truly matter? The lieutenant commander replied, raising his blade and directing it towards his adversary. Khan smiled, raising his sword to point at his adversary. The Navy colonel also chuckled, for since the issuance of the demon-slaying order, his thoughts had never been clearer than at this moment. No words were needed to convey the gravity of the situation. With differing stances, a fierce battle ensued. Though not intense, the clash was exhilarating, offering both sides a sense of enjoyment. Well done, Navy. Khan did not invoke his abilities to heal the faint wound upon his body, opting instead to allow it to mend naturally. He turned and departed. On the deck of the warship, only a naval commander of the headquarters, wearing an expression of unparalleled contentment, lay forever with closed eyes. Khan was unaware of the name of the naval officer, and perhaps he would never know it, yet the impression left by this sailor would remain etched in his memory, impervious to the passage of time. In this battle, they achieved a resounding victory. None of the naval personnel escaped, not even those who leapt into the sea. The insights of a top-tier pirate wielding observation hockey are no trifling matter. Not a single individual perished. Khan's injury was the most severe. Upon returning to the pirate ship, the atmosphere among Wang Zhi's faction improved significantly, as their emotions were largely vented. This was the reason Wang Zhi left behind a warship. The lookout shouted, "Captain, comrades, another warship has arrived." Chapter 43, The Naval Iron Triangle. A battle on the brink of eruption. "Captain, comrades, another warship has arrived." This announcement captured everyone's attention. Although the previous two warships had somewhat quelled the fury brewing within them, it did not imply that their anger had dissipated entirely. This warship was doomed as well. Khan ceased his actions of polishing the sword, resolving to partake in the forthcoming battle. The distance between the two parties diminished increasingly. Khan squinted his eyes. On the warship, the foremost naval officer appeared somewhat familiar, as if he had encountered him somewhere before. The leading figure, draped in a naval justice coat, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and possessing a head of purple hair, was none other than the infamous Admiral Zephyr. The lookout shouted. Khan found it hard to believe that the young Zephyr would consent to, or even participate in, this massacre order. Wang Zhi gazed intently at Zephyr, not far away. Noticing that the murderous intent and malevolence surrounding him were not as pronounced as before, he furrowed his brow, seemingly unable to accept that the naval officer before him would be involved in such an affair. Across the vast ocean, Admiral Zephyr's reputation loomed large. For such a naval figure, even the most notorious pirates possessed a degree of awareness. Many pirates, still clinging to their conscience, held a certain admiration for his deeds. However, in the treacherous waters, showing mercy to one's enemies was an unwise course of action. Khan possesses a deeper understanding of this non-lethal Navy officer than anyone else present. He leaves a favorable impression, embodying a commendable instructor and mentor, a Navy officer with a genuine sense of justice. Zephyr, in this world, is a man of integrity. Yet his fate is tragically grim. The weather in the New World is capricious. As both parties draw closer, torrential rain begins to pour from the heavens. Large raindrops strike every face and body, while a fierce wind touzles Khan's hair and rustles his garments, to prevent his unruly hair from obstructing his vision. He ties it back. He eagerly anticipates the upcoming battle. Zephyr, with his admiral-level strength, is destined to earn his rightful title as an admiral in a few years. Reflecting on Zephyr's life, he ascended to the rank of Navy Corporal at the age of 28 and became a Navy Admiral by 38. A truly extraordinary trajectory. It is no surprise that such a formidable Navy officer would not be easily defeated. As for falling to the hands of Shiki, even the future Pirate King, Roger, or the future strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, might not stand a chance against Shiki in single combat. This does not diminish Zephyr's prowess. Wang Zhi remarked, "I have long heard of you. You are a commendable man." On the warship, Zephyr, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, smiled broadly, yet lamented, regrettably, "You are not a Navy officer but a pirate." He then shifted his gaze to another notorious pirate. "I have also heard of you. Kinda, your glasses are quite exceptional." Kinda replied, "Your glasses are quite remarkable as well." A spirited exchange ensued between them, a display of mutual respect among true warriors, a common occurrence on the vast seas. Wang Zhi inquired, "Were you involved in the Demon Slayer Order?" Zephyr responded, "How could I possibly be involved in such matters? I came to thwart their actions." The admiral had secretly assigned him this mission. Wang Zhi was convinced this Navy officer exuded no false righteousness or hypocritical airs of justice. "If we must confront one another, I do not wish for such events to unfold on my territory. This is not the conduct expected of your Navy." Zephyr scratched his head in exasperation, feeling educated by the pirate. The Demon Slayer Order has already obliterated dozens of islands, where the inhabitants had committed no wrongs. Wang Zhi's eyes were filled with sorrow as he pointed to two warships. These vessels have laid waste to at least 3 islands. If your Navy and the world government truly intend to confront the Rock's pirates, please refrain from employing despicable tactics. Should there be survivors from these islands, they will live on with hatred, becoming the next generation of pirates. If war is your desire, I am prepared to fight. Wang Zhi had long recognized his inability to alter this world, The extent of its corruption exceeded his imagination. Hope was elusive in this realm. The Navy headquarters merely served as the FAAD and enforcer of the world government. Zephyr fell silent prior to his arrival. He had only been instructed to halt the actions of the Demon Slayer Order, never anticipating such a gruesome reality. While such atrocities are frequent upon the ocean, he found himself unable to acclimate. Zephyr was incensed. "This matter I shall handle personally. As for you, have I encountered you before?" "Indeed," came the reply. Who speaks?" Zephyr was at a loss, unable to descend from the metaphorical staircase. He heard, lifting his gaze to behold a child. Khan sat atop a high vantage point, raising his hand to indicate the approaching warships in the distance. "We hope to avoid an encounter. Could you possibly take that vessel with you when you leave? If successful, we would truly be spared from confrontation." Zephyr adjusted his glasses and glanced back, his observation haki detecting several familiar figures. It was no surprise that Wang Ji and Kinda had remained cautious, maintaining a certain distance and perpetually guarding against him. It turned out they were the ones approaching the Navy's renowned Iron Triangle. The speed of the warships was remarkable, surpassing that of ordinary vessels. Before long, 2 warships and a pirate ship crossed paths over the ocean. The 2 warships swiftly assumed a pincer formation. "Ha ha ha. It seems we arrived just in time to catch a big fish," Karp remarked, munching on rice crackers, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he watched Wang Ji and Kinda. Eager for action. "Surrender now, you wretched pirates," Sengoku declared fiercely. Suru shot a disapproving glance at the 2 men before turning her attention to the pirate ship. "Wang Ji, indeed, we've hooked a substantial catch, but our purpose here is not this. It is to put an end to the massacre perpetuated by the Demon Slayer Order." Cap was suddenly taken aback, striking his head in realization, exclaiming, "Indeed, we must swiftly prevent the demon-slaying order. Our purpose in emerging from the Valley of the Gods is precisely this." "We cannot leave," Sengoku shouted. "Cannot leave?" "The Marshal informed me that the demon-slaying order is indiscriminately slaughtering islands. Every moment we delay exacerbates the tragedy." He, in his urgency, was acutely aware that this was the most opportune moment to resolve the Wang Ji faction, yet his sentiments urged him not to disregard the lives of those innocent civilians, especially since he had received that fool-esque covert orders. He somewhat regretted confiding in Sengoku about this matter. This operation should not have involved Sengoku. He could have managed it alone. The world government's directive was undoubtedly correct. Those civilians are blameless, but if we forego this opportunity, we shall be incapable of severing one of Rock's arms. Sengoku's face flushed with determination, asserting, "Severing one of Rock's arms will enable us to eradicate the Rock's pirates completely. It will better uphold the stability of the world government and maintain order across the seas. This is for the sake of justice." Cap, the crane did not refute. They exuded their respective auras, fixating on the crew of the pirate ship. A fierce battle was imminent. Chapter 44. Khan unleashes his conqueror's haki. The naval Iron Triangle reached a consensus. They resolved to seize this opportune moment to eliminate the members of Wang Ji's faction, aiming to eradicate Wang Ji himself and sever one of Rock's arms. "It appears that a confrontation is inevitable. Otherwise, I shall have difficulty delivering my report. Wang Ji." Zephyr spread his hands, expressing his helplessness. Khan was acutely aware of the urgency of the situation and hurriedly informed Kinda to summon Zephyr. As he had a plan to address the issue, Kinda furrowed his brows, initially inclined to refuse, yet Wang Ji acquiesced. Khan chuckled, for it was he who regarded himself as a child, and it was he who held steadfast belief in himself. Uncle Wang is truly a captivating and formidable pirate. Kapu inhaled deeply, clenching his fists tightly as an immense surge of armament haki erupted forth. Initially, the inky black haki coiled around him. Then it flowed over his fists like liquid, gradually enveloping his entire arm and body, compressing into a 3-inch thick, flowing surface. It coursed through him, creating an appearance reminiscent of a solid suit of armor, forged from a layer of fluid, obsidian darkness. The quality and quantity of Karp's armament haki have reached an astonishing level. The combat prowess of this era is no trifling matter. The flowing armor enveloping his body represents a sophisticated application of armament haki, known in Wano as flowing sakura. To wield flowing sakura to such an extent, Karp is undoubtedly a formidable entity, one of the foremost masters of armament haki in this age. When his entire body is shrouded in armament haki, the energy consumption is frightfully immense. Just envision the future 10 minutes, and one can understand. However, for Karp, the full activation of his haki allows him to engage in prolonged, high-intensity combat. Wang Ji, come forth and battle. Truly, Carp is remarkable, immediately challenging the strongest among them. Iron Fist, Rampage. Countless shadows of fists erupted like cannonballs, tearing through the air, producing a series of sonic booms. Cap's demeanor turned serious. Wang Ji accepted the challenge. His sword blade tainted a deep obsidian hue, transforming into the form of a black blade. The flowing armament of Haki upon the sword was adorned with intricate crimson patterns, exuding an otherworldly allure. The Conqueror's Haki, entwined with the armament Haki, formed a flawless amalgamation upon this blade. The essence of the sword and the intent to kill fused seamlessly. In this moment, Wang Ji stood as the world's foremost swordsman. With a swing of his sword, he unleashed an aura of sword energy that radiated in all directions, akin to an impenetrable net. The clash of sword energy and fist force nullified each other. Behind Wang Ji, a sword brimming with murderous intent seemed to manifest, poised to sever all, ready to cleave the rabid beast before him into a mere salad. Behind Carp, it seemed as though a colossal, man-eating mad dog, towering hundreds of meters high, emerged, intent on devouring everything in its path and tearing its prey to shreds. A beam of sword light descended from the heavens, instantly transforming from a singular blade piercing the clouds into a celestial river of stars, surging forth majestically from the horizon. Engaging in a fierce battle with the towering, howling beast, sword collided with fist. In that fleeting moment, time and space appeared to suspend. Boom, boom, boom. The astonishing sound of explosions erupted around the spectators, reverberating in their ears. Khan tightly covered his ears as the naval warships around him were engulfed in chaos, with sailors spitting blood in agony. Many of the Navy personnel collapsed onto the deck, their faces contorted in unbearable pain. A terrifying scene unfolded, reminiscent of celestial beings clashing while mortals suffered. A black and crimson lightning bolt erupted at the epicenter of the collision, emitting an extraordinarily blinding radiance. The tremendous shockwaves radiated outward, sweeping through all directions, as the sea roiled and churned violently, unleashing towering waves that obscured the sky. It was as if the apocalypse had descended upon them. The breathtaking spectacle left onlookers in utter awe. Wang Ji and Carp were embroiled in a fierce battle, with each move they executed exuding a terrifying intensity. The disparity between top-tier combatants was minimal, determining a victor would require time. At present on the ocean, only rocks appeared to be an ominous entity that had subtly surpassed the pinnacle of power, capable of effortlessly vanquishing a relatively weaker elite. As the two engaged in combat, they gradually shifted away from the battleground, reaching an unspoken understanding, mindful of those around them. Kapu is the consummate master of the six forms, and the moonwalk is as effortless for him as a stroll. To say he can traverse the air as if ascending a staircase is an understatement. He could leap skyward even by merely placing one foot over the other. Wang Ji stands as one of the few formidable practitioners of technical prowess in this world, moving across the sea as if it were solid ground, completely untouched by water. Representing the Navy and the pirate factions are these two paramount warriors, each employing their unique methods to venture further afield. On the warship, Tsuru and Sengoku gazed in astonishment at the receding figure of Kapu. Initially, they had intended for one of them to join Kapu in a concerted effort to subdue Wang Ji. Aiming to swiftly capture the most significant prize of this endeavor, the world's foremost swordsman, Wang Ji. Tsuru and Sengoku quickly averted their gazes. As users of devil fruit abilities, they were well versed in the six forms, yet the peril of engaging a top-tier opponent in the vast ocean was far too great. To assist Kapu could potentially hinder him. Rather than risk ineffectual interference, it would be wiser to remain and eliminate the remaining members of Wang Ji's faction decisively. For the sake of justice, for the world government. Sengoku bellowed, "Charge." At that moment, an overwhelming aura, powerful beyond comprehension, overshadowed Sengoku's commands, dousing the rising morale of the Navy like a bucket of cold water. Among the three types of Haki, Conqueror's Haki serves as a divine technique for subduing foes. The might of Conqueror's Haki is inextricably linked to one's spirit, will, and breadth of vision. Khan's Conqueror's Haki is a formidable force acknowledged by all the pirates. In an instant, the Conqueror's Haki erupted forth, and an overwhelming aura radiated outward, as if time itself had come to a standstill. One by one, the naval officers collapsed. Even among Wang Ji's faction, more than a dozen members succumbed to its might. Only the most elite among the pirates were able to withstand the pressure, their resilience and spirit far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. Both the pirate ships and naval vessels spiraled out of control, careening towards their surroundings. The naval triangle of battleships and Wang Ji's pirate crew moved in unison towards a common destination, while Zifa's ship veered off uncontrollably in another direction. On board the warship, Sengoku and Crane surveyed the sparse ranks of their remaining navy, their expressions betraying shock. Before the battle had even begun, they were down to barely over 30 men. These remaining naval officers were all of comparable rank to commanders. Sengoku gritted his teeth, observing the opposing pirates, whose numbers doubled that of his own. He sounded the charge once more, engaging the strongest pirate on the opposing side, Kinda. Their fierce clash would not reveal a victor in a mere moment. However, without Crane's presence, the remaining 30 naval officers would surely be overwhelmed by the crushing might of Wang Ji's faction. Crane's involvement allowed the Navy to endure a little longer. Aside from Wang Ji and Kinda, there were over a dozen notorious pirates in Wang Ji's faction with bounties nearing or exceeding 100 million, and none of the pirates, save Khan, had bounties below 10 million. This was still a reflection of their restrained and non-confrontational nature. Sengoku and Kinda's battle tilted in favor of the latter. Crane bore her silent struggles. In another direction, a boisterous laughter erupted. Wang Ji, your swordsmanship is truly impressive. The Navy's justice coat was tattered, and Carp bore several new sword wounds, yet he grew increasingly exhilarated with each clash. In contrast, Wang Ji effortlessly deflected his opponent's assaults. The terrifying force of Carp's punches reverberated through his blade, igniting a tumult within his body that, if prolonged, would inevitably lead to internal injuries. Neither side emerged unscathed. Such formidable Navy officers still exist in your ranks. It seems this generation of the Navy is exceptionally strong. Wang Ji's expression oscillated between mockery and derision. With both the Navy and pirates exhibiting such power, it was no wonder the world government felt unsettled. Wang Ji, when fighting, refrained from uttering trivialities. Carp griped, pulling on the iron chains that bound him, yanking up a massive iron ball that rivaled a warship, launching it skyward. It spun violently, intended for his adversary. This maneuver was a derivative skill of the fist-bone meteor, possessing tremendous power. Its use in a skirmish could yield extraordinary results. Face my attack. Gigantic iron ball. Carp released the chain, only to find the iron ball had vanished. His eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "Where's my iron ball?" Wang Ji evaded Carp's chain attack, secretly astonished. This oblivious creature, had he not noticed the weight of the iron ball in his grasp? In terms of sheer strength, he could rival the likes of their captain and Lin Lin, possessing a might that could be counted on one hand across the seas. No, it could not exceed 5 individuals. Wang Ji's grip on his sword tightened. With each confrontation against Carp, he had felt that numbing, tearing sensation. Kapu's physical form may not rank among the strongest. However, his sheer strength undoubtedly stands as the most formidable within the Navy, rivaled only by rocks among pirates who can genuinely contend with him. Kapu found himself in a perplexing state, suspended in midair in an utterly unscientific manner. Scratching his head, he gazed at the iron chain crafted from Hailu stone on his wrist, unable to fathom the whereabouts of his formidable iron ball. Wang Ji looked up at the Navy officer hovering above, having an inkling of the extraordinary nature of this Marine, who was likely to become one of the most powerful admirals in the Navy headquarters in 8 centuries. It was truly unreasonable. Even the 6th technique, the moonwalk, could not maintain such a position in the air for long. One could only conclude that Kapu's actions and prowess defied all logic. Scientific reasoning held no weight against him, only sheer strength could subdue him. "Wang Ji, did you just sever my iron chain while I wasn't looking?" Kapu inquired, pointing at the smooth cut on his chain. Indeed, Wang Ji responded to the question posed by this rather oblivious individual. "How could you do such a thing? I hadn't even thrown it yet." It was the first time Kapu had been interrupted while attempting to cast a spell. In the past, pirates would gape in astonishment as they witnessed him launch the great iron ball. Even when faced with formidable foes, they would wait until he had thrown it before attempting to catch it, albeit unsuccessfully most of the time. Yet they would never exhibit such rudeness as this world's foremost swordsman. As one of the few rational beings in this world, Wang Ji felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. There were far too many abnormal individuals around him. By severing the Hailu stone chain, he allowed his opponent's unlaunched iron ball to plummet into the sea. Was there anything wrong with this? Wang Ji simply could not comprehend the thought processes of these people. After years of traversing the seas, he had encountered the vast majority of devil fruit users who would first introduce their fruit's name and abilities before engaging in combat. He found their lengthy introductions tiresome and would dispatch them with a single stroke of his sword. Was there anything wrong with that? From his experiences with Khan, Wang Ji was convinced that the problem lay not with him, but with the world and its people. He remained ever vigilant against being assimilated by this reality. Let us not dwell on such matters. Let us continue to fight. Haha. Wang Ji, You are absolutely right. I will surely defeat you. Wang Ji tightened his lips, determined not to be swayed by this scatterbrained individual, focusing solely on vanquishing him without distraction. Defeating this marine would allow him to advance to other battlefronts. Boom, boom, boom. Columns of immense water erupted from the surface as two figures engaged in a furious clash, their collision reverberating throughout the area. As the prolonged battle ensued, Wang Ji understood that defeating this marine in a short time was improbable. The Navy headquarters was poised to unleash an extraordinary entity. It was no wonder that after Captain Rox single-handedly eliminated a Marine Admiral, the Navy headquarters did not exhibit a significant response. The new generation of naval forces was exceptionally formidable. Aside from Kapu, whom he faced, the other three Marines he encountered today, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Tsuru, were all exceptionally capable. And the new generation of three admirals had already been cultivated. As the battle dragged on, Wang Ji began to feel a sense of urgency. Kapu sensed that his opponent's thoughts were elsewhere and, filled with rage, exclaimed, "You dare to be distracted while facing me?" Wang Ji chose to ignore this abnormal individual. His mind occupied with thoughts of whether Khan and Kinda had managed to escape and if they were safe. This infuriated him. Furious Iron Fist. Furious Iron Fist. Furious Iron Fist. All of Karp's punches were completely thwarted by Wang's sword. That blade was utterly indestructible. Kapu relished the opportunity to engage in combat with formidable adversaries, particularly one who bore the illustrious title of the world's greatest swordsman. The prospect of a thrilling battle filled him with joy, as he saw this as a chance to unleash his prowess. Yet, the notion of being hindered by the Demon Slayer order seemed trivial to him. However, when that formidable warrior appeared distracted during their duel, Kapu felt a surge of indignation. After all, he had made the arduous journey from the desolate God Valley, only to be met with such disrespect. Was he being underestimated? In terms of fame and renown, the youthful Kapu could not compare to the likes of Wang Ji John, Rox, or the illustrious Steelbone Kong, who were legends of the seas. Yet, the impetuousness of youth fueled his belief that he could not be bested by anyone. Youth should be marked by fervor and passion, and Kapu embodied this ethos, growing ever more invigorated with each exchange. The pressure he exerted upon Wang Ji intensified. At last, Wang Ji devoted his full attention to the battle against Kapu, unleashing his might. "Ha! You still have to fight me properly. If you don't give it your all, you shall not escape." Kapu boomed, laughter ringing out as he eagerly prepared for the clash. In an instant, Wang Ji's form moved with the swiftness of lightning, his sudden acceleration leaving Kapu momentarily stunned. By the time he regained his composure, his opponent had vanished from sight. "Jia Jia Jia, Little Navy, let me entertain you." The words, imbued with overwhelming authority, accompanied an aura so potent it was nearly suffocating. Under this immense pressure, the very fabric of the surrounding space began to warp. Kapu trembled all over, turning around to gaze in the direction from which the sound emanated. Who could it be? How could there be such an overwhelming sense of oppression? Chapter 46. Rox dominates Kapu. Khan's verbal duel with Zifa. He, a figure, exuding unparalleled might, streaked across the distance like a meteor, arriving in this maritime realm in the blink of an eye. This figure came to a halt, standing in the sky. It was none other than Rox, the universally acknowledged sovereign of the seas in this era. Wang Ji also sensed Rox's aura, prompting him to leave the battlefield without hesitation and rush to another front. For as long as Rox was present, no one on the surface of the ocean could challenge him alone, let alone defeat this maritime overlord. "How do you possess the six forms moonwalk?" Kapu exclaimed in astonishment. "The six forms? Isn't it something one can master at a glance?" Rox stood aloft, gazing down at Kapu suspended in midair, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he assessed this formidable naval officer. Mastered at a glance. Kapu's vigilance reached its zenith, accompanied by an unprecedented surge of excitement and exhilaration from within. The pirate he had longed to capture had finally appeared before him. "Ha ha ha. I am overwhelmed with excitement. Rox, come forth to battle. I shall surely seize you, you scoundrel. No, it is here that I shall bring you to justice, to uphold the order and righteousness of the seas." Kapu let out a furious roar. Veins bulged on his neck, and the muscles in his arms rippled with intensity. He thrust his fist toward the heavens. In the form of armament hockey, flowing cherry blossom, his punch struck fiercely upwards, causing the air to vibrate in layers. As a tempestuous wave of energy surged forth, the explosive force and might of Karp's fist are sufficient to rend the very sky asunder and disperse the clouds. Rox stands aloft, neither evading nor flinching. The intense shockwave generated by the fist is wholly absorbed by his corporeal form. What? He can actually withstand my fist with his bare body? Karp is taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. Yet, this only heightens his exhilaration. Such a formidable adversary ignites an unparalleled thrill within him. Kapu unleashed a powerful punch towards the sea. The sheer force of his blow caused the water's surface to dip dramatically, sending towering waves soaring into the air, reaching heights of several dozen meters. Indeed, it was not merely my own weakness that was at play. Ha! Rox observed with keen interest. His opponent was formidable, and he would not underestimate him. Countless pirates had met their demise in the treacherous depths of the sea, with his haki fully activated. If Kapu's application of armament haki was a significant drain on his energy, Rox wielded as like it was an inexhaustible resource, enveloping himself in a thick layer of armor while radiating an aura that created a unique domain of dominance. The armament haki coursed through him, forming an impenetrable suit of armor with extraordinary effects. A surge of intoxicating fervor erupted from Rox, igniting the blood of those who beheld it. He cackled ominously. Let us see if you can withstand this punch. For the first time, Rox took the initiative to strike. With a single, electrifying punch, he shattered everything in his path, air, space, anything that dared to impede him was obliterated. An unmatched power. Just witnessing his assault was enough to elevate his allies' morale while instilling dread in his foes. An absolute force, terrifying speed, and an overwhelming charisma. He was the sovereign of this era, Rox. With just one blow, he imposed tremendous pressure upon Kapu, who felt incapable of blocking it. Gritting his teeth fiercely, he clenched his fist and launched a fierce counterattack. Defeat was an option, but cowardice was not. Fist against fist. Kapu was sent flying hundreds of meters away, spitting out a mouthful of blood midair before crashing into the sea. Lox hovered above, exuding an aura of both divinity and malevolence, calmly declaring, "Your sense of justice is utterly feeble." In an instant, a figure emerged from the surface of the ocean. Though they were both human, the disparity in strength between themselves and Lox was staggering. Their previous battle with Wong had drained considerable energy, yet that did not imply they were incapable of unleashing their peak power. The spirit and body of Kapu have endured a dual blow. Justice shall never be vanquished. Karp lunged forward like a rabid dog once more. On another warship, Zephyr stood amidst his fallen sailors. Compared to the elite forces led by the Navy's Iron Triangle, his crew was indeed formidable, yet they were utterly powerless against the overwhelming and terrifying Conqueror's haki. This child's mastery of the haki surpassed any he had ever encountered. It was likely that few upon the vast sea possessed such strength. How fortunate it would be for the Navy. At that moment, Khan stood aboard the warship, facing Zephyr directly. "What is your name, boy?" Zephyr inquired. "Frankie's Khan." Khan replied with unshakable composure. "You boarded this ship alone, believing you could defeat me in single combat?" Zephyr asked, intrigued. "I had no intention of fighting you," Khan said, sheathing his sword and leaning against the ship's railing. "If we continue in this direction, we shall soon reach the next island." "The next island?" Zephyr adjusted his glasses, perplexed, lacking any immediate intention to engage in battle. "Do you realize you are guilty?" he challenged. "What crime?" Khan retorted. "You have slain so many sailors. Do you dare claim you are innocent?" "They deserved it," Khan exclaimed. "What did you say?" Zephyr rolled up his sleeves. "Zephyr, I have heard your name. I wish to inquire about the Navy's notion of justice. Do you truly comprehend what justice resides in your heart?" Zephyr felt an unsettling sense of familiarity. "Hold on. Don't come here to lecture me. I am here to halt the demon slaughter order." "But what are you all doing?" Khan's calm discourse left no room for rebuttal. Zephyr, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead, stammered defensively. "You have rendered the Navy utterly dazed. I have no means to reach the island and intervene. Is that your justification? You are merely seeking excuses. You could readily plunge into the sea and personally propel the warship towards the next island to avert disaster, yet you choose to evade responsibility, fixating instead on your pretexts." Without pause, Khan unleashed a torrent of words, leaving Zephyr powerless to retaliate. "The righteousness of your Navy should be devoted to the common folk. To those who lack the strength to contest tyranny, to those who once embraced a life of happiness but have been utterly obliterated by cannon fire. It is not a term to be wielded in defense of the world government." The word people etched itself deeply in Zephyr's mind in that fleeting moment. "Are you suggesting that your Navy is merely a purveyor of empty rhetoric, a puppet of the world government?" "Absolutely not. Do not rely solely on words. Take action." "Yes," Zephyr exclaimed. "Look at what you are doing." Plunge. Before Zephyr could fully comprehend the situation, he leaped from the warship, determined to push it himself, with Khan guiding him on the proper course to avoid misdirection. "Excellent. "You are the one I admire most within the Navy," Khan proclaimed, standing atop the warship's railing. Emerging from the water, Zephyr felt a disquieting sense of wrongness, yet the grim fate of the island's inhabitants under the demon slaughter order weighed heavily on him. He pressed on with increasing urgency. Khan stood at the railing of the warship, savoring an orange, occasionally tossing a few pieces to Zephyr. Chapter 47. I bloom amidst carnage. Just like flowers in the dawn, Khan perched upon the railing of the warship and said, "Rest assured, it's not poisonous. I merely feared for your stamina." Zephyr retorted, "Am I incapable?" Quite the contrary. Though he spoke with bravado, Zephyr did not decline the offered morsels. After consuming a few, he discovered their flavor to be quite pleasing, and a delightful sensation washed over him, prompting him to request Khan to toss him a few more. Khan also declined, feeding while he ate. The two shared a pleasant rapport. The Navy bullies the honest among the pirates, and Khan, as a pirate, bullies the honest within the Navy. This is quite reasonable. Khan retrieved a map of the maritime region from his pocket. Although he could not decipher it entirely, he understood that he was not far from the next island. Given that he had encountered Zifa and the Demon Slayer Brigade, this encounter was no mere coincidence. Both parties were en route to the same destination, albeit with differing intentions and identities. Their actions, paradoxically, stood in stark contrast to their roles. The pirates sought to protect the island, while the Navy aimed to obliterate it. This irony encapsulates the essence of the world they inhabit. The phenomenon transcends the mere proliferation of pirates. One must address the root causes. The common folk of this world are astonishingly naive, enduring hardship without question. Even when presented with a sliver of opportunity, they would not consider becoming pirates, a profession fraught with peril that could induce mortal fear. Truly, the state of the world is dismal. Upon reaching the next island, the two men beheld a naval vessel anchored not far from the shore. "Look, they are not bombarding the island," Zifa exclaimed with fervor. Khan let out a chuckle, his expression laced with intrigue. "Would you care to accompany me to the island for a glimpse?" Zephyr trembled, an ominous premonition washing over him. The two hastened towards the isle, where they witnessed the grotesque facets of humanity laid bare: looting, pillaging, and the most abhorrent manifestations of human nature. Sailors seized resources, plundered wealth, committed murder, and set fires. They took advantage of the chaos, subjugating women underfoot, their laughter echoing with a chilling insensitivity. Zephyr's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind swirling with self-doubt. This cannot be possible. The essence of humanity is profoundly intricate. Within each individual lies both a devil and a saint. Khan approached him with a frigid demeanor, a cruel smile creeping across his lips as he spoke. They are merely indulging in a bit of excess amidst the execution of their duties. After all, destruction is inevitable, is it not? Why not seize the moment for personal enjoyment? Justice is on my side. Once the deed is done, who will care about these matters? I am merely seeking a small advantage during the course of my mission. I shall return to claim my reward and ascend the ranks. Zephyr crumpled, overwhelmed, whether by the weight of Khan's words or the harrowing scene before him. He could not tell. Khan extended his hands, his grin growing increasingly sinister as he drew his sword and charged forward, joining the ranks of the Navy. This time, he was the hunter, and the Navy personnel were his prey. A grand feast of carnage was born. With each stroke of his sword, he dispatched a scoundrel. As for the female Navy officers, he delivered 2 strikes, severing their midsections. The Navy quickly regrouped, demonstrating their elite prowess, encircling Khan with a flurry of blades, their faces adorned with cruel and icy smiles. They envisioned the imminent moment when Khan would succumb to their relentless onslaught. Too slow. In a flicker of movement, Khan claimed a life with every thrust. In mere moments, 8 souls lay lifeless. Without any high-ranking officials from the Navy headquarters present, none among the naval forces possessed the authority to restrain Khan. He navigated through the chaos with ease, occasionally engaging in a fierce skirmish but never lingering on it, opting instead to target the weaker Navy members for slaughter. A massacre commenced. He blossomed amidst the bloodshed, akin to a flower blooming at dawn. "Cease this, Khan, this has gone far enough." Zephyr activated the 6 styles, shave, appearing before Khan in an instant to halt his murderous spree. The surviving Navy personnel, upon recognizing Zephyr, felt an immediate surge of hope. "Admiral Zephyr has arrived. Quickly eliminate this fiend. He is a monster. A monster." The cries for help and shouts echoed incessantly, overwhelming Zephyr and fraying his nerves. "Enough? Do you believe this is sufficient?" Khan, drenched in blood, pointed his sword at the group of Navy officers, demanding their silence. Just as these petty naval figures were about to reveal their smug expressions, Zephyr cast a fierce glare in their direction, causing them to lower their heads. Many among the Navy harbored resentful glances. I ponder, aside from myself, a pirate who possesses the authority to hold them accountable. At the moment when their blades are raised against the innocent, do they truly deserve to be deemed as agents of justice? They have become no different from the pirates you deem as ruthless marauders, committing heinous acts without remorse. In fact, they are even more hypocritical, standing atop their moral high ground in a manner that is utterly repugnant. Khan's tone grew increasingly fervent as he exclaimed, "As pirates, we shall not adorn our actions with grandiloquent justifications. We are simply enamored with these islands and the people who inhabit them. Thus, we offer them our protection. This battlefield is no longer about so-called justice. It is merely a realm where the victor reigns supreme." Khan articulated the essence of this battle. Do not use the grandiloquent guise of justice as a justification for your complicity in wrongdoing. You now have the option to withdraw from this battlefield. I shall deal with these unjust naval officers, for I am a pirate. It is only natural for both sides to engage in combat. Zephyr discerned the underlying implications. Should they truly escort these naval officers back, they would face no repercussions. Can those who commit such actions truly find redemption? While Zephyr does not slay naval officers, the majority of the pirates he captures are dispatched to impel down. But who will hold these naval officers accountable? No one. Upon their return, those deserving of promotion will ascend, and those seeking wealth will prosper. This young man has provided himself with the most compelling rationale, has he not? If I depart, how will I justify my absence? Is this the extent of your justice? I have never cloaked my actions in the name of righteousness. Zephyr muttered defensively, acknowledging the soundness of Khan's argument. The justice of the Navy should reflect that of the civilians. Open your eyes and behold the expressions of those who gaze upon you. Khan gestured towards the terrified civilians, who dared not even weep in their sorrow. Zephyr cast a glance, his conscience too troubled to continue staring. If we withdraw from this battlefield, they may still hold faith in your justice. Zephyr trembled, wishing to silence Khan, yet he found himself compelled to listen further. I understand. I have never set foot on this island, nor have I ever encountered you. You little rascal. Zephyr abandoned those naval officers and fled towards the sea with unparalleled speed, plunging into the depths and raising the naval warship skyward. In the heavens, he fled desperately, ascending ever higher, retreating ever further. On the island, the fallen naval officers exchanged despairing glances. Chapter 48. A spark can ignite a prairie fire, seeking continuation. No, this is impossible. That scoundrel has abandoned us. He has sullied the name of justice. Khan adjusted his ears, reflecting on the undeniable hypocrisy of humanity. The words of the naval officers were an affront to his senses. This was hardly surprising, as most of the world's naval forces merely drifted through their duties, not fighting for any noble cause. They merely shouted slogans to place themselves upon a moral pedestal. The caliber of these sailors was significantly inferior to the mercenaries he had encountered in his previous life, let alone the more elite forces. Comparing naval soldiers to mercenaries felt somewhat insulting. At least mercenaries were straightforward, driven by monetary gain without the pretense of virtue. As silence fell, Khan found himself gripping his sword, his expression one of astonishment. Do you dare to make a move? A naval officer was seen holding an elderly man hostage, a knife poised threateningly at his throat, his face twisted with menace. The other sailors applauded, mimicking his actions by taking other civilians hostage, knives drawn, their faces alight with excitement. You all adapted to your new roles rather swiftly, Khan remarked coldly, a trace of scorn lacing his words. Navy? Pirates? These identities have shifted countless times in the past. What is justice? True justice is non-existent in this world. Only the victors claim dominion, while they profess justice. Such sailors often reveal their vile nature. There were far too few among them like Zephyr, whose only flaw was his excessive kindness. I harbor no ill will towards you. You have your own means of survival. Yet, when you invade my territory, plundering and destroying islands, I cannot suppress the urge to eradicate you all. Khan's demeanor grew increasingly frigid as he proclaimed, I am a member of the Wang Ji faction. I can no longer restore this island to its former state. The only assistance I can offer is to eliminate you all. The terrified civilians turned in unison to Khan, their voices rising in a collective roar. Annihilate these demons. We wish for nothing more than their demise. Their cries echoed desperately, please, put an end to them. Did you hear their pleas? Khan gripped his sword, charging forth, exuding an aura of lethal intent. They demand I vanquish you. Come, flee, go mad, show me your mettle. The naval officers were momentarily stunned. Many dropped their hostages, fleeing in terror without a moment's hesitation. Some, in a panic, killed their hostages, only to realize that Khan was unfazed, prompting them to hastily retreat towards the coast, where safety lay in the sea. Once they reached the naval headquarters, they would undoubtedly report the wretched naval officer, Zephyr, among the naval personnel. A scant few attempted to rally their comrades, issuing commands for unity, yet the majority were preoccupied with their escape. How many could truly heed their call? Khan wielded his sword with lethal precision, each strike inflicting grievous wounds upon the naval soldiers, eliciting anguished cries of despair and lamentation from those who still clung to life. "No, please, save me. We are comrades," they pleaded, their voices rife with terror. "I do not wish to die. Please, I do not wish to perish. Do not approach me," they screamed in sheer horror. "Ah, mother, I am terrified." The defeat was as swift and overwhelming as an avalanche. The soldiers in the vanguard, hearing the chilling cries of agony emanating from behind, felt a cold shiver run down their spines, their legs yearning to propel them forward, fearing that they would not escape as swiftly as their fellow sailors. As Khan pursued relentlessly, his hair, clothes, and shoes became drenched in thick, foul blood, resembling a demon that had emerged from the depths of hell, come to claim the lives of these sailors. The chase left behind a cacophony of screams and wails. On the island, the scant few survivors raised their weapons, their eyes bloodthirsty and faces contorted with rage, lunging at the dismembered sailors to vent their wrath. After a chorus of agonized cries, a portion of the populace, their expressions numb, returned to their homes, while others followed the trail of blood, intent on dispatching the remaining sailors. They had lost sight of the meaning of their existence, driven solely by the need to eradicate this group of sailors, seeking a fleeting sense of liberation for their tormented souls. By the coast, the winds lay still. Shadows fell upon the sandy shores where they screamed and lamented. Gazing longingly at the sea, many sailors reached out, only to realize how distant the ocean truly was. The sailor closest to the water extended his hand, mere centimeters from the waves. Despair filled their eyes as their blood stained the shoreline's waters. A solitary silhouette, drenched in crimson, sat upon the rocky shore, gazing out at the sea. Among these sailors were those of considerable prowess, yet their spirits had shattered. Otherwise, the outcome would have been uncertain. Time trickled by, and a sparse crowd arrived at the coast, delivering final blows to the sailors one by one. The demon-slaying edict was divided into 5 battalions. This naval fleet had seemingly ventured out for a hunt, and soon, a vice admiral from the naval headquarters was likely to lead a contingent to the scene. Khan confronted them, his face smeared with blood, rendering his features unrecognizable, save for his pair of crimson eyes. "Those of you who wish to survive, who seek vengeance, follow me." The crowd fell silent for a brief moment. Some stepped forward, while others turned back towards the island, determined to meet their demise in their homeland. The number was few. Khan unleashed his abilities, utilizing his profound understanding of shipbuilding to craft suitable planks for them. The common folk said little and promptly emerged to lend a hand, and soon a small vessel was constructed. They set sail towards the vast ocean. With great capability comes the potential to accomplish grand endeavors. Khan was acutely aware of his position. Remaining inactive at this juncture would be tantamount to a death sentence. Not all naval officers were as amenable as Zephyr. In truth, had it not been for Zephyr, any other Navy personnel would not have resorted to words as weapons in the face of insufficient strength. He would never engage in endeavors devoid of certainty. There was no way he would pit himself against a vice admiral from the Navy headquarters, as Khan did not believe he stood a chance. Moreover, this situation was inherently instigated by the Navy, and he could only strive to do what he could. Before long, amidst the cacophony of artillery fire, the entire island was engulfed in flames. One thing was certain: such extensive bombardment would leave no survivors on the island. Aboard a small vessel, the surviving populace gazed mournfully at their burning homeland, tears streaming down their faces. They understood they had lost their homes, and from that moment onward, they would have to exist as refugees upon the vast sea. They resolved that it would be better to embrace a life of piracy. They had firmly decided to follow their deity. In Khan's eyes, the flames reflected a stark reality. Chapter 49. The War of the Buddha, Enlightenment Achieved. In the skies, Zephyr sprinted with the might of a warship. Soon after, he sensed 2 formidable oars clashing, one particularly overwhelming that it sent a shiver down his spine from afar. He looked up. Was this the clash of Conqueror S. Haki? Had Sengoku engaged in combat? What manner of monster possessed such an immense presence? Zephyr hastened towards the source of the turmoil, arriving at a desolate island. Upon his arrival, a terrifying figure was seen battling Sengoku, while a fierce skirmish unfolded between the Navy and pirates on the surface of the sea. Without a moment's hesitation, he recognized the assailant of Sengoku, undoubtedly. It was that tyrant of the seas, Rox. Sengoku, I am here. As Sengoku was being mercilessly assaulted by Rox, he could barely muster a response when he heard that celestial voice exclaiming, Zephyr, come and assist me. How dare you speak while fighting me? Rox's Conqueror-S haki seemed almost tangible, inflicting substantial damage on everything around him, wrapping his fists in an aura so potent that it left the distant navy gasping for breath. With a thunderous crash, the sound of cracking echoed. Sengoku, having consumed the human fruit, mythical Zoan type, Buddha form, had already entered his formidable state. The previous sound was that of his golden body fracturing. Even Sengoku's formidable Busashoka haki could not withstand the penetrating force of a single punch from Rox's Conqueror-S haki. Without a moment's hesitation, Zephyr plunged into the fray, joining forces with Sengoku to confront Rox. Despite their considerable strength, their lack of synergy put them at a disadvantage. During the battle, Rox exerted absolute power to dominate them. Zephyr was taken aback. He glanced at Sengoku, who was battered and bruised, on the verge of collapse. It was clear why Sengoku had been so elated at his arrival. Had they not been fighting on an isolated island, he might have been utterly defeated by Rox. Zephyr was painfully aware that Sengoku was a devil fruit user. Should he be struck into the sea during the battle with Rox, the outcome would be swiftly determined. Fortunately, he had heeded the advice of that young man, clinging to what he deemed the justice of the common folk, and had come here. Otherwise, the Navy would have undoubtedly faced a devastating blow. Meanwhile, Wang Zhi and Kinda had subdued the remaining naval forces, including the widely revered goddess, Vice Admiral Tsuru. The captured Tsuru offered a wry smile. It was not that she lacked strength, she was merely a bureaucrat. Engaging with the world's foremost swordsman and such a multitude of powerful pirates was simply beyond her capabilities. Observing the 30 or so captured Navy personnel around her, she discerned that Wang Zhi had no intention of executing them. Glancing at the members of Wang Zhi's faction, she noted that none had perished. Boss, this female Navy officer is quite beautiful. Boss, you've never had a woman. Why not take this female officer back with us and let them come looking for trouble? Enough. Stop talking nonsense. Kinda interjected. I understand everyone has been through a fierce battle and is in poor condition, but we must quickly prevent the demon slaughter order. Every night, islands are being destroyed by it. Wake up. You've been sleeping for too long. It's time for you to take over for us. No more slumbering. Let us go take on the Navy. Aboard the pirate ship, the dozen or so pirates who had been rendered unconscious by Khan's Conqueror-S haki awoke, realizing their predicament. Their faces flushed with embarrassment. They had brought disgrace upon themselves. Subsequently, they eagerly took on the forthcoming tasks, prepared to lead the charge in the ensuing battles against the Navy complicit in the demon slaughter order. After Kinda had addressed the concerns of his faction members, he turned to Wang Zhi and inquired, what shall we do next? He was undoubtedly the brain and steward of the faction, but Wang Zhi was the leader. Certain boundaries were non-negotiable in Kinda's eyes. While he could offer suggestions, he must never usurp the leader's decision-making power. Wang Zhi replied, I will seek out Khan. You all go and halt the demon slaughter order. Kinda pointed towards Rox and asked, should we not intervene and stop the captain from continuing this fight? Prolonging this engagement benefits neither side. If the captain brings other officers into this, we could seize the opportunity to clip the Navy's wings. I will intervene. Wang Zhi leaped gracefully onto the sea as if skimming the surface, swiftly making his way to the deserted island. Captain, the Navy's demon slaughter order has already annihilated dozens of islands and taken countless lives. I must act swiftly to stop it. Wang Zhi, you need not elaborate. I am aware. Rox unleashed his full power, simultaneously repelling Sengoku and Zephyr, hovering in the air, disdainfully sneering, a bunch of lapdogs of the world government. You preach justice while being hypocritical to the point of repulsion. Zephyr steadied himself, letting out a sigh. On this day, he had been schooled and berated by pirates far too many times, yet he found himself unable to counter their claims. Sengoku was sent hurtling thousands of meters, smashing through towering trees, his golden form nearing destruction, blood spilling across the ground as he struggled to rise once more. Let us cease this fighting. Zephyr found Sengoku. Contemplating the day's events and the implications of the demon slaughter order, he yearned for an opportunity to converse deeply with Khan. Sengoku, this is not the time for war. We must locate Garp, rescue them, and withdraw swiftly. Sengoku was not one to disregard the gravity of the situation. Continuing the fight would lead him to an untimely demise. There was no necessity to pursue justice further. Rox descended from the sky, clapping Wang Zhi on the shoulder with camaraderie interlaced with his formidable aura, declaring, Wang Zhi, do not fret. I shall join you in exterminating that rabble. He was Rox, a maritime sovereign whose extraordinary strength and charisma commanded a colossal pirate crew, drawing numerous powerful individuals to follow him. The emergence of the Rox pirates was no mere coincidence. It was an inevitability. On the shores of the deserted island, Zephyr interjected. You cannot leave. Sengoku felt a chill in his heart. He feared today might be his last. Damn it. Are you seeking death? Rox's forehead bulged with veins, his Conqueror-S haki radiating fiercely, ready to obliterate these contemptible Navy officers on the spot. Zephyr, nervously adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, swallowed hard and explained. What I mean is that releasing Crane and the Navy would be beneficial for both parties. Upon witnessing this, Sengoku, hesitant to meet Rox's gaze, mustered his courage and added, Indeed. Rox, it is impossible for you to eliminate us all in such a short time. If you wish to avoid wasting time, simply let them go. Rox, hearing such a combination of cowardice and bravado for the first time, raised his enormous fist. Sengoku, catching a glimpse of it, instinctively shielded his already swollen head, not wanting to endure another pounding from Rox. If it continued, he might just become a saint. Chapter 50. Carp, how did you become a pig head? Please continue reading. Rox clenched his fist, extending 3 fingers, declaring, You have 3 minutes. Zephyr quickly interjected, Carp is on his way. We possess the strength to fight. Who allowed you to speak? Rox Conqueror's haki surged forth, almost palpable, overwhelming Sengoku with a force akin to weeds in the wind. Zephyr? Sengoku? Damn. Rox retracted his aura, feeling irritable. Just looking at your head annoys me. I genuinely feel unsatisfied if I don't hit it a few times. Sengoku's expression was blank. Zephyr coughed awkwardly, feeling the tension. How could it be Sengoku's misfortune? Nevertheless, it was better than being targeted himself. The presence of this maritime overlord was truly terrifying. Wang Ji, you speak. Rox handed the floor to his side. Wang Ji turned to Zephyr and asked, Where is Khan? Rox immediately fumed. How dare you lay a hand on a child? Come on, let us play. Sengoku turned pale. Would he be the one to take a beating again? Calm down. I have not harmed Khan. I'll let him go. Zephyr quickly clarified the situation, bowing to the pirates and pleading, I hope you will grant me this favor. Continuing to fight is detrimental to both sides. In an instant, Rox appeared before Zephyr, startling him greatly. Hee hee. Rox laughed heartily while patting Zephyr's shoulder. You are far more agreeable than him. Have you considered leaving the Navy to join me? Sweat poured down Zephyr's forehead. If not for the absence of malice from Rox, the mere act of his proximity would have compelled him to retaliate immediately. Was this maritime overlord's aura truly so fearsome? Who would dare confront him one-on-one? No. I am a Navy officer. I have my own principles. Zephyr swiftly distanced himself from Rox, asserting that while he could empathize with Khan's words, it did not signify a wavering of his stance. We are indeed pressed for time. Leave the demon-slaying order to us. You can inform him that I do not wish for any other Navy personnel to be involved in this matter. Wang Ji looked at Rox and asked, Captain, may I release them? Hee. Consider it for yourself. Do not mind me. Rox waved his hand dismissively. From the very beginning, I did not bind you 6. You possess the freedom to choose your own destinies, and the sea will acknowledge your decisions. Release them, Wang Ji commanded. The faction members hurried to untie the Navy personnel, loosening their restraints. Amidst the chaos, several Navy officers suffered accidental injuries during the process. When it came to Major General Crane, members of Wang Ji's faction rushed over, untying her with gentlemanly decorum. Such was the treatment afforded by Wang Ji's faction. Had it been John, he would have taken the opportunity to grope her a few times before letting her go. Many Navy officers received a few punches and kicks from Wang Ji's faction members. But at least they were fortunate to escape with their lives. They had just been engaged in a fierce battle not long ago. And showing mercy by not annihilating them was indeed a kindness. Major General Crane, along with over 30 Navy personnel, was released. Many members of Wang Ji's faction lamented silently. A great beauty, letting her go was a pity. If she remained aboard, they could label her as a pirate for the world government, and they would become a team, acting as guardians of her beauty. What a splendid arrangement. After all, the world government was nefarious. Once Navy personnel were captured by pirates for too long, they would automatically be branded as pirates themselves. The pirate identity was the least valuable of all. Many would unwittingly become pirates. Please wait a moment. Rox interjected, causing Zephyr, Sengoku, Crane, and the other Navy personnel to tense up, fearing the pirates might change their minds. You Navy folks are utterly pathetic, placing yourselves above justice, estimating others through your greatest evils. I am not so untrustworthy, but you have injured many. It is impossible for you to leave so easily. Rock's fury erupted. Combining his armament haki with his conqueror's haki, perfectly controlling the area, causing numerous Navy personnel to spit blood, many awakening from their unconscious state with cries of agony. Get lost. Rox withdrew his aura, turning his back on the Navy without casting them another glance as he leapt onto the ship. Wang Ji, Kinda, and others swiftly restrained their members, preventing them from departing as they aimed to halt the demon-slaying order. Rox conferred with Wang Ji and Kinda, setting off alone to seek Khan. In this sea region and desolate island, they soon vanished from sight. After Wang Ji, Rox, and the other pirates departed, Sengoku's eyes turned red, tears streaming down his face, dripping onto the ground. Damn it! Cursed pirates! In this battle, would Carp have faced death if it were him? Zephyr could not comprehend Sengoku's reaction. He had been profoundly shaken today. He had never intended to kill Navy personnel and now did not believe that pirates like Wang Ji and Kinda deserved to die. He eagerly anticipated meeting Khan again. In the air, a figure stumbled forward, its iron fist still relentlessly striking itself. Cough, cough, cough. Haha. I have finally regained my balance. This figure was none other than Carp. During the earlier battle with Rox, he had been caught off guard and struck heavily on the chin, leaving him dazed and disoriented. His entire body losing equilibrium. He fell into the sea, surfacing only to plunge back into the depths, unable to stabilize himself or find direction. This condition is known as benign paroxysmal positional vertigo, a phenomenon with a similar name in this world. In his quest to regain his equilibrium, Carp resorted to the most brutish of methods, repeatedly striking his own head, gradually restoring balance to his body. This process unfolded at a sluggish pace. It was only now that he genuinely reclaimed his sense of stability. At the moment he achieved this balance, Carp leaped several times, traversing thousands of meters, and arrived on this desolate island. His observation haki detected the presence of his comrades. Zephyr exclaimed in astonishment, "Carp, how have you turned into a pig's head? Can you still speak?" Kapu found himself at a loss for words. Should he confess that he had been thoroughly beaten by Rox, barely escaping with his life? With a hearty laugh, Kapu approached Zephyr and patted him on the shoulder, inadvertently receiving a punch from Rox that disrupted his balance. "It's good to see you unharmed," he remarked. However, his expression soon shifted to one of concern as he turned to Sengoku and the other Navy personnel. "Sengoku, what is the status of our casualties? Are you all right?" "Sengoku, Rox and his crew have fled. Justice has been thwarted." Sengoku's face was streaked with tears, his frustration palpable as he seethed. "Damn those pirates. They have sullied the justice of the world government." Meanwhile, Zephyr observed the scene, while the two members of the Iron Triangle spoke from their respective viewpoints. In contrast, Kapu's evident concern for the safety of his comrades provided a sense of comfort amidst the turmoil. Chapter 51, Sengoku, Have I Been Forsaken? Please continue reading. On board the warship, only Kapu, Zephyr, Tsuru, and Sengoku remained conscious. The rest of the Navy had succumbed to the injuries inflicted by Rox in his final assault. Those who had briefly regained consciousness quickly fell back into unconsciousness. Zephyr stepped forward, shielding Sengoku, and began to elucidate the events that had transpired. He recounted everything he had witnessed without omission, detailing the day's occurrences in full. Cap was silent for a brief moment, so enraged that he could barely articulate his thoughts. In a fit of fury, he exclaimed, "I shall make short work of those naval officers." However, he decided it was prudent to report this matter to the marshal first. Given Wang Ji's character, he deemed it worthy of trust that the pirates had already intervened. Those naval officers, if they were to perish, would meet their end having forsaken justice. At the very least, they would die at the hands of notorious pirates, thus preserving a semblance of honor in their demise. Kapu has no intention of pursuing this matter any further. It holds no significance for him. He deeply regrets having engaged in such a match. The justice of the common people is the true justice that the Navy ought to uphold. Kapu gazed skyward, reflecting on how he had fallen short compared to a small pirate named Khan. He resolved to introspect deeply upon his return. Transforming the people's justice into the justice he currently executed was indeed a commendable thought. Zephyr sighed, lamenting the countless islands that would fall victim to the Demon Slayer fleet due to the time wasted battling pirates. The world government had circumvented our navy, launching this massacre unilaterally, seemingly to provoke the Rox pirates to their utmost fury. "Zephyr, what nonsense are you uttering? The world government could never err. There must be a reason behind this," Sengoku retorted loudly. "Kapu, why weren't you so spirited just now?" Zephyr refrained from arguing with Sengoku. Avoiding disputes with those who are unreasonable can spare one a great deal of trouble. Never mind, as long as we are safe. Kapu pulled Zephyr behind him, indicating that there was no need to pursue them further. Crane, please tidy up and help the lightly injured Navy personnel to their feet. We shall prepare to return to Navy headquarters. Are we truly returning like this? Sengoku bellowed. What other option is there? Kapu shrugged. Kapu, you scoundrel. I shall report you to the world government. Cap's fingers dug into his earwax as he observed Sengoku weeping pitifully. The more he looked, the more irksome he found him. What a farce. Why did he not exert himself from the outset? Was it not merely a single defeat, one that could be avenged in the next encounter? They had not lost their lives. It was peculiar how he had never perceived this individual as so detestable before. Indeed, he seemed rather loathsome. Their paths had always diverged. And were it not for their shared cohort, he would have been disinclined to acknowledge him at all. Kapu has long since settled down, with children of his own. Yet in his eyes, even the most exquisite Crane holds little allure. Whenever encountering a beautiful woman engaged in nefarious deeds, he would not hesitate to eliminate her without a second thought. Typically, they function as colleagues, the naval officers referring to them as the Iron Triangle. Their relationship grounded more in cooperation than camaraderie, with Kapu often leading the charge. In battles, the Crane is tasked with picking up the pieces, while on occasion he assists Sengoku, taking on the primary offensive role. However, a significant rift exists between him and Sengoku, marked by profound disagreements. Were it not for his daily fade of ignorance and the Crane's intervention, they might find themselves in constant conflict. Carp has always embodied the archetype of wisdom cloaked in simplicity, while the term Iron Triangle is often used. It is Carp who stands as the true core of this formidable trio, possessing unparalleled strength and clarity of mind. His gaze then shifts to Zephyr, who becomes increasingly agreeable in his sight. The assertion that the justice of the Navy is rooted in the justice of the common folk resonates deeply with Carp. They are not mere pawns of the world government, nor do they exist solely to uphold its interests. Their genuine purpose lies in safeguarding the civilians of these seas. As long as one is willing to protect the innocent, regardless of their status, and has not committed any wrongdoing, they can earn Carp's respect. Ha ha ha. Kapu placed his hand upon Zephyr's shoulder, bursting into hearty laughter. Zephyr, I never anticipated that you would resonate so well with me. It is a pity that your potential was discovered so late. At the age of 28, you were merely a private. Fortunately, our admiral has seen fit to elevate you. Come, let us return for a drink and engage in a meaningful exchange to deepen our understanding of one another. Zephyr replied, deepen our understanding? That phrase sounds rather peculiar. Nevertheless, he found Kapu to be an intriguing individual. You have sustained quite serious injuries. Are you all right? In matters of loyalty, Zephyr surpassed Sengoku, placing greater emphasis on justice and the bonds of camaraderie. In this regard, he significantly outstripped Sengoku, who remained steadfastly devoted to the world government, prioritizing it over his relationships with allies and the common folk. Is this merely a scratch? Kapu coughed, blood spilling forth. His battle against rocks had indeed been formidable. Zephyr found a certain affinity for this man. He was a late bloomer, having missed Kapu's generation. Yet, he sensed that Kapu was someone with whom he could connect. Do not overexert yourself. The crew aboard my warship is unharmed. Zephyr patted his chest and took hold of Kapu. Let us head to my ship. They have rested long enough, and it is time to attend to important matters. Come, come. Kapu boarded Zepha's warship, awakening several naval officers, who soon all roused from their slumber, their faces flushed with shame. Together, they set sail for home. The warship departed swiftly, vanishing without a trace in the vast sea, leaving Sengoku and Tsuru in a state of disarray. Tsuru glanced at Sengoku beside her, regretting having brought him along. It was merely adding to her troubles. Sengoku, with tears streaming down his face, stared at the distant figures of Kapu and Zepha. He bellowed, Tsuru, are we truly just going to return like this? Tsuru, unwilling to engage with Sengoku, rolled her eyes and proceeded to the warship to awaken the medical personnel to tend to the injured sailors, then summon those who were less severely hurt. The warship was restarted for the return journey. Sengoku found himself spiraling into despair, rather than offering comfort. It would be more prudent to take action. Tsuru's mind unwittingly conjured the image of the fleet admiral. That insufferable man would undoubtedly ridicule her upon seeing her so dejected. Sighing, she acknowledged her own inadequacies. As a staff officer, she was ill-equipped to engage in combat against those formidable pirates. The pirates of this era were increasingly ferocious. Be it Rox, or even Wang Ji or Kenda, any one of them could easily overpower her. Tsuru preferred to avoid such brutish considerations, wishing instead to remain a serene beauty, leaving the fighting to the true professionals. The Navy headquarters was teeming with skilled individuals, while the pirates, though numerous, were disorganized. Currently, the Rocks pirates posed the most significant threat, yet the world government possessed the power to counter them. Tsuru was fully aware that the world government harbored many hidden titans on the Red Line. Observing the scene, Sengoku remained in a corner of the warship, enveloped in sorrow, tears flowing freely. Chapter 52, The Gathering of the Key Officers of Rocks. In the boundless ocean, a pirate ship sailed at great speed toward the next island. This vessel belonged to Wang Ji, a notorious figure in the pirate world. At that moment, the pirate flag flew high, causing all other pirates to steer clear, fearful of provoking its crew. Many lesser pirates, relieved that they had not been targeted, took pride in boasting about their brush with the world's greatest swordsman, relishing the bragging rights that would fuel their nighttime tales. In the vast waters, no pirate crew dared to confront the Rocks pirates directly. Even among the top 6 officers of the Rocks pirates, only those with the strength akin to that of the Roger pirates would consider challenging them, weighing the potential consequences that could lead to their own demise. Wang Ji and Kinda stood at the bow, their minds troubled. Khan is an exceptionally capable boy. He will be fine, Wang Ji reassured, confident in Khan's intelligence and rationality. He believed that once they dealt with the naval forces on that island, they would leave without delay. Kinda, uncertain whether he was comforting Wang Ji or himself, noted that Zifa had provided too little information. They could not ascertain whether Khan would encounter danger. Should he face a vice admiral from the Navy headquarters, the outcome was uncertain, for vice admirals were no trifling opponents. The captain has already rushed ahead. Khan is mature enough to endure this brief interval, Wang Ji remarked with a slight smile, convinced they would return safely. Kinda nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, they will return unscathed. We must thwart the Demon Slayer order. After sailing for some time, Wang Ji and Kinda's pirate ship chanced upon another vessel, recognizing familiar faces. Well, look who we found, Charlotte Linlin exclaimed from the bow, a flirtatious smile gracing her lips. Wang Ji and Kinda were too preoccupied to engage with the whims of this childlike woman. Almost forgetting, Charlotte Linlin tapped her head, retrieving a signal flare from her collar. She aimed it at the sky and launched it. This was a signal unique to the Rocks pirates, designed to facilitate quicker reunions among the officers on the battlefield. At that moment, a pale and weary Kaido emerged from the cabin, his steps unsteady. The future king of combat, Kaido, had endured undue pressure during this time. Kinda gasped, Khan? Wang Ji's expression shifted. Uncle Wang, Uncle Kinda, are you all right? Khan waved from Kaido's shoulder, inquiring. Wang Ji and Kinda exchanged glances. Khan was unharmed. They breathed a sigh of relief, alleviating a portion of their worries. The issue regarding the demon extermination order remained unresolved, preventing them from fully relaxing. Those islands and their inhabitants resided within their territory, and they could not permit the world government to wreak havoc. Wang Ji, Kinda, and others took the initiative to board Charlotte Linlin's ship for the first time, apprehending Khan, who was resting on Kaido's shoulder, and commenced a thorough inspection. His health was excellent. There was nothing amiss. Uncle Wang, Uncle Kinda, there is no need to worry about the demon extermination order. It has all been resolved, Khan remarked, gesturing towards Charlotte Linlin while reminding Kaido not to move too much, lest he be jostled. Kaido, with a look of distress, wished to remain still but found himself unsteady. The entire force sent by the world government for the demon extermination order was annihilated, and I single-handedly dispatched a naval warship, Khan boasted childishly. There exists a sense of righteousness among pirates. Charlotte Linlin licked her lips and smiled. In the vast sea, those devoid of righteousness have no right to survive. Meanwhile, several high-ranking officers rushed from all directions. The first to arrive was Shiki, who flew in alone, laughing heartily, ha ha ha. The lackeys of the world government are nothing but a bunch of worthless fools. I took down a naval warship with a single stroke. Kalala. Wang Ji. You need not worry. We have dealt with the demon extermination order. Whitebeard stood aboard John's ship, accompanied by his remaining family, notably his cherished daughter, Wadey Bay. Don't steal my lines, Whitebeard. This is my ship, John exclaimed, visibly displeased, as he leapt and waved energetically. Wang Ji, I have done you a great service this time. You must share the treasure with me in the future. Hee. Though I, Silver Axe, have committed numerous misdeeds, I am aware that many do not favor me. Yet, every pirate crew must have someone to play the villain, and I am that very villain, without pretense. On another ship, Silver Axe, wielding his axe, spoke in a chilling tone, I hold great admiration for Captain Rocks. I never anticipated a favorable outcome for myself, so my assistance to Wang Ji was merely a matter of convenience. The upper echelon of pirates were predominantly educated individuals, aside from Charlotte Linlin. Even the future fool Prince Yutian possessed a measure of cultural literacy. Those who rise to the pinnacle must surely possess capabilities in certain areas. The actions of the other officers moved both Khan and Kaido. Such camaraderie among pirates is rare, akin to the bonds formed in martial arts circles, where one repays a meal with one's life. In truth, the world is not overly complex. Individuals of varying identities have their respective circles. These top-tier pirates, all belonging to the same crew, share a sense of belonging, especially with a charismatic figure like Rox at the helm. Each possesses their own pride and combativeness. "Where is Captain Rox?" Charlotte Linlin inquired, puzzled at his absence. "Wasn't it agreed that we would convene?" The other high-ranking officers were equally perplexed. They had come to assist Wang Ji upon hearing of his plight. Wang Ji's loyalty and approachability made them eager to lend their aid. Previously, Silver Axe had been saved by Wang Ji. At that time, Wang Ji had acted purely out of kindness, without seeking anything in return. This allowed Kaido to live securely until now. During this interval, Rox had gathered a new batch of pirates, convened the major officers, and finally called upon the top-tier officers, stating he had significant matters to discuss with them, likely concerning the prospect of great wealth. Though they initially dismissed it, the recent tensions had left Shiki, Whitebeard, and other major pirates eager for the captain's orders. "Where has Captain Rox gone?" they wondered. "Haha, should I take charge?" "Get lost. Get lost. Get lost." Who were the three shouting "Get lost"? Chapter 53. The Naval Forces and the Five Elders Conference. Please continue reading. Where did Captain Rox go? Kulala. We cannot waste time here. The world government will not miss the opportunity to capture us all. Is anyone willing to engage with me? The crowd responded. The strong look down upon it, and the weak do not dare to approach. Captain Rox was searching for Khan's whereabouts. Kenda addressed their confusion. Most pirates in attendance turned their gaze towards Kaido, startled by Khan perched upon his shoulder. Kaido was taken aback, fearing that the enemies he had accumulated during his time aboard the ship had come to trouble him. If that were the case, he might as well dig his own grave. Khan leaped down, bidding farewell to Kaido and Katakuri, before departing the vessel alongside Wang Ji and Kenda. This ship posed considerable peril. Charlotte Linlin's gaze had begun to exhibit a hint of instability. They arrived aboard John's pirate ship. Khan, as always, leaned against the ship's railing. Compared to Charlotte Linling's pirate crew, John, the irreverent madman, instilled a greater sense of reassurance. His words were both amusing and melodious. Every individual aboard the vessel was exceptionally talented. Khan is poised to acquire a wealth of intriguing knowledge, such as the various considerations and regulations pertaining to Orioles, as well as the customs and traditions of different locales. John possesses an abundance of understanding. The crowd waited for a quarter of an hour. On the horizon, there was no sign of Captain Lox. In a light-hearted manner, John exclaimed, "We have yet to ascertain when Captain Lox will arrive. Shall I regale you with a joke in the meantime?" The crowd responded, "Khan, why not share your experiences from this period?" Wang Ji redirected the conversation. Rather than listening to John's jest, it would surely be more delightful to hear Khan recount his recent adventures. Khan recounted his experiences aboard the Zephyr warship alongside the island. Listening intently were formidable pirates such as Wang Ji, John, Newgate, and Kenda, accompanied by a recently acquired little fan, Wadaibe. Such an honor was unparalleled. The venue was the conference room of the Navy headquarters. Carp, wrapped in bandages, sat nonchalantly in a seat, engaged in animated conversation with his newfound close friend Zephyr, discussing justice and a myriad of other topics. The two found themselves with an almost endless array of subjects to explore. He felt genuinely delighted to have a friend who not only tolerated his loquaciousness, but also shared similar thoughts and ideas. It was truly a joyous experience. In a corner, Sengoku, with a bandage encircling his head and a prominent lump adorning it, sat with a grim expression. Our recent encounter with certain members of the Rox Pirates, including Rox himself, revealed their formidable combat prowess, with Rox displaying strength beyond imagination. In his one-on-one battle against him, Carp found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Yet he was not entirely without the means to retaliate. This was not the worst of scenarios. After assessing Rox's combat capabilities, it became clear that 3 individuals of Carp's caliber would suffice to exert control, though to achieve a kill, an onslaught from 5 of Carp's level would be necessary. Crane's conjecture was not without its foundation. Kapu faced Rox in a one-on-one confrontation and fell. However, if 2 Kapus were to team up against Rox, the outcome would be uncertain. With 3 Kapus, victory would be assured. Yet, Rox is alive, and should he choose to flee, can anyone among the Navy truly impede his escape? Hina cast a glance at the fleet admiral, believing that deploying 5 individuals of Kapu's caliber to encircle Rox would be the most prudent strategy, significantly minimizing losses. With mutual support, it might even be possible to eliminate the maritime overlord without sacrificing any lives. Had Rox not formed a crew, the threat he posed to the Navy headquarters would have been considerably diminished, akin to that of Red Count Rider. Simply orchestrating an ambush would suffice. The Navy does not adhere to the principles of martial ethics when dealing with pirates. With the fleet admiral leading the charge, accompanied by 2 admirals, Kapu, Sengoku, and other formidable allies, how could they possibly falter against a single Rox? At most, Rox could take one of them down. The strength of the Navy headquarters lies in its ability to concentrate its forces to dismantle pirates one by one. Hina's judgment was commendable. In the future, Red Count Rider would be ambushed, resulting in the loss of an admiral, while Kapu would seize the opportunity. This demonstrated Hina's remarkable foresight. The combat prowess of Rox's crew, aside from Rox himself, which included Wang Ji, Newgate, Shiki, John, Charlotte Lin, and Silver Axe, was beyond question. Each of them could contend with an admiral. Standing beside the fleet admiral, Hina reported on the specifics of the operation. As a staff officer holding the rank of rear admiral, her abilities rendered her unsuitable for the role of admiral, making her more suited for the position of chief of staff. The fleet admiral intended to cultivate Hina for this role, gradually delegating pertinent administrative duties to her, and many seasoned Navy officers regarded her with great esteem. The most notorious pirates engage in life-and-death battles, and even admirals might struggle in one-on-one confrontations. It is no wonder that all of us old-timers were summoned, 7 top-tier powerhouses, hardly inferior to those at the Navy headquarters. This Navy meeting summarized the top combat capabilities available at the headquarters. Hina automatically excluded herself from consideration, as she was a staff officer and not a combatant. Currently, the top-tier combatants at the Navy headquarters included the fleet admiral himself, 2 admirals, one stationed at God Valley, 2 candidate admirals, who were under the purview of the headquarters but did not guard the holy land of Mariehua, Kapu, Sengoku, Zifa, and 3 semi-retired veterans, totaling 11. While appearing to have the numerical advantage, the 3 veteran officers had passed their peak and could not maintain combat readiness for extended periods, which would put them at a disadvantage against top-tier opponents. Furthermore, the Navy headquarters itself required forces for defense and could not afford to divert too many resources to confront Rox's crew. Fortunately, the world government agreed to provide assistance by dispatching 3 significant powerhouses. During the meeting, various tactics for dealing with Rox's pirate crew were discussed. In Mariehua, within the conference room of the 5 elders, the 5 esteemed celestial dragons, who held a status above ordinary celestial dragons and served as the highest leaders of the world government, convened. The Golden-Beard elder remarked, "Now that the Rox pirates have engaged the Navy headquarters, it is time for our plan to commence." The Fluffy-Beard elder added, "The D family, Kapu, Rox, Roger, what an intriguing trio. They have truly turned the seas upside down. We must ensure Rox is eliminated before he can disrupt our control over the Navy headquarters." The Long-Beard elder stated, "We must further consolidate control over the Navy headquarters in preparation for the fate that the esteemed individual has foretold." The beardless elder, gripping his sword, questioned, "Will Joyboy truly return within 50 years? The short-beard elder replied, "That esteemed individual is never mistaken, yet it seems there is an unforeseen variable at sea. Regrettably, we remain unaware of what that variable entails." Chapter 54. A shocking news that shakes the world. Breaking news. The infamous Rox pirates have destroyed 10 Navy warships and slaughtered numerous valiant soldiers of justice. A shocking event has transpired. This news quickly spread across the globe. The notorious reputation of the Rox pirates soared to new heights, as tales of their brutality and madness resonated throughout the New World, the 4 Seas, and the Grand Line. Most ordinary citizens of the vast ocean were filled with terror, with many adults even using the name of the Rox pirates to frighten disobedient children. The demon-slaying order was obliterated by the nefarious Wang Ji and his henchmen. This segment of the news report was absent, instead portraying the Navy warships as victims of a surprise attack by the formidable cadres of the Rox pirates. After a fierce battle, the brave soldiers perished heroically. Such atrocious deeds occurring upon the seas elicited a stern condemnation from the world government, who released a message intended for the sea's populace. They deftly sidestepped the topic of the demon-slaying order and portrayed the fallen Navy soldiers as symbols of justice. solely condemning the wickedness of pirates like Wang Ji while extolling the courage and valor of the Navy warriors. The world government expressed profound sorrow over the incident, vowing to avenge their brave soldiers and eradicate the Rocks pirates. They pledged unwavering support to the Navy headquarters in confronting the Rocks pirates, ensuring a return to order upon the seas. Thus, the confrontation between the Navy headquarters and the Rocks pirates became inevitable and no one could obstruct it. Having ruled the seas for 800 years, the world government has mastered various strategies. They are not as inept as depicted in animations, for even among the celestial dragons, there exist elite members. The identity of the five elders signifies their exalted status among the celestial dragons, representing the elite class. At the Navy headquarters, Zifa sat at the dining table, glancing at a newspaper with a look of shame upon his face. The world government had once again concealed the truth and the facts. He had previously thought that the world government acted out of a desire to prevent negative repercussions, taking a more optimistic perspective. However, it now appeared that he had been mistaken. The Navy personnel had been treated as expendable pawns, with the intent of swaying public opinion and compelling them into a desperate battle against the Rocks pirates. Kapu, what do you think we should do? Zifa inquired. Zifa, let us not dwell on what we cannot change. Instead, let us focus on what we can accomplish, Kapu replied, looking up from his hearty meal. Upon noticing the 5 words inscribed on the wall, he burst into laughter. Zifa, I never expected you to hang up the phrase people's justice so swiftly. Zifa chuckled foolishly. He had experienced moments of moral confusion and had questioned the authority of the world government. On that fateful day, he witnessed a profoundly shocking scene. Subsequently, he was educated by pirates, hearing thoughts and ideas from a young pirate named Khan that he had never previously considered. It became evident that justice is fundamentally simple. Each individual harbors their own conception of justice, yet at its core, it revolves around the greater populace. It is the common people who embody the justice that the Navy ought to uphold. On an unnamed island, at this moment, Khan is in the company of Wang Ji and Kinda, having relegated Kaido to the sidelines. He lacks the inclination to engage Kaido in discussions about lofty ambitions or the ideals of changing the world. Instead, he and Wei Daibe converse solely about hockey, the pursuit of strength, and recent occurrences. Khan learned from Wei Daibe that Nigate had been particularly despondent lately, his concern for Wei Daibe's safety intensifying. Fearful of losing the last remaining family member. The current year is 1484 in the era of the sea, the very year when the Great War of the Gods took place. Rumors regarding Roger's arrival at Mercury Island have circulated since the previous year. It is certain that Roger has discovered that island is not the final refuge and is undoubtedly devising means to unearth the whereabouts of the last island. Khan is contemplating how to gather the 4 historical markers, the crucial information that leads to the final island. How could Roger have known? Such news cannot simply materialize out of thin air. Roger was the first. He must have acquired this information from some source, prompting him to seek out the 4 historical markers. Ultimately, he reached the final island and became the Pirate King. Khan, Katakuri rushed over, clutching a newspaper in a state of agitation. Khan's gaze fell upon the newspaper as he inquired, Is there significant news occurring? The paper contains information regarding our pirate crew. Katakuri replied. Remove the newspaper and burn it, Khan commanded. Eh? Why? Katakuri scratched his head in confusion, questioning, Khan brother? Khan reclined in Wang Ji's embrace, his legs resting on Kinda's shoulders, while a young survivor from the island personally attended to his needs. She fanned him, offered him fruit, and provided a soothing massage. Upon hearing Katakuri's bewilderment, he elucidated. The world government manipulates public opinion, ensuring that the masses of the sea are only privy to the information they wish to disseminate, thereby facilitating their control over the ocean. I can surmise without doubt that the world government positions itself on a moral high ground, vehemently condemning us, the so-called filthy, vile, and nefarious pirates, while extolling the virtues of the Marines. It is utterly despicable. We are merely striving to thwart the Demon Slayer order from obliterating our islands, Katakuri lamented. Frustration etched across his face. One stance and identity shape the perceptions of the majority. With the world government intervening, the ignorant masses will undoubtedly follow in their wake. Khan has witnessed the splendor of prosperous eras. He genuinely holds disdain for the governing tactics of the world government, which have rendered this world unrecognizable. Do not conceal your thoughts. You surely have an opinion. Kin smiled and said, At this moment, you are the adult. Share your thoughts with us. Uncle Kin's words are truly melodious. Khan rose to his feet and took a bite of the perfectly peeled orange handed to him by the young girl. A wave of reflection washed over him. Indeed, The insidious pleasure of indulgence was quite delightful. Lacking the strength and capability to influence the dynamics of the ultimate battlefield or to alter Captain Rock's convictions, I nonetheless harbored intentions to counter the actions of the world government. Khan spoke with conviction. Does the world government not relish engaging in battles of public opinion? Let us employ an even more sophisticated form of rhetoric. Turning the tables on them and unsettling those lofty figures above, Khan retrieved the Din Din Mushi from his thigh, for everything lay within its depths. Chapter 55, A Counterstrike Against the World Government. I have arranged for Kaido to search, and I believe results will soon manifest. Khan raised the Din Din Mushi high. He could not thwart Rock's convictions, nor did he possess the strength of the top-tier warriors. Yet, he resolved to undertake actions within his capacity. As a means of clearing obstacles on his path to ascendancy, Din Din Mushi are scarce in this world, yet their capabilities are profound. Capable of mimicking human tones and expressions, enabling live broadcasting, eavesdropping, and counter-eavesdropping. Most significantly, the Din Din Mushi possesses a recording function. Previously, Khan meticulously documented the Navy's sordid deeds within the Din Din Mushi. We shall engage the world government in a battle of public opinion. Let us erode the trust of the populace in the world government, even if we cannot destabilize them. We can absolve ourselves of some of the blame that has been unjustly cast upon us, allowing many of us to see clearly, would it not? Katakuri clapped his hands enthusiastically, exclaiming, Khan, how impressive. Thoughts are indeed profound. Wang Shi chuckled. Public opinion? What an intriguing term. The concept of a war of public opinion is quite vivid. Kinder raised a significant question: to engage in a war of public opinion. The assistance of a newspaper is essential, for the newsbird serves as the swiftest vessel for disseminating information across the vast ocean. Yet, the renowned newspapers of the sea dare not oppose the existence of the world government, unless we leverage the identity of the Rock's pirates to coerce them. But if we were to proceed in such a manner, the world government would undoubtedly employ every means to suppress the dissemination of news and obliterate that newspaper. Would this truly be effective? Kinder could not help but express his skepticism. Khan cast a glance at Kin and continued, Uncle Kin makes a compelling point. His considerations are quite thorough. However, I am confident that my approach holds a chance of success, provided that Kaido can locate that individual. Who is this individual? A journalist of considerable capability who possesses the audacity to speak the truth. Khan reminisced about some memories of the past in the shadowy realm. A future would unveil a newspaper tycoon who, unafraid of the global government, profits from journalism. This media magnate, still quite youthful in this era, embodies boundless potential, yet represents a future that is not so elusive. Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, and John all contributed to the search, particularly John, whose extensive network of connections made the task of locating a talented individual seem effortless. On this day, a triumphant laughter echoed in Khan's ear. Ha ha ha, come here. You little rascal, I've found everything for you. Khan approached John, leaping into the air to pat him on the shoulder, commending him for a job well done and urging him to strive harder next time. John stood there, momentarily stunned, his expression one of bewilderment. What had just transpired? Captain Rox, your meeting may be delayed, Khan remarked as he circumvented John to join Rox, waving his hand to interrupt. Ha ha ha, focus on your own affairs first. I am quite curious about what you will accomplish. Upon discovering that Khan was unharmed, Rox displayed no sense of urgency as he accompanied John in search of the individual Khan had mentioned. His demeanor exuded an essence reminiscent of a return to simplicity, devoid of desire, a tranquility akin to the calm before a storm, where years of repressed emotions were on the verge of liberation. Captain Rox, you need not confront the world government or the Navy headquarters so hastily. I possess means to enhance your chances of success, Khan asserted. All my preparations are complete. The world government has crafted an exquisite stage for me, and I intend to repay them with a grand gesture. Rox shook his head, then jested. I know you're worried about Wang Shi. Fear not. I've already informed those 6 individuals that should I fail, they are free to depart at any moment. And no one shall utter a word. Khan felt a sense of helplessness. He too could be quite obstinate at times. Locating this avian individual was indeed a formidable task. John approached, sipping rum, his countenance clouded with gloom. Could you not say something to lift my spirits? Khan, what I just said was all praise for you. Are you not pleased? John, oh ho ho. It is indeed my merit to have captured such a rare specimen. Kaido, with one hand wielding the spiked club and the other pointing at himself, declared, Khan, let me tell you, we are the ultimate partners. You must not forget our pact. Pact? A myriad of question marks appeared above Khan's head. John, seething with anger, dragged Kaido away. despite Kaido's formidable physique and strength. He was acutely aware of the vast disparity in power between himself and John, rendering him unable to retaliate. He would undoubtedly have to endure a thorough beating. Please forgive my impolite behavior. A gentlemanly albatross, adorned with a bird's head and beak, donned a top hat and a tailored suit, rubbed his hands together and interrupted their discourse. From his earlier eavesdropping, he discerned that this stern-looking young man held a position of considerable authority, even surpassing that of the notorious pirate Kaido. He could easily deduce his surroundings, the headquarters of the Rocks pirates. The menacing aura he had just experienced was none other than that of Rocks himself. Since he had not been killed, he resolved to seek fortune amidst danger. May I inquire what you intend to do with me? The albatross introduced himself. I am Morgans, merely an ordinary news reporter. I shouldn't have provoked such esteemed individuals. You desire an exclusive report on a monumental event, yearning for overnight fame, do you not? Khan's words were laced with temptation. Simply tell me if you wish for it or not. Yes. Morgans replied without a moment's hesitation. After all, I can always start anew in 18 years. I wish for you to broadcast this news. Morgans, taken aback, exclaimed, Do you have evidence? Khan lifted the phone book. Was it considered a recording device? Indeed. Morgan was overwhelmed with excitement, nearly snatching the phone bug from Khan's grasp, yet his reason prevailed. The Demon Slayer Order, the truths concealed by the world government. The nefarious actions of the Navy, each was a monumental event. Once reported, he would achieve renown across the vast seas, counting riches until his hands cramped. You must comprehend the implications this news could have for you, Khan remarked while shaking the phone bug. Rest assured, after this, no one will be able to apprehend me, not even the world government. Morgan's gaze followed the movement of the phone bug. I offer you an exclusive report. Khan raised 2 fingers, stating his 2 demands. Firstly, the report must be objective and truthful. Secondly, it must spread across the seas swiftly, the quicker the better. If you perform admirably, opportunities for future collaboration may arise. You can trust me. These 2 stipulations are exceedingly simple for me to fulfill. Morgan, despite Khan's youth, did not underestimate him and humbly bowed his head, declaring, I am your eternal friend. It is no small feat to wield significant influence within the Rocks pirates. Chapter 56, Khan Essays. The sea is in turmoil. Please continue reading. In the makeshift dwelling, the place was indeed splendid and grand, befitting one of the strongholds of the Rocks pirates. Morgan, who had been observing his surroundings, quickly discerned that this was a temporary establishment. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to express compliments. Let us speak plainly, I have no desire to waste time. Khan perched upon a tree stump, flanked by the imposing figure of Kaido. You are astute, a person of considerable intellect. I offer you an exclusive report, and in return, I expect a satisfactory response. Naturally, I shall employ every means at my disposal to disseminate the major news across the globe. Morgan was so exhilarated he could hardly contain himself at the thought of it. I require efficiency, and you require what you lack. The Rocks pirates can assist you in this regard. Khan extended his index finger, exuding a subtle yet commanding presence. I can facilitate your endeavors, as it aligns with my own aspirations. Now, speak. Morgan perceived in this child a potential more formidable than that of Rocks himself, an outlook and potential capable of truly altering the world. He could envision the world government being met with an equally fierce counterattack using the same methods. He found it amusing to imagine their expressions. I wish to report my boss's exploitation and suppression of me. He fears my capabilities might usurp the power of the news agency, Morgan lamented, his voice trembling with a blend of performance and sincerity. Employed at the largest news agency in the seas, the World Economic News Agency, he was among the few who dared to speak the truth and conduct genuine reporting, thus garnering significant prestige and attracting the attention and jealousy of the agency's president. The president himself was a man of little ability, relying solely on flattery towards the world government to attain his position, and feared losing his seat to anyone. Morgan, being capable, powerful, and youthful, was among those most attested by certain figures. A day later, the president of the World Economic News Agency knelt before Morgan, clutching his thigh in a plea for mercy, hoping to be spared. At Khan's behest, Kaido struck the president's skull with a heavy blow, causing his eyes to bulge in horror. The scene was one of brutal finality. Morgan envisioned a dramatic act of retribution, deepening his respect for Khan. As long as he refrained from falsehoods and provided him with exclusive major news, he would comply with any request. Morgan smoothly ascended to leadership of the prominent news agency. Leveraging his formidable capabilities, cunning, and substantial connections, swiftly consolidating control over the World Economic News Agency. He felt no pride in this achievement. With the assistance of the Rocks pirates, failure to accomplish such a feat would have warranted his own demise. Not to mention, he harbored ambitions regarding the news agency and intended to seize the president's position eventually. Khan's support merely expedited his rise to leadership. On the following day, as Morgan took control of the World Economic News Agency, a torrent of blockbuster news and photographs spread across the seas, reaching the majority of the world, including the Grand Line and the New World. The world government was caught unawares as the news released by the newsbirds became unstoppable. In this world, newsbirds serve as the primary vehicle for information dissemination. Moreover, Morgan had forged a friendship with the newsbirds, enabling him to rally their collective power to accomplish his objectives. Khan was not idle either. He enlisted John's assistance and activated his territory. He spread the word among those who survived the last demon-slaying order and were willing to follow him, selling news with profits entirely benefiting themselves. Morgan wholeheartedly approved, having already taken his cut and was more than willing to share the spoils. Moreover, a significant portion of this news agency's profits would be submitted to the Rocks pirates, though Morgan was unclear of the intent behind it. However, he received a promise from Khan. A more significant story was on the horizon, exclusively for him. Faced with such immense surprise, Morgan felt no fear. This was big news. This time, the story revolved around the demon-slaying order, the world government, and the Rocks pirates. The moment these three keywords emerged, people flocked to buying newspapers in droves. In a world marked by low productivity and scant entertainment, where survival was paramount, newspapers were the primary source of leisure for the common folk. The world government's initiation of the demon-slaying order aimed to annihilate islands and provoke the wrath of Wang Ji from the Rocks pirates. What was the truth behind this? The Navy, during the execution of the demon-slaying order, had brutally slaughtered civilians. If I hadn't seen the photographs and recognized a few of them, I could hardly believe it. Under the guise of justice, they committed such atrocities? Truly, a band of hypocritical lackeys serving the world government. A pirate, upon reading the news, remarked coldly. His homeland was not destroyed by the demon-slaying order, yet it too had vanished beneath the waves, leaving him a refugee. To survive, he took to the sea, branded as a pirate. Most people who purchased the newspaper swallowed hard upon seeing the news, carefully concealing it in their clothes to read at home in secret. The more scandalous, the better. This stark and terrifying report left the entire world in shock. The World Economic News Agency gained notoriety, with countless souls at sea remembering this publication and becoming its fans. Wealth, fame, prestige. Morgan felt dizzy with elation. The World Economic News Agency was now firmly under his control, with his trusted confidants occupying the most critical positions. This monumental success granted him absolute prestige, winning over all his supporters who now revered and respected him wholeheartedly. As Morgan chuckled foolishly, he did not forget to send a substantial portion of his newfound profits to the Rocks pirates. He was not yet the cunning and inscrutable overlord of the dark world that he would eventually become, but he had already begun to exhibit the traits of one. On a warship, Zifa gazed at the newspaper with a sigh, although there was no mention of them. This publication had severely undermined the world government's authority and negatively impacted the Navy headquarters. Fortunately, the newspaper was quite factual, even detailing how the demon-slaying order bypassed the Navy headquarters and was directly initiated by the world government, exposing the collusion between the Navy and the world government. Indeed, your thoughts and ideas are quite unique. The power of the newspaper is truly remarkable. I have come to realize that you are the most dangerous individual within the Rocks pirates. Zifa stood at the bow of the warship, clad in the Navy's justice coat, staring out at the sea, vowing to find the true path to fulfill the people's justice. Chapter 57. Return to Hachino for a meeting. Seeking continued reading. Holy Land Mariewa. 5 Elder Stars Conference Room. The 5 distinguished, half-buried old men were driven mad by the news. Golden-bearded Elder Star exclaimed, "This report is spreading across the seas." Fluffy-bearded Elder Star responded, "The World Economic News Agency has temporarily lost contact, and our infiltrators have failed to report back. It is certain that something has transpired within the agency. I suspect the Rocks pirates are behind this." The Rocks pirates? Huh. Do you truly believe that Rocks possesses such intelligence? Scoffed the Elder Star with a mustache. They have turned our previous reports against us, catching us off guard. It is exceedingly difficult for us to halt or destroy the dissemination of this news. The Elder Star with the thick mustache wore a face of anger, questioning whether such tactics could be wielded by a mere pirate. We know more about Rocks than anyone else. He is a cunning pirate, but his vision and understanding dictate his methods. The Elder Star without a mustache holding a knife suggested, We must act swiftly to mitigate the repercussions. The recent reports are detrimental to the world government. The elder star with the 3 long mustaches added. Those islands are secretly collaborating with pirates and showing disrespect to the celestial dragons. Let us use this as a diversion to gradually diminish the impact of this incident. The foolish masses will not linger on this for long. Their lives are already exhausting enough. Days later, near the waters of Hachino, pirate ships filled the horizon, stretching endlessly. The islands of Hachino were teeming with pirates of status and standing. Rocks once again gathered a multitude of pirate cannon fodder. Though the quality of these assembled pirates was average, their sheer numbers were astonishing, primarily due to the banquet held over half a year ago. With a simple message, Rocks could summon pirates from all corners of the sea to gather in the vicinity. In recent days, the seas have been bustling. With the World Economic News Agency and the world government's controlled media locked in an intense battle over public opinion. Both sides exchanged blows, each employing various tactics. One cannot deny Morgan's remarkable capabilities. Leveraging the recently acquired news agency, he triumphed over the world government's controlled media, disseminating the concealed truths of the demon-slaying order far and wide. Many who had ventured into Wang Zhi's territory shared their experiences, describing those islands as a paradise compared to the dire conditions of the outside world. Seizing the opportunity, Morgan personally visited many of Wang Zhi's islands, conducting on-site investigations and publishing additional reports. He commanded the favor of time, place, and people, leaving the world government, which relied on deceit and fabrication, utterly defenseless. The common folk were not entirely naive. Morgan presented various compelling evidence. While the world government relied solely on empty words, did they take the people for fools? At sea, the number of civilians who believed the World Economic News Agency far outweighed those who trusted the world government. The authority that the world government had built over the years suffered a significant blow. Morgan reveled in his game with the world government. Khan did not focus his attention on this matter. The current war of public opinion merely serves to irritate the world government, though it may indeed yield benefits in the long term. However, in this world, power is paramount. The world government possesses the greatest strength and influence, wielding a formidable fist. Despite their abysmal governance for 8 centuries, they continue to sustain their authority. The precarious global order has yet to collapse, merely indicative of an uninitiated liberation of thought. With the populace shackled by their constrained intellect, generally lacking in acumen, some have begun to rise. The tides of history will inevitably overthrow this towering behemoth known as the world government. Their dominion over the seas persists. Khan could confidently proclaim, "I am capable." Indeed, he is undoubtedly superior to them. On the island of Esquino, Khan slowly opened his eyes. As he stirred beneath the covers, he encountered 2 peculiar yet soft entities. Startled, he swiftly threw back the blanket, revealing 2 identical, unclothed young women before him. Khan pulled the blanket back over himself, and the remnants of his morning grumpiness dissipated. A throbbing headache plagued him. Fortunately, his clothes remained intact. He recalled the events of the previous night. Damn John. He had audaciously enveloped Khan's room with his conqueror's hockey. Reluctantly, it had compelled the 2 maidens serving him to share a bed with him. But why were they undressed? After some inquiry, he learned that the 2 girls had found the room excessively warm and feared that their perspiration would disturb his slumber, prompting them to shed their garments. The climate in Heskino was notoriously hot, and last night, John had sealed off Khan's room for a considerable time with his hockey. It was no wonder it felt stifling. These 2 maidens had been rescued by Khan and Kaido from an island, and their father had entrusted them to him on his deathbed, requesting that they serve him as maids in hopes of ensuring their survival, essentially a form of servitude. "Get dressed and stay closely behind me. This island is perilous," Khan instructed. The 2 young women, only slightly younger than Khan, obediently fell in line behind him, never straying far. Occasionally, they would cast him adoring yet complex glances. "Haha, Wang Zhi. Let me tell you, your boy was quite the man last night, surrounded by women," Khan teased, ignoring Wang Zhi's dark expression as he recounted his exploits. Bang, bang, bang. John deftly intercepted an ambush, his palm grasping the assailant's fist, jesting, "My reflexes far surpass yours. The physical capabilities of individuals vary." The ground around them trembled as roots erupted from the soil. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. John drew his rapier, severing all the vines that sought to ensnare him. The disparity in strength between the 2 sides was insurmountable. Khan ceased his actions and approached Wang Zhi and Kinda, pointing at John and complaining, "Uncle Wang, Uncle Kinda. He is bullying me." Finding a reason, Wang Zhi and Kinda eagerly prepared for action. After a while, John, an experienced man of the floral realm, discerned that the two maidens had not yet been deflowered. Curiously, he inquired, "Could it be that you are incapable in that regard?" Khan cast a fierce glare at the scoundrel, pointing at Wang Ji and Kinda, his eyes brimming with menace, as if to say, "Beware, I might summon the adults." Yet, he was still but a child. John remarked that time had unknowingly slipped into noon. The officials had gathered in full. The meeting of the Rocks Pirates officially commenced. The primary attendees were the cadre members, yet many brought their families along, resulting in a considerable number of participants. This meeting proved to be rather unfruitful. Khan felt himself growing drowsy. One young lady fanned him while another provided a massage. He was on the verge of slumber when Rocks proclaimed that their pirate crew would officially declare war on the world government, prompting a cheer from many of the executives present. What a reckless bunch. The majority of the cadre exhibited a shocking lack of decorum. The culture of the Rocks Pirates was rather dismal as well. After the meeting concluded, Rocks retained Khan for a private discussion. Chapter 58. Khan and Rocks, please continue reading. Ha ha ha. Khan, your last endeavor was truly commendable. I can almost envision the ghastly expressions on those noble trash-ass faces. They've been too comfortable on the red line for far too long. Rocks remarked with evident satisfaction. Khan had previously utilized a war of public opinion to turn the tables on the world government, granting Rocks a taste of sweet victory. Khan was acutely aware that although pirates were accustomed to operating in the shadows, the majority of them were not virtuous individuals. Yet when others unjustly tarnished his reputation, it was only natural for anyone to feel disgruntled. It was a matter of pride to retaliate against such slander. Rocks shared this astute perspective. He found the actions of the world government to be utterly reprehensible, rather than allowing them to revel in their underhanded tactics. It would be more prudent to turn their fabricated reports to his advantage. Khan leaned over the table, locking eyes with Rocks. Captain, you must have a purpose for summoning me. Please, do share. Hee. I seek to enlist the influence of the World Economic News Agency to disseminate the news of our pirate crew declaring war against the world government across the globe. Rocks was direct, smiling as he posed his request. Could you assist me with this small favor? Given that the captain has spoken, how could I possibly refuse? Khan replied with a chuckle. Rocks approached him, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Khan, should I face defeat, the subsequent matters will rest upon your shoulders. With that, he exited the conference room. What an irresponsibly carefree captain, Khan mused. Khan held a small piece of paper in his hand. Is this a shift of will? If not his own words, perhaps Kaido seems more fitting. Khan reclined in his chair, fully aware that the World Economic News Agency had entrusted all authority to Rocks. Only a select few were privy to the details. Rocks indeed provided him with both overt and subtle support. Khan's most profound impression of the meeting was the fervent and avaricious gazes of the numerous pirate officers present. During this period, the Rocks Pirates had expanded at an alarming rate. Originally comprising just over 30 officers, their ranks swelled to more than 100. Most of the attendees were drawn to the banner of Rocks, each harboring their own interest in joining the crew. A minority exhibited extreme adoration for Rocks, such as the notorious pirate Silver Axe. The Rocks Pirates declared war on the world government, and the sheer scale of such a conflict is self-evident. It is likely that many pirates would be paralyzed by the brutal realities of the battlefield. Khan differs from other travelers in that his psychological resilience and combat skills are remarkably robust. He does not require a period of adaptation. The likelihood of surviving the war is significantly high. A vast war always presents the best opportunity for a select few to amass wealth. Khan does not need to guess. He's already aware of their thoughts. Most officials believe they will amass great wealth and are exceedingly excited about the war. Rocks consume meat, while they follow behind, partaking in soup. It seems I have forgotten something. How vexing. Khan immediately rose to his feet, momentarily forgetting the presence of the two young girls beside him, who were waiting outside. Among pirates, there were numerous copper alchemists who took pleasure in playing with goldfish. Encountering them could prove perilous. He feared he might succumb to the urge to kill once more. A few years prior, he had confronted a slave trader organization, and alongside Katakuri, he had slain hundreds, leaving a mound of corpses in his wake. In his eyes, there was no distinction between copper alchemists and slave traders. Both were equally repugnant, tarnishing the overall dignity of villainy. Khan perceives his identity as a pirate to be that of an antagonist. It is only natural for one's priorities to dictate their thoughts. The old man once stated that individuals must learn to adapt to different environments. Khan adapted swiftly. A pirate is merely an identity. It does not dictate his aspirations. Stepping out of the conference room, he urged, "Keep up. Do not fall behind." Khan glanced at the two waiting young ladies, exhaling in relief. He took the lead. with the twin sisters dutifully following in their roles as attendants. The trio emerged onto the thoroughfare, met with a sea of humanity. Numerous pirates, having heard of Rock's decision to declare war on the world government, gathered to pledge their allegiance, partaking in a ceremony reminiscent of an oath-taking assembly. Many youthful pirates were stirred with fervor, while some older ones gazed back with nostalgia for days gone by. Naturally, there were also those who regarded the spectacle with disdain. Perceiving themselves as enlightened, their expressions tinged with amusement. Khan remained expressionless. There was once a flame in everyone's heart, a moment when their souls were stirred. He could never mock his former self. That would be utterly ridiculous. Do you wish to possess strength? Khan suddenly halted and inquired. I have no desire to accompany those who lack the will to strive. Do you wish? He urged, his voice rising. Speak louder. Do you wish? From tomorrow, you shall train with me. Those who cannot persevere, I shall provide a suitable path for you. Khan is heavily burdened with anxiety. For the first time after undergoing a transformation, he feels a profound sense of unease about the future, even bordering on confusion. He perceives the intricate connections between Rock's intentions, the aspirations of the world government, and the stance of the Navy headquarters. It becomes apparent to him that a grand conspiracy is at play, one aimed at undermining both Rock's and the Navy headquarters, which can also be interpreted as Rock's defiance and struggle against fate. The world government acts as a player outside the chessboard, manipulating the heavyweight pieces upon the sea, ensuring they do not spiral into chaos. Khan walked along the path home, contemplating the fate of countless cannon fodder destined to perish. Yet, most of these expendable souls were either scoundrels or pirates who had lost their way. It seemed that Rox, in his own way, was purging the seas of filth while simultaneously positioning himself as the foremost leader in the rebellion against the world government. Regardless of the outcome, this battle would claim the lives of numerous pirates across the vast ocean. Khan found himself unable to discern the virtues or vices of these pirates and locks. Even more so, chose to let them perish on their quest to overthrow the world government. At the very least, it could be deemed a contribution to the sea. Is this what one might call the utilization of scum? Perhaps he too could contemplate such a notion for his future. Thus, does it imply that Locks possesses remarkably elevated aspirations? Khan increasingly felt a sense of curiosity. It seemed he could assist in providing materials for Morgan's next report. The following day, a significant revelation. The Rocks pirates have declared war on the world government and issued a declaration of war, stating their intention to fight for the future of the seas, overthrow the world government, and establish a new order. This monumental news has sent shockwaves throughout the world. The entirety of the Rocks crew has declared war on the world government. The Rocks have decided to abolish slavery, denying the celestial dragon's identity as descendants of the gods. Regarding the Rocks pirates' declaration of war against the world government, under Morgan's formidable influence, this news spread across the seas, becoming common knowledge. A myriad of human emotions, fear, confusion, excitement, and madness, unfolded in various forms throughout the oceans. The influence of the Rocks pirates was overwhelmingly significant, their strength well known. Countless individuals speculated on the conflict between the Rocks pirates and the world government. Who would emerge victorious? What role would the Marine headquarters play? Chapter 59. Movements of Major Forces. Please continue reading. The world government learned of this significant news even sooner. Within the Rocks pirates, the relationships among members were exceedingly intricate. The Marines, the world government, and various major factions had, to varying degrees, embedded their own personnel within the ranks, all aware at the top level, watching to see whose pieces were hidden more deeply, whose clandestine maneuvers were more numerous. The five elders convened once more to pursue their plans, urging the Marine headquarters to confront the Rocks pirates directly, while manipulating several news outlets to stoke the flames and further escalate the situation. As the clam and the heron contend, the fisherman benefits. They acted based on the situation, ensuring that events remained under control and minimizing losses. In the New World, on an unnamed island, Roger exclaimed, "Something tremendous has occurred. That madman Rox has decided to confront the world government head-on." A robust man wearing sunglasses and wielding dual axes shouted while holding a news report. This man, named Jabba, was one of the three great powers of the Roger pirates, ranked third in command. Rox has always been clever, but I never anticipated he would create such a commotion, said a blond man with gold-rimmed glasses, his expression grave. The seas are truly about to change. This speaker was the second in command of the Roger pirates, Dark King Rayleigh. Wow, Roger laughed heartily as he finished reading the news. This madman Rox will plunge the entire sea into war. The sea is meant to be free. I shall not allow anyone to disrupt that freedom. Rayleigh, I intend to stop Rox. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses and replied with a wry smile. With our current strength, that will be quite challenging. Roger laughed again. Wow, ha ha ha. I never said we would lead the charge. The Marines and the world government are still there, right? We can join in later. After hearing this, Rayleigh provided a more detailed tactical analysis. Jabba brandished his dual axes, his face alight with excitement. Just thinking about it makes me impatient. To engage with so many formidable opponents will certainly be exhilarating. The Roger pirates planned to backstab Rox. They were aware that Rox would soon send someone to approach them regarding an alliance. They merely needed to play along, using the impending conflict as the final straw to overwhelm the Rox pirates. In Roger's view, the sea did not need individuals like Rox, who would bring disaster to the oceans. The Roger pirates prepared to handle any potential visitors from the Rox pirates, with Roger contemplating whether he could lure one over, perhaps undermining Rox's position. The Rox pirates were indeed filled with talented individuals. In the Marine headquarters conference room, the Marine Admiral and numerous officers were beset with frustration. Recently, the news war on the seas had escalated dramatically. As the subordinate agency of the world government, the Marine headquarters had received countless bad reports, suffering a significant blow to their reputation. The world government had dragged them into the muck. As the face of the world government, the Marine headquarters found itself beleaguered by the relentless media scrutiny, with the old guards on the red line pulling the Marines into the fray. Now, while carrying out their duties, the Marines were met with disdain and fearful gazes from civilians. The areas they were tasked with protecting were not merely the territories of pirates and various factions. The Marine headquarters urgently needed a victory, a resounding triumph, to stabilize the order of the seas, restore faith in marine justice, and reassure the anxious populace while intimidating numerous evildoers. In the Admiral's office, two individuals sat together. Originally, the Rox pirates dominated the New World quite well. I thought the balance with the Marine headquarters could last for decades. The Admiral sighed repeatedly. The world government is incessantly preoccupied with undermining its own, fearing others might challenge their rule, without considering the chaos they have wrought upon the seas. We, the Marines, are the face of the world government, yet we are not responsible for their misdeeds. We can merely mitigate some of the damage, maintaining the crumbling order. First, we must eliminate Rox's homeland, then target the key figures within the Rox pirates. The Marine headquarters will do its utmost to cooperate. But it is outrageous that they bypassed me, the Marine Admiral, to issue a demon-slaying edict on Wang Ji's territory. Is that something a rational person would do? In the current state of the seas, my options as Marine Admiral are quite limited. The only thing I can assure is to firmly uphold my stance, preventing the situation from worsening. A confrontation with Rox is inevitable. I do not wish for a pirate to dominate the world. The Marine Admiral muttered softly. I would govern the world better than the world government does. Crane sat quietly, listening to the Admiral vent his emotions. She had played the role of a listener for many years. However, this time she could not help but laugh. You wish to govern the world? It would be better to let Rox do so. Based on my analysis over the past few days, this maritime overlord possesses the ability to change the world. The Marine Admiral pouted. Rox may be astute, but he cannot possibly possess such wisdom. There must be a great power aiding him. Ha ha ha, great power? Crane laughed with a sound like silver bells, mockingly deriding the deity in the eyes of ordinary Marines. Mwahaha. The serious expression of the Marine Admiral faded, and he joined in the laughter. On Heskikno Island, a significant event was unfolding. Morgans, upon returning to the island, nearly had his eyes pop out in astonishment. His mouth agape as if to fit a watermelon. What did he see? The noble celestial dragons had not only been captured by the Rox pirates, but were also treated like dogs. Some were tied to poles and whipped. Others were on the ground being ridden like horses, and some knelt, using their mouths to receive urine. The pirates were treating the celestial dragons in a manner they themselves had previously employed. Morgan swallowed hard, his expression growing increasingly ecstatic, gradually shifting toward a perverse delight. Is this the treatment befitting the celestial dragons? It seems that these arrogant celestial dragons are experiencing such inhumane treatment for the first time. The consecutive exclusive breaking news has brought him both fame and fortune, establishing a profound foundation for himself across the globe. This time, Morgans has once again caught the scent of a major scoop. Merely capturing a few photographs of the celestial dragons would guarantee a significant boost in newspaper sales. For the celestial dragons themselves are an enormous topic of interest. Speaking of the term hot topic, he first heard it from Khan and found it quite appealing. Isn't the essence of journalism to create topics of interest? Morgans felt an affinity with Khan. It would indeed be a pity not to pursue journalism. Fortunately, he is a journalist. Chapter 60. Morgans. In the ongoing 3-month war, Morgans surveyed the abused celestial dragons. With yet another exclusive report, he could further elevate his influence. Naturally, this would attract the attention of the world government, and he might face pursuit. Thus, he needed to remain discreet, adopting multiple aliases to evade their grasp. As a competent newspaper chief, possessing more than one alias was imperative. Morgans had no desire to become too entangled with the world government, as that would not be the conduct of a proper member of the press. As for the plight of the celestial dragons, which was orchestrated by the Rock's pirates, what concern was it of his? He sought out Khan, who had been training the 2 twin girls. Lord Khan, was this all you're doing? Not me, not me. Khan denied. I understand. Morgans replied with a sly grin, leeringly asking, Lord Khan, could you enlighten me on what Lord Rock's plans to do with these celestial dragons next? Katakuri, come here. Khan instructed, adding, if there's anything you don't understand, you can inquire with him. Before departing, he counted the number of people present. All 5 were there. Without further ado, he remarked, you're in luck. Morgans felt a shiver run down his spine, his feathers standing on end. In the midst of his eager anticipation, Khan tossed him an orange peel, declaring, Rox intends to publicly execute these celestial dragons during a live broadcast for all the seas to witness, to prove his words are not mere fabrications. Morgans' mind exploded with the revelation. Insanity. It was truly madness. The live execution of celestial dragons for the first time. If it could be broadcasted, he feared nothing. Morgans exclaimed excitedly, please, allow me to cover this. I will mobilize all my resources to ensure this broadcast reaches every corner of the world. No other force can impede me. Khan subtly conveyed some intriguing intelligence to Morgans. It is believed that the forthcoming ocean will unveil numerous captivating scenarios, and the necessary groundwork for public opinion has been meticulously laid. We shall observe how far Lox can advance. Lox aims to transform this decayed and backward world, a task that is of extraordinary difficulty. Khan remained oblivious to the true intentions of Rox, yet the ambition to conquer the world and dominate the seas seemed exceedingly vague. What would follow such conquest and supremacy? In the days that ensued, all the celestial dragons that could be captured from the vast oceans had been, while those who could not were retreating back to the holy land of Mariehua, adopting the guise of timid turtles. During this period, the news battleground at sea became particularly fervent. A segment of onlookers, eager for excitement, reveled in the unfolding drama. Amidst a cacophony of diverse and chaotic reports, a whisper surfaced. Rumors hinted at significant secrets within God Valley. This tidbit, though seemingly obscure, gained prominence in the subtle atmosphere of the moment. Indeed, the rumor was quite discreet. Upon absorbing this piece of information, Khan stifled a yawn. The whispers circulating in the alley spoke of a great secret in the Valley of the Gods, with numerous conjectures surrounding this enigma, the most prominent of which pertained to one of the 3 ancient weapons. What gossip is this? Merely a ruse to deceive. If it were not for the covert machinations of the world government, discreetly orchestrating the release of such information, one might as well invert one's surname in jest. It is, in essence, a classic case of misdirection. Yet, it could also be a blend of truth and fabrication, intended to entice Rox into pondering the matter, or to provoke an irresistible urge to venture into the Valley of the Gods. Khan paid a visit to Rox and obtained his answer. In Rox's perspective, there was no harm in giving it a try. If it truly came to nothing, they would first annihilate the Valley of the Gods, seize the immense wealth within, and strike a blow against the world government. Khan remained unhurried. During this interval, the Rock's pirates clashed fiercely with the Navy and the lapdogs of the world government. He took this time to engage in self-destructive training. 3 months passed, and all 3 factions suffered considerable losses. The pirates incurred over 100,000 casualties, with hundreds of their ships sinking into the depths of the sea. The Navy faced tens of thousands of deaths, with nearly 100 warships lost. The world government also lost countless lives, with the CP-8, CP-6, and CP-2 organizations nearly annihilated, and CP-0 elites suffering hundreds of casualties. Numerous royal and noble families from various allied nations were assassinated, leading to significant losses. In the eyes of many allied nations, the world government had become utterly ineffectual, severely undermining their trust. The 5 elders sensed that they were being targeted, realizing that their losses were far greater than anticipated, and a lingering fear of losing control crept into their hearts. Yet, this fear was fleeting. In Panga City, the figure seated upon the void throne instilled them with confidence. For a full 3 months, the ongoing and monumental conflict caused the world government to feel more anxious than the Navy headquarters. The celestial dragons had long since ceased to venture upon the seas. Countless pirates and individuals of various backgrounds, unable to withstand the brutal war, fled from the New World to the Grand Line, and from there to the Four Seas. There were two routes from the New World to the Grand Line. One was to petition the world government, then pass directly through Mariewa, located atop the Red Continent, which required a substantial sum of money but was relatively safe. The other route involved encasing the ship in the resin of the Yarkaminchan tree, diving 10,000 meters to traverse a vast cavern beneath the Red Continent, reaching Fishman Island via underwater pathways to arrive at the New World, albeit fraught with danger. The pirates unanimously opted for the latter route, using Fishman Island as a pivotal junction between the New World and the Grand Line. During this time, life was leisurely and pleasant. The pirates dared not infringe upon the territory of the Fishmen, as the upper echelons of the Rocks pirates, including Newgate and Wang Shi, had made their stance clear. No pirate would dare provoke them. The Rocks pirates, who even dared to capture celestial dragons, had little to fear. On this day, Rocks summoned his cadre once more. In the heart of Hiskino Island, a meeting was convened. Before all his officers, Rocks vehemently condemned the world government for its inaction over 8 centuries. He urged them to reflect on their own circumstances and earnestly inquired whether their lives as pirates truly brought them happiness. As he delved deeper, he articulated that most pirates lived in a haze of indulgence, incapable of envisioning a future, finding a fleeting sense of satisfaction only through violence and the plunder of wealth. This impassioned speech unveiled the profound truths that lay within the hearts of the majority of pirates. I know what you desire. I can offer you a future brimming with hope. Captain Rocks, I believe you can lead us to a hopeful future. But we have recently suffered tremendous losses and must turn the tide. Please provide us with guidance for our next steps, so we may glimpse that hopeful future. A pirate shouted from the crowd. Keek keek. The world government has deliberately released false coordinates, surely setting a trap there. Rocks laughed defiantly. Yet he possessed the true coordinates of God Valley, where his people awaited. Next battle. We shall seize God Valley. The pirates erupted in cheers. Chapter 61. Rocks pre-battle declaration, seeking continued support. The true coordinates of God Valley. Rocks' declaration astonished many of his officers, with several senior leaders expressing their shock. Khan was equally astonished by the true coordinates of God's Valley. It turned out that the coordinates released by the world government were fabricated, which clarified many matters and elucidated numerous enigmas. God's Valley is heralded as the second largest residence of the celestial dragons. However, its coordinates have always remained a closely guarded secret over the vast ocean, second only to the final island. Those who lack awareness cannot possibly uncover the genuine location of God's Valley. Over the past year, it appeared as though the world government had covertly dispatched naval luminaries such as Karp and Sengoku to safeguard God's Valley. Yet, whispers had already circulated in the shadowy realms. At the very least, Morgans had managed to gather intelligence about Karp, Sengoku, and other naval forces heading toward the suspected coordinates of God's Valley, discreetly informing Khan that these might not lead to the authentic site. Many pirates, believing they had discerned the target of God's Valley, were poised to act. To Khan, this was evidently a trap. The absence of definitive coordinates for God's Valley, coinciding with the meteoric rise and expansion of the Rocks pirates, seemed far too fortuitous. This was clearly a stratagem aimed at ensnaring Rocks, potentially ensnaring the Navy headquarters in the process as well. The intent was to deplete the combat strength of both the Rocks pirates and the Navy, emerging as a profiteer while obliterating the formidable threat posed by Rocks at minimal cost, thereby further consolidating control over the Navy headquarters, an endeavor with dual benefits. They could not have anticipated that Rocks had secretly positioned a piece in God's Valley, acquiring the coordinates to the true location. Ultimately, the battle for God's Valley is destined to erupt. It is impossible for the world government to seek an outcome without incurring losses. Khan was certain that regardless of the circumstances of battle, God Valley would vanish from the maritime map, becoming but a fragment of history. Ha ha ha. The overwhelming conqueror's hockey of Rocks erupted instantaneously, altering the very fabric of the heavens and earth. Numerous pirates nearby were forcefully pinned to the ground, acutely experiencing a suffocating sense of dread, yet they remained conscious. In that moment, they comprehended the true terror embodied by this creature. The conqueror's hockey emanated with such control that it only affected those chosen by him. Ha ha ha. Bring those individuals to me. Moments later, the group of pirates, kneeling upon the ground, was brought forth. In the face of uncertainty, no one spoke on behalf of these pirates, even as many recognized their comrades among them. Are you agents of the world government, the Navy, or other forces infiltrating our ranks? The pirates bowed their heads, as if this gesture could spare them from the impending grim fate. Just now, I revealed the true coordinates of God Valley, and your reaction seemed quite pronounced. Are you eager to relay information to your masters? A cruel smile curled upon Rock's lips as he made a promise. The last person to survive would be granted their life. With that, chaos erupted as the pirates turned upon one another, revealing their true natures. Regardless of whether any among them were innocent, survival became their paramount objective. No pirate would doubt the promise of the Sea Overlord, especially when it was Rox who made it. A brutal slaughter ensued, culminating in the survival of a single individual. Rox spared that person. Those with keen intellect discerned that their captain was setting an example, issuing a promise before instilling fear. But could that one truly escape? Or was it merely that there were so few traitors among them? Their captain possessed such cunning. It seemed he had long been scheming regarding God Valley and the traitors within the crew, seizing this opportunity to eliminate some unstable elements. Truly unfathomable. The recent turmoil did little to sway the spirits of the gathered pirates, as Rox continued his oration. Within God Valley. It is said that the whereabouts of one of the 3 ancient weapons lie hidden. The true coordinates of God Valley are now in my possession, regardless of their existence. The wealth and resources amassed over the years within God Valley shall all belong to us. Upon receiving that information and verifying its authenticity, the entire world will be ours. Should we succeed, we shall overthrow the world government and establish a new order. Each of you present shall be crowned as kings. When the time comes, following the governance I propose, we shall transform this world into a heavenly realm where all shall be well-fed and clothed, and no one shall desire to be a pirate. Nor will anyone dare to oppose us. This world will be ours to rule, guiding it into a new era. The common folk shall erect statues in our honor, and our deeds shall be immortalized for centuries to come. We shall be the masters of this world as future. Following Rock's impassioned speech, the crowd erupted with fervor. The majority of the pirates shared a unanimous gaze of enthusiasm. Unparalleled fervor. They envisioned the hopeful future that Rox had painted for them, a future within reach. A future where they could reshape their destinies. Khan felt an involuntary shudder. Rock's words undeniably resonated with him, yet they were indeed eloquent. Before the impending clash, such rhetoric was certain to bolster the pirates' morale and mitigate potential risks. Rox raised his arm and bellowed, "Fight for our future. Advance towards God Valley. For our future. For Captain Rox. Attack God Valley." At that moment, the pirates exhibited unparalleled unity, their voices echoing throughout the Hashino Sea. Initially, most pirates fought for survival, yearning to live and striving for recognition on the tumultuous seas. However, when presented with a loftier aspiration, a genuine opportunity to alter their fates, they would become frenzied. Not just the pirates, but anyone who followed Rox to success would be among the first to reap the rewards. They could shed their pirate identities, cleanse their reputations, and ascend to the status of heroes, standing atop the world as part of the ruling elite. Who would not desire such a dual fortune? Only a fool would. Countless pirates were overwhelmed with excitement, contemplating the assault on God Valley, eager to achieve feats that would capture Rox's attention and secure future advantages. Rox clenched his fist, and the tumultuous voices subsided. The raucousness was replaced by heavy breaths and eager, bloodshot eyes fixed upon Rox. He inquired, "What shall we do next?" They were captivated by his words, and the gathered pirates responded in unison, "Seize God Valley." A surge of exhilaration and a long-forgotten fervor surged within them. They were determined to ignite their first battle against the world government, a true war. Chapter 62, The Execution of the Celestial Dragons. A shock to the major powers in the New World, 2 pirate ships sailed across the ocean. A closer inspection revealed the pirate flags they bore, symbolizing the Rox pirates and the ranks of its 2 top lieutenants, Wang Ji and John, Rox's trusted hands. Their voyage aimed to seek out potential allies. Additionally, many other officers had been dispatched to forge alliances. The only pirate crew that could rival Rox was the Roger Pirates. Khan leaned against the ship's railing, indulging in a hearty meal. He chose not to remain at the tedious and uninspiring banquet hosted by Esquino, but instead opted to accompany Wang Ji to sea. Eager to discover the true nature of a certain individual named Roger, Khan had encountered formidable figures from the Rox pirates. Yet he found little intrigue in the newly joined rogues of the pirate crew. Leaving Katakuri behind to witness the Roger pirates was a venture he could not afford to be disenchanted with. Wang Ji approached him. Khan inquired, "Uncle Wang, have they consumed the devil fruits?" Kinder had selected 2 commendable devil fruits for them. Wang Ji gently tapped his forehead with a finger, expressing concern for the unfortunate fate of the 2 young girls who had been following Khan. "Do you not feel any compassion for these 2 maidens?" he asked. "Compassion?" Khan shrugged. "They possess no exceptional talents. Instead of risking their lives for an uncertain future, it would be wiser for me to arrange their marriages. I am not one to play the role of a caretaker. He presented them with a choice. The twin sisters opted to follow him. You make a valid point. They will not hinder your progress. Someone must attend to logistical matters, Khan asserted, emphasizing the high standards he held for his court team. Even in logistics, he demanded sufficient capability and strength, fostering deep bonds to better form a cohesive unit. Wang Ji exclaimed, "Are you not intending to train the two girls as combatants?" On the ship's deck, the twin sisters continued their arduous training. They endured 3 grueling months under Khan's relentless regimen, often teetering on the brink of physical collapse. Ultimately, through an indomitable spirit and a refusal to yield, they survived. After completing the brutal training, their bodies bore countless hidden scars. Khan reluctantly acknowledged their efforts. The twin sisters possessed limited talents, yet he valued their resilience and perseverance more than innate ability. Too many individuals exhibit fleeting enthusiasm. The capacity for diligent effort itself is a remarkable gift. They embody this talent, having survived for 3 months without faltering. Khan resolved to nurture them. Within Wang Ji's faction, there were numerous unused devil fruits, a surplus accumulated during the period when Wang Ji assisted Khan in locating these fruits. Selecting just 2 could transform their physical constitutions, liberating them from the constraints typically imposed on women. Uncle Wang, would you like to watch the live broadcast together? Khan inquired. Pulling the phone bug affixed to his thigh and activating the projection feature, his excitement palpable as he pondered how Captain Rox would execute the celestial dragons. Wang Ji replied, "I almost forgot about that matter. The execution of the celestial dragons will be broadcasted across the seas, serving to rally support for the Rox pirates' assault on God Valley and to serve as a banner for their cause." This proposal bore Khan's influence. He believed that the children he raised were far superior to Rox, and he was confident that surpassing Rox in the future would pose no challenge. "Haha. Let me join in on the live broadcast," John exclaimed, having leaped onto the ship unnoticed, positioning himself beside the two, his gaze fixed on Khan. "Killing the celestial dragons is truly exhilarating. Our captain is simply remarkable. Wouldn't you agree?" "Indeed," Khan affirmed, giving a thumbs up. "Our captain is wise and valiant, today exemplifying the demeanor of a maritime sovereign." John remarked, "How can this fellow boast so much?" Meanwhile, the majority of the pirates in Hiskino were awestruck by Rox's various exploits, with few paying attention to Khan. John was among the rare pirates who did. Wang Ji simply stated, "Let us watch the broadcast." Khan and John watched the live broadcast with unwavering attention. Under Morgan's deft manipulation, the streaming rooms worldwide had been brewing for quite some time, captivating countless spectators. Within the broadcast, Morgan's showcased an exceptional flair for entertainment. Khan felt drowsy until Morgan suddenly shouted, announcing the content of the live broadcast, the execution of the celestial dragons. The news sent shockwaves through the Marine headquarters. The world government, pirates, civilians, and bounty hunters, all of whom were taken aback by this unprecedented revelation. What are the celestial dragons? They are the world's aristocrats. Exalted beings residing on the Red Line, their status unmatched across the vast seas. Each of them is a descendant of the 19 royal families from 8 centuries ago. Claiming the title of descendants of the gods, the common folk perceive them as untouchable. The celestial dragons frequently descend from the Red Line to wreak havoc across the seas, receiving the highest honors wherever they go. Few dare to challenge them openly. Those who do face the wrath of the admirals of the Navy. But now, what have they heard? The celestial dragons are to be executed, to be put to death before the entire world. What an outrageous act. A revolution is on the horizon. Many recalled the previous news report in which Rox denied the nobility of the celestial dragons and their claim of being descendants of the gods. Could it be true that the abolition of slavery is on the table? This time, Rox garnered substantial support and faith from many. Even the celestial dragons were to be executed before all the seas. Who could speak more truthfully than Rox? The world government? That is but a farce. Following Morgan's report on the Demon Slayer Order and the concealed truths, many began to question the world government internally. "I promise to overthrow the world government, abolish slavery, and deny the status of the celestial dragons," Rox proclaimed, patting the celestial dragon, who lay prostrate like a dog. "Did you see that? These wretched celestial dragons are utterly worthless. They are incompetent beings, only capable of bringing ruin to the seas. I will execute them, fulfilling my promise. And then I will assault God's Valley to liberate the enslaved within. I vow to create a world better than it was under the world government's reign." What a gifted orator he is, captivating in his delivery. Khan listened to Rox's speech during the broadcast, well aware that many would remain skeptical. Yet, Each additional believer brings a glimmer of hope. Rox has begun to convey his thoughts to the vast ocean. This represents an initial movement towards ideological liberation. Chapter 63. The First Encounter with Roger. Please continue reading. Watching the live broadcast, Khan felt his appetite for change grow significantly. He mused, Captain Rox has not forgotten my earlier words. Rather, he has chosen to forge his own path, creating the most favorable conditions for himself in the suitable moment. Observe his two speeches. They bear a resemblance to the aspirations of an art student who has fallen short. The first speech painted an enticing vision, reducing the hazards of pirate factions and uniting the newly formed, massive pirate crew. The second speech, directed at the entire ocean, called for the execution of the Celestial Dragons, garnering public support, undermining the authority of the world government and the Celestial Dragons, and further amplifying his influence, which would have even greater implications for the future. Khan is certain that the Marine forces watching the live broadcast are in complete disarray, particularly within the world government, which is undoubtedly filled with apprehension. On the vast ocean, laughter echoes, ha ha ha. This is simply too delightful. Such audacity is mine alone. Morgan, in contrast to Khan, hastily departs from Hiskino Island, evading the world government to avoid any encounter with the Rox pirates. Khan is a true confidant. I can sense that future collaborations are inevitable, and I intend to secure all exclusive reports concerning Khan. Morgan, clutching a newspaper with a derisive expression, observes the foolish masses fixated on Rox, entirely oblivious to the formidable figure lurking behind the so-called sovereign of the seas. In pursuit of an exclusive report, I shall assist you before your ascent. With your remarkable growth and abilities, the world will recognize your existence from the very outset. During a worldwide live broadcast, Rox issues a command. The pirates, preordained to decimate the Celestial Dragons, stand ready, honored to be chosen. With raised blades, they bring them down, severing heads that roll away. In the broadcast, every Celestial Dragon meets their demise. Witnessing this scene, countless minds across the ocean freeze in disbelief. Are they dreaming? Or have they gone mad? In the wake of immense shock and self-doubt, many awaken to the grim reality, inexplicably stirred with excitement, even they themselves unsure of the cause. This marks a historic moment. The Celestial Dragons are not the so-called descendants of gods. They too can perish. Before Rox, they resemble swine. The Celestial Dragons do not deserve such lofty status. Freedom and equality are the true aspirations of the sea. No one is born to reign supreme. Who among you is willing to join me in battle? Fight for your destiny. Rox's rousing words resonate deeply, striking a chord within many hearts. Fight. Numerous voices rise in unison across the ocean. Rox has indeed slain the Celestial Dragons. And next, he will liberate the enslaved in God's Valley. I must follow that man. No one shall thwart my journey to join the Rox pirates. A grand endeavor awaits. Countless pirates and those unable to survive, along with the destitute, set sail towards the New World. Many pirates, initially planning to seek refuge in the Four Seas, pivot their vessels towards Hiskino, seeking fortune and glory. This day is destined to be extraordinary. On Hiskino Island, Rox grins broadly, envisioning the scene of gathering a multitude of pirates, leading them to assault God's Valley, exhausting both the Navy and the lapdogs of the world government. An emergency meeting convenes at Navy headquarters, perpetually on guard against the Rox pirates. During this period, the number of meetings surpasses 100, with numerous naval leaders opting to remain at headquarters. Meanwhile, the five elders at the Holy Land of Mariehua find themselves in a state of agitation. They have never encountered a pirate as adept at stirring chaos as Rox, first exposing the truths concealed by the world government, then broadcasting the slaughter of the Celestial Dragons, and now engaging in a war of information, attrition, and psychological warfare. The five elders feel their hair thinning with stress. How could Rox possess such cunning? His ideology is perilously radical. He must be eradicated. This is a direct provocation. The repercussions of this incident are impossible to fully mask. Does he comprehend the turmoil it will unleash upon the seas? For years, we have maintained order in these waters. We shall not permit this vile band of pirates to wreak havoc. His actions will lead to countless deaths. The five elders stand atop a moral pedestal, pointing fingers, entirely oblivious to the atrocities committed by the world government over the past 8 centuries, unaware of how many lives are lost annually beneath their rule and order. In this world, how many of those in power truly grasp the suffering of those beneath them? In the New World, Khan followed Wang Zhi and John as they arrived at an island. Wang Zhi, based on credible intelligence, noted that Roger's notorious pirate crew awaited them on this very isle, seemingly anticipating their arrival. So what if they guessed? Khan shrugged. Acknowledging that there must indeed be astute individuals among Roger's crew, their task was merely to deliver the message. That may be true, but you'd best refrain from confronting them. If a conflict arises, we cannot guarantee your safety, John cautioned. Fear not, the formidable foes are preoccupied with you all. I shall target only the weaker ones, Khan replied with a mischievous glint in his eye. If I find myself overmatched, I will swiftly take my leave. Am I not correct, John? Everything you have taught me is etched in my memory. Wang Ji furrowed his brow. John hastily clarified, Wang Ji, I assure you, I have not led him astray. He chose to learn from me of his own volition. Khan, undeterred by the situation, inquired, Is there truly a distinction? John was about to articulate his thoughts when Wang Ji interjected, The mission is paramount. On the island, the group encountered the Roger pirates, who were in the midst of a feast. Wang Ji and John cautiously unleashed their conqueror's haki, asserting their presence in unknown territory, intending to establish dominance. At that moment, the Roger pirates, sensing the arrival of formidable adversaries, ceased their activities, their collective gaze fixated upon Wang Ji and John. The acknowledged right and left hands of the infamous rocks. What could it be, nasal hair or a beard? Khan's attention was suddenly captivated by Roger, who was amidst the celebration, murmuring to himself. The strong present were not deaf. They all heard his query. Ha! It's nasal hair. Roger jovially responded. Oh, how amusing. Khan, leveraging the advantage of youth, initiated a conversation. Rayleigh, I have heard much of you from Sister Shaki. Rayleigh's face flushed, regardless of the mention. She had never shared any crucial intelligence regarding your rocks pirates, and several times, your captain nearly captured me. As an intelligence officer, one must adhere to professional ethics. Khan, straightforward, declared, Uncle, we are here to seek your alliance. Chapter 64. Shaki, quite moist, please continue reading. Roger erupted into laughter, akin to a child. Is this little one here to negotiate on behalf of Rox? John seized Khan by the collar of his garment, pulling him back. Addressing Rox with rare seriousness, he asserted, The negotiations are between Wang Ji and myself. Moments later, the atmosphere shifted to one of joviality, courtesy of the Roger pirates' festive spirit. The gathered individuals divided into two factions. The Roger pirates continued their revelry. Roger, do you aspire to become the pirate king and conquer these seas? Khan posed the question. Haha. To conquer these seas is a dream every seafaring man harbors. I seek the ultimate island, to traverse the world, leaving my footprints upon every corner of the ocean, and to conquer these waters with my comrades. Will you join me? Roger, brimming with enthusiasm, extended the invitation. Bored, Khan yawned. The notion of conquest, while appealing, was intolerable to him when associated with Rock's ambition for dominion over the world, yet he found pride in his own quest to master the seas. Haha. The captain is being dismissed by a child. Roger guffawed. Who knew our captain would face such a day? The atmosphere among the Roger pirates was filled with mirth. Their laughter, oblivious to the suffering of the world, starkly contrasted with Wang Ji, Kinda, and other pirates who bore heavy burdens, their smiles occasionally emerging from a place of deep-seated oppression. Khan found it rather peculiar. He felt an irresistible urge to join in the foolish laughter. Had he truly lost his senses? John was puzzled. Had not Roger already reached the final island the previous year? It had even been reported in the newspapers. Indeed. One could hardly trust the press. He ventured, I have heard that you have arrived at the last island, among the first to do so. I am rather curious about what lies there. What do you believe exists upon it? Rayleigh, savoring his rum and adjusting his glasses, continued, There is nothing there. Are you certain you are not jesting? On the last island, there is absolutely nothing? John, I have stated there is nothing, just as before. You are ever the skeptic, perhaps even doubting your own captain. Having dealt with you on numerous occasions, I advise you to speak less. Rayleigh, you have crowned yourself as the king of the underworld. I envy you greatly. You and that shameless lunatic Shiki are cut from the same cloth, sharing an equal lack of shame. John, who on the sea does not recognize your esteemed name? Though my title may ring loudly, it pales in comparison to yours. You prey upon virtuous women without recompense. Truly brazen. John's expression was one of amusement as he retorted, Rayleigh, Shaki, quite lubricious. A palpable aura of menace erupted from Rayleigh. Khan, relishing the spectacle, found the banter between these two pirates thoroughly entertaining, enjoying the unfolding drama. This world translated into the language of his own. John was undoubtedly a talent. The phrase Shaki, quite lubricious, provoked laughter among many of John's faction pirates. Meanwhile, The Roger pirates could no longer muster their usual cheerful demeanor, their expressions darkening considerably. Khan understood that both parties were well aware of the situation. There was nothing to discuss. The alliance was merely a pretext. Deep down, Rox was undoubtedly concerned that Roger might betray him. How can you be certain that Waterstar is not the final island? Khan casually broached the subject. Haha. When we reach that island, we will discover that it is not the last. There lies another hidden amidst the sea, the true final island. Roger's face lit up with anticipation. I must find that island. To become the Pirate King? What a splendid adventure. Will you join me? I will go alone, Khan replied, rolling his eyes at the future Pirate King, allowing him to experience the journey on his own. The previous year marked the birth of red-haired Shanks and Buggy, as well as the year that Roger's crew arrived at Waterstar. On the shore, Roger beamed with a bright smile, repeatedly extending an invitation. Come aboard my ship, Wang Ji. Yet, Wang Ji resolutely declined. Khan, savoring the oranges fed to him by a young girl, remarked, Roger, I hope not to see you in the days to come. Please refrain from involving yourself in the conflicts between our pirate crew and the Navy, as well as the world government. One must never abandon the stance of a pirate. Haha, we are bound to cross paths again. Roger's words underscored the notion that no one could confine him. Khan leaned against the ship's railing, turning his gaze outward, his eyes sharp and observant. He refrained from continuing his thoughts, choosing instead to memorize the features of each member of the Roger Pirates. Roger, the carefree pirate, wore an unrestrained smile that exuded freedom, as if no poignant tragedy could ever dim his radiant grin, which was in stark contrast to the world's prevailing tone. If he sought to bring hope to a world on the brink of collapse and despair, perhaps this future Pirate King truly possessed the resolve and audacity to change the world. Yet he did not. He merely gathered a band of like-minded companions and lived freely according to his own desires. Even in his final moments, he uttered a declaration that stood in stark contradiction to his own actions, heralding the dawn of the great age of pirates. Khan could not help but perceive him as a lunatic, rivaling even the likes of Shurji and John, perhaps even surpassing them in his madness. Upon closer reflection, one must question whether such a smile could genuinely emanate from a sane individual. Rather than being merely infectious, it could be more aptly described as propagative. Khan recalled that he had encountered a similar smile on the faces of dangerous individuals and severely mentally ill patients. However, Roger's smile was even more terrifying. Gazing upon it for too long could insidiously influence one's thoughts, compelling them to act in accordance with his words and unconsciously mirror his grin. It was truly frightening. Khan, have you discerned what kind of person Roger is? A glimmer of coldness flickered in Wang Ji's eyes as he smiled at him. I once believed him to be a decent fellow, only to later realize that he is utterly incomprehensible in both thought and action. Spending too much time with him could lead to a gradual assimilation that is far more dreadful than that of a demon. This world has become profoundly abnormal. Roger is the epitome of abnormality among the already peculiar. It is an assault on the intrinsic uniqueness of individuals, a erosion of their distinct personalities, and indeed, it is more terrifying than any demon. Khan's initial impression of Roger was that he bore some ominous fate, acting as a pathogen that infects and assimilates those around him. Such individuals can occasionally share a drink, but should never be deeply befriended. The crew of that ship had all been subtly influenced in their thoughts. Perhaps some sensed it. Yet they felt a camaraderie with Roger and chose to dismiss their concerns. Kenda added. Khan silently mused. A person like Roger could make a splendid friend. Yet those who perceive his true nature may find him rather terrifying. Chapter 65. Ominous Signs of War by the Coast. Roger gazed at the two departing pirate ships, his expression grave as he remarked, the lad by Wang Ji's side is quite remarkable. I can sense his potential for the future. Jabba nonchalantly replied, his strength is rather ordinary. In terms of innate physical talent, who can rival Charlotte Linlin? However, the Rock's pirates boast a newcomer named Kaido, whose might is formidable and whose future potential is daunting. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, a glimmer of danger flashing in his eyes as he smiled. Rox has sent his right-hand man, perhaps to caution us against interference. The Roger pirates are least intimidated by threats. The Rock's pirates will undoubtedly be on guard. We must find a suitable opportunity to strike decisively at the right moment. Had it not been for the simultaneous arrival of the two factions led by Wang Ji and John, the Roger pirates might have seriously considered retaining the incoming faction. However, with two factions now present, the Roger pirates opted to refrain from action at this juncture. Firstly, the situation was unpalatable, and secondly, it could easily provoke Rox into abandoning their conflict with the world government and the Navy, turning their wrath upon the Roger pirates instead. should that occur. The Roger pirates would likely face total annihilation. Rayleigh analyzed. Rox has already broadcasted to the entire sea, executing celestial dragons. I foresee his imminent journey to God Valley, likely within the next couple of days. Given the capabilities of the Navy and the world government, they will certainly react. And they will be on high alert for the Rox pirates. Our opportunity is at hand. Ha! Rayleigh, let us set sail for God Valley. Jabba inquired, where is God Valley? Rayleigh chuckled, responding, I possess intelligence obtained from Shaki. Rox knows the true coordinates of God Valley, and I suspect he is correct. The world government surely intends to orchestrate Rox's demise, yet they have underestimated him. We can stealthily follow in the wake of the Rox pirates. Roger, in high spirits, laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. There is no need for that. Let us seek out Carp. The entire Roger pirates crew mobilized. In the new world, aboard the ship. Khan leaned against the railing, observing the twin girls' training, while John rambled on, regaling himself with various amusing anecdotes and his adventures at sea. John, I find you far more agreeable than Roger. You've only just realized it. John waved his small hand and twisted his waist, narcissistically proclaiming, I am undoubtedly far more handsome than Roger. Let me tell you, in our pirate crew, only Wang Ji can match my charm. Khan found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, John possessed a striking appearance, characterized by a distinctly Western visage that was quite pleasing to the eye, a rarity, indeed. The women who often surrounded John were typically adorned with radiant smiles, clearly captivated by his charm. We hurried back, as the captain was steering towards the Valley of the Gods, and we needed to catch up to join him. Wang Ji playfully nudged John, sending him back to his own vessel. No, Wang Ji, allow me to stay a while longer. I promise I won't speak indiscreetly around Khan. You know I am always quite earnest. All I have imparted to him is invaluable knowledge. You cannot possibly attend to him for a lifetime, can you? Wang Ji, nursing a headache, sighed and relented. Very well, you may remain. Yes, John exclaimed, striking a victorious pose. Khan observed the scene with a roll of his eyes, exasperated by the antics of the madman. It was common knowledge that John had an insatiable love for treasure and beauty, a fact that incited envy and disdain among many. In Mary Geos, the 5 elders were thrown into a state of panic upon receiving the news. How could this be? How did Rox come to know the true coordinates of God's Valley? Who could possibly be the traitor? It was imperative to uncover this treachery and exact severe retribution upon the perpetrator. They cursed, vowing not to let the traitor slip through their fingers, suspecting that the individual was a key figure within God's Valley. Time was of the essence. Rox would undoubtedly seize this perfect opportunity to strike directly at God's Valley, intent on conquering it. What course of action should they take? God's Valley was home to a vast number of celestial dragons. Who could possibly thwart them? Should we consult Lordum? Do not utter that name just yet. It is not the appropriate time. Notify the Navy to mobilize considerable forces toward God's Valley, and concurrently relay the coordinates to them. We must also expedite our own forces to that location and seek an audience with Lordum. The 5 elders were known for their swift decision-making. They were far from incompetent. In fact, they ranked among the elite of this world. Rox had discovered the true coordinates of God's Valley, regardless of the veracity of this information. The 5 elders speculated that Rox would surely take advantage of the opportunity to strike at the celestial dragons, gathering support from all corners. This would culminate in the formation of an extraordinarily vast pirate fleet. If they had fought a war for 3 months only to achieve nothing, not only would their efforts have been in vain, but their forces would be depleted while the enemies would grow stronger. Could there be worse news than this? The 5 elders understood that they could not afford to gamble any longer. They needed to eliminate Rox promptly and dismantle his pirate crew. As for the Navy headquarters, they aimed to wear down the Navy's strength. Maintaining a certain level of power at Navy headquarters would align with their goal of ensuring the world government's perpetual control over it. The 5 elders approached Lordum, and upon learning that they could abandon God's Valley, they reached a consensus and decided to take drastic measures. One must be willing to sacrifice in order to ensnare the wolf. The 5 elders resolved to use all of God's Valley as a funeral for Rox. A funeral unprecedented in history, a treatment reserved for the one person in 800 years. Navy headquarters received word of Rox's intention to attack God's Valley. In the conference room, chaos ensued among the various naval factions. Rox claimed to possess the true coordinates of God's Valley. What, then, were the locations the world government had designated for the Navy to guard? Surely, it was a ruse to lure Rox into the open. Perhaps a clever trick that even the Navy was kept unaware of. The atmosphere in the conference room was tumultuous. This incident had escalated far beyond what they could manage. 3 months of warfare had taken a significant toll on the Navy, and the world government had yet to disperse any wages. As Rox executed the celestial dragons, the situation boiled over. The world government promptly provided the Navy with substantial financial resources, even distributing year-end bonuses, a significant financial commitment. Clearly, they expected the Navy to act on this funding. Many in the Navy felt gratitude toward Rox for eliminating the celestial dragons. None had favorable impressions of them. In the Navy headquarters conference room, the Admiral received a phone call, vehemently berating the 5 elders on the other end, demanding additional resources and financial support, including compensation for fallen naval personnel. At this critical juncture, he succeeded. Within 3 months, all fallen naval officers would receive their due compensation, and those who fought valiantly before Rox was dealt with would receive corresponding subsidies. The world government promised to release the compensation for the fallen within those 3 months, and to issue an additional round as potential subsidies for those who might die heroically in battle. This amounted to a total of 4 rounds of subsidies, along with various resources. The world government was indeed loosening its purse strings. After conferring with the 5 elders, the Admiral relayed this good news to the assembled naval officers. The conference room erupted in cheers. The Admiral, seated in the main chair, displayed a smile. This was all he could do. The world government would not tolerate any dissent from him. The 5 elders likely harbored countless thoughts of retribution against him, a notion that brought him a sense of delight. Ah, how delightful! The Admiral's hearty laughter filled the room, and most of the naval officers believed that their Admiral was simply unable to contain his joy, and they too could not help but share in his mirth. This was a moment they had long awaited. No, it was a moment centuries in the making. The Admiral had managed to secure the best resources. Typically, fallen naval officers received no compensation whatsoever. To qualify for any subsidy, one would need to attain at least the rank of captain, while only those of higher rank would receive special treatment. Given such circumstances, many naval officers preferred to remain in the 4 seas, stirring up trouble and seeking easy gains, rather than rushing to the front lines. Engaging in futile endeavors was the folly of fools. Hawkeye regarded the Admiral with a complex expression, observing his uncharacteristic mirth. For the first time, she witnessed him smile genuinely. In a corner, Sengoku's expression mirrored her complexity as he watched the scene unfold. He had always been fiercely loyal to the world government, firmly believing in its commands, and had risen to his current position through reliable execution of his duties. Even comrades who questioned the government became targets of his ire. Even now, Sengoku remained loyal to the world government, but apart from fulfilling its orders, he felt an urge to pursue his own aspirations. He desired to enact justice for the Navy and the people, to see his vision of righteousness prevail upon the seas, taking the world as his responsibility. The Admiral sensed Sengoku's transformation and sighed inwardly. Sengoku possessed the resolve and conviction to change the world. Yet his loyalty to the world government was deeply ingrained. He understood that, rather than being loyal to the world government, it was more accurate to say he was loyal to the order of this world. This was where he and Garp diverged fundamentally. No one is perfect. Kapu is far more troubled by Zhang Guo than by the current circumstances. Although Zafa lacks a certain ruthlessness, he has subtly discovered his direction during this period. In the future, he may be capable of shouldering significant responsibilities. Perhaps the next Admiral of the Navy will emerge from either Zhang Guo or Zafa. Kapu. I was wrong last time, Zhang Guo admitted quietly as he stealthily approached Kapu. What did you say? Kapu exclaimed, digging into his ears and raising his voice. I couldn't hear you. I said I was wrong last time. My judgment was not sufficiently sound. I should have prioritized the mission and halted the demon slaughter order. Zhang Guo continued, suppressing his discomfort. Waha. Kapu laughed heartily, patting Zhang Guo on the shoulder. As long as you admit your mistakes, we're still good friends. Zafa. Allow me to introduce you to my contemporary, Zhang Guo. This fellow is quite rigid in his thinking. He treats the world government as his father and incessantly drones on about how the world government is the rightful authority of the seas, while anything beyond it is deemed illegitimate. Zhang Guo's fists clenched. He yearned to deliver a beating to this scoundrel, as Kapu's antics consistently grated on his nerves. Upon reflection, he found Kapu's carefree demeanor intolerable. Lately, his mind has been filled with the words spoken by Zafa. How can a mere pirate possess such profound awareness? Perhaps I could attempt to utilize him. It seems there is still no bounty on that little pirate. Zhang Guo chuckled. His vision of justice diverged fundamentally from the absolute justice of Akainu. As he ascends to the pinnacle of the Navy, he will undoubtedly implement his own vision of righteousness. The Navy meeting continued. Most of what needed to be said had already been voiced, and the tactics requiring discussion had been deliberated, although circumstances had shifted. The efforts made during this period proved valuable. The admiral rose, bowing deeply to them. On behalf of the common folk in the sea, I extend my gratitude for your hard work during this time. All the Navy personnel stood, their gazes fixed upon the admiral. With an uplifted arm, he bellowed, "To uphold the justice of the Navy, I ask you all to accompany me to the Valley of the Gods." In the meeting room, the younger Navy members were filled with fervor, while the elder officers nodded with satisfaction, their faces adorned with benevolent smiles. He, the Crane, observed silently, sighing inwardly at the sudden seriousness of this playful character. In a mere moment, the meeting room was half empty. Steelbone Kong remained at the Navy headquarters. Should the admiral not return, he would become the next admiral. Gazing at the now desolate meeting room, Steelbone Kong sighed, his eyes instantly reddening. The children have grown, and he has watched them mature. At the Navy headquarters, in Marine Ford, by the port, ZFA, Kapu, Zhangua, Crane, and the admiral, 3 seasoned Navy veterans and 2 prospective admirals, were gathered, with the exception of Steelbone Kong, who was guarding the Navy headquarters. All the combat power of the Navy was present here. Within the Valley of the Gods, a formidable Navy admiral stood guard. Such unprecedented scale could only be afforded by the Rocks pirates. Kapu, Zephyr, Sengoku, and Crane, the new generation of naval leaders, follow in the wake of the admiral. Exuding a palpable vigor and an indomitable spirit, their morale coalescing into a formidable force. A multitude of naval fleets mobilize, and at this moment, the morale of the Navy reaches unprecedented heights. The young sailors are eager to engage the pirates, yearning to prove their mettle. Waha! Rocks, wait for me. Kapu clenches his fist tightly. Sengoku, a staunch loyalist and capable minister, shoulders the weight of the world upon his shoulders. He bears the legacy of many from the last dynasty. As the empire teeters on the brink of collapse, he finds himself powerless to avert the impending disaster. This serves as a slight foreshadowing of future events. Sengoku remains steadfastly loyal to the world government, dismissing even the slightest doubts from his comrades. In his youth, Sengoku was a radical, his character devoid of flaws. It is worth noting that Sengoku harbors the ambition to instigate change and save the world. Yet the world government is deeply flawed, and its legitimacy is questionable, potentially having been usurped 8 centuries ago. In his youth, Sengoku quickly ascended in rank by executing the tasks assigned by the world government, having committed numerous unsavory acts on their behalf. This unorthodox admiral, when the moment is critical, leads by example and takes matters into his own hands. Yet regrettably, the world government cannot accommodate such a person. Chapter 67, Departure for God Valley, Seeking Continuation. During this period, the movements of the Rocks pirates capture the attention of the entire ocean, with various factions on high alert. The sea, seemingly tranquil, conceals turbulent undercurrents, heralding an impending storm. Rock's final broadcast stirs all factions, as the entire ocean watches his next actions with bated breath. To their astonishment, after executing the celestial dragons, Rocks directly leads numerous pirates to set sail across the seas. Without further contemplation, those with insight can easily surmise the destination of the Rocks pirates, the legendary God Valley. This revelation sends the various factions of the ocean into disarray, akin to a hornet's nest being disturbed, as pirates swarm like sharks drawn by the scent of blood, many inspired by Rocks, hastening to join him. The entire ocean is thrown into chaos. The 5 elders establish contact with the Roger pirates through their informants, and the 2 parties communicate via a Din Mushi. Roger, you surely do not wish to witness Rocks truly dominate the seas and conquer the world, do you? His actions will incite riots and chaos. Waha, I understand. Rayleigh seizes the Din Mushi from Roger, giving him a reassuring look of trust in his comrades. I am Rayleigh, and I will speak in his stead. Dark King Rayleigh, what do you wish to discuss? Inform us how to reach the final island. I trust the world government possesses some knowledge. It cannot be entirely ignorant. After a prolonged silence, the voice on the other end responds, I did not expect you to uncover this truth. The Water Star is indeed not the final island, but very few can reach it. As for the last island, it bears no signposts and is thus unfathomable to any. I have divulged all that I can. If you do not wish to see Rocks dominate the seas, you must seize the historical texts from him. Otherwise, if Rocks succeeds, your future will be bleak. The Roger pirates, initially planning to betray the Rocks pirates, are intrigued by this prospect. Rayleigh, representing the Roger pirates, half-heartedly agrees. Roger, did you hear that? We need to locate the historical text to reach the final island. I suspect the five elders have concealed something. Perhaps we need to gather all the historical texts to access the last island. Rayleigh exclaims excitedly. Waha! Let us employ pirate methods to seize all of Rock's historical texts. We shall find the final island and conquer these seas. The members of the Roger pirates erupt in cheers. Together, let us prevent the Rock's pirates from conquering the world. Another cheer resounds as the Roger pirates quicken their pace, stealthily following behind the navy. At Mary Geos, in the conference room of the five elders, the golden-bearded elder inquires. Is it truly acceptable to disclose this to the Roger pirates? The fluffy-bearded elder responds, it is fine. Roger will undoubtedly seek to thwart Rocks. After all, they are among the most unpredictable of the D lineage, and Roger himself is the most unconventional among them. The long-bearded elder adds. The matter of the historical texts has become widely recognized across the seas. The vast majority cannot comprehend them, let alone realize that gathering all four pieces is necessary to find the way to the final island. Roger cannot achieve this. The beardless elder, armed with a blade, asserts. No one has gathered all four historical texts in 800 years, nor reached the final island. I do not believe Roger can succeed. The mustachioed elder concludes. Let us not fret unnecessarily. God Valley will surely witness the downfall of the Rocks pirates. The five elders commit significant resources. Having learned of the whereabouts of one of the three ancient weapons intending to annihilate Rocks, only to find themselves outmaneuvered by him. Opting to abandon God Valley and bury its secrets forever, as a testament to Rock's legacy. In the New World, on a remote island, Lena remarks, Brother Con, come over here. These two little ones are now your responsibility. They shall be your subordinates, so nurture them well. The two engage in conversation about recent events, discussing Katakuri and some intriguing happenings on the island, sharing their insights. Con's nurturing of the twin sisters pales in comparison to that of Lena. The twin girls exhibit remarkable resilience. They are capable of enduring hardships and persevering. In contrast, Lena not only possesses the tenacity of the twin sisters, but is also gifted and intelligent, a girl brimming with ideas, and notably younger than the twins, which signifies greater potential. The consumption of the superhuman thorn fruit, coupled with her adeptness in its development and application, promises to yield an exceptional outcome. During that month, Con laid a solid foundation for Lena's physical development through extensive talent cultivation. Unlike his approach with the twin girls, he did not subject her to grueling training. It was unnecessary. Lena inherently possessed remarkable resilience, akin to a blade of grass thriving in the wind. He did not share the peculiar notions of Gung Shiro, who believed that girls learning martial arts or swordsmanship was futile. Instead of offering support, Gung Shiro's relentless discouragement would only stifle even the greatest of talents. Do you no longer want us? During this time, you shall follow Lena's lead in your studies, and I shall return from the Valley of the Gods shortly. Con boarded the vessel, departing from the island. John jested, You rascal, your final words are quite concerning. Such statements may easily render your return impossible. I have witnessed too many pirates who, with unwavering oaths, made promises only to meet their demise in the vast ocean, never to return. Con shouted, Uncle Wong, Uncle Ken. John retorted, You little rascal, can't you handle this? Two pirate ships sailed towards the direction left by Rocks. Con leaned against the ship's railing, savoring the gentle caress of the sea breeze. They had secured the coordinates of the true God Valley. The next step was to launch an assault on this enigmatic location. During the voyage of the Rocks pirates towards God Valley, countless pirates would likely join their ranks, eager to partake in the immense spoils it promised. God Valley represented a colossal opportunity, being the second largest residence of the Celestial Dragons. In contrast to the overtly revered Holy Land of Mary Geos, God Valley remained shrouded in mystery. According to whispers across the seas, there was a connection between God Valley and one of the three ancient weapons, piquing the interest of many. This was indeed a grand stage of monumental significance. John drew his rapier, his eyes alight with fervor, and proclaimed with exuberance, You have stirred up such a commotion. We shall all become part of history. Just the thought of it is thrilling. Thrilling, indeed. Con gazed at John, perhaps genuinely exhilarated. Yet the majority of the pirates were indeed thrilled, having transformed many aspects of their existence. Nevertheless, the Battle of God's Valley was still destined to unfold. Con recalled a phrase uttered by the old man. You believe you have altered history. In truth, you have merely become a part of it. Chapter 68. The Navy's Obstruction. Please continue reading. The Rocks pirates, under the command of Rocks, Whitebeard, Silver Axe, and other pirate officers, mobilized as a formidable force, receiving reinforcements from pirates and powerful individuals from all directions. Charlotte Linlin and Shiki, acting as the vanguard, ventured ahead to gather intelligence and observe the movements of various factions. Both of these prominent officers of rocks possessed the ability to fly. Shiki, a Paramecia-type user of the float fruit, had the unique capability of soaring through the skies with pirate ships and, even more astonishingly, entire islands. For this assault on God Valley, Shiki planned to lift several islands into the air above the location, subsequently dropping them to ascertain the strength and numbers of the top-tier powers present. Knowledge of both oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. Shiki prided himself on his intellect and cunning. Charlotte Linlin activated her devil fruit powers, summoning Zeus. While basking in the sun atop a cloud in her swimsuit, treating the reconnaissance mission as a trivial matter. In the vast ocean, few creatures posed a threat to her existence. Hey Shiki, care to join me up here? It would be quite delightful, Charlotte Linlin teased, hovering near Shiki's pirate ship. The crew aboard the ship dared not meet her gaze, having heard the terrifying tales of Charlotte Linlin, who could manipulate the lives of others and extract their lifespans, truly one of the most fearsome monsters. Standing at the bow of the ship, Shiki relished the grandeur of the rising winds but was jolted by her words. Redirecting his gaze, he was taken aback by the sight of Charlotte Linlin. His eyes widening in disbelief, he could not look away. Charlotte Linlin's physique was indeed remarkable, and Shiki had an affinity for the voluptuous. Her striking beauty only heightened his intrigue. Come on, as a man, you shouldn't hesitate. That's a woman's trait. Are you really not curious to explore my depths? Charlotte Linlin lured once more. Shiki shuddered. Why had Captain Rocks allowed this woman to accompany him on reconnaissance? He tactfully declined, stating, "This is a crucial moment. We cannot act hastily. We shall discuss this later." The pirate ship veered away, distancing itself from Charlotte Linlin's presence. In a flurry, Shiki leapt from the ship's bow and sought out Kineman, who was indulging in desserts. In the bewildered gaze of Kineman, Shiki hoisted him onto his shoulder and retreated to his quarters. After sealing the room with Haki, a significant time later, Shiki emerged, satisfaction evident on his face as he returned to the ship's bow. Charlotte Linlin, feeling bored, ceased her attempts to entice Shiki. Having spent considerable time within the Rocks Pirates, she found herself unable to captivate any admirable man, save for a still maturing Kaido. Was this her fault? Did she lack beauty? Or perhaps her figure was insufficient? Holding her ample assets in her hands, she mused that they should be enough to mesmerize any man. Gazing into a mirror, she admired her captivating form, narcissistically concluding, "It cannot be my fault. It's those wretched men who are at fault. They refuse to appreciate beauty and are ungrateful for my willingness to bear their children. They fail to recognize my allure, when it would be so pleasurable." At that moment, Shiki's raucous laughter echoed. "Huh? A mere naval branch dares to obstruct me? How foolish." With dual swords drawn, Shiki unleashed a cross slash, sending sword energy extending hundreds of meters in a ferocious X shape. His swordsmanship was renowned for its dominance, overwhelming adversaries with sheer force. With a single strike of his cross-sword energy, he could effortlessly cleave through warships. Captain Shiki is extraordinary. Long live Captain Shiki. Long live the Rocks Pirates. As the pirates on the ship cheered in anticipation, Shiki reveled in their adulation. Recalling a past encounter, he mused, "Give that brat time." With his Haki, renowned sword, and physique, there is nothing he cannot sever. It was akin to a real injury. He remembered the first time he faced off against that wretched Khan, his face a mask of disbelief upon realizing he had lost. Losing to a mere child in swordplay was humiliating. He should have simply blown that brat away with a gust of wind. Fortunately, he was not the only one who suffered defeat. From that day forth, whenever he encountered weapon-wielding pirates, he typically dispatched them with a lion's roar or a ferociously powerful sword strike, swiftly eliminating those adversaries. Such displays attracted the attention of many unsuspecting pirates, who deemed Shiki overwhelmingly domineering and uniquely charismatic. Those in the know, however, could not help but laugh at his antics, like John, who felt a twinge of annoyance at Shiki's antics. Suddenly, Shiki's expression darkened as he turned, realizing his sword energy had been intercepted by a Navy officer. Aside from his previous encounter with Zephyr, he had not faced many formidable foes of late. This opponent, capable of blocking his casual strike, was at least of the caliber of a Marine headquarters commander, likely an elite officer worthy of his respect. Shiki cracked his neck and grinned menacingly. "State your name." "I do not slay nameless fools." The Marine, clad in a coat of justice, took a deep breath, realizing he could not retreat. He turned to his fellow Marines and boldly declared, "Are you afraid?" "Not afraid." The spirited Marines shouted in unison, unaware of the formidable opponent they faced. "Then let us uphold justice together." The officer, reminiscent of his own past, sighed and roared, "We will fight to the death. This opponent shall not steal my glory." "Huh, he is mine," Shiki proclaimed, his dual swords poised, ready to shred his prey with the utmost dominance. Chapter 69, Arrival at God Valley. Please continue reading. Aboard the main ship of the Rocks pirates, Captain Rocks exclaimed, "I understand your ambitions. Though they differ from my quest to find family, I am willing to assist you this time." Newgate gripped his Naginata tightly, laughing heartily. He understood that the chances of the Rocks pirates prevailing were slim. Yet, having spent so many years aboard this ship, he had come to appreciate from Khan that there was nothing inherently wrong with replacing a portion of those in power. After all, it was still a form of governance. Why not change the ruling class? His son-in-law Khan suggested that their minds were shackled by preconceived notions, instinctively believing that the world government represented legitimacy, and that overthrowing it would plunge the world into chaos. Newgate had once harbored similar thoughts. Should Rocks falter, he would promptly withdraw from the fray. However, influenced by Khan, Newgate felt compelled to explore whether he could assist the pirate crew in achieving victory and truly dominate the world. The weaker pirates would likely perish in God Valley. Yet he was familiar with certain individuals like John and Wang Ji, with whom he could engage. At the very least, he would not allow the world to remain as it was. Ha ha ha. Newgate, do not forget the orders I have bestowed upon you. Rocks stood at the forefront of the ship, laughing defiantly. This was the first time he had ever given them orders. Beside Newgate stood his only family member, Haydide, who had accompanied him into this great battle, signaling his commitment. On the other side of the sea, John leaned against the ship's railing, gazing out at the horizon, teasingly inquiring, "Khan, do you think the common folk will support us? It would certainly be amusing if they rallied behind the pirates." Khan leaned against the ship's railing and retorted, "John, do you think it will happen?" "Most likely not." Khan furrowed his brow, gazing intently at John. "Hey, don't look at me like that. Why do you always seem to regard others as fools?" "Well, perhaps not entirely. I just feel that you underestimate me." John pointed to himself and narcissistically declared, "A person as astute as I am cannot be conflated with the common folk. I do not consider you all to be fools. Rather, I am merely astonished by the rapidity of your intellectual growth." "Everything you say holds truth," Khan acknowledged. He nodded, reflecting on the ignorance of the masses at sea, who remain oblivious to notions of good and bad or their own welfare. With just a slight provocation, the world government could easily turn them against us. The influence of the world government over this ocean is profound. After 8 centuries, the commoners have been deeply eroded at their core. They possess a servile mentality, viewing the world government as legitimate, with an awe-inspiring authority, while we are seen as the ignorant challengers of that authority. Challenge the divine authority? He longs to bring it down. In Khan's eyes, the state of the world is gravely ill, far more so than any final dynasty he has ever known. Ha 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 ha. John laughed uncontrollably. "I believe I understand your motivations. Regardless of the world government's influence, those who have truly experienced our plight will invariably believe our words." Khan added, "Your words are incomplete. I have sown a seed within each of them, and one day it shall take root and flourish. When the blade of the world government descends upon them, they will awaken, they will enlighten the next generation, and they will recall the thoughts they have encountered during this time through the broadcasts, prompting reflection. Of course, you have a point. At least a portion of the populace will believe in us and support our cause." Khan gestured toward the nearby sea. "Look, they are coming." A multitude of vessels approached from all directions, each adorned with the new emblem of the Rocks pirates. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the ocean blazed crimson. The ships glowed red, and the flags fluttered in fiery hues. In that moment, John felt an unprecedented wave of astonishment. He gazed at the spectacle, embraced Khan beside him, and erupted into joyous laughter, dancing with delight. Khan struggled to emerge, his face painted with astonishment as he gazed at John. Could it be that this notorious pirate had lost his wits? Days later, the entire cadre of the Rocks pirates arrived at the designated location mentioned by Rocks. They congregated, accompanied by an innumerable throng of individuals, pirates, and people of various identities alike. Most of this assembly recognized the significance of the impending battle, while others sought to take advantage of the chaos, and some aspired to join the ranks of the Rocks pirates, eager to forge their own legacy. Many possessed keen intellect, yet unfortunately lacked formal education. Even more had chosen not to attend. Had they all been present, the scene would have been exceedingly lively. Khan surveyed the vast crowd, a dark mass stretching endlessly before him, a spectacle of grand proportions. Indeed, the intellect of the common folk in this world was rather diminished, shaped by their uneducated existence. Dwelling in such circumstances, their concerns reduced to the mere struggle for survival, leading to a natural degradation of their mental faculties. Ha ha ha. I dealt with some oblivious Navy officers who dared to obstruct our path, exclaimed one. Captain Rox, be wary of a potential betrayal from the Roger pirates. Those scoundrels will undoubtedly seek an opportunity to strike us. John leaped onto the main ship of the pirate crew, his movements graceful and assured. That fellow Roger is utterly unpredictable. He is nothing short of a lunatic, capable of anything. He continued with a sinister chuckle. He is indeed Roger, a man of profound hypocrisy. Rox bellowed with a hearty laugh, exuding an extraordinary presence. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Khan activated his ability, secretly growing several oranges for himself. He was then lifted by Wang Ji, and together they leaped onto the main ship of the pirate crew, landing beside Rox. Only to have one of his oranges snatched by that scoundrel John. Rox casually took one for himself as well. Seeing Rox partake, Shiki felt compelled to do the same. Thus, in the ensuing exchange, the oranges were all gone. Khan fell into deep contemplation, turning his thoughts to the enigmatic figure of Roger, a being whose thoughts and actions were as boundless and elusive as the sky itself. He epitomized the most liberated and unfettered spirit on the ocean. A pirate shrouded in mystery. Thus, any words he uttered or actions he undertook could hardly evoke surprise, for he was a peculiar member of the D lineage. This lineage, in the vastness of the sea, was often regarded as a collection of oddities. Each individual could discern within Roger a reflection of their own desires. The celestial dragons, however, perceived only rebellion in him. What Khan perceived was the virus. Wang Ji saw the incomprehensible. Lox recognized the hypocrisy. Raleigh beheld the essence of freedom. Everyone was instinctively affected by Roger's smile. Another day passed. Under Locke's leadership, all members of the Locke's pirate crew arrived at the Valley of the Gods under the cloak of night. This place, the second largest settlement of the Celestial Dragons, is one of the most enigmatic locations upon the sea. Our pace may not be slow, yet we have adopted such a name. Compounded by the fact that the mainstream of online literature in recent years tends to be mindless in its pacing, leading to calamity after 100 chapters. We, too, wish to change the title of our work, but have been unable to contact the editor for over half a month. In truth, there have been several significant foreshadowings in the earlier chapters. I do not wish to reveal too much. The Valley of the Gods will unfold as an exceedingly complete narrative, serving as a crucial starting point for the myriad events to come. Some matters require elucidation. However, upon reaching the Valley of the Gods, the tempo will become considerably brisker. After all, the readers are correct. Money is of paramount importance. Let us pursue wealth. Following our arrival at the Valley of the Gods, the content will not taper off. This book, After the Valley of the Gods, will return to its roots, focusing on enhancing productivity, developing the economy, and cultivating influence, laying a solid foundation before instigating further events. With the editor's assistance in changing the book's title, this chapter is being released in advance, while future installments will adhere to a fixed schedule. Prior to its official release, updates will be made at noon and 8 in the evening. Chapter 70, The Valley of the Gods, Different Worlds. Please continue reading. Upon the vast ocean, the rumors surrounding the Valley of the Gods are countless. Among them, the most widely circulated tale proclaims that the Valley of the Gods is a paradise, a utopia of dreams, a realm that opens its doors to mortals, the finest place in existence. Occasionally, a fortunate few are chosen to journey to the Valley of the Gods, where they will receive everything they desire. In the hearts of many women across the seas, there lies a hope of being selected, dreaming of reaching the Valley of the Gods, where all they yearn for awaits. Within the Valley of the Gods, the Marine Admiral convenes with Carp, Sengoku, and other naval forces, uniting with the Admiral's station to guard the valley. At the moment of their convergence, they await the arrival of the Locke's pirate crew with palpable tension, regarding the most formidable and fearsome crew upon the seas. No faction dares to approach without utmost caution. All naval forces are mobilized, including the protective forces within the Valley of the Gods, CP0 members, and numerous guards of the Celestial Dragons. Compared to the disdainful guards of the Celestial Dragons and the self-important members of CP0, the Navy is far more anxious. They are not the proverbial frogs at the bottom of a well living within the valley. They have encountered the Locke's pirate crew on numerous occasions, and the terrifying strength of this crew has kept the Marine headquarters on high alert regarding this formidable adversary. The senior naval forces are continuously gathered under the leadership of the Marine Admiral, comprising one admiral, two vice admirals, Carp, Sengoku, Zifa, 3 seasoned veterans of the Navy, alongside 10 top-tier combatants, a multitude of retired rear admirals, and the elite new generation of naval commanders. All have assembled in the Valley of the Gods. Haha, Carp exclaimed, munching on rice crackers. The order here in the Valley of the Gods is quite commendable. When I first arrived, I thought it would be a complete mess, but it turns out I was mistaken. Tsuru delivered a swift kick to Carp. Her gaze icy as she remarked, "Do not create disturbances. Our primary mission is to eliminate Locks. If we can take down other officers of the Locks pirate crew, we shall, but if not, there is little we can do. Locks poses a significant threat. We do not intend to leave him alive. And the number of top-tier fighters must not be too few." Kapu is a proactive individual, eager to take on challenges. Sengoku had no intention of engaging in battle nor confronting the Rocks pirates, instead choosing to focus on eliminating other officers within the crew. It was not that the Navy lacked the desire to capture the devil fruit users among the Rocks pirates. Rather, they found themselves utterly powerless in the face of the situation. Suddenly, a commotion erupted nearby, prompting Kapu, Sengoku, Zephyr, and other nearby Navy personnel to swiftly take notice and dash towards the source of the disturbance. In this moment of intense tension, even the slightest rustle could capture their attention, as they feared any misstep could lead to catastrophic losses. At such a critical juncture, Kapu reliably surged to the front lines. Upon arriving at the scene, he pushed through the obstructing officers, urgently inquiring, "What has transpired ahead? Why the unrest? Did the Marshal not instruct us to maintain formation? The Celestial Dragons have arrived. We are at a loss as to how to proceed. They are coming this way." The surrounding Navy officers were engulfed in chaos. It was evident that they understood the nature of the Celestial Dragons, a group they could not afford to offend. To cross them would mean utter devastation for their families. "Is that why we cannot find the trash?" Kapu's expression turned icy, and with a disdainful spit, he realized he had been waiting for them to confront him. Kapu. No. Zephyr, Tsuru, and the other arriving officers immediately restrained Kapu. Tsuru earnestly explained, "At such a time, it is unwise to provoke trouble, as it could significantly impact our impending confrontation with the Rocks pirates." Kapu was not one to disregard counsel. He nodded slightly, his eyes cast sideways as he muttered, "A bunch of trash." Crane had informed Kapu why they had not encountered the Celestial Dragons, and why the structures they observed lacked opulence and order. The reason was that they had only glimpsed the superficial layer. God Valley. At least 3 distinct worlds existed. Their navy resided in the first layer, taking the lead to thwart the main forces of the Rocks pirates. To put it bluntly, they were being used as cannon fodder, engaging in a desperate struggle against the Rocks pirates. 3 layers of worlds? Kapu's expression darkened as he sighed deeply, instructing all Navy personnel to perform their duties. To act as though the Celestial Dragons were invisible, to avoid provocation, to refrain from conversation, trusting that the Fleet Admiral would handle the situation. The previous Fleet Admiral perished during the reign of the Sea Overlords, at a time when Rocks was not the sole ruler of the seas, as rival pirate crews existed. The former Fleet Admiral had intended to capitalize on the chaos among the major pirate crews but was instead caught and perished amidst the turmoil of the Sea Overlords. The current Fleet Admiral had only recently ascended to his position, young and extraordinarily powerful. He had accomplished numerous feats for the 4 seas and earned the trust of the common people. Shortly thereafter, the Fleet Admiral personally led the Navy to observe the actions of the Celestial Dragons. "Move faster, you wretched slaves. Are you all pigs?" A Celestial Dragon, clad in bizarre attire and wearing an oxygen mask, resembling a grotesquely obese pig, sat upon a luxurious, exquisite seat constructed from the finest materials of the sea. The seat lacked wheels and was propelled solely by 4 human beings, a testament to the most menial form of human labor. "Crawl faster, you foolish pigs. Lowly, inferior beings." Crack, crack, crack. This corpulent figure lashed a whip, striking the exhausted and suffering slaves beneath him. "Basil Saint, I told you not to use ordinary humans. Ordinary humans are no match for the fishmen and giants." The Celestial Dragon spoke, with a muscular, scarred fishman lying prostrate beneath him, his gaze vacant. This fishman was deemed a lowly slave, endowed with 10-fold the strength of an ordinary human, making him one of the favored slaves of the Celestial Dragons. Mermaids were particularly adored by the Celestial Dragons. The whip-wielding Celestial Dragon became the last straw for the enslaved individuals beneath him, with the demise of 2 slaves. The remaining two could no longer maintain their balance, succumbing under the weight of the celestial dragon, who was even heavier than the pig itself. With a resounding thud, the celestial dragon blinked in confusion, tumbling from his seat and rolling several times on the ground, unable to rise. The nearby guards broke into a cold sweat, realizing their imminent doom. In the minds of these brainwashed guards, celestial dragons represented absolute authority. Chapter 71, God Valley, the first dilemma. The fallen celestial dragon, akin to a beached whale, could not flip over. The guards nearby dared not approach. Any attempt to assist would result in death. For celestial dragons were notorious for their unreasonable nature. As for the two slaves who collapsed, they required no intervention from the celestial dragon's guards. Upon witnessing the fall of their master, the last breath they had been holding escaped them, leaving only 4 corpses behind. Ha ha ha, another one bites the dust. Your slaves are truly useless. One celestial dragon mocked with abandon. In God Valley, only celestial dragons dared to ridicule their kind and show them disrespect. Eventually, a guard, stealing his nerves, approached to assist the fallen celestial dragon. Upon rising, the first act of the celestial dragon was to draw his exquisite pistol. Without a glance, he fired at his guard. Bang! A spray of blood erupted. Bang! 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 In a fit of rage and humiliation, the celestial dragon shot dead all his guards. After all, he could always demand a new batch. In his worldview, such lowly beings were expendable. Whenever his father grew angry or overly excited, he would whip several of his favorite female slaves to death. This celestial dragon, following in his father's footsteps, relished in tormenting female slaves, particularly fresh and vibrant ones who met their demise within a day of arriving in God Valley. At this moment, his fury could not be quelled. The female slaves he had enjoyed the previous night were all dead, leaving him with no outlet for his rage. He lashed out at the lifeless bodies of the 4 slaves, cursing, "Damn it, you lowly, inferior slaves. Who permitted you to die? Enough, Basel Saint. Do not let those lowly slaves provoke you. It will only diminish our noble status as celestial dragons." One celestial dragon commanded his subordinates to draw forth any surplus slaves trailing behind, offering them to the celestial dragon. "Let us head towards the navy and see if there are any valuable goods. You inferior slaves, hurry along. I have spotted those useless navy personnel. It is said they have yet to capture even a small pirate crew. Truly a pathetic bunch. Let us go and observe our hounds." The voice of the celestial dragon echoed, unsettling many navy personnel and causing the fleet admiral to furrow his brow in discontent. Kapu's fist had hardened. "Kapu, do not act impulsively. One day, the navy will inevitably transform the world government, and we shall endeavor to make this world a better place," Sengoku advised. Zephyr adjusted his glasses, refraining from voicing his thoughts. Yet, he understood Sengoku's unwavering loyalty to the world government, desiring to uphold its dominion while simultaneously instigating reform. All in the name of his own vision of justice. Across the vast ocean, many were indoctrinated with the belief that the world government represented the rightful authority. Any attempt to topple it was deemed treasonous, a grievous sin. The entrenched notions of legitimacy held for 8 centuries would not be easily overturned. Why are they all men? Where are the women? A group of ineffectual men lamented, deeming their presence utterly useless. These male failures are quite unsightly, far inferior to the slaves we possess. Their mere presence tarnishes the sanctity of God's Valley. A dozen rather unattractive male celestial dragons swaggered into the Navy's defensive formation, behaving like petty tyrants. This infuriated Karp, who, with clenched teeth, took deep breaths, fearing he might unleash his fury upon these despicable wretches. "Ah, that woman appears rather pleasing. Hand her over. I desire her to be my 108th consort," one particularly disfigured celestial dragon mused, only recalling his numerous wives upon his guard's reminder. Subsequently, he shot his guard without hesitation. Celestial dragons required no reminders or corrections from the lower classes. Such an act was a grave insult to their status. The sole duty of a guard was to obey and protect the celestial dragons with their lives. The crooked-eyed celestial dragon commanded, "Capture that woman and initiate the procedures for my 108th consort. I have grown bored of the 59th to 66th. If they cannot be taken outside God's Valley, then eliminate them all." The celestial dragons held the lower classes in disdain, refusing even to share the same air with them, opting instead for a canopy to provide oxygen, signifying their contempt. However, this did not hinder their desire to engage in sordid acts with those lower beings they fancied. Begone! A wave of terrifying conquerors' haki erupted within the Navy. Karp, Sengoku, and Zephyr were astounded by the overwhelming conquerors' haki that rivaled even that of rocks. They all turned their gazes towards the approaching fleet admiral, who stood as a bulwark before Crane, emanating an uncontrollable aura of murderous intent. Outside God Valley. Beneath the night sky, the Rocks pirates had gathered in an unprecedented spectacle. Ships arrived in a relentless stream from every direction. As the true coordinates of God Valley had long been revealed, attracting an overwhelming number of visitors. On the flagship of the Rocks pirates, numerous formidable warriors and elites congregated, including the right-hand men, Wang Ji and John, who stood flanking Rocks on either side. Prior to the imminent battle, Khan, who preferred to avoid unnecessary preparations, leaned against the ship's railing, utilizing the scant time left to adjust his state of being. After nearly a year of arduous training and transformation, once this battle concluded, Khan would have matured another year. John approached, winking mischievously. "What are you up to? Regretting not having taken the opportunity with those two exquisite young ladies? Let me tell you, you're missing out." Khan pouted and replied candidly, "John, most of your crew are traitors. I advise you to be cautious." The faction led by John was notorious. Aside from John himself, the others were far from reputable, their infamous deeds overshadowing John's dubious reputation. "I am aware." John raised an eyebrow, chuckling. "Ha ha ha. That is precisely what it means to be a pirate. Insanity. It's comparable to Shiki." After surveying the surroundings of God Valley, a crew member returned to report, "Captain, there are no accessible entrances. We must breach this formidable gate before us." Chapter 72. God Valley. Khan's method. Seek further reading. Khan gazed into the distance at the towering, seemingly endless walls. The magnitude of such an undertaking was no trivial matter. Given the significance of the Valley of Gods, its defenses were likely formidable. "Let me shatter it," roared Newgate, his laughter echoing as he extended his hand, grasping at the void, causing the fabric of space to warp. Clenching his fist, a radiant white aura enveloped it entirely. That was the power of vibration. Exerting all his strength, he swung forward, conjuring towering waves that surged hundreds of meters high. The space struck by Newgate's fist shattered as if it were glass, and the terrifying force crashed against the high walls, the sound of the impact resonating like thunder. Many newly joined pirates and onlookers were left in a state of sheer terror and astonishment. Was this the might of the elite cadre of the Rocks pirates? They were as formidable as monsters. How could mere humans exhibit such a monumental disparity in power? As the tumult subsided, numerous unfortunate pirates found themselves cast into the sea, while the protective walls of the Valley of Gods remained utterly unscathed. Newgate, astonished, drew his Naginata, imbuing it with his formidable fruit abilities, and aimed a powerful strike at the walls. Upon collision, a colossal wave of energy radiated outward, causing the sea to churn violently. Khan, perched on the rail of their flagship, noticed that their vessel seemed to be retreating. Many surrounding pirate ships struggled to withstand the onslaught. What a fearsome blow it was. Khan silently marveled that the prime-aged Whitebeard might still possess a certain degree of potential for growth, yet his physical condition was vastly superior compared to his later years, far beyond the frailty of old age. In a one-on-one confrontation, the Navy Admiral would likely find himself overwhelmed. Whitebeard gazed at the scar left on the towering wall, struck with silent astonishment. The wall's hardness exceeded his expectations. It would take an extensive amount of time to breach it. "Aha! Whitebeard claims you are incapable. Witness my prowess," Shiki exclaimed as he unsheathed his twin swords and soared into the sky, unleashing a tempest of sword energy against the wall. Only two intersecting sword marks remained, slightly shallower and less forceful than Whitebeard's. Shiki wore an embarrassed expression, retreating in dismay. Wang Ji and John leaped to the bow of the main ship, drawing their swords in unison. Observing this, Shiki offered another strike. The three formidable pirates simultaneously unleashed their blades, their sword energies intertwining, threatening to rend the night asunder. Pure gold, shadowy purple, and domineering red, the three distinct hues of sword energy clashed together, radiating an unprecedented brilliance. As their assault met the towering wall, the impact was nothing short of astonishing. Even rocks would dare not hold back in the face of such force. Across the vast sea, countless pirates gazed in awe at that resplendent light, momentarily blinded, believing they had lost their sight. Khan leaned over the ship's railing, closing his eyes in advance to keenly perceive the three distinct sword energies. The three formidable pirates refrained from employing haki, relying solely on their mastery of swordsmanship and their profound understanding of their blades. After the strike, a crack nearly 100 meters long and 1 meter deep appeared in the high wall, yet it still did not yield completely. Shiki soared upwards, touched the wall, and exclaimed in astonishment, "What manner of wall is this? How can it be so resilient?" He could sense the substantial thickness of the wall. As they progressed further, Their momentum slowed considerably. Should the three of them unite for another strike, they feared they would only cleave less than half a meter. Rox chose not to make another move. Khan has discerned that the future naval headquarters defensive walls, intended to obstruct and repel Newgate's assaults, are merely a simplified version of this towering barrier. Shiki attempted several times but ultimately conceded defeat. This formidable structure is capable of nullifying the observations of the observation Haki. Its thickness remains an enigma, yet the wall itself possesses notable attributes. Upon arriving at the flagship, Shiki reported, "Captain, there are individuals awaiting us atop the high wall. I could use my abilities to transport numerous pirate vessels up there, but I anticipate considerable losses." At that moment, another pirate rushed over to deliver alarming news. "Captain, the waters below are teeming with colossal sea kings. We have already suffered significant casualties, and these creatures have begun their assault on us. Not far away." Khan reflected on this information with a mixture of awe and concern. This truly is an impregnable fortress, perhaps even more so than Mary Geos, the naval headquarters. Or Impel Down. Could it be that there lies a connection to one of the three ancient weapons? Or perhaps secrets regarding the celestial dragons? Khan took a deep breath, his mind racing at high speed. The Valley of the Gods was completely sealed off from land, sea, and air. The towering wall before him would be exceedingly difficult to breach, even for the most formidable of allies. If they could not gain entry into the Valley of the Gods in a short span of time, they would inevitably be forced to engage in battle against a multitude of sea kings, which would clearly disadvantage the Rox pirates. To effectively leverage Shiki's fruit abilities and elevate the entire Rox pirates into the sky was a monumental challenge for Shiki himself. Furthermore, the high wall was already fortified from within the Valley of the Gods. An assault from below would undoubtedly result in significant losses for the Rox pirates. This had already been demonstrated by the future Yonko, Charlotte Linlin, leading her crew in Wano. Such an endeavor was ill-advised. This wall towered far higher than the waterfall in Wano. "Excuse me," Khan said, stepping away from the ship's railing and tugging at Shiki's clothing. "You are blocking the way." Shiki moved aside. The lion-hearted figure harbored a fondness for Khan, secretly contemplating claiming him as his own. Were it not for Wang Ji, he would have likely clashed with the covetous Whitebeard over Khan's allegiance. "Jekaki, Khan, have you devised a plan?" "The method is uncertain, but I am aware that if we delay further, our losses will be considerable." Khan analyzed the current situation. "We must enter the Valley of the Gods swiftly, otherwise this wall could deplete the pirate crew's resources at least twice. Engaging the Sea Kings is inevitable. We must choose between attacking from above or breaking through the wall. Breaching the wall would inflict losses on the crew's elite fighters even before the battle commenced, which is a dismal start." "Jekahaha, what is there to fear? I shall activate my abilities at once and elevate you all," Shiki declared, ready to engage a Sea King with a single stroke of his sword. Preparing to unleash his powers, Khan interjected, "Shiki, take a small group with you, and have the flying Charlotte Linlin accompany you." "Charlotte Linlin?" Shiki sighed, agreeing to ascend the high wall with her, uncertain of the formidable foes they might encounter atop. It would be advantageous to have assistance. Shiki activated the powers of the superhuman-type float fruit, lifting the pirate ship into the sky. Charlotte Linlin summoned a cloud named Zeus and took her seat upon it. The two high-ranking officials were prepared. They soared into the heavens with a fleet of over a dozen pirate ships, charging towards the summit of the high wall with fervor. Before long, a fierce battle erupted at the pinnacle. Meanwhile, Khan, holding Rock's exclusive snail phone, was dispatching several messages. Chapter 73, The Valley of Gods, Foolish Loyalty, seeking continued reading. "I hope, Captain, that your insider status is sufficiently elevated and astute. I have forwarded some recent videos and thoughts, as well as requested assistance in opening the gates of this high wall," Khan expressed with anticipation. After learning about the insider within the Valley of Gods, he engaged in extensive dialogue with Rox, uncovering much about the internal affairs. Though some crucial details were withheld by Rox, Khan could also comprehend. It was undoubtedly a commitment made with that individual from the inner circle, a figure like Rox. The maritime overlord would never make a promise lightly. The words spoken by that inner figure left a profound impression on Khan, a deep-seated loathing for the celestial dragons, yet maintaining an intricate connection with them. His eloquence suggested a certain refinement, indicating he likely held a high position within the Valley of the Gods, embodying a character that was, to some extent, profoundly contradictory. However, his animosity towards the Valley of the Gods was more intense than anyone else's, rendering the destruction of the valley an obsession of his life, akin to a creature grappling between sanity and madness. This evoked a sense of familiarity within Khan. Based on this assessment, it was evident that this individual would undoubtedly aid the Rock's pirates. Khan also provided assistance and guidance within the paint. Yet, human nature is exceedingly intricate and unpredictable, with a myriad of possibilities. The likelihood of success when the door opens exceeds 50%. However, the potential for failure also exists and must be taken into consideration. Khan gazed skyward as pirate ships descended from the heavens at an astonishing velocity. Whoosh, 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 boom, boom, boom. Numerous vessels collided with the ocean's surface, resulting in the destruction of ships and the loss of lives, sending spray into the air. Yet, among the dozens of pirate ships, some inevitably landed upon those already afloat, leading to catastrophic collisions and even greater devastation. There were simply too many ships, too densely packed. Khan found himself in an inescapable predicament. The majority of the populace in this world exhibited limited qualities, all crowded together to amplify their presence, yet even the formidable Rocks, the overlord of the seas, could not impose order upon them. Within the confines of God's Valley, the CP0 high-ranking officer's quarters. The celestial dragons have grown weary of you. I shall keep one or two, which would be a tremendous fortune for you. Dance for me. Here I come. The CP0 officer lunged forward, driven by the pleasures that his position afforded him, the tactile indulgence of caressing a girl's delicate skin. Each time a celestial dragon ordered the execution of a woman they no longer desired, he would surreptitiously retain one or two for his own amusement, killing them only when his interest waned. After a night of revelry, the CP officer ignited a cigarette, his pallid complexion betraying his indulgence. The discerning eye of the celestial dragons is impeccable. Each one is a rare gem. Alas, their time is limited. Their bodies cannot endure for long. Perhaps I shall leave them for Spandam. Suddenly, the door crashed open. Spandam, what are you doing? A voice rang out unexpectedly, causing Spandam's already weak knees to buckle. He stared in shock at the intruder, a man clad in noble attire, exuding an aura of elegance and charm, surveying the room with keen eyes. My lord, I will dispose of these wretched slaves at once. If you wish to try them, there are still a few I have not yet utilized. Several scantily clad young women emerged from the shadows. Once the wives of celestial dragons, they had been relegated to the status of commoners after their masters grew tired of them, now awaiting death within the confines of God's Valley. Clinging to the hope of survival for another day, they truly did not wish to die, even if it meant living as mere playthings and slaves. Glimpsing the handsome man outside, many of the girls felt a flicker of excitement. Each harbored a dream of encountering their Prince Charming, yet most celestial dragons resembled swine, with few possessing any semblance of attractiveness. Spandam, eager to curry favor, exclaimed, "Your presence here brings great honor. Your grace is the most perfect I have ever witnessed beneath the celestial dragons. Spandam, is one of the keys to open God's Valley in your possession?" The suave man's voice flowed like a gentle stream, soothing to the ear. Spandam's expression turned perplexed. Then, recalling another individual of extraordinary nobility, he replied, "Indeed. One of the keys to God's Valley is in my hands. My lord, have you come to discuss this? Is it required by the higher authorities? My lord, please do not take offense. I do not mean to prattle, but this key is of utmost importance, a core element in unlocking God's Valley. Were you sent by that individual?" "Yes." The handsome man's tone remained calm and composed. "The Rock's pirates are poised to invade. We require the keys you possess." "Ha! Rest assured, I shall procure it for you immediately." Spandam, entirely trusting of the man before him, continued his obsequiousness. "The Rock's pirates, I have heard of them. They are indeed a formidable crew, but their attempt to assault God's Valley is but a fanciful dream. The current God's Valley is far safer than Mariehua. No force can threaten its sanctity." As Spandam approached, having found one of the key components to unlock the gate, his demeanor remained ingratiating. In the moment the keys exchanged hands, a flash of steel sliced through the air. Spandam instinctively reacted, but it was too late. He was grievously wounded, staggering backward, his injuries so severe that one could glimpse his innards. In disbelief, he gasped, "Are you an informant for Rocks? You were once one of the strongest shields of the celestial dragons. I thought I could slay you with a single blow." "Why?" Spandam bellowed. "You occupy a high position, second only to the highest. Ordinary celestial dragons dare not act recklessly before you." "High position? Ha ha." The handsome man erupted in maniacal laughter, twisting his neck as his refined demeanor vanished, replaced by a wild and sinister visage. Thus began the fierce battle. Spandam, once a formidable warrior in his youth, had grown complacent over the years and was further weakened before the fight even commenced. Moments passed, and the outcome became clear. He swayed, summoning every ounce of strength to remain upright. With a resounding crash, he collapsed to the ground. God's Valley is a crucial bastion of stability in the world. Should it fall, the very foundation of the world government would tremble. We must not allow the pirates to further disrupt the order of the seas. I cannot bear to witness the ensuing chaos. For the sake of maritime order, we must not open the gates of God's Valley. Spandam's voice grew weaker, his life force waning. This CP0 officer became the first significant casualty in the impending battle for God's Valley. Chapter 74. God's Valley. Divergent Ideologies. Please continue reading. The handsome man secured the key, his expression complex as he absorbed Spandam's dying words. Ha. You are truly a loyal fool. His laughter dripped with scorn. God's Valley is indeed a vital stronghold, but it is no paradise. It is a hellish abyss. You have lingered here longer than I. Do you truly not understand what kind of place God's Valley is? As a ruler, you naturally protect your own interests. And as for the maritime order you speak of, that order is merely the proliferation of the downtrodden, the burgeoning slave trade, and the relentless onslaught of pirates. All while the celestial dragons extract wealth from nations, and the corrupt aristocrats and royalty oppress the lower classes. The burdens rest squarely upon their shoulders. Do you truly wish for the majority to survive? In a fit of madness, the man severed Spandam's head with a single stroke. A roar of fury erupted. For 8 centuries, the world government has been corrupt and inept, and the celestial dragons have been depraved and tyrannical. The seas are on the brink of collapse. Were it not for the celestial dragons possessing secret weapons, the world government would have long since been obliterated. The emergence of the Rocks pirates is timely. Someone must take the first step. The world government has existed for far too long, a malignant tumor upon the seas. Someone will rise in this era. Even if that person is not me, someone will emerge to change this world. I have found my target. There is one among the Rocks pirates. I am willing to dedicate my life to investigate that individual. I will transform my body and soul into starlight to illuminate these seas. Unlike you, who grovels like a dog, using pretty words to excuse their inaction, their crimes, their decay, and depravity. A clash of divergent ideologies ensued. The greatest contradiction in this world has long resided within the hearts of individuals, yet no one has managed to voice an effective outcry. The handsome man unleashed years of suppressed anger and resentment in that moment. Subsequently, he ruthlessly dismembered Spandam and mercilessly dealt with all the women in the room. Although he acquired one of the cores, the path to truly opening the door would not be simple. He had prepared for this day for an extended period and would not allow any mistakes. What were you about to say? The Admiral's murderous intent and Conqueror's haki erupted simultaneously, granting the Celestial Dragon before him a moment to recompose his thoughts. The Guardians of the Celestial Dragons swallowed hard. The extent of this Conqueror's haki was not something an ordinary top-tier warrior could achieve. The Celestial Dragons felt fear emanating from this individual. Yet having grown accustomed to their privileges, they became even angrier. Before the Great Battle, Rocks had already slain so many Celestial Dragons, surely killing a few more is not excessive? The Admiral's gaze was frigid. Stop. In an instant, all the Celestial Dragons collapsed to the ground like swine. Their expressions twisted in horror. In recent years, the Admiral had undertaken significant reforms within the Navy, effectively governing the Grand Line and the 4 seas, thereby earning immense respect. The Navy stationed at God Valley was already quite displeased, as Crane was universally recognized as a goddess among the Navy. What of the Celestial Dragons? Were they not treated like pigs by Rocks? There is a saying, one need not fear a godlike opponent, but rather a pig-like ally. The Celestial Dragons were even more of a burden. Numerous Navy personnel, witnessing their Admiral's dominance, were filled with excitement. A female Celestial Dragon? Do you wish to impede me? A noble-looking and strikingly beautiful female Celestial Dragon advised, Respected Admiral, I merely believe that in the current circumstances, internal strife is ill-advised. Beyond the high walls of God Valley, Shiki and Charlotte Linlin landed, their appearances disheveled and expressions grim, that they bore no significant injuries, indicating they had not suffered greatly. The 2 high-ranking officials boarded the main ship, their faces reflecting their displeasure. The entire army has been annihilated. Aside from myself and Linlin, few have survived. Shiki recounted their experiences atop the high walls. There were 2 scoundrels up there whom we recognized. Captain Rocks, since our pirate crew became the sole dominators of the seas. There have been several formidable pirate crews that have consistently avoided us. Rocks furrowed his brow and inquired, Has that scoundrel Roger come? I did not sense his presence. No. Shiki shook his head, his eyes icy. It is another scoundrel pirate crew. Khan stroked his chin thoughtfully, recalling that upon the vast ocean, Aside from the Rocks Pirates and the Roger Pirates, there existed two more formidable pirate crews, ranked third and fourth. Each of these crews boasted one or two formidable individuals not to be underestimated. The audacious Rocks laughed heartily, his gaze laced with disdain, fixating on the captain of the crew reputed to be subordinate only to ours and the Roger Pirates. Khan had long harbored suspicions about him and had even covertly ventured into Mariewa. The crew ranked third on the seas was known as the Divine Intervention Pirates. The crew at the bottom of the ranks had already been vanquished by Roger, their captain named Nagley, whose fate remained uncertain. John interjected with this information. Khan fell into deep contemplation. Nagley? That name rings a bell. Generally, pirate crews defeated by the Roger Pirates are ruthlessly eradicated, with at most one survivor left behind. Furthermore, there exists the third-ranking captain of the Divine Sea Pirates, who harbors an ambiguous connection to the Holy Land Mariewa. It seems that a young man, reminiscent of this captain, is destined to emerge in the future. The captain of the Divine Sea Pirates, aged 58, has had brief encounters with figures such as John, Newgate, and Silver Axe. Though none of these encounters yielded a clear victor, his strength is likely among the pinnacle of the ocean's might. Captain, what is the name of that pirate crew's leader? Khan uttered a single phrase, causing several officers aboard the main ship to fall silent simultaneously alongside Rocks. That scoundrel, whom we generally refer to as Divine Intervention. I truly do not know his real name. Is Divine Intervention not a name? Does anyone know the true name of Silver Axe? He's indeed a mysterious fellow. Khan interrupted their discourse, gesturing towards the high wall. Our men must have located that great door. Prepare yourselves for the forthcoming collective charge into the Valley of the Gods, where we shall eliminate the gatekeepers, denying them any opportunity to react. Aboard the main ship, the notorious pirates, John, Shiki, Charlotte Lingling, Wang Ji, and others, sprang into action. Rocks laughed heartily. Keek. Khan, you have been busy during this period, crafting an exceptional stage for me. Alas, I have little to teach you and cannot foresee the day you ascend the throne. Perhaps we might actually triumph? Chapter 75, The Valley of the Gods. The Assault on the Valley of the Gods, seeking continued readership. In the Valley of the Gods, the Marine Admiral executed several celestial dragons and inquired, do you have any objections? A female celestial dragon responded, Admiral, your actions are justified. I cannot deny that many among my kin are fools. This female celestial dragon applauded, proclaiming, at this critical juncture, those who disrupt military morale, regardless of their status, must be annihilated without mercy. The surviving celestial dragon shrank back, each one a turtle withdrawing into its shell. For the first time, these haughty individuals, who had always been oblivious to the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth, experienced unparalleled terror, realizing that there were indeed those who would dare to kill them without an ounce of hesitation. Consider yourself fortunate to speak quickly, the Marine Admiral uttered coldly, bluntly commanding. Get lost. The female celestial dragon felt her back drenched, cold sweat pouring down. She sensed no hint of deception. This monster before her genuinely sought her demise. Had she not uttered that remark, she would surely have met her end alongside those foolish companions. Truly, he is the most formidable wielder of Conqueror's Haki in the annals of the Navy. Regrettably, he cannot be utilized by the celestial dragons. He is an uncontrollable ticking time bomb that must be eradicated. Had this man agreed to become a celestial dragon years ago, the Gorosei would have indeed intended to reserve a significant position exclusively for him within their ranks. A group of celestial dragons fled in a panic. Waha! Karp laughed heartily, saying, Admiral, if you do not take action, I shall. Sengoku's expression turned grave as he replied, Admiral, I will not allow anyone to harm Crane. She is the future intellect of our Navy, my comrade, not even the celestial dragons. Sengoku remained loyal solely to the order of the world, not to these foolish celestial dragons. Zephyr crossed his arms anxiously, stating, Admiral, if you continue like this, they will undoubtedly settle the score with you after the battle in the Valley of the Gods. Never mind, let us speak of such matters after this conflict, declared the Marine Admiral, leading the charge at the forefront. As Karp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Tsuru gazed at his silhouette, accompanied by the words justice emblazoned behind him, their hearts surged with emotion. This is not good, Marshal. A panicked Rear Admiral rushed over. What has transpired? The Marine Marshal inquired, a sense of unease enveloping him. Kazan, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Crane, among other naval officers, were taken aback. After all, he was a Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters. The gates of God Valley had swung open. They opened of their own accord. The Rear Admiral, in a state of panic, responded, facing the most formidable pirate crew on the high seas. It was impossible for anyone to remain entirely unperturbed. The sudden opening of the gates of God Valley had sent shockwaves through the Navy, so profound that they were momentarily at a loss, unsure of how to prevent the gates from closing again. Those unaware of the situation froze collectively upon hearing the news. Their minds blank. What had they just heard? The Admiral's aura of menace intensified as he bellowed. Bring those celestial dragons here at once. Break their legs and drag them over. Let me go. With a swift motion, Garp activated his Sara technique and vanished in an instant. All naval personnel, prepare for battle, for justice, for the sea. Charge! Charge! Crane quickly sprang into action, assisting in coordinating the movements of the numerous naval officers, alleviating the burden for that irreverent figure. Zephyr and Sengoku joined in, recognizing the gravity of the situation. A timely response was imperative, lest they confront the Rocks pirates in a state of disarray. Was that not a death wish? Outside the towering gates of God Valley, faced with substantial losses from several failed airborne attempts and relentless assaults from Sea Kings, many members of the Rocks pirates began to grow increasingly agitated. Just then, a miracle occurred. The gates of God Valley gradually began to open. Time ticked away. As the gates reached a certain extent, cheers erupted among the pirates, and those closest had already surged through the narrow entrance into the heart of God Valley. Countless pirate ships, akin to a frenzied school of salmon, burst forth with wild abandon. The flagship of the Rocks pirates hovered in the air, entering God Valley under the watchful gaze of innumerable pirate vessels. Ha ha ha. You lot, charge forth. Take God Valley. The future of the seas belongs to us. With a single command from Rocks, the battle commenced. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of cannon fire erupted, shells raining down from above like there was no tomorrow, striking the elite naval forces at God Valley with devastating precision. Countless cannonballs sank pirate ships, each shot wielding tremendous power. This was a landing operation that demanded swift execution. Khan surveyed the vast battlefield shrouded in smoke. He was witnessing a war of unprecedented scale for the first time, rivaled only by memories of World War films. Shiki, get us in there, tear open a breach. Ha ha ha. Watch this. Shiki unleashed his power, roaring, lion's might, sea surge. The entire sea convulsed, lifted into the air, transforming into formidable lions that roared towards the shore, crashing down and inundating the land. Many pirate ships suffered catastrophic damage, their crews perishing. Yet, some pirates survived, making landfall and launching their assault. Charge. Under the terrifying command of Shiki's ability, nearly 100 pirate ships circled their flagship, racing towards the coastline at breakneck speed. You pirates shall not land so easily. It was Rear Admiral Garp. Garp was coming. A massive iron ball, comparable in size to a warship, hurtled towards the airborne pirate vessel. Ha ha ha. Garp, you must be joking. John drew his sword, his aura surging, unleashing a blade of energy at an imperceptible speed. Clang. The sword's energy collided with the iron ball, emitting a strange, piercing sound. The iron ball, which was the size of a warship, was cleaved in two, not plunging into the sea, but instead hurtling towards them, passing by the sides of the Rocks flagship and taking out numerous pirate ships in its wake. Khan leaned against the ship's railing, acutely aware of the fragility of human life. The pirates and Navy soldiers fell with alarming ease. Among them were several individuals of some renown, formidable fighters in this vast sea. Yet here, life was as insignificant as that of an ant. A blinding flash of light suddenly appeared before the main ship, dazzling all who beheld it. Could it be the Logia type, Goro Goro no Mi? As Khan caught a glimpse of golden light approaching, he closed his eyes. This fruit was notoriously cursed. As a reincarnated soul, Khan recognized it as the fruit of a future admiral of the Navy, Yada no Kagami. The newcomer unleashed a barrage of lasers, a relentless storm of brilliant projectiles raining down upon all pirate vessels, a merciless assault. Kuhaha! Whitebeard boomed with laughter, delivering a punch that unleashed a wave of tremors, warping the very fabric of space and causing it to shatter inch by inch. Chapter 76, God Valley, The Descending Island. Please continue reading. Whitebeard dispersed the majority of the projectiles with a strike, revealing the true identity of their assailant. A middle-aged man clad in a Navy Justice coat, suspended in midair. His attire indicated his rank as an admiral, the very one stationed at God Valley. A wielder of the Goro Goro no Mi rocks, God Valley is not a place for you to run amok. How amusing that even the tiniest insects dare to emerge. Our captain has no desire to converse with insignificant characters. Charlotte Linlin seized the moment, drawing Napoleon from atop her head, transforming it into a colossal sword, and shouted, "Kingdom! With that, she swung it with tremendous force toward her intended target. The attack was terrifyingly powerful, capable of sinking a small island. This technique, evolved from the giant race's martial arts, was named by Charlotte Linlin as the Elbaf Spear. The resulting wave of sword energy was vast in scope, rapid in speed, and nearly impossible to evade. Yet her opponent was likely the swiftest warrior upon these seas. Is this a technique of the giant race? How disappointing. The Navy admiral dodged the blow effortlessly and retaliated with a laser strike. The Navy headquarters meticulously documented various formidable fruits. Each generation of fruit bearers recorded their practical and powerful techniques, passing them down to subsequent naval forces, ensuring the Navy's enduring strength. Through generations of refinement and inheritance, a multitude of formidable warriors emerged within the Navy. While the seas lacked such a lineage, the evolution over time resulted in countless extraordinary beings, often surpassing the Navy in sheer numbers of powerful individuals, despite the Navy's superior legacy. 8 centuries of accumulation had birthed the current flourishing state of the seas, where strength far exceeded that recorded centuries prior. One man could rival an entire nation. Such was the norm. The potency of the current era was a far cry from that of the demon Oz, who once nearly wrought devastation upon the world. The intensity had changed. Shiki casually dispersed the laser with a flick of his wrist, earning a flirtatious glance from Charlotte Linlin. Kik. In the eyes of Rox, there was only one person of interest. It has been far too long. I never expected you to rise to the position of Fleet Admiral. We have crossed paths several times before. I would have preferred not to encounter you here. Are you aware of the consequences of your actions? The Navy's Fleet Admiral's expression turned frosty as he cast a sidelong glance at Wang Ji. Of course I know. But the world government and the celestial dragons have held dominion over this world for far too long. It is time for them to step aside, Rox proclaimed, gesturing grandly. Attack. Numerous pirates stormed the shores, weapons in hand, initiating a fierce clash between the Navy and the pirates. The battlefield transformed into a meat grinder. Every moment claimed lives. Regardless of identity, even the mightiest warriors could not guarantee their survival on this blood-soaked ground. Yet whether one chose the path of piracy or that of the Navy, the belief in the possibility of death was a constant companion from the very beginning. Waha. Rox, you truly have a knack for this. The insider you've placed within God Valley has opened its gates for you. Karp had confirmed from the mouth of a female celestial dragon that the gates were not opened by the celestial dragons themselves. These useless celestial dragons were treated like livestock, kept away from critical secrets. Those celestial dragons who could access such secrets were not fools. Aligning with Rox's pirate crew would offer them no benefit, and could even lead to the destruction of God Valley. The elite celestial dragons found themselves helpless in this situation. The identity of the insider remained unknown for the time being. Rox hesitated. What is your name, newcomer? Kapu's face darkened, and he erupted in fury, exclaiming, You scoundrel. We have clashed before. Ha ha ha. Rox laughed heartily, recalling, I remember now, your punches are quite formidable, capable of inflicting harm upon me. So, do you wish to continue? Indeed. I must administer justice upon you here. Kapu's expression turned ecstatic. The armament haki erupted with unrestrained ferocity, not evenly distributed throughout his body in a flowing manner, but rather concentrated predominantly upon his fists, penetrating deep into his very bones. Thus commenced a true battle of life and death, forsaking any path of retreat. Karp suddenly inquired, by the way, who is the traitor you arranged within our ranks? The celestial dragon he captured was indeed unaware of the circumstances. This indicated that there truly was a traitor within God Valley, one of considerable significance. Rox found Karp to be quite intriguing, perhaps even more so than Roger. Ha ha ha. Are you curious to know? Karp wore an expression of anticipation. Of course. It was impossible. Upon finishing his sentence, Rox laughed heartily, disregarding Karp's demeanor. He was uncertain of the inner informant's true identity, as their exchanges were merely tentative. Initially, the informant intended only to provide the coordinates of the Gods Valley. The discussion surrounding those coordinates had lasted an indeterminate length of time. His successful start was largely thanks to Khan. Numerous pirate ships had docked. Uncle Wang, I must take my leave. Rest assured, you will hold back the majority of their forces. I possess a method to amplify our advantage. Khan, accompanied by Kaido, stealthily leaped onto another pirate vessel with Katakuri in tow. Upon my return, I shall assist in eliminating their top-tier forces and wear them down. Do not engage them recklessly. Wang Ji and Jim followed closely behind, ensuring their safety amidst the chaos of the battlefield, which they navigated with greater ease than the others. Kind. My concern lies in the possibility of our defeat. The top-tier strength of the Rocks pirates is unparalleled, while the Navy's elite are somewhat inferior in overall prowess. In a one-on-one confrontation, the pirates have a significantly higher chance of victory. Kula la la la. I entrust my daughter to your care. Newgate fervently handed Whitebeard to Wang Ji's faction members, his eyes ablaze with fervor and fighting spirit. Ha ha ha, this is exhilarating. If only Roger's pirates would arrive, it would be even more thrilling. Jia ha ha ha. John, you truly are a lunatic. Shiki howled, retracting his abilities and wiping the sweat from his brow. Maintaining such powers for an extended period had taken its toll. To the lackeys of the world government, I bring you gifts. 7 islands plummeted from 10,000 meters above, descending toward the heart of the Navy's encampment. Look, what is that? It's an island, the power of the great pirate Shiki. Quickly, get out of the way. The Navy's ranks descended into chaos. Kapu, Zifa, and other Navy officers promptly reacted, each employing the 6 styles of moonwalk to ascend into the sky, striving to avert this calamity. The admiral stationed at God Valley remained unfazed, transforming into light and unleashing a devastating attack. A terrifying beam of light pierced through an island, causing numerous fragments to rain down, resulting in countless Navy casualties. What are you doing? Kapu demanded. How dare a mere rear admiral question an admiral? Below, the Navy was in disarray, a collection of ineffectual miscreants. I cannot expend my energy for their sake. Let us not forget our mission. Chapter 77. God Valley. Each to their opponent. Please continue reading. The disparity among top-tier powers is not excessively exaggerated. Ultimately, it is a battle of endurance. This naval admiral approached the situation from a more rational perspective. Soon after, successive powerful attacks obliterated islands, while Kapu, Zifa, and the Navy endeavored to salvage the situation. Sengoku could no longer stand by. He ceased his assault on the pirates and rushed to assist. The Navy admiral scoffed, foolish. Yet the Navy requires such foolish individuals. The fleet admiral retorted, that's precisely why I am the fleet admiral and you remain an admiral. This particular Navy admiral, a user of the shining fruit, was fervently passionate about the position of fleet admiral, but ultimately, he remained an admiral. The Navy's system was overdue for reform, were I the fleet admiral. I would treat these inept individuals as expendable resources. The so-called expendables are the very foundation of the Navy headquarters. Once the Navy headquarters loses its credibility, do you believe anyone would be deceived into becoming expendable to join the Navy? Shall we defend God Valley together? The Navy admiral smirked. I would rather annihilate Rocks. How about a competition to see who can claim Rock's head? Who can slay more pirates? The fleet admiral chuckled. Very well. Meanwhile, Wang Ji, John, Shiki, Newgate, Charlotte Linlin, and Silver Axe, the 6 foremost executives, charged forth. They landed on the shore and launched their assault amidst the chaos. As such a large-scale war erupted, the scene became instantly tumultuous, with both sides struggling to maintain control. After all, the sudden opening of God Valley's gates was an unforeseen occurrence. The Navy was yet to fully comprehend the situation, while the pirates were already in disarray, with nearly 200 executives from the Rocks pirates scattered, each fighting their own battles. Kapu, Sengoku, and Zephyr, the new generation of the Navy, continue to strive to mitigate the losses faced by their forces. The top-tier combatants on the battlefield refrain from unleashing their conqueror's haki, which possesses formidable capabilities for clearing opponents but poses a risk of collateral damage to their own allies. In this regard, both pirates and the Navy share a tacit understanding. Rock stands aboard the flagship, his demeanor tranquil as he gazes across the distance at the fleet admiral. All the transponder snails are meticulously prepared, ready to document the epic clash at God Valley in its entirety. The information captured by each transponder snail will be transmitted to the one stationed on Khan's thigh. This will serve as indelible and irrefutable evidence, marking the participants of this grand battle as symbols of history. The World Economic News Agency boasts its own newsbirds, far surpassing the efficiency of local newspapers. In the inconvenient communication between islands, these flying messengers are far more practical than costly telegrams, and the world government can exert complete control over the local press of its affiliated nations. All 6 high-ranking executives are acutely aware of this fact. Shiki, the one most concerned with image and eager to steal the spotlight, is electrified upon hearing of this unexpected opportunity. Ha! Who dares to challenge me? Not you, Zephyr. Zephyr responds, I shall take you on. Sengoku unleashes a tentative conqueror's haki, willingly engaging Shiki, eager to demonstrate the prowess of the new generation of the Navy. Having heard tales of the fierce battles between Zephyr and Shiki, Conqueror's Haki? How intriguing. I choose you. Shiki laughs heartily. Haha. Rox, you will handle the aftermath. Wang Ji. Our last battle remains unfinished. Kapu approached Wang Ji. Ah, your name is Zifa, isn't it? You seem like a fine man. Would you care to indulge with me? Zifa was caught in the gaze of Charlotte Linlin. If you wish to strike, then do so. There is no need to humiliate me, he stared at the woman. More stunning than the wanted posters, and furiously exclaimed, You shameless woman, what are you talking about? The Admiral faced off against Whitebeard. Although he could not overpower Whitebeard, the peculiar nature of his devil fruit made it challenging for him to be killed. He could evade and kite his opponent. Two Vice Admirals lunged forward. Get lost. I have no desire to face adversaries of your caliber. It's embarrassing that you are still Vice Admirals. Look at those three Rear Admirals. John S. Sharp tongue spared no one. They are leagues stronger than you. I've battled admirals before. It's no wonder you are merely a Vice Admiral. Your skills are so lacking that I truly do not wish to continue this fight. The Vice Admiral engaged with John glanced towards another battlefield where Silver Axe faced off against another Vice Admiral, both of whom were of few words, focused solely on combat. Although the other Vice Admiral was at a disadvantage, it was not a significant concern. He sought a different opponent. You cheeky rascal. Why don't you let this old man take you on? An elderly Navy officer interrupted their skirmish, addressing the Vice Admiral. Go assist others. There are plenty of skilled pirates here. Leave this to me. You? What do you mean by you? My spirit remains eternally youthful. Do you understand? I've been in the Navy since before you were born. Get lost. Get lost. I've grown tired of you. John furrowed his brow. He had encountered an ancient anomaly. Yet, this old anomaly felt oddly familiar. Could it be that they were of the same ilk? The old Navy man dismissed the younger generation, revealing his yellowed teeth, grinning mischievously. Are you seeking an admiral? That would be me. I served as an admiral for over 30 years before retiring. At the naval headquarters, they grew weary of my ramblings. However, solitude can be quite unbearable. Indeed. John S. smile widened, displaying a similarly mischievous grin. On another battlefield, Rox advanced, step by step, towards the Marine Marshal and two elder Navy officers. Crane, amidst the fray, was even more tense than the three men. It was she who insisted that three formidable fighters were necessary to keep Rox at bay. But what if Rox exceeded expectations? The two elder Navy officers were nearly of her grandfather's generation. In their prime, they were certainly not weaker than the current admirals. Yet could they maintain peak performance for an extended period in their old age? Crane's thoughts were tumultuous. Crane, do not lose focus. In this battlefield, are you seeking death? Sengoku and Shiki, having been pushed back in their fierce battle, happened to notice the situation and cautioned her. Crane refocused, concentrating on the opponent before her. As the goddess of the Navy, she was surrounded by numerous naval officers. But this also attracted a multitude of pirates who eyed her with unabashed greed and aggression. So many pirates, it seemed they were not entirely composed of mere pirates. Crane unleashed her abilities, cleansing several pirates, rendering them devoid of combat prowess and purifying their hearts. Traditionally, the Navy outnumbered the pirates, but this time, it seemed the pirates might outnumber them altogether. This monumental clash, involving nearly 500,000 participants, was an unprecedented spectacle of shock and brutality. Chapter 78, Valley of God. Two fools, seeking continued reading. Inside the Valley of God, Kon, Kaido, and Katakuri seamlessly integrated themselves into a pirate ship. In such an environment, one could easily distinguish between adversaries and allies. Any individual not clad in a naval uniform was a pirate. The crew aboard this vessel remained oblivious to the presence of the three newcomers. They all stepped ashore in unison, venturing deeper into the unknown. Before long, they faced utter annihilation. The trio was compelled to seek refuge in another ship, as the brutality of war exceeded their wildest imaginations. Once renowned pirate crews fell one after another, and upon reaching the depths, few remained aside from the initial group of pirates. Katakuri, you should not have followed us, Kon admonished. Kon, you cannot abandon me. I will not be a burden. I assure you I can perform far better than this wretch. Katakuri defiantly pointed at Kaido, who emanated a menacing aura. Oh ho ho. An innocent little brat. How I detest your kind. Why would Kon choose to mentor you? Kaido retorted. Kon sighed and interjected, Everyone, please cease your chatter. This is no trivial matter. As pirates, we inherently do not align with the ideals of righteousness. Katakuri and I share a profound understanding cultivated over many years. And he possesses an extraordinarily potent ability in observation haki, which will aid us in identifying our unseen foes. On the battlefield, while one can evade open attacks. It is far more challenging to guard against hidden threats. Khan single-handedly resolved the matter with a swift strike followed by a sweet gesture. The three of them quickened their pace. Ha ha ha. Kaido laughed heartily, brandishing his kanabo as he forged ahead like a tank, bulldozing through the navy, leaving them helpless against his blows. Begone, you pathetic lackeys of the world government. You possess no skill other than aiding in tyranny. At this moment, Kaido was an unwavering bastion, mercilessly wielding his kanabo against any navy personnel daring to approach Khan. Behind him stood Faith, the embodiment of his beliefs. How could he allow a swarm of insignificant insects to disturb that? Meanwhile, Khan was shielded by Katakuri, whose advanced observation haki was potent enough to protect himself and those in front of him from ambushes by the relatively weak navy. Are you attempting to stab Brother Khan in the side? Katakuri exclaimed in fury, using his trident to block the blade of a navy lieutenant. Do you have any idea how vital Brother Khan's side is? The Conqueror's haki surged forth uncontrollably. The navy lieutenant, confronted by his admirers, Khan found himself at a loss for words. He decided to stride into the Valley of the Gods, his steps resolute. The trio moved forward, leaving no foe in their wake. Even the formidable navy refrained from confronting them, as they were preoccupied with fierce battles against the officers of the Rocks pirates. With nearly 200 officers and skilled fighters hailing from all corners of the world, the Rocks pirates were not easily trifled with. Kaido, do not stray too far. Do you see that group of pirates ahead? Khan commanded his companions, urging them to run towards the throng, merging seamlessly with the larger force. The instincts of pirates were sharper than any other, and they would not overlook a treasure. Kaido, understanding the gravity of the situation, maneuvered to a different direction, racing ahead. They knew that following Khan's lead was infallible. There was no need for their own judgment to intervene. In the territory they had entered, the presence of the Navy was scarce, with most individuals being members of the world government's CP organization. A few Navy personnel, spotting these CP members, chose to feign ignorance and proceeded to the front lines for support, indicating a potential conflict between the two factions. Khan had not anticipated that infiltrating the inner sanctum would be so effortless. Following a throng of pirates, their advance was remarkably swift. The members of the CP organization proved utterly incapable of withstanding the fervor of the pirates. Ha ha ha. These wretches are pathetically weak. They are even inferior to the Navy. Kaido scoffed at these loyal hounds of the world government. It is not that they are weak, rather. You are exceptionally formidable. Most Navy vice admirals would hardly be your match. Ha ha ha. Khan, of course, with me around, no one shall dare approach you. The members of the CP organization had grown far too complacent. Khan could discern that upon encountering a true powerhouse, their morale dissipated instantaneously, each one fleeing faster than the last. Although the Celestial Dragon Guards were quite capable, their sole duty was to protect the Celestial Dragons, refraining from engaging in battle. Khan, are those ahead Celestial Dragons? Katakuri exclaimed with unexpected excitement, his trident emanating a bloodthirsty aura. In a place like this, would it be excessive to slay a Celestial Dragon? Let us find a few suitable outfits for the Celestial Dragon Guards nearby. We can blend in, Khan declared as he began to rummage through the nearby corpse, deftly extracting some coins from the lifeless body. Khan hesitated for less than a second before slipping it into his pocket. Katakuri imitated others, feeling several corpses and stuffing his body until it was bulging, then donned the attire of a Celestial Dragon Guard. Kaido, why have you changed into the garb of a slave? Khan inquired with curiosity. Ah? Kaido exclaimed in astonishment, swiftly removing his garments and lamenting, what bad luck. It turns out this is the clothing of a slave. Khan and his companions donned their attire and stealthily trailed alongside the Dragonites' procession. A select few pirates took notice and endeavored to mimic their actions. Numerous pirates had set their sights on the Dragonites. However, they were thwarted by the formidable guards, resulting in the demise of many pirates, while the Dragonite guards also suffered significant losses. Incompetence. You wretched fools. Are you incapable of dispatching a mere band of pirates? Bang. A Dragonite discharged his weapon, eliminating the guard nearest to him. Khan's actions against the Celestial Dragons rendered one speechless in such a critical moment. To resort to gunfire against one's own forces is an act that no individual would undertake. Katakuri, with a curious expression, softly inquired, that guard is no weakling. Why did he not evade the attack? Kaido interjected, laughing heartily. Oh ho ho ho. That gun couldn't possibly kill him. He is feigning death on purpose. I suspect he employs a unique method to simulate his demise. Khan, he wondered how it was possible for two individuals to suddenly lose their minds. After a brief moment of contemplation, Khan sought a plausible explanation for the two. The celestial dragons were beings of noble stature, akin to swine, and their guards were mere subservients, who naturally dared not defy their masters. Yet Katakuri and Kaido were devoid of any notion of servitude. Oh ho ho, Khan, shall we proceed to eliminate these celestial dragons? Indeed, brother Khan, my trident is eagerly poised for action. Kaido and Katakuri exchanged glances brimming with anticipation, their grips tightening around their weapons, awaiting merely a command. Their actions resembled a conspicuous conspiracy. The surrounding guards of the celestial dragons, even if dim-witted and long removed from the outside world, could discern that the three were adversaries. Any entity posing a threat to the celestial dragons was deemed malevolent. The trio found themselves encircled. Chapter 79. The Valley of the Gods. Who is in favor? Who is against? Please continue reading. The trio was completely surrounded by the guards of the celestial dragons. Khan helplessly shrugged his shoulders and exclaimed, "Are you all conspiring? Must you remain silent? A mere glance would suffice. I am not blind. You should act according to my cues." Katakuri and Kaido wore awkward expressions, as if they had committed a folly. There was no need for them to exchange furtive glances with me. Khan covered his face, lamenting that John possessed far greater acumen than these two. He would have grasped the situation and acted decisively. Katakuri and Kaido exchanged fervent glances, brandishing their weapons as they engaged in their most proficient endeavor, combat. Khan temporarily altered his plans, shedding the attire of a celestial dragon. He called out to the restless pirates in the distance, proclaiming, "We follow Lord Rocks to carve our names in history, to one day shed our pirate identities and ascend to greatness. Each of these celestial dragons is worth at least 100 billion. Capturing even one would be a monumental achievement. With the audacity and vision of Lord Rocks, we need not fear a lifetime of wealth and glory." A throng of eager pirates surged forward. The promise of lifelong prosperity beckoned, while the prospect of failure merely suggested the chance of rebirth. If it were not for the dire need to survive, who would willingly embrace the perilous life of a pirate? In an instant, chaos erupted. Khan fanned the flames and exclaimed, "Have you all seen it? Those clad in hoods are all celestial dragons, each of whom is worth no less than 100 billion. Their wealth surpasses our wildest imagination. Capture the celestial dragons. Kill them." The pirates were in a frenzy. Most of them had never seen 1,000,000 berries in their lifetime. 100 billion berries was an astronomical figure to them. The disorder of this world is beyond belief. Pirates and common folk alike are plunged into abject poverty in most regions. It is even more terrifying than the famine-stricken era when Khan recalled cannibalism. "Khan, should we leave any alive?" Katakuri suggested, abstaining from slaying the celestial dragons, each valued at a minimum of 100 billion, which could sustain countless lives and afford many a comfortable existence. "Let us capture one each and extract from them the locations of their residences." Khan faced a group of guards comparable to naval colonels or even brigadiers, dispatching them with a single stroke. In that fleeting moment of intimidation, his conqueror's haki was potent enough to fell an adversary of considerable strength in a heartbeat. 3 months of rigorous training had elevated his physique to new heights. The sword is a tool of slaughter, and when it comes to the art of killing, Khan surpassed these individuals effortlessly. In this world, those with extraordinary physical attributes are exceedingly rare. The majority cannot withstand even a single strike. Kaido, too, could be breached. And in a state where Charlotte Lin had abandoned her defenses, even the steel balloon could not withstand the assault. Were it not for the inherent weakness of his physical attributes, Khan can instantly acquire the most formidable power in the world and master it with perfection. The disparities in combat skills, experience, and talent between both sides are overwhelmingly vast. The only aspect in which this group of guardians can compare to Khan is their physical prowess. Despite enduring numerous superficial wounds, they remain largely unscathed. Khan breached a line of defense set by the celestial dragons, leaving behind a multitude of corpses in his wake. With a powerful kick, he toppled a celestial dragon, who had removed his hood and resembled a grotesque swine. "What do you intend to do, you despicable lowlife?" the celestial dragon exclaimed, raising his pistol. In an instant, his hands were rendered useless, tendons severed with precision. Khan, heedless of the wails of the celestial dragons, forcibly dragged away the corpulent swine. "Your guards possess commendable strength, yet they are regrettably lacking in combat experience." At this moment, his body was drenched in blood, and the wounds throbbed with a searing pain. It is evident that only skilled adversaries could inflict such injuries upon him. Katakuri and Kaido each captured a celestial dragon, and the three of them emerged unscathed. Khan refrained from utilizing his devil fruit abilities, reserving them for a pivotal moment. The 3 captured celestial dragons were placed together, surrounded by numerous guards who had arrived upon hearing the commotion. These guards were not merely protecting a single celestial dragon. They were indoctrinated with the belief that all celestial dragons are supreme. Brother Khan, what should we do next? Khan, it's your turn. Khan began to comprehend that these two had likely momentarily lost their wits, indicating a profound trust in him. Katakuri possesses a profound understanding. Yet is Kaido not inherently endowed with an elevated consciousness, perceiving himself as a figure of faith? Khan cast a glance at the restless guards surrounding him. Without hesitation, he delivered a sharp slap to the incessantly wailing celestial dragon beside him. Basil Saint, cease this at once. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Slap, slap, slap. Khan struck the rotund swine thrice with great force, leaving the celestial dragon guards momentarily speechless. Lead us to the deeper realms, such as the residences of the celestial dragons, the more opulent areas. Do not attempt any deceit, he declared with finality. Who is in favor? Who is against? Just as a celestial dragon guard was about to respond, a swift flash of the sword ensued. With a resounding thud, the head of Basil Saint rolled to the ground. The guard's visage turned ashen, his body trembling uncontrollably. Is there anyone else? The multitude of guards shouted in unison, lead the way. Yes. Khan ensnared two celestial dragons with a collar, directing Katakuri and Kaido to each lead one behind him. He walked at the forefront, accompanied by a sycophant of the celestial dragons to guide their path, while a multitude of celestial dragon guards trailed behind. Katakuri and Kaido regarded each other with admiration. Their remarkable adaptability and unwavering composure in the face of adversity truly set them apart from the ordinary. They were indeed the men recognized by their peers. Along the way, numerous pirates took note of this extraordinary spectacle, their astonishment palpable, especially since many could identify Kaido, who had garnered a modest reputation in the New World. Oh ho ho ho! Kaido exclaimed with delight, leading the panting celestial dragon with an erect posture, filled with an overwhelming sense of pride. Beside him, Katakuri felt a twinge of embarrassment under the gaze of onlookers. However, upon hearing the complaints from the celestial dragon behind him, he wasted no time in using his trident to incapacitate one of the celestial dragons, dragging him along the ground. The surrounding guards were at a loss, torn between their duty and the fear of intervening. They knew that any misstep could lead to dire consequences beyond their capacity to bear. Yet witnessing such a scene was profoundly distressing. Many guards, unable to cope with the situation, resorted to taking their own lives. Sir, could you perhaps show a modicum of consideration for them? One of the sycophants accompanying Khan inquired quietly, unable to endure the sight any longer. Khan nodded, advising Katakuri, Kaido, be cautious, do not bring harm to these two individuals. Understood. The duo replied in unison, their voices resonating powerfully. Thank you, my lord. I shall escort you promptly. Chapter 80, The Valley of Gods, the second layer of the world under the guidance of the celestial dragon sycophant. Khan and his companions ventured deeper. Khan, why does it feel so different from the outside? Inquired one. Is it possible for me to carry that house away? Within the Valley of Gods, the second layer of the world unfolded, a realm starkly contrasting with the navy-guarded areas, extravagantly lavish, enticing all who entered to indulge in its splendor. The celestial dragons truly excel in the art of enjoyment. Khan, Kaido, and Katakuri navigated this world with utmost caution. Numerous pirates ventured deeper into the region of God Valley. Their intellect may have been lacking, yet they possessed the instinct to follow a leader without question. They regarded Kaido as the mightiest among them, believing that aligning with him was an infallible choice. A multitude of pirates, entranced by this world, set their sights on a particular location, intent on plundering the immense wealth that lay within reach. Upon arriving from outside God Valley, individuals of various backgrounds, upon witnessing this opulent realm, succumbed to madness. Securing even a single item would guarantee a lifetime free from want. Who among them would still wish to be a pirate? Who would willingly toil for others? That would be sheer folly. They yearned for retirement. The future, dubbed 100 Schemes, harbored aspirations of acquiring wealth and living peacefully, a desire shared even by these ordinary pirates. The so-called workers of various trades. I can marry. I can afford a house. I need not be a pirate any longer. I wish to return home, to open a shop, to pass down my family's craft. I can spin to shed my pirate identity. I can purchase a new identity, leaving behind my status as a vagabond. Haha. I no longer need to associate with the Navy. This extravagant and hedonistic world rendered many senseless. They frantically seized all that was visible to them, stones carelessly discarded by the celestial dragons, doors, and even the sculptures of fountains, all crafted from precious materials. The unworldly pirates could only recognize gold. Khan was not lost amidst the opulent architectural marvels. He couldn't help but exclaim that the celestial dragons were even wealthier than he had imagined. He mused that the sum of hundreds of billions might underestimate their fortunes, as it is quite possible that their monthly earnings could approach such staggering figures. The edifices before him were far beyond what someone like Bailey could ever hope to acquire, their construction costs in terms of manpower and resources likely reaching astronomical heights. Khan and his companions truly felt as though they had stepped into paradise. Among the trio, Khan, the most discerning, had to concede that the grandeur of the structures had left him profoundly impressed. After wandering for quite some time, he pondered, such an extensive area is inhabited by the celestial dragons? The sycophant of the celestial dragons, initially taken aback, quickly responded, "My lord, this place is exclusively for us. Occasionally, some lesser celestial dragons may come here for leisure, but the actual residences of the celestial dragons are further ahead." Khan realized that he ought not to have posed that question. Katakuri and Kaido gaped in astonishment. These two unworldly individuals were oblivious to the opulence of the wealthiest in the vast ocean. "Brother Khan, this God Valley is truly immense." "Indeed, my lord. God Valley is second only to the Red Soul continent, and in the entirety of the ocean, its land area ranks among the foremost." Katakuri exclaimed in anger. "I did not ask for your response." The celestial dragon's lackey trembled all over, his face growing increasingly pale. Before long, numerous newly joined officers of the Rocks Pirates, along with several skilled individuals who had congregated temporarily, burst in. They bypassed Khan and his companions, advancing deeper into the lair, clearly aware that the most valuable treasures often lay at the end. Their instincts hinted at the existence of great secrets within God Valley, compelling them to move ahead of others, while Khan and his entourage were disregarded. "Khan, shouldn't we hurry?" Katakuri anxiously observed their allies who had rushed ahead. Kaido shared his concern, yet he had learned to be shrewd. Everything would depend on Khan's judgment. There was no rush. Khan maintained a calm demeanor. If trouble approached, they would address it as it came, his pace steady and unhurried, allowing the others to pass first to help them expend their energy. Among the various CP organizations, the strongest members resided in CP0. Those hunting hounds had yet to spring into action, undoubtedly stationed at crucial locations. Once someone breached their defenses, chaos would surely ensue. Khan and his companions arrived at the residence of the celestial dragons, swaying slightly as they approached. They were met with a sight reminiscent of a magnificent aerial garden, a structure of grandiosity and opulence. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the edifice was not entirely suspended in midair. Beneath it were pillars supporting this vast airborne paradise, with platforms reminiscent of elevators spaced at regular intervals. These platforms, though lacking in ostentation, were crafted from sea stone, adorned with intricate golden patterns. This area bore an uncanny resemblance to an aerial garden, yet its architecture echoed the form of a pyramid consisting of several layers, with the highest tiers soaring thousands of meters above the ground. One could not help but ponder the vast number of human lives that must have been sacrificed to construct such a monument. Kaido instinctively sheathed his club, while Katakuri rubbed the back of his head, both experiencing a sensation akin to that of a country bumpkin stepping into a grand estate. Compared to others who had intruded, they remained somewhat composed. A fierce battle had already erupted with CP0, and the ground was strewn with corpses and blood. Numerous individuals were utilizing the platforms to ascend to greater heights. "Sir, this lowest tier is inhabited by the higher-ranking individuals of God Valley. The celestial dragons reside above." The celestial dragons, in their arrogance, regarded themselves as a superior species, preferring their dwellings to be far removed from the common rabble below. Khan inquired, "Where are the slaves? Is this structure stable?" "The slaves are confined underground, occupying merely a small section. As long as the supporting pillars remain intact, the entire edifice will not be adversely affected. Even if a considerable portion were to be destroyed, certain areas would remain unharmed." The sycophant of the celestial dragons eagerly divulged all that he could, fearing the dissatisfaction of the individual before him. "I have heard whispers of even deeper incarcerations, but I have never ventured there, my lord." Khan continued to inquire, "Shall we delve deeper underground, proceed forward, or ascend to greater heights?" "My esteemed lord, it seems that all options encompass me. I am not entirely certain, as these are merely conjectures. The celestial dragon you have captured undoubtedly possesses no greater knowledge than I do." Khan fell silent. Was he truly engaging in a game of self-deception? No wonder it required the Rocks Pirates to wage war against the world to eradicate God Valley. and it is even possible that it was not entirely obliterated, ultimately facing humanitarian destruction at the hands of the world government. A certain dignitary? Swiftly, in his final moments, the sycophant of the celestial dragon wore a fawning smile upon his face. Chapter 81. God Valley. A shared objective. The sudden demise of this sycophant took the guards by surprise. Gazing at their astonished expressions, Khan remarked, "Is this truly unexpected? The celestial dragons slaughter you as if you were mere dogs, while I regard them as nothing more than swine. Surely, this revelation does not come as a shock to you." The guards recalled that this wicked individual dared to slay even a celestial dragon. Their understanding remained rooted in the past, as they had not witnessed the live execution of the celestial dragons by rocks. Given that the vast ocean harbors certain enigmatic or remote locations where information cannot reach, Katakuri, Kaido, ensure that the remaining individuals are all slain, Kaido proclaimed. A bloodthirsty grin spreading across his face. He launched a ferocious assault, shattering a celestial dragon along with several guards with his spiked club. Blood splattering across him without a hint of concern. Katakuri did not don the so-called scarf. Instead, his lips curled into a more exaggerated grimace. His visage twisted in a fierce snarl. With a single thrust, he sent the celestial dragon to his demise, subsequently unleashing a ruthless rampage upon the bewildered and utterly despairing guards. His younger siblings were faring well. Encountering Brother Khan was his greatest fortune. While others regarded him as a monster, only Brother Khan harbored no trace of disdain towards him, allowing Katakuri to forego the scarf he had been reluctant to wear, freeing him from the burden of protecting his younger siblings. Khan and his companions swiftly vanquished all nearby foes, methodically ensuring the demise of each enemy with their weapons to prevent any from feigning death. They indeed stumbled upon a few unfortunate and sharp-witted individuals. "Brother Khan, shall we attempt to rescue the slaves?" Katakuri inquired. Khan shook his head. "We lack precise knowledge of their location. It would be too troublesome to search for them. I shall make a call and seek assistance from others." Katakuri and Kaido both had question marks hovering above their heads as they glared at each other. They refrained from inquiring about Khan, seeking to avoid further foolish actions that might expose their intelligence. Khan removed the telephone bug from his thigh, instantly connecting the call. "You possess more patience than I had anticipated. I nearly reached out to you first." A familiar voice resonated from the other end. "Let us dispense with the pleasantries. I am aware that your initial intention was merely to provide the coordinates for Lox, with no further plans. It seems you desire the Lox pirates to obliterate the Valley of the Gods, hoping for mutual destruction, a rather reckless notion. I have pulled you back from the abyss. You seek my assistance, so do not test my resolve. Indeed, what is it that you require of me? Show me around the Valley of the Gods." "Very well. Could you please indicate your location?" "I am beneath the aerial structure, accompanied by a towering individual adorned with tattoos, wielding a wolf fawn club, and sporting a pair of horns. I see you now. It appears you are quite youthful, truly remarkable." Not far away, a lift platform gradually descended, revealing a man of refined demeanor and striking appearance, a veritable embodiment of Cavendish at his finest. Amidst a crowd of unremarkable figures, he stood out like a crane among chickens. "Khan, he is formidable, surrounded by corpses," Katakuri remarked, noticing the bodies strewn about the lift platform, forming a small hill on the ground below. "Remain calm. We are 3 in number, and the advantage lies with us." Khan stepped forward decisively. "Ha ha ha. Khan speaks the truth. The advantage is ours." Kaido's heart surged with a desire for battle, eager for an opponent to showcase his prowess before Khan. The refined and gentle man unsheathed his sword, sweeping through the area, dispatching both foes and debris alike. The formidable CP0, alongside pirates and other skilled individuals, were compelled to retreat from this zone, many perishing beneath the onslaught of his sword's aura. His initial strike revealed considerable skill, a display of his own formidable strength. "Khan, this man is terrifyingly powerful," Katakuri discerned, his observation haki fully locking onto the elegant figure. Kaido tightened his grip on the wolf fawn club, feeling the weight of pressure. 2 individuals, each with their own ambitions, were destined to cross paths. Khan stood face to face with the gentleman not far from him, scrutinizing one another. "I am the steward of the celestial dragons," he introduced himself with an air of refinement and gentleness. Initially, he intended merely to obliterate the Valley of the Gods, serving as an insider to assist Rox in locating its coordinates, but unexpectedly, he encountered an individual, a beacon illuminating his path. This revelation prompted a shift in his intentions. He resolved to pursue this person and alter the course of the world. However, he did not anticipate that this individual would be a child, one who appeared to be quite young, a nameless pawn within the Rox pirates. Khan pointed out. You have undertaken considerable preparations to annihilate the Valley of the Gods, meticulously observing Lox to ascertain the extent to which he merits your assistance. Now, your focus has shifted to me. You seek to determine whether I am worthy of your aid. You are indeed astute, and I believe you are deserving. I must know your next course of action. To liberate the slaves of the Valley of the Gods, Khan paused, recalling a promise made to Lena. Do you remember the batch of slaves from 7 or 8 years ago? I can assist you in freeing most of the slaves in the valley. But I fear that few, if any, from that long-ago group have survived until now. Khan exchanged information with the man, while Katakuri and Kaido, observing from the side, wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Their eyes conveyed a silent inquiry. What on earth are they discussing? Although the language was familiar, the meaning eluded them. They hesitated to voice their confusion. The cunning future Emperor Kaido, at present, was merely a youthful fool in his early 20s. Katakuri is merely a child of less than 10 years. Could you possibly be one of the slaves from 7 or 8 years ago? Khan's expression became peculiar. And then he burst into laughter, exclaiming, what a remarkable coincidence that would be. Katakuri and Kaido encountered Khan, who burst into laughter. The two followed suit, laughing along even though they did not comprehend the reason behind Khan's mirth. Indeed, I have resided in God Valley for over 7 years. The refined gentleman remained unperturbed, his gaze inquisitive. Why do you specifically inquire about slaves from this particular period? He asked. A little girl requested me to find out about someone. A little girl? The refined gentleman furrowed his brow, perplexed. Khan, are you inquiring on behalf of Lena? Katakuri finally grasped the situation, casting a triumphant glance at Kaido. You see, I am the one who understands Khan best. Khan and the refined gentleman scrutinized each other. All necessary probes had been conducted. The interior of this Lox was engaged in observing and evaluating itself. Meanwhile, Khan remained vigilant of this player, whose psychological defenses teetered between madness and reason. A bold thought and speculation emerged in his mind. Do you know Mrs. Miller? Chapter 82, The Valley of the Gods, Liberating the Slaves, Request for Continued Reading. Mrs. Miller? The refined gentleman inquired with a peculiar gaze. Who is that? He suddenly found himself unable to comprehend the child's thoughts. Khan waved his hand and said, Let us not engage in futile games. Time is of the essence, and playing charades is a waste of precious moments. Since you have chosen to meet me, it signifies that you have opted for a different path, one that does not lead to the burial of the Valley of the Gods. The refined gentleman did not hesitate. He knelt on one knee and spoke solemnly, I shall temporarily offer my loyalty and my life. I understand that you have little desire to continue living. Yet it would be a tremendous loss for someone of your caliber to perish. Perhaps, if you accompany me for a while longer, you may find a reason to wish for life. Khan stepped forward and placed a reassuring hand on the shoulder of the cultured man. The butterfly effect was set in motion. This man, who had once sought death, now found himself temporarily under Khan's command. Are you saying that many slaves have already been liberated by you, with the largest prison still remaining? Indeed, most of these slaves are newcomers, having only arrived within the past year or two. Within the Valley of the Gods lies a crucial prison, housing the greatest number of slaves, as well as some terrifying creatures that may have survived for a decade or more. Katakuri and Kaido are no strangers to peculiar occurrences. They have both heard the various legends surrounding God Valley, and their understanding of it has evolved. However, what does the presence of this additional man signify? How is it that he has managed to push both of them to the background? Katakuri and Kaido exchanged glances, both exhibiting a sense of frustration as they trudged along behind them. The trio of Khan has transformed into a quartet as they advance toward the most formidable slave prison. I had long observed Mrs. Miller's husband, doubting that he perished in the Valley of the Gods. Their purpose for coming here is to locate this man. Khan produced a ring, and at that very moment, he sensed the profound emotional instability emanating from the man beside him, whose gaze was fixed intently on the ring in Khan's hand. It became evident. No wonder Mrs. Miller was unable to gather any news about her former lover. I once heard an intriguing rumor that, in years gone by, there was a man renowned across the seas for his music and melodious voice. His vast knowledge and cultured demeanor captivated countless noble maidens, who yearned to transcend social strata and even expressed willingness to marry down. Even some celestial dragon ladies were drawn to his beauty and talent. Khan, undeterred by the man's expression, recounted some rather amusing anecdotes. As he spoke of these delightful tales, he pondered inwardly. Uncle Ken, you truly are quite the trickster. Surely, you must have long suspected the connection between Captain Rock's informant and that well-known figure on the high seas. No wonder the first island I encountered during my maiden voyage was so intriguing. Was my meeting with Mrs. Miller merely a coincidence? The man standing behind Uncle Wong could very well be one of the most astute rogues among pirates, a testament to the years Uncle Ken has spent in his company. Is he secretly paving the way for me? Surely, Uncle Ken is wary of being left with shattered spectacles by Uncle Wong. That man is you. The very person I seek. However, I did not anticipate that you would be the same individual as Captain Rock's informant. The cultured gentleman, though perceptive, remained silent. How could he possibly not have considered it? Perhaps one cannot be entirely certain that he and the informant are indeed the same person. Khan produced a ring. His expression inscrutable as he extended it forward. This ring rightfully belonged to its owner. The elegant gentleman accepted the ring, tears cascading down his cheeks uncontrollably. Memories, like wisps of smoke, dissipated into the ether. Yet, few could truly emerge from such shadows. What has become of her? She is gone. I was the one who ended her life. The refined man coughed up blood, sorrowfully confessing, I know that Mina must have endured great suffering. I have contemplated taking my own life countless times, yet I have persisted. This man, occupying a high position in the Valley of the Gods, found himself engulfed in boundless despair. Who is Mina? Katakuri inquired softly. She is Lady Miller, Lena's mother, Khan replied. Brother Khan, did Lena ask you to find this gentleman? Katakuri finally realized he could comprehend many things. But why would Lena's biological father not be this man before him? Indeed, Katakuri found himself grappling with an intellectual inadequacy, unable to untangle the intricate web of cause and effect. However, the sight of Kaido's bewilderment brought him a measure of solace. Lilena is the daughter of Mina? Mina has a daughter. The refined gentleman, concealing his ring, inquired with a blend of astonishment and delight. Lady Miller has a daughter. Nearly 7 years old. Khan recounted his encounters with Lady Miller and various tales involving Lilena to the man before him. These revelations were hardly clandestine. 7 years old. You say? Haha. I must survive and raise that child. The elegant gentleman expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you for liberating Mina and for your care towards Lilena. I can scarcely fathom the magnitude of your greatness. Khan found himself at a loss for words, feeling as though he were the one reaping the benefits. This world does not overly prioritize lineage, and he could comprehend the man's exhilaration. It was the thrill of discovering one's impending fatherhood. Although the daughter was not of his own blood, he was nonetheless elated. I shall forever follow you, the refined gentleman declared, despite the child's tender age. He deemed her worthy of his allegiance, for he was a man who valued essence and inner qualities over mere appearances or age. Khan was momentarily rendered speechless by the unexpected turn of events. He had anticipated a gradual investment of time and energy to achieve his goals. Yet he found himself confronted with such a dramatic twist. He would not be swayed into trusting this unfamiliar man based merely on a declaration. However, the nature of their relationship had suddenly become much more intimate, their strides quickening in unison. Along the way, the refined gentleman inquired about Khan's acquaintance with Lena, delving into trivial matters of little consequence. Suddenly, pointing ahead, the gentleman's demeanor shifted to one of ferocity as he exclaimed, At last, I have the opportunity to exact my vengeance on you, you wretched soul. Errol Miller. The three individuals first learned the name of this refined gentleman. They turned their gaze towards the source of the voice, only to be met by a dense throng of people. Among them stood a stunning woman, exuding an array of captivating postures, glaring at them with fury. What are you doing? Did you not see? Is the insider from the Valley of the Gods truly you? Why have you chosen this path? This man, who had always been gentle and composed, now had his features contorted by madness as he bellowed in rage. It is to ensure that all of you wretches meet your demise. The woman positioned herself defiantly in front of them, questioning, Have I not been good enough to you? Khan and the other two felt as though they were outsiders. Is this a family drama? Khan interjected, Are you certain that the door behind her leads to the gateway of the slaves? Miller nodded in affirmation. Very well. Khan unsheathed his sword, pointing it at the celestial dragon. You obstructed my path. What vile breed are you? The one who will end your life. Chapter 83, Valley of the Gods. Seizing the second blood, please continue reading. Eliminate the three wretches beside him. Charge. A throng of CP organization members, agile and swift, advanced to encircle Khan, Katakuri, and Kaido. You should not have come here. I truly wished you had stayed away. The celestial dragon bit her lip. Had he not come, it would have confirmed that he was not the traitor, yet he did arrive. This indicated that the insider was indeed him. Her closest confidant had betrayed her, revealing the coordinates of the Valley of the Gods and allowing the Rock's pirates to infiltrate, intent on destroying this paradise. Rest assured, I will handle these lackeys. Miller disregarded the celestial dragon and charged forward, slaying one CP member after another with remarkable prowess. Ha ha ha. Khan, watch as I carve our path. Kaido, gripping his kanabo tightly, unleashed a surge of energy, his massive form moving with unexpected swiftness. Thunder Bagua. The armament haki enveloped his weapon, enhancing its power and ferocity. Boom, boom, boom. Each CP member was obliterated, not a single remnant left behind. Ha ha ha. Pathetic. Bring forth some worthy CP0 members. This number is insufficient for me. Kaido set his sights on several guards flanking the celestial dragon, seemingly CP0 operatives. You lot, come forth. He taunted, waving his hand dismissively. The battlefield was now under his command. He was determined to display his magnificent prowess to Khan, ensuring that he understood he was a reliable ally with shared aspirations and grand ideals. In the basement, darkness enveloped the space, filthy and devoid of light. This was the realm where the slaves endured their existence. An overwhelming stench assailed Khan, intolerable and far more potent than the aroma of a devil fruit. He hastened to the chamber where the slaves were confined, severing the chains of their cages with precision, liberating them from their shackles. Few inanimate objects could withstand Khan's blade, save for those of conceptual significance. Time was of the essence. Dear ones, you have persevered for your lives until this moment. I understand your desire to survive, even if it means living like a dog. Now, an opportunity to escape the Valley of the Gods and seek vengeance lies before you. It is time to make your choice. Khan discarded the severed head of the celestial dragon he had effortlessly picked up, placing it prominently in the center where most of the slaves could behold it. He ignited a radiant flame, emanating from a crimson blossom infused with the essence of life, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Khan said little more before turning to leave. We can survive, I resolved to believe for once. That was the head of a celestial dragon. It was him, that wretched celestial dragon named Saint Basil. I yearn to tear him apart. My vitality is waning, and my body can scarcely endure for a few more years. I long to feel the sun on my skin, a sight I have not beheld in many years. We are all kindred spirits in suffering. Should anyone seize this opportunity to plunder, I shall not show them mercy. To incite discord at this juncture would be the height of folly. My days are numbered, and I am tempted to slay a few celestial dragons amidst the chaos. Let us take along those willing to follow, and pursue that little fellow we encountered earlier. A multitude of slaves have escaped to freedom. In other regions of the Valley of the Gods, many slaves have also fled, yet this particular area holds greater significance, as the few captives here are no ordinary individuals. Ahead lie the scoundrels who imprisoned you. You are free. You are not slaves. I know you all wish to live. Summon your courage and charge with me. Fight for your destiny. Khan observed the fierce struggle between Kaido and Katakuri, alongside the relentless influx of CP members. With a rallying cry, he remarked, "Heh. This little fellow seems to regard us as mere henchmen. Let us merely stretch our limbs a bit. It is quite a revelation to witness such promising juniors upon the vast seas. It truly makes me feel my age. Perhaps I can hold out for another fortnight. I never anticipated having the opportunity to behold the night sky once more. Ha 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 ha." Numerous slaves hastily seized weapons and engaged in combat with the lackeys of the world government, unleashing astonishing combat prowess. Saint Mariska, we must depart from this place. What did you say? Saint Mariska exclaimed in exasperation. First, eliminate those two brats. Bring them back to me. Among the slaves, several boasted bounties exceeding 500 million, and one was even approaching the staggering sum of 1 billion. We cannot guarantee your safety amidst such a horde of monsters. Saint Mariska was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of these monsters. Even if many were on the brink of death and far from their peak, they would still pose a challenge that ordinary CP0 members could not withstand. She gazed at Khan, recognizing his remarkable leadership charisma. The ability to rally so many slaves to counterattack in such a brief time was not the feat of an ordinary person. He was indeed comparable to Miller. Without hesitation, Saint Mariska issued her command. Capture this boy alive. Understood. Khan rescued the beleaguered Kaido and Katakuri, pulling them away from the encirclement at the heart of the battlefield. Katakuri was filled with excitement, while Kaido inexplicably felt a sense of disappointment. A battle ensued. Miller emerged from the throng, clearly not an ordinary swordsman. Judging by his appearance and past renown, he was destined to be no commonplace individual. The little fellow. Khan turned to reveal a simple smile. Senior, do you need something from me? Miller, Katakuri, and Kaido wore expressions of tension. Miller, I taught you swordsmanship. I have but a few days left to live. Merely clinging to life. An elderly man, tall yet emaciated, gazed at Khan. Little fellow, I was somewhat renowned in the previous era. As long as I still have the strength, I can assist you with a small matter. Senior, there's no need for formality. If you truly wish to help, go and eliminate those lackeys of the world government. I never want to owe anyone anything in this life. Khan scrutinized the old man for a moment. Take me to that female celestial dragon. Stay close, little one. The two advanced rapidly. The entire CP-5 Division was annihilated. The first squad stationed at God Valley, CP-9, was also completely wiped out. Damn it, are they monsters? It was the CP-0 members who struck. They are one of the world government's trump cards. CP-0 was utterly obliterated. Senior, you are truly formidable. Cough, cough, little one, go forth and do what you must. Marisica suspected that Miller might be an insider at God Valley. Instead of departing with CP-0, she chose to go to the most likely place to encounter him. Did you truly never love me? She cast one last glance at Miller, only to meet a gaze filled with murderous intent and madness. In a flash, a blade of light severed her throat. Some things are not yours. You should not covet them. Isn't it better to focus on your ambitions? Khan wiped the blood from his sword. Chapter 84, God Valley, the third layer of the world, seeking further reading. A noble demeanor enveloped by a tailored gown that accentuated her voluptuous figure. In her final moments, rather than crying out in despair, she managed a self-mocking smile. In terms of figure and appearance, she was not lacking in status. She was at the pinnacle of the world. In means and ability, she was among the elite amidst a throng of foolish celestial dragons. Indeed, those ensnared by love often possess an intellect reduced to naught. Khan held little interest in the tale of Lady Miller, the celestial dragon, and her steward, the celestial dragon as well. Rather, his concern lay with Lena, who remained largely untouched by the corruptions of the adult world. As for the steward, whose true name was Miller, Khan could hardly believe in the notion of unwavering loyalty. The regional conflict had come to a close, leaving the slaves divided in their choices. Some opted for flight, others for bloodshed, while a few simply roamed about, seemingly relishing this long-awaited taste of freedom. 5 members of the Khan crew ascended the lift platform. On the ground, a seemingly lifeless member of CP suddenly produced a communicator and sent a message. Relying solely on instinct to manage a single transmission, his head tilted as he gazed down from the platform. The flag of the Rocks Pirates had indeed been planted deep within the Valley of the Gods. It was unmistakably that little rascal Rocks who had breached the valley. The elderly man squinted, his murky gaze emanating glimmers of starlight, as if reminiscing about days gone by. Khan's face twitched slightly. This individual certainly holds a significant lineage, perhaps even more esteemed than that of Brooke. However, in terms of strength, he is far beyond Brooke's capabilities. After all, one has stirred the tides in the New World, while the other has met with utter destruction on the Grand Line. I once had dealings with Rocks and his band of young rascals. During that time, I had them fleeing in terror, yet I could perceive the immense potential within those youthful scamps. Khan listened intently to the elder's words. At that time, the newly emerged Rocks was merely akin to a supernova, and it was entirely understandable for him to be driven to despair by the previous generation of formidable warriors. Regrettably, he had been unable to witness it himself, which left him with a tinge of sorrow. The 3 young ones absorbed the elder's reminiscences of the past. Here, little one, the elder said, producing a tattered piece of cloth, his eyes squinting with a smile. The ocean is truly magnificent. Do not allow your life to be marred by regret. Khan received the call and inquired, Senior? Brother Khan, he has passed away. Well then, let us bring the senior closer to the freedom of the skies. Khan sensed the presence of numerous souls within that prison of enslavement, clinging to the last vestiges of life. In their dying moments, they struggled, their singular wish throughout their existence perhaps being to step outside and behold the heavens. Katakuri is an emotional and kind-hearted soul. He bravely fought back tears as he bid farewell to the elder. Oh, what a formidable warrior he was, though regrettably born in the wrong era. Kaido, consumed by thoughts of battle, feels his own inadequacy. Meanwhile, that elder effortlessly dispatched a CP-0 agent, forcefully creating a breach. Khan unwrapped the tattered cloth, revealing the elder's personal insights on dominance, martial arts, and swordsmanship. It was a legacy of freedom. Khan and his companions followed Miller to the palace of Mariska Saint. Upon arriving at the grand entrance, they gazed upwards in awe at the truly magnificent palace, towering several hundred meters above the ground. What a staggering cost it must have taken to construct such a resplendent edifice. The vast wealth of gold above is largely indulged by the celestial dragons, sustaining the opulent rule of the world government. A mere fraction is allocated to support the living expenses of the Navy. Daddy, what are you doing? Why are you with these villains? A charming little girl, dressed in finery, innocent and petite, clutched her teddy bear while watching the intruders with wide eyes. "Please, hand her over to me." Stepping forward, Miller drew his sword, yet he found himself unable to strike. How pathetic. Is this truly the extent of your resolve? Tears of blood streamed down the man's cheeks as he grappled with the inability to harm his own flesh and blood, hesitating to deliver the fatal blow. Despite having sworn to sever ties with this place forever, why was he unable to do so? Khan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He removed a collar he had scavenged from Kaido and swiftly placed it around the neck of the little girl. Then, he handed the rope to a bewildered and astonished Katakuri. "She belongs to me from now on. You have no objections, do you?" Miller remained silent. "Khan, am I being too cruel?" Katakuri, holding the rope that tethered the pitiful child, asked with a heavy heart. "Allow me to lead," Khan said, dragging the little girl along as if she were a mere puppy. The five of them arrived at a place reminiscent of a palace basement. In that dimly lit space, they encountered hundreds of corpses hanging from various instruments of torture, a harrowing tableau of human suffering. It was a veritable hell on earth. "Child, do you still believe the celestial dragons are benevolent beings?" Miller stated flatly, gazing at Katakuri. "The elite among the celestial dragons are far more ruthless and devoid of humanity than their foolish counterparts. This child is the spawn of a demon. At just 3 years old, she has tortured and killed another child even younger than herself. Do you still perceive her as innocent?" Katakuri expressed profound astonishment as he gazed upon the innocent and pitiful visage of the young girl. He could not discern any malice, yet his observation Haki assured him of the truth. He mused that perhaps it was time to adorn her with the ankle bracelet. How wicked. She was in stark contrast to his sister, Lena, who had transformed from timid and cowardly into a figure of courage and resilience. This little girl was indeed a little devil. Khan felt no surprise. The celestial dragons, by their very nature, differ fundamentally from ordinary people, possessing a distinct perception of the world. This race does not regard commoners as human, much like how an ordinary individual might inadvertently damage a toy. However, the toys they have broken are rather numerous. As the five companions traversed their path, they beheld the opulence belonging to the celestial dragons. For the first time, they realized that the wealth of the celestial dragons was dispensed daily, an immense fortune that nearly blinded them with its brilliance. "Khan, shall we not transport some of this wealth?" one inquired. "It is impossible to carry it all," Khan replied, having gathered several items of personal preference. He utilized a communication device to notify members of Wang Ji's faction. "Katakuri, Kaido, feel free to select whatever you fancy." Just then, Uncle Jim, who was meticulously selecting devil fruits, was startled by the commotion. Numerous members from both Wang Ji's faction and the John faction were now present. Khan, sensing the peculiar atmosphere, remarked, "Take as much as you can. The wealth in this place is inexhaustible. Do not let greed cost you your life." The faction led by John primarily consisted of avaricious and self-serving pirates. In the Valley of the Gods, Khan encountered 3 distinctly different realms, and whether a fourth existed remained uncertain. Yet one thing was abundantly clear: all that needed to be done had been accomplished, and it was time for him to return to the main battlefield. The moment he consumed that fruit, Khan had already secured his greatest advantage. Over the past year, he had not neglected the potential of the fruit. Instead, he had chosen to delve deeply into certain aspects. His dominance and physical prowess now markedly transformed from a year prior. However, applying this in the great battle of the Valley of the Gods would entail too significant a cost. It would be wiser for him to seek out Uncle Wang and retreat together. Before departing, he resolved to assist the pirate crew in eliminating a few of the enemy's top combatants. Chapter 85. The Core Battlefield of the Valley of the Gods. Please continue reading. A few hours earlier, Rox pondered. Isn't it just the destruction of one's homeland and the loss of countless lives? Can you not endure a little longer? The world government has committed numerous foolish acts. You should continue to reign as the sovereign of the seas, while I uphold my duties as the admiral of the navy, ensuring peace across these waters and maintaining the current order. Isn't that preferable? Since you ascended as the sovereign of the seas, the stability of the ocean has markedly improved over the years. Wouldn't it be better for this to persist? Why must you seek to eliminate those foolish celestial dragons? Are you not providing me the opportunity to bring about your demise? The admiral's words were laced with both ire and sincerity. Huh, you bastard. Your words truly make me want to strike you down. Do you have any idea how much you deserve a beating? Rox restrained his fury, wishing to pound the insolent fool into submission. The sovereign of the seas had been breached. Facing 5 adversaries, he battled against the formidable combatants of the Divine Sea pirate crew. alongside the admiral and two seasoned naval officers, showcasing an indomitable spirit. Khan meandered through the hanging gardens, his gaze inevitably tinged with regret. Regret for this breathtaking edifice, which would soon vanish beneath the waves. It was time for departure. Khan no longer lingered. He had done all he could to enhance their strategic advantage. He had crafted the finest stage for rocks. The battlefield was fierce, its circumstances shifting like the tides, terrifyingly so within just a few hours. The objective for both sides was a matter of life and death. Not merely a contest of superiority akin to the rivalry between Aokiji and Akainu for the position of fleet admiral. Should they truly be engaged in a struggle for survival, the death of one would preclude the other from ascending to such a rank. Moreover, Aokiji was not one to harbor murderous intent towards his comrades lightly. The contest for the title of admiral was a battle of victory and defeat. Katakuri and Kaido, you cannot choose to accompany me. You must attend to your own affairs and ensure your well-being. Brother Khan, I shall not be a hindrance to you. Katakuri exclaimed, his eyes aflame with determination. Brother Khan, I will surely make a name for myself upon the seas. You must come back for me. Ho ho ho. I shall commence my hunt. Kaido waved his hand, proclaiming, Khan, once the war concludes, let us drink together. Katakuri was taken away by the faction of Charlotte Linlin. Kaido had not spent much time with Khan. Yet in that brief period, he had developed a profound admiration for him, not merely in words. To Kaido, Khan was a person capable of fundamentally altering the world. Kaido believed that Khan, who navigated every situation with ease and depth, must possess unknown trump cards, rather than worrying about Khan. It would be more prudent to reflect on his own circumstances. The battlefield had spiraled into complete chaos. Anyone could perish, and the outcome remained uncertain. However, Charlotte Linlin, John, and the other top-ranking officials showed no inclination to flee. The Rocks pirates exhibited no signs of defeat, and in fact, seemed to have the upper hand. A few enigmatic powerful figures were nearly on par with them, albeit in a less than optimal condition. Yet, in such a battlefield, that was an immense advantage. They held a slight edge. If Captain Rocks could endure long enough to restrain several formidable opponents, victory in this war would be theirs, albeit at a heavy cost. Ho ho ho. To the bitter end, then. Shortly after bidding farewell to Khan, Kaido found a suitable adversary, a young man focused solely on Haki, primarily utilizing armament Haki. He overheard the Navy refer to him as Colonel Dragon. A mere colonel, yet he possessed such prowess, surpassing many vice admirals. Kaido, I've heard of you. This war should never have occurred. Dragon was reluctant to leverage his connections. Otherwise, he would have already attained the rank of Rear Admiral. Of course, being the son of Garp, his development had always garnered the attention of the Navy headquarters, unlike Zephyr, who was still a private at 28. You dogs of the world government, why are you so loyal? Can you not see the suffering of the common people? Are you blind to the sordid realities of the nobility, royalty, and the world government? Kaido, having experienced war from a young age, had witnessed too much cruelty and helplessness. His reasons for participating in battle were twofold: to protect his nation and to bring wars to a swift conclusion. Yet, the more he fought, the greater his despair grew. This wretched world. No, we in the Navy shall undoubtedly change this world. I will never allow you pirates to wreak havoc. Dragon was a passionate and ambitious youth. Dissatisfied with the state of the world but content with the Navy's admiral, willing to follow him to transform the world, to cleanse it of its corruption and decay. On the paramount battlefield of God Valley, brilliance and shockwaves surged in all directions. Following a cataclysmic roar, a basin akin to one struck by a meteorite was born. Hey, is this all you're capable of? Come on, bring it on. Show me just how thrilling you lapdogs can make this. Rocks, drenched in blood, remained unfazed, his fighting spirit soaring. This battle had endured for several hours, merely a warm-up for the world's most formidable warriors. Kapu, an old naval officer, and two formidable forces of the God of the Sea pirates stood on opposing sides. Among them lurked a supreme agent of the world government CP0, like a venomous serpent, poised to deliver a fatal blow to Rocks at any moment. 6 renowned powers of the vast ocean besieged Rocks. The battlefield was in constant flux. The Navy admiral withdrew from the fray, yet the number of assailants targeting Rocks only increased. Haha, you truly are a monster. Kapu couldn't help but be astonished by Rock's might. However, he discerned that the 6 of them would not resort to underhanded tactics as long as they could wear down Rocks. Hee. Kapu, why not join me in toppling the world government and ridding ourselves of the loathsome, lofty celestial dragons? Rocks extended his invitation. A semblance of order is preferable to chaos. In truth, I harbor doubts that you can forge a superior order to that of the world government. Once you shatter their order, the seas will descend into greater turmoil. Kapu leapt lightly, his fist imbued with haki, striking forcefully at rocks. Hee. Let's take them on together. I've grown weary of this ocean for far too long. Rocks unleashed his conqueror's haki, releasing his armament haki, the two forces intertwining as if they had melded into one. With an audacious and disdainful aura of absolute dominance, he prepared to confront all challengers. Even if the entire ocean turned against him, even if every powerful figure stood before him, Rocks would still choose to strike. The might of his fists echoed across the seas. This was the demeanor and spirit of the sovereign of the ocean. His mindset was already invincible. You have the ability. Then, strike me down. Kapu, as the primary force, charged ahead to engage in a fierce battle with Rocks. Despite 3 of his comrades slacking off and 2 others being aged and weary. Chapter 86, The Valley of the Gods. The protagonist begins to show off. Everyone else, stand aside. Seeking continued reading. Khan and his companions encountered the naval blockade, facing formidable adversaries, including rear admirals, vice admirals, and even prospective admirals of the Navy. Miller carried the handcuffed, shackled little girl, who wore a hood. This girl possessed a unique identity. He was acutely aware of the high status of the woman he despised the most. In Mariehua, even the 5 elders would hesitate to contradict her, for her rank and wealth surpassed that of ordinary celestial dragons. As the sole daughter, she bore half celestial dragon blood, marking her as incomparable to typical celestial dragons. The 5 elders had reluctantly issued orders for her swift retreat, dispatching several agents capable of withstanding top-tier adversaries for protection. However, unforeseen circumstances thwarted their escape. Her close guards were either eliminated or entangled by an elderly figure, ultimately meeting their demise at Khan's hands. Once the 5 elders learned of this, their fury would be unimaginable. The girl might become a significant bargaining chip, potentially wielding immense influence in the future. The child's discerning gaze was sharp. Miller speculated about Khan's intentions. Is your attire that of a celestial dragon steward? Inquired a naval vice admiral, puzzled. Indeed, I have been assigned to provide protection, Miller responded. Suddenly, 2 seasoned warriors drew their swords in unison, sparks flying. This naval vice admiral had been informed by the marshal about the fall of an extraordinarily esteemed celestial dragon. With news relayed by a CP0 agent, a crucial location had been breached, releasing a horde of monsters and slaves, alongside the betrayal of a celestial dragon steward. Upon encountering this, they were to be executed. Another insignificant pest, I relish tormenting scum like you, remarked a vice admiral draped in the Navy's justice coat, his eyes emitting an eerie green glow. Oh, a naval vice admiral? Khan replied calmly, having prepared for this moment, eager to test his mettle against him. Do not disappoint me. The vice admiral discerned that the latter part of Khan's statement was not directed at him, sending chills down his spine. No, it is this insignificant wretch that invokes such feelings. You seek death. I shall make you wish for oblivion. The naval vice admiral struck first, and in mere moments, the confrontation escalated. Khan discerned that these individuals were exceedingly hawkish. This world is rather dismal. Typically, such naval forces oscillate precariously on the fringes of order. However, his identity as a naval officer grants him a semblance of justification, rendering minor errors forgivable. It is a realm where human life is regarded as inconsequential. The two engaged in combat. You serve as a fitting warm-up opponent. Khan transitions swiftly from a primarily defensive stance to dominating his adversary, expending minimal time in the process. Over the past year, he has directed his efforts towards the absorption and utilization of the fruit's capabilities. This ability allows him to assimilate the life elements surrounding him, transforming them into life-giving fruits. This endeavor is, in essence, a means of honing the potential of his powers. He has continually contemplated what he truly requires. Khan consumed the fruit with a singular purpose, to transform his physical constitution. Thus, what he required most was a formidable physique, one that would compensate for his inherent limitations and enable him to fully unleash his true potential. While his adversaries wielded a more potent form of haki, he possessed unparalleled swordsmanship that could cleave through anything. Khan's true objective is to absorb the vast life essence present on this battlefield, temporarily enhancing his physique to ensure that he does not fall short compared to others in fundamental capabilities. Consequently, those weaker than him are swiftly vanquished. Those of equal standing find themselves unable to prevail, and even those slightly stronger can be overcome. However, this temporary enhancement comes at a significant cost, although it appears cyclical. It ultimately results in consumption, depleting vitality and, in essence, shortening his lifespan. He trades longevity for power. For Khan, without this fruit serving as an intermediary conduit, engaging in battle could lead to his demise in an instant. This mirrors how ordinary individuals can occasionally unleash astonishing strength, yet such power is fleeting. Once the moment of explosion passes, their life force dissipates. This method of grafting power may indeed carry side effects, but Khan remains indifferent. Survival grants him ample time to address future concerns. Mere lifespan consumption should not be a matter of excessive caution. Such timidity would undermine one's spirit. Fortunately, physical strength and domineering presence differ. While he may not be instantaneously obliterated by a top-tier powerhouse, he must prepare for the possibility of being defeated by Khan. Utilizing the fruit's abilities, he cannot gorge himself to become overly robust in one go. Yet, with a period of acclimatization, his physical transformation is successful, allowing him to deal with the naval forces on the field without incurring excessive lifespan depletion at most a few months. This is a price he can afford. The admiral's expression grows grave. The small pirate before him wields a terrifying swordsmanship. Were it not for his own formidable presence, the specially forged sword would likely have shattered. His foundation is solid, yet his physical resilience barely grazes the threshold of the admiral rank. Although he lacks a substantial reserve of domineering energy, he employs it with great finesse. Upon engagement, he senses the potential to exploit weaknesses, striving to avoid direct confrontation and outlast his opponent. Yet now, the physical prowess of his adversary constrains him. How is this possible? Khan flawlessly thwarted his opponent's offensive maneuvers, compelling them to retreat as their vulnerabilities were expertly exploited. Each assault created the illusion of striking against an impenetrable shield. Your techniques, repetitive and limited in number, leave me yearning for deeper understanding. Yet there is little substance to grasp. The weaknesses, however, are abundant. Let us bring this to a close. Khan drew a second sword, skillfully wielding both with unwavering focus. The contrasting styles of swordsmanship flowed effortlessly from his hands, each brimming with a myriad of lethal techniques. His opponent had already been thoroughly engaged. Khan unleashed his fruit ability, transforming himself into a whirlpool that gathered a multitude of life elements. In its wake, a colossal dragon formed from these life elements. Subsequently, at the expense of his fruit ability, he infused the dragon with dragon bones. The opponent, paralyzed by fear of death, enveloped himself in a full armor of Haki to safeguard his sense of security. One sword style, frenzied assault. Two sword style, wood dragon, soul-devouring slash. As the adversary made his move, Khan, adapting to the customs of the land, casually uttered a name. In an instant, the clash began. Khan seized upon his opponent's flaw in swordsmanship with a swift strike. The blade shattered. In a subsequent motion, he cleaved his adversary in half. The broken sword, now wielded with precision, beheaded the foe from behind. Each thrust pierced through the opponent's formidable defense. Their forms intertwined in a dance of combat as the adversary's blade, along with his fierce spirit, bones, and very essence, were all severed. The wood dragon consumed the life essence of his opponent, growing more menacing and colossal. I harbor a disdain for securing victory only after inflicting severe wounds. I prefer a more decisive finish. Khan, with a visage of delight, felt his aura intensify, while strands of silver began to weave through his raven hair, flowing in the breeze. The wood dragon spiraled in the air, closely encircling Khan. I possess an aversion to chaotic battles. In certain scenarios, my sword may not strike swiftly enough, and anyone can breach my defenses, leaving scars upon my flesh. Chapter 87, Valley of the Gods. The emergence of the tree realm. Please continue reading. You shall not escape. Eliminate this pirate. Numerous masters surrounded Khan. At that moment, a peculiar vine sprouted from the ground not far away. Khan grasped the tip of the approaching vine. In a fleeting second, the vine bulged, forming a semicircle. With a swift whoosh, it moved. Khan broke free from the encirclement of formidable adversaries. Care to give it a try and catch up with me? Resounded a piercing voice from the air. In the midst of life and death battles, a pirate slays the navy, and a navy officer hunts down pirates. Showing mercy is the most foolish act, a failure to recognize one's own position. Zephyr may not kill, but that does not imply he will show leniency. If one is left with but a breath and can be salvaged, does it not still count as sparing a life? After Khan dispatched the admiral, several formidable naval commanders and lackeys of the world government set their sights on him. Remaining within the encirclement could easily lead him into a mindless melee with his adversaries, where he might sustain injuries. Aside from the powers bestowed by the devil fruit, Khan's physique is ultimately not that of a monstrous being. How did he ascend to the heavens? That must be the power of the devil fruit. We shall pursue him and avenge Vice Admiral Hyena. Moonwalk. Numerous Navy personnel, The lackeys of the world government employed the sixth technique of moonwalk, treading upon the air as they sprinted through the sky in pursuit of their adversary. Khan gracefully traverses the air, propelled by the ever-growing tendrils emerging from the earth, reminiscent of Tarzan in his prime. He swings from one magnificent structure to another, embodying the essence of freedom. The rich tapestry of biodiversity endows these vines with a myriad of attributes, ranging from fundamental hardness and resilience to remarkable stretchability, elasticity, and adhesiveness. Khan devoted an entire year to studying the intricacies of vine personalities and preparation for this day in the Valley of the Gods. Naturally, it is not solely for this occasion. There will undoubtedly be future moments when this knowledge proves invaluable. The crowd is quite substantial. As Khan glanced back, he observed a throng of individuals, teeth clenched, furiously pursuing him. This battlefield is replete with formidable opponents, with an abundance of well-known and powerful figures. And those proficient in the six forms moon step technique are certainly not in short supply. Khan possesses the ability to execute the six styles moonwalk, showcasing aerial agility that far surpasses that of an ordinary moonwalk user. However, the energy expenditure associated with the moonwalk technique is considerably greater than that of devil fruit abilities. Mr. 3, whose true name is Garl D. Newall, exemplifies the intricate interplay of devil fruits, demonstrating that once one has mastered their abilities, they can unleash them on a grand scale without significant detriment to their mental or physical stamina. While formidable figures such as Blackbeard, Crocodile, and Jinbei found themselves either swiftly defeated or desperately fleeing from Magellan, the candle fruit user, Mr. 3, boldly stepped forward, thwarting Magellan's powerful attacks on multiple occasions and even defeating a toxic soldier. Khan was uncertain about the three pirates who, during their flight from Magellan, later ascended to become the four emperors. However, he believed that his physical prowess surpassed that of Mr. 3 during the Marineford War. He harbored skepticism towards the anime, asserting that he could arrive at accurate conclusions through experience. Suddenly, a cacophony of violent collisions erupted. Khan found himself suspended in midair, his body brutally impacted, causing his organs to tremble violently, and an excruciating pain coursed through him. With a sudden gasp, blood erupted from his lips, mingling with the air and dispersing into the surroundings. Khan's formidable presence is but a facade. His physical constitution is frail, and any temporary augmentation in strength does not equate to robust defense or stability. In simpler terms, he is easily susceptible to breach. His adversaries have astutely capitalized on this vulnerability. However, at the moment of impact, Khan managed to make contact with his opponent, thus embedding within him the power of a fruit that can be transformed into seeds. Following closely behind, his foes launched a relentless onslaught, employing a myriad of weapons in an attempt to overwhelm the master. "Farewell, Khan," they jeered as they attacked. "How despicable! What does this pirate perceive justice to be? For the world government, for the order of the seas, we shall eradicate evil," commanded a lackey of the world government as he discreetly lagged behind the others. Khan once again unleashed his fruit-based powers. A resilient and sturdy vine sprouted from his body, connecting him to a distant point. The blood, mingling with the air, transformed into a crimson robe that fused with the bodies of the Navy, CP members, guards, and the guardians of God Valley upon their contact. Accompanying this was the sound of air being sliced through. Khan harnessed the pull of his adversaries at the other end, sailing forth with the wind at his back, as he severed multiple foes with deft precision. When it comes to combat awareness, he would not yield to anyone. With arms outstretched, he gazed upon the increasingly frenzied crowd distanced from him. His eyes were profound, inscrutable. Parasitic seed explosion. Khan casually uttered another name and snapped his fingers. Bang, bang, bang. In the air, the sound of objects rapidly expanding echoed with explosive force. "My arm is broken. What manner of power is this? It is devouring the essence within me. Damn it. Help. My second brother is gone." This cry resonated with profound sorrow. The air was filled with a chorus of anguished screams. This stage is truly magnificent. Khan had become increasingly enraptured by the thrill of the hunt. In his deep, shadowy eyes, a growing hue of crimson emerged, swirling in the wind. Khan's raven hair danced wildly, gradually interspersed with strands of silver. The immense consumption of energy required for conjuring something from nothing would be substantial. However, Khan's body was brimming with an abundance of life elements, which continued to accumulate. A release was imperative. This location was ideal, as it was rife with death, the concentration of life elements reaching an overwhelming intensity. One might even refer to it as the Valley of the Gods, where the essence of life was already potent and became even more pronounced in the wake of countless bloodshed. Whoosh! The piercing sound of air being sliced echoed once more. Do you still wish to collide with me? The vines connecting the two continued to stretch and grow towards the opposite end. Under the influence of their respective forces, the highly elastic vines swelled. Khan seized one end of the vine and, with a sharp crack, applied the technique of a whip to unleash his power once again. Life release. The realm of trees descends. The life elements within and around Khan were instantaneously released, causing a massive tremor in the nearby vicinity. Amidst the cacophony, countless trees sprouted rapidly, most reaching heights of approximately 10 meters before ceasing their growth. Each tree was resplendent in a myriad of colors, creating a mesmerizing visual spectacle. The wooden dragons, manifestations of the life elements, numbered over a dozen, deftly weaving through the forest, capable of camouflage and merging seamlessly with the trees. Among the multitude stood one tree, towering at 100 meters, acting as a formidable barrier between Khan and the individuals on the other side. A clang echoed. The sound of metal striking metal. Subsequently, a swaying figure was discerned through the dense foliage by Khan's keen gaze. It was a pterosaur. Its exterior marred by a blood-soaked cloak, bearing a deep scar that cleaved its face in two, evidence of a vine's lash and an adversary's relentless advance, leaving it severely wounded. Khan had anticipated that his opponent would merely bear a faint red mark upon his visage. Chapter 88, Valley of the Gods. The Soul of the Navy. Please continue reading. Thorns and prison. Nearly 100 thorn-like tendrils, akin to vines, utilized the trees as bridges to siphon the life essence of the wood dragon, growing rapidly to form a cage that ensnared the wyvern within. The power of the devil fruit. The wyvern, observing its dire predicament, began to thrash about in a state of panic. The thorns pierced into the wounded flesh of the wyvern, with irritating secretions amplifying the agony, inflicting a pain more intense than that of pepper. A searing torment that engulfed its entire being. The relentless torment of 1,000 ants gnawed at its heart, a soul-wrenching anguish that rendered it desperate for relief. Countless vines proliferated, spreading forth into the confines of the cage, swiftly ensnaring the creature's body within the cramped space, leaving the wyvern with no avenue of escape. The foe was restrained. There was no chance for instantaneous flight. Such a fate heralded the arrival of death. I perceive that your lifeline culminates here. Khan's swordsmanship is unparalleled, capable of severing anything and leaving nothing unscathed. In an instant, he perceives the fatal flaws in his opponents. With effortless precision, he delivers a lethal strike. The monstrous adversary stands helplessly as Khan's blade cleaves through its hardened haki, shattering its formidable flesh and extinguishing its life. He senses the potential that this creature harbors for the future, breaking through the encirclement to reach the heart of the battlefield. Khan effortlessly dispatched a formidable member of CP-0, subsequently draining his life force. Khan's physique has been further enhanced, while his lifespan is rapidly depleting. The elemental essence of life, analysis, poison, has summoned the arboreal realm. Following the activation of the fruit's abilities, towering trees rose from the ground, creating a vast forested domain spanning 1 kilometer in radius, enveloping many individuals within its verdant embrace. There are both Navy and pirates present. Khan resolved to unleash chaos, mercilessly slaughtering the lower-tier pirates, indifferent to their plight, for he felt no connection to them. In war, there exists no dichotomy of right and wrong. Devour, spirit of all things. Meanwhile, in another realm of trees, the assembly had disbanded. A multitude of wooden dragons, after proliferating into dozens, began to consume one another, ultimately giving birth to 3 nearly corporeal wooden dragons capable of traversing the treescape with effortless grace, disregarding distance. In Khan's moment of grievous injury, teetering on the brink of death, these entities could save his life, akin to wielding 3 enhanced legendary blades, albeit at the cost of his lifespan. Fortunately, prior to entering the Valley of the Gods, he had consumed a particular fruit, and after a year of development, he was spared from a fatal demise. Shiki, you old scoundrel, why are you slacking off? Khan inquired from the pinnacle of the tallest tree. Haha, I inadvertently sent my opponent flying and am now seeking amusement. Your aura has significantly strengthened. Quite intriguing, Shiki retorted with a raucous laugh, commanding several ships to crash into the densely clustered navy. The battle raged on unabated. Am I truly devoid of any charm? Why do they flee? Charlotte Linlin pondered, bewildered by her opponent's retreat, feeling deeply aggrieved. The Navy engaged with these 2 monsters primarily comprised the New World Navy's G5 and G1 divisions, supplemented by elite reinforcements, including a vice admiral candidate and various distinguished rear admirals. Among them were the Navy members from the G5 division, whose leader had perished and the division had been trampled. All fought with a mindset of impending death, far surpassing the resolve of other naval forces. Opposing Shiki was the leader of the G1 Division, a formidable warrior, significantly more powerful than the average elite rear admiral from the Navy headquarters. Yet he was not among the new generation of naval prodigies and bore no title of vice admiral. Facing off against one of the ocean's most formidable monsters, a pirate whose strength rivaled that of an admiral. The outcome of this confrontation had been predetermined from the outset. Even in a one-on-one scenario, victory was unattainable for the Navy. Shiki, the great pirate, reveled in the thrill of combat, while the Navy's division leader fought to uphold the justice behind him. In this clash, Charlotte Linlin refrained from intervening, as Shiki's subordinates were largely a mixed bag. Their abilities mediocre, relying solely on their numbers, thousands of pirates. The Navy, matching their numbers, boasted a comparable average strength with a slightly higher overall quality. The fighting was fierce, with exchanges coming thick and fast. "Haha, I've just taken down another Navy soldier," exclaimed one pirate, only to be swiftly silenced by a nearby Navy soldier's blade, slitting his throat. The pirate, about to speak, found a Navy weapon protruding from his side. "You ambushed me," he gasped, his neck twisting as another pirate succumbed to death. On the battlefield, while bullets are easy to dodge, hidden arrows are perilous. This cohort of Navy soldiers exhibited exceptional skill, adeptly exploiting the pirates' initial arrogance and their inability to unite, capitalizing on their reluctance to trust one another, inflicting significant casualties upon the pirates. Some mortally wounded pirates cried out for Shiki's aid, yearning for salvation, yet received no acknowledgement, collapsing on the spot. Few great pirates concerned themselves with the lives of mere ants, let alone Shiki, a pirate of his caliber. Even if King were to arrive, he would not save this band of brigands. The brutality of war was starkly illuminated at that moment. In the early phase of combat, the Navy held a slight advantage. But as the battle wore on, numerous pirates shouted for Captain Rocks. In an instant, memories of the hope and promises given by Rocks surged within the pirates, their eyes reddening as they transformed into frenzied attackers against the Navy. The two sides were evenly matched, and the scene turned increasingly savage. As Navy casualties surpassed 15%, fear began to take root among the soldiers, prompting thoughts of retreat. They could be considered elite, yet they recognized that their division leader stood no chance against the formidable pirate Shiki. With their mounting losses, it was evident that continued engagement would lead to total annihilation. As the seeds of unease took hold, the number of fleeing Navy personnel swelled, shifting the tide of battle. The pirates, emboldened, surged forward with frenzied vigor, mercilessly pursuing those in retreat. Pirates driven by conviction may lack high caliber, yet during such times, the promises and hopes bestowed by Rocks transformed into a potent motivation. Charlotte Linlin savored her dessert, licking her lips, relishing the prospect of the Navy's impending demise. Captain Rocks was truly formidable. As the most gifted pirate in terms of physical prowess, Charlotte, though inherently naive, was far from foolish when her wits were intact. She had witnessed such scenes far too often. "Haha, do you wish to continue fighting?" Shiki hovered in the air, surveying his handiwork with triumphant laughter. At that moment, the G1 Division leader, blood staining his Navy coat, leaned on his blade, having reached the limits of his strength. Not only was he unable to continue fighting, but even a minor pirate could easily claim his life now. "Cough, cough, you prattle on too much. To face a formidable enemy before death is not without merit. Do you wish to escape?" Shiki descended slowly, mockingly declaring, "Ha ha ha. I had forgotten. You can scarcely move now, and escaping is beyond your means. I shall die in battle, but I will never flee." Chapter 89, The Valley of the Gods, united against the Navy Admiral. The division leader felt no fear of death. As a great pirate, he believed that a lack of respect for one's opponent indicated he was not among the elite. "Perhaps we have overestimated you, Navy." Shiki's expression darkened, realizing that being a pawn of the world government had led to this demise. "Isn't this splendid?" The division leader mustered his final strength to continue. "Eliminating so many pirates has cleansed the seas of considerable filth. Haha, I delight in hunting down Navy scum like you. It brings me immense satisfaction." Shiki loomed over the G1 division leader, offering him a chance for allegiance. "Join us in the assault on the Valley of the Gods. Do you expect me to trust your fealty?" The Navy leader shouted with his last ounce of energy. "Spare me your nonsense. Grant me a swift end." At that moment, a line of blood appeared on his neck. With a squelch, blood gushed forth like a fountain, splattering the ground as his body fell limply. Shiki had little regard for the pirates who perished in battle. On the vast ocean, countless pirates had emerged since centuries past, with new ones born each year. replenishing the ranks of those lost. The reason Shiki wasted time here with a naval branch commander was due to a sudden recollection of certain insights he had gleaned from Khan. Considering the matter from a different perspective, the world would transform, leading to intriguing conclusions. In this conflict, he witnessed the genuine impact of unwavering belief. In practical combat, the Navy should have the upper hand, yet it was the pirates who ultimately triumphed. Shiki chose not to assist his fallen comrades, but instead conducted a small experiment. The results validated the principle that knowledge is born of experience. The naval commander, who met his demise at Shiki's hands, also harbored conviction. The brat's words rang true. Everything he said was correct. Shiki sheathed his sword and pondered, contemplating the military spirit, belief, and what to pursue after conquering the world. He fell into deep thought until Charlotte Linlin interrupted, exclaiming, "What are you pondering, Shiki?" "Shouldn't we hasten to confront the others? There are formidable powers in the arena. And should we falter, Captain Rox will not be the only one to punish you. Why should I concern myself with such matters?" Shiki was taken aback, mentally chastising the subtle influence Khan had on him. As a result, he found himself unable to escape the confines of his thoughts. "Shiki? Wait," he interrupted Charlotte Linlin, stretching his body and activating his abilities to cover the naval commander's corpse with earth. Considering from another angle, the naval spirit was indeed commendable. Yet that did not prevent him from disparaging them as mere lapdogs of the world government. Shiki soared in search of opponents, his mind still mulling over the question of what one would do post-conquest of the world, yet he remained perplexed. With his cunning intellect, he found it perplexing that he could not fathom the next steps after achieving such a monumental goal. Some of Khan's insights seemed particularly profound, as did the ambitions expressed by Captain Rox. However, it appeared that these aspirations were derived from Khan's influence. Shiki's furrowed brow relaxed. He realized that Rox would not remain seated upon the throne of the world forever. Eventually, he would grow weary, and when Captain Rox stepped down from his conquests, Shiki would ascend. He was confident that no member of the Rox pirates would contest his claim, with Khan tethered to him. What was there to fear about governing the seas? Although he could not resolve the question of what to do after conquering the world, he could seek out someone who could. A hearty laugh escaped him as he reveled in his own cleverness. In this battle against God Valley, he would give it his all. Shiki had no doubt that with their formidable configuration, the Rox pirates could seize control of God Valley. After we conquer God Valley and dominate the world, I must suggest to Captain Rox that we establish a realm where all races of the sea can coexist harmoniously, where everyone can be friends. Meanwhile, Charlotte Linlin, perched upon Zeus, wore a blissful, almost infatuated smile, envisioning a command from Captain Rox to summon representatives from all races across the seas. Ideally, she hoped Captain Rox would issue a decree mandating that prominent pirates like Wang Ji, Shiki, and Newgate must share her bed. Elsewhere, Khan encountered a blockade from the Navy. Facing the G5 naval branch, which was notably weak, merely remnants of its former self, lacking even a branch commander, as a group of battered soldiers approached, ready to meet their demise. Khan did not lift a finger, manipulating the trees to ensnare them all, transforming their bodies into sustenance. Within the realm of the arboreal world he had conjured, he could traverse freely, disregarding both space and distance. Wherever there was a tree, it could serve as a nexus, constructing a domain akin to a territory, allowing him to move effortlessly through the expanse. Khan swims gracefully among the towering trees, akin to a fish gliding through water. Occasionally, he delves into the heart of the trees, establishing a unique connection with the retinas that share the realm of the arboreal world. This allows him to observe every detail without omission. He can sense the presence of any living being in even the most secluded corners. His perceptive abilities far surpass those of mere observation. Throughout the year, the adversaries he encounters are insufficient to compel Khan to utilize his fruit abilities or to draw forth his true potential. At most, they inflict trivial wounds upon him. This battlefield is populated by numerous formidable beings, each possessing overwhelming strength, requiring a reckless expenditure of life to merely survive or to mount a defense. The toxic tree realm continuously shifts upon the battlefield. The unfortunate naval forces and pirates that venture into this domain either meet an immediate demise or fall victim to various toxins, paralytic, hallucinogenic, or lethal, perishing within the confines of the tree realm, occasionally encountering familiar faces from their past. Khan would only let go of certain individuals, such as members of the Wang Ji faction and some pirates who maintained decent relationships within the Rox pirates. As for whether they could survive the battlefield, one can only silently wish them good luck. "John, do you require assistance?" Engaged in a fierce battle with the naval monster, John, adorned with numerous injuries, suddenly heard a familiar voice and thought he was hallucinating until a vast expanse of trees enveloped them. A figure perched upon a tree caught his eye. "Little rascal?" John shouted without regard for his dignity, "Hurry over and help me. My ears are about to develop calluses from this old monster's incessant chatter. I can't take it, truly." John sensed that Khan's aura was exceptionally potent at this moment, capable of aiding him in swiftly overcoming this adversary. Chapter 90, Valley of the Gods, The Fall of the Admiral, seeking continued reading. Khan observed the spectacle of one of the two eccentric members of the pirate crew collapsing and burst into laughter, exclaiming, "It is rare to see you, the incessant chatterbox, in such a state of helplessness." John, wielding his rapier with lethal precision, coughed up blood and retorted, "You shouldn't speak so lightly from your comfortable position. Do you have any idea how utterly disheartening it is to engage in a discourse on life and aspirations? From the onset of battle until now?" Another little fellow appeared, exclaiming, "Oh, how tiny you are. Surely you have yet to fully mature." Meanwhile, the seasoned Navy officer deftly countered the formidable foe's onslaught while utilizing his observation hockey to survey his surroundings. Khan, driven by a man's dignity, could not help but retort, "Though the hair may be sparse, it is indeed substantial. Ha ha. Such an amusing little fellow, yet regrettably he has strayed from the righteous path and become a pirate. Individuals of such ilk hold no worth." The old Navy's indifferent words revealed a row of gleaming yellow teeth, serving as the utmost mockery towards his adversaries. "Straying from the righteous path? Pray tell, what value do you possess?" Khan wielded an array of special attributes with his vines: stickiness, toxicity, paralysis, charging towards his adversaries like a frenzied serpent, disrupting their actions and assisting John. "I yearn to tread the righteous path, yet from the moment of my birth, I was deprived of choice. The only option to join the Navy would entail eliminating my savior, only to serve as a mere dog for the celestial dragons. A notion that repulses me." The old Navy sighed softly. During his tenure as a general, he was codenamed Crocodile, and he had long understood that in this world, those who live as turtles can only babble unto their successors. Being a pirate is ultimately not the virtuous route, as many formidable pirates have chosen to retreat into seclusion. You could opt to follow their lead. I am merely 11 years old. Are you suggesting I should hide away? Is that not akin to blaming an individual for being murdered by robbers simply for stepping outside? Khan gathered the elemental forces of life, unleashing his abilities to manipulate thorns, transforming them into countless swords that sliced through the air with a swish. These myriad blades hung suspended in the sky, resembling a torrential downpour of swords, cascading down at a lightning-fast speed. The old admiral swiftly morphed, taking the form of a colossal crocodile tortoise, retracting into his shell and countering various attacks with rapid spins. This world is inherently flawed. You, as the Navy, choose not to instigate change, instead opting to endure and uphold the foul order that compels innocent civilians, who should never have turned to piracy, to become pirates. You question them about their choices under the guise of justice. Yet have you considered that you are merely the fortunate ones in this world, in this vast sea? Your status as Navy grants you the moral high ground, allowing you to stand above all. If the world government itself is corrupt, then one day, when the winds of change arise, anyone could usurp your position. You are all akin to thieves. You are capable of slaughtering entire islands for the world government, yet they could easily turn the tables and annihilate your kin. The population of this world is vast, far exceeding that of Khan's original realm, with numerous hidden powers residing among the populace. Some are naturally low-key, shunning conflict and living in seclusion, while others have aged into retirement. However, when everyone becomes a dragon slayer, it is likely that several formidable individuals, akin to the Red Count Lyd, could emerge, not to mention the likes of Fujitora and Ryakujiu, who have risen through the ranks of the world-esque conscription. The old admiral shook his head, unwilling to engage with such inquiries. You have resolutely chosen to set sail, disregarding the world government, embarking on long-distance voyages across the sea. Do you comprehend the repercussions this may have on the world? This is piracy. Ha ha. They could be contained, living their lives in peace. Yet they should not be slaughtered like mere insects. Stripped of their dignity as human beings, they require a truly secure environment that guarantees their safety. The old admiral was taken aback. How could this young one speak with such piercing clarity? Khan retorted, "Piracy is a crime, but can you truly eradicate it? The identities of justice and evil can be entirely interchangeable. In this world, the one who possesses greater power is deemed just." The old Navy officer replied, "Shall we continue our battle in silence?" 3 hours later, John laughed maniacally. "I can't take it anymore. I'm about to die from laughter. But old man, you're almost overwhelmed by the siege, aren't you? Does that little rascal sword hurt? The old Navy officer, after all, was aging. In terms of stamina, he could not compete with the youth. Facing two formidable opponents was no easy feat, especially with one particularly troublesome young foe. The old officer's proud defense could not withstand the assault. John, Con shouted, twin sword style, wood dragon, soul-devouring slash. John thrust his western sword forward, channeling all his explosive power and the muscle memory accumulated over the years, achieving an unparalleled speed. The tip of his sword was enveloped in a highly concentrated form of haki, yet it was enough to penetrate. John's attack struck with a vengeance against the fully armored shell, sending ripples cascading outward. Subsequently, both man and sword were sent flying back. The shell possessed a natural recoil, and John coughed up blood, but his opponent would not escape unscathed either. Con's relentless assault followed in swift succession. At the most critical juncture, a series of faint lines materialized in his vision, one particularly prominent, a line that emerged following John's attack, his greatest vulnerability. In an instant, Con traversed 100 meters, plunging into the earth, causing the ground to cave in, leaving behind two unfathomable sword marks. His opponent's defensive shell was breached, revealing two grievous wounds that exposed the bone beneath. Yet, his physique remained insufficiently robust to deliver a fatal blow. Blossoms of demise. Flowers erupted amidst the exposed flesh of the shell. Had his vitality been consumed? The retired admiral, the crocodile turtle of the Navy, departed this world leaving behind only a wistful sigh. Alas, the Navy headquarters would soon grow desolate, for this retired admiral had lost his spark. John's countenance reflected astonishment. A formidable adversary he had anticipated was swiftly vanquished. It could only be said that misfortune had befallen him in encountering Con, a natural predator to his defenses. Why was I not affected by your forest? He pondered. Have you forgotten that you consumed my oranges? John's expression was a tapestry of complexity. This little monster was truly terrifying. The battle in the Valley of the Gods had likely been long in preparation. Con marveled at the formidable prowess of the old sailor. Had it not been for his allies, had it not been for the old sailor's presence within the arboreal realm, he would have long since succumbed to the trap. A myriad of detrimental buffs compounded over time, while he wielded a swordsmanship capable of breaching any defense. He would never have opted for such a troublesome adversary. At the moment Con's defenses were breached, the parasitic seed had already taken root. John's strike provided him with the opportunity to reach the threshold of annihilation. His comrades had consumed the fruit aboard the pirate ship in advance, their strength intrinsically linked to Con's own abilities, rendering them unharmed. In this battle, fortune, circumstance, and unity were all in their favor. If they could not secure victory, Con could choose to take his own life. Chapter 91, Valley of the Gods, Con's Little Slave. On various battlefields, the old turtle exclaimed, "You old rascal! How could you leave before me, this old man?" Amidst the fierce combat, Admiral Carp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and other elite forces sensed a powerful aura extinguished. They realized they had forever lost a mentor. Carp's eyes turned bloodshot. He could no longer tolerate the occasional ramblings of that elder. Tears streamed down Sengoku's face. This generation of Navy officers held deep affection for the old admiral, who once bore the codename Crocodile Turtle. The new generation of the Navy reminisced about their moments with that elder. "Children, you are different from those pirates. If you ascend to the pinnacle of the seas, I believe this world will be better than it is now. The Navy headquarters needs your fresh blood." The elder of the Navy harbored hopes and memories. He dedicated his life to the Navy, merely wishing to witness a day when all civilians could smile. Yet, with the world government, the celestial dragons, the nobility, the royalty, soulless pirates, and the once noble Navy now lost, would that day ever arrive? The elder gazed at the new generation of Navy, unable to restrain himself from lingering beside the young officers, offering his wisdom. Having lived so long, he had come to terms with much. He was no fool. He merely turned a blind eye. The world government, after all, maintained a semblance of order and possessed formidable strength. It no longer mattered. After a lifetime in the Navy, was it not simply about protecting those one wished to shield? He believed that one of them would surely become a pillar of the Navy, upholding order and surpassing the world government, the nobility, and the celestial dragons. Zephyr recalled this scene, tears welling in his eyes. He had shared a generation with the iron triangle of the Navy, shining alongside Carp and Sengoku while he remained a mere shadow. He had received countless encouragement from that elder. The world was already grim enough. I hope there can be more laughter and joy in this world. The old man mused. Little one, having been withdrawn for too long, Allow me to keep turning a blind eye this time. With you here, the world will surely improve. The elite forces of the Navy erupted with even more terrifying battle intent. The situation in the Valley of the Gods was ever-changing. Shiki and Charlotte Linlin joined forces to ensnare three top-tier powers. Shiki's fruit ability was bizarre, his sword aura exceedingly domineering, showcasing formidable attack power. Charlotte Linlin's attacks were equally fierce, acting as a massive shield with astonishing defense. Together, they complemented each other in various aspects. Although the great pirates each bore their own pride, it was not difficult for a man and a woman to unite. Their temporary alliance was indeed fearsome. During the battle, Shiki found himself contemplating Charlotte Linlin, but recalling his commitments, he resolved to maintain control over his impulses. "Khan, you little rascal, why is your hair getting whiter?" Khan remarked nonchalantly, "Great power invariably demands a certain price. After the battle in the Valley of the Gods, I fear I shall lose a decade of my life." John fell silent, pausing for a moment. "Don't die, you little rascal. You're insane. My life has only just begun. Worry about yourself instead." The two parted ways, each seeking a worthy opponent on the battlefield. After Khan and John joined forces to confront a formidable adversary, John withdrew from the conflict, leaving Khan to wander the battlefield alone. Their combined absence proved to be a devastating blow to the overall situation. The tides of victory appeared to favor the Rock's pirates, and no matter how fierce the fighting spirit, it could not alter the course of the battle. With the three top powers of the world government idly watching, the casualties within the Navy continued to escalate. Many lackeys of the world government began to flee in a panic, exacerbating the Navy's burden. Seizing the opportunity, Khan ventured deeper into the unknown, where the surrounding environment transformed dramatically. The high-tech aesthetic and the futuristic architecture enveloped him, making it feel as though he had stepped into an entirely different realm. The pirates present were equally astounded, though they remained capable of movement. Their comprehension of the marvels that technology could offer was limited. Indeed, this Valley of the Gods harbored an abundance of secrets. The architectural style appeared utterly incongruous with this world, seemingly beyond the capabilities of the celestial dragons, and did not align with the prevailing technological standards of their realm. It might well have originated from another planet. Is it possible that extraterrestrial beings exist in this world? Khan traversed through the realm of architecture, encountering a myriad of wondrous sights, few of which he could recognize. Most of this technology surpassed his comprehension. Lacking a theoretical foundation, it resembled a fantastical sky palace. Stagnation was not an option. At that moment, a familiar aura reached Khan's senses, prompting him to hasten his movement within the arboreal domain, pursuing the source of that essence. Suddenly, he was met with several slashing strikes, which obliterated a portion of the trees within the arboreal realm, yet this segment swiftly regenerated. The three-wood dragons weaving through the forest roared defiantly at their adversaries. The arboreal realm incessantly absorbed the surrounding life force, utilizing the remains of these formidable beings as sustenance, growing at an astonishing pace as it gradually expanded. Khan felt a terrifying power coursing through his body. He did not lose himself in it. He was acutely aware that this battlefield was perfectly suited for him, for strength was merely ephemeral. Were he to find himself in an ordinary setting, facing a top-tier adversary, he might exhaust his own life force, resulting in nothing more than a one-for-one exchange. Within the realm of the trees, Khan exuded a palpable aura as he gazed upon a figure before him. "How did you deal with that candidate general?" he inquired. "I utilized her as a shield to eliminate the candidate general," Miller replied, gesturing toward the young girl beside him. "You wouldn't be angered by this, would you?" Meanwhile, the little girl trembled in fear. "Khan, could it be that I have misjudged? Does he harbor no affection for this little girl whatsoever? What a pitiable child. Yet, she has brought this upon herself. This girl shall henceforth belong to me." Khan ensnared the child with a vine, disregarding the spatial distance, drawing her to his side. "We could discuss why you have concealed the technology of spatial storage," he said. Miller fixed his gaze upon the high-tech device that resembled a watch, his pupils narrowing in astonishment. Khan smiled faintly. This celestial dragon's butler was once a commendable individual, yet after spending over a decade in the Valley of the Gods, his perceptions had diverged significantly from those of ordinary people. Moreover, the torment of years filled with hatred had twisted his psyche, rendering him a far more disturbed character than John or Ski even in their most troubled states. Khan paid no heed to Miller's innermost thoughts. He turned to gaze at the little girl, now resembling a small calico cat, yet still exuding an exquisite beauty. She was destined to become a great beauty in the future. "You shall be my servant from now on." Chapter 92, The Valley of the Gods. The Roger pirates joined the battle, requesting continued reading. The little girl slightly bowed her head, wiping away her tears. Then she lifted her gaze once more, taking dainty steps, her head tucked in like that of a timid ostrich, obediently following by his side. Khan gently lifted the little girl's chin with his hand, leaning down to whisper near her ear. Have you ever seen something that can fit its cherished belongings into a small object? Has your mother ever taken you to places where her expression was quite grave? The little girl fidgeted with her clothing, her gaze averted, her neck flushed with embarrassment. My dear, you would not wish to be cast aside as something worthless, would you? Khan rose to his feet and gazed down at her, gently reminding her. The little girl nodded slightly, her small mouth agape, realizing her insufficient height. She timidly grasped the fabric of Khan's arm. Observing him bend down, she then rose onto her tiptoes, her expression tense as she leaned in closer. Her voice was soft and melodious. Not far away, Miller was rendered inconsequential, as if he were merely a luminous light bulb in their presence. Khan squinted. After the little girl ceased her speech, he firmly bound her to himself with tendrils. He then looked down and spoke. Is there something you ought to explain to me? Khan essentially gleaned no particularly useful information. In fact, he had long anticipated this outcome, which served merely as a pretext, a means to unsettle those astute individuals beneath him. The watch you possess is primarily functional for timekeeping, lacking any superfluous utility. You are remarkably intelligent, not at all resembling a mere child of tender years. Had I not encountered a more astute clone, I would scarcely believe it. Miller retrieved an object from within his garments, proclaiming, this item possesses the spatial storage capabilities you mentioned, approximately 100 cubic meters. It was crafted by a youthful clone. Who is likely the most brilliant individual in this realm? Is his name Vegapunk? Khan inquired with a placid demeanor. You know him? Miller exclaimed, finally taken aback. Vegapunk is the individual with the highest IQ in this world, his intellect reaching a level akin to a buff, effortlessly advancing technology by centuries. Miller was profoundly astonished upon first encountering the clone of Vegapunk, leaving an indelible impression, even among the esteemed celestial dragons. Few have had the privilege of seeing the clone of Vegapunk. As for the original, perhaps no one has laid eyes upon him. Miller placed the high-tech storage device upon a nearby vine, which seamlessly integrated with it, transcending spatial distances to manifest at the opposite end. Khan received this high-tech storage device. A soft, mellow voice echoed in his ears, accompanied by an even greater presence. Khan turned his gaze, casting a meaningful glance at the little girl. Generally, children cannot comprehend cubic meters. It seemed that the little girl also realized her mistake, immediately retracting her small head and cautiously clinging to him. You are truly remarkable, surpassing my highest expectations. However, your essence may not align with mine as comrades on the same path. Do you harbor a disdain for the intelligent? No, no, no. I admire the clever, yet I find myself disliking you, while simultaneously requiring your unwavering loyalty. Khan did not conceal his innermost thoughts. You are quite forthright, he remarked. Miller bore significant injuries, having sustained severe damage during the battle, and had been suppressing his wounds. After all, it was a matter of dealing with a naval vice-admiral. I shall join you in altering this world, but I cannot tolerate the emergence of another world government. With that, he added, very well, pursue your intentions. I must attend to my own affairs. Khan had little interest in the secrets of others. Who among us is devoid of secrets? After all, one is not intimately acquainted with everyone. He waved his hand and declared, I intend to take her with me today. You have no objections, I trust? None whatsoever. Miller replied, his gaze filled with anticipation. Until we meet again upon the vast ocean. The two then parted ways, albeit temporarily. Khan received an unexpected surprise. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly made his way to the aerial garden, eager to gather valuable items until the storage space was brimming. How do I use this? The little girl cast a fleeting glance, hesitating to raise her gaze. I know how to use it. She looked up once more, her small face drawing closer, and whispered into Khan's ear with a soft, timid, and endearing voice, guiding him on how to operate it. Khan comprehended the situation. This endeavor was not particularly arduous. He, too, was a product of the information and technological age, and in this regard, he could not be outdone by a mere child. Through relentless dismantling, Khan successfully deconstructed several residences of the celestial dragons, acquiring dozens of devil fruits and a plethora of invaluable treasures, filling his storage space to the brim. The devil fruits, while not immediately necessary, could serve as a means to cultivate his subordinates in the future. Khan selected several devil fruits for Katakuri, all of which were taken away by members of Charlotte Linling's faction. It remains uncertain which fruit Katakuri will ultimately choose. After scavenging everything, he felt satisfied. akin to a hamster hoarding its treasures. Khan subsequently turned his gaze towards the little celestial dragon girl, raised in the Valley of the Gods. With parents who are esteemed elites, she possesses an upbringing that starkly contrasts with that of her fellow celestial dragons, affording her an educational environment unimaginable to the common folk by the sea. Such a child, barring any mental deficiencies, would undoubtedly be cultivated into a remarkably intelligent individual, exhibiting maturity beyond her peers. Her cognitive dissonance is not unusual. Her actions, though seemingly erratic, are entirely typical given her circumstances. Children, by nature, are imbued with an insatiable curiosity. Their darker instincts often go unchecked. Khan had witnessed too many children mercilessly slay frogs and dragonflies, tearing wings asunder, roasting them over flames, and skinning them in cruel displays, all driven by a thirst for knowledge and exploration. The celestial dragons inherently perceive the world through a lens distinct from that of ordinary beings. It is thus unsurprising that this young girl reflects the influences of her surroundings. In this moment, she conceals all emotions deemed inappropriate, adopting a demeanor of obedience to ensure her survival. To some extent, her intellect and instincts rival those of Lena. Once she believes she has found an opportunity, she may very well attempt to turn the tables on him. Yet, Khan does not harbor disdain. Perhaps it is the sight of this little girl, akin to a caged sparrow, struggling futilely against the confines of his grasp. Her fragility paired with her cunning, her exquisitely delicate visage, along with her esteemed status and the secrets she may possess, ultimately become her most significant assets in the face of Khan. Katakuri proclaimed herself a little demon masquerading as an angel, and such an assessment is indeed accurate. As for the butler Miller, once the backlash occurs, Khan harbors genuine concerns regarding the methods of that man who has endured in silence for many years. Fortunately, Uncle Ken is no less formidable than this man. Thus there is little cause for alarm. The future may yet hold the possibility of subduing this mentally unstable individual. Outside the gates of God Valley, a boisterous laughter erupted. Haha. Rayleigh, I told you that Garp would provide us with the coordinates to God Valley. Rayleigh managed a resigned smile. They had obtained identical coordinates from the world government. The entire crew of the Roger Pirates arrived at God Valley. Chapter 93, God Valley. The Despairing Beginning. Seek to continue reading. Haha. Youngsters, let us create a ruckus. Go forth and deliver a sound thrashing to rocks. Roger exclaimed with exuberance. Roger, let us proceed with caution and first scout the situation. I have my reservations. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, having noticed no apparent signs of forced entry at the gate, suggesting it was likely opened willingly. Ignoring Rayleigh's caution, Roger rushed through the gates of God Valley, leaving Rayleigh speechless. The members of the Roger Pirates surged into God Valley. A fierce battle ensued in God Valley. The Navy found itself at a disadvantage, teetering on the brink of defeat, certain to suffer a crushing loss within a day or two. At this critical juncture, Roger, as one of the most formidable pirates, arrived on the battlefield, sending shockwaves through both factions. The members of the Roger Pirates made their entrance one after another. The Navy, upon witnessing their allies arrive, felt a surge of hope. They had all heard the name Garp. Among the new generation of the Navy, his prestige was unparalleled, second only to the Fleet Admiral and Admiral Akainu. In such circumstances, allying with pirates was not entirely reprehensible. Conversely, the pirates derided the Roger Pirates for their shamelessness, claiming they did not even deserve the title of pirates. The involvement of the Roger Pirates instilled a sense of despair among the members of the Rocks Pirates, who among the seas was unaware that the Roger Pirates were second only to the Rocks Pirates, though the disparity in their strength was significant. The Roger Pirates were by no means weak, with the Celestial Pirates, who were initially aligned with the world government, ranked second and third. Engaging in battle with the Rocks Pirates, they faced formidable opponents in both the Navy and the world government. Had they not been the Rocks Pirates, any other formidable force would have dug their own graves. Haha. Leave that madman Rocks to me. Roger charged directly into the heart of the battlefield. Haha. You truly are a madman. John swiftly maneuvered across the battlefield towards Roger. Just as he was about to close the distance, their swords clashed with a resounding clang, sending sparks flying. I wondered who was obstructing my path. It turns out to be you, the shameless one, John exclaimed as Rayleigh blocked his way. If not for my indulgence, that woman Shaki would truly believe we were oblivious to her clandestine assistance to you. Otherwise, how could you scurry about like a headless chicken? John, known for his mocking demeanor, spoke the truth in that moment. Rayleigh, a cultured individual, was so incensed that he was left momentarily speechless. Kaha, here I come, John declared confidently. Newgate leapt high into the air, soaring 10 meters up, wielding his naginata and striking down fiercely. His opponents had long since fled, leaving him unsatisfied. The younger Newgate was equally a warrior, resolved to secure victory for Rox, eager for a thrilling fight. The sound of clashing weapons echoed as the opponent attempting to thwart Newgate was sent flying hundreds of meters away, colliding with countless Navy and pirate combatants in his wake, many of whom met their demise in the chaos. The ground cracked, tremors rippled through the earth, and a mushroom cloud of dust erupted into the air. As the dust settled, a figure emerged, wielding dual axes, charging forth. Jabba faced Newgate, swallowing hard, and helplessly remarked to Rayleigh, "I can hold out for a day at most." It was evident that the opponent was prepared to fight to the death. Holding out for a day would be commendable, perhaps inflicting moderate injuries on Newgate. Rayleigh understood that, fortunately, Jon was not in peak condition and bore significant injuries. Otherwise, facing 2 against 2 would be somewhat challenging. Jabba's strength could be deemed formidable, capable of holding his own against a Navy admiral. Yet, Newgate seemed to possess a subtle upper hand over some top-tier powerhouses. Rayleigh believed that in a life-or-death battle, Newgate would prevail, albeit with the potential to inflict considerable damage on his opponent. Should he encounter Rox, it was likely he could only inflict minor to moderate injuries. There existed a disparity even among top-tier warriors. The other members of the Roger Pirates were no weaker than the nearly 200 officers of the Rox Pirates, perhaps even slightly stronger, all elite combatants, closely rivaling those of the Wang Ji faction. At this time, the Roger Pirates had yet to reach their zenith but already showcased formidable strength. In another part of the battlefield, Shiki and Charlotte Linlin joined forces to entangle Zephyr, Sengoku, and a significant force from the Celestial Pirates, aiming to alleviate the pressure on Captain Rox. This doesn't bode well for Shiki. Charlotte Linlin sensed a familiar aura and seethed. That scoundrel Roger dares to assist the Navy. I shall undoubtedly slay that scoundrel. Shiki admired Roger, but under the current circumstances, his brow furrowed. The tide of battle was not in their favor. There was a real possibility that Captain Rox might perish here. No, Roger, the Navy, and the world government would not spare Rox. The prospect of such an event was quite conceivable. However, should Rox perish here, it would be akin to a great weight being lifted from Shiki's heart. Captain Rox, I shall fight until the end, but if defeat is imminent, I do not wish to perish in God Valley. Keek. What is there to fear? Let us strike them down with all our might. In the eastern region of God Valley, on another battlefield, Wang Ji and Kinda faced off against the fleet admiral and the admiral stationed at God Valley. The two found themselves somewhat overwhelmed. Kinda, ultimately a liability, could not truly contend with the top-tier powerhouse. Moreover, the elite adversary he faced possessed an extraordinary ability to manipulate, employing kite tactics that proved exceedingly difficult to counter. Once again, the two men stood back to back. Wang Ji, I fear I may be a burden to you, Kinda said with a resigned expression. Without you, I could not endure for so long, Wang Ji replied. The two men had their backs to each other, their lips curling into identical smiles. Following the world government's demon-slaying order, Wang Ji had resolved to join the fray. That day, Kinda, Wang Ji, in this battle, do not act recklessly. Let us accompany you. The faction members unhesitatingly chose to follow the two. Observing this scene, Admiral was inexplicably displeased. In his youth, he had roamed the world alongside Wang Ji, sharing a camaraderie that flourished through their mutual experiences aiding the oppressed. At that time, their formidable prowess and burgeoning fame, coupled with their wanderings across the seas, had earned them the label of pirates from the world government. Subsequently, he had been pacified, while Wang Ji had fallen into a calamity that irreparably stained his identity as a pirate. This was a shared regret between them. Wang Ji, you cannot prevail. The Roger Pirates have also entered the fray. The Admiral bellowed. I concede that some of Rox's actions hold merit, but you must comprehend the multitude of individuals who desire his demise. Rox must perish here. You are already at the end of your rope. Chapter 94, God Valley, Khan's Incredulity. The epicenter of the battlefield at God Valley. Rox, Karp, two venerable Navy officers, the captain of the Divine Pirate crew, and a top-tier powerhouse from the world government. 6 formidable beings engaged in chaotic combat. Amidst the fray, a boisterous, carefree laughter resonated. Karp, I shall assist you in battle. Today, we shall surely obliterate Rox. Roger charged in, his demeanor raw and unyielding, forcefully inserting himself into the melee. God's avoidance. Roger swung his blade with ferocity. The name of this strike was exceedingly dominant. If deities existed, they too would be wise to evade it. Indeed, as a pirate, your hypocrisy is utterly distasteful. Rox retaliated with a furious punch, akin to a meteor, striking against the blade head-on. In that moment of confrontation, a vacuum formed. As neither party made contact, this was the manifestation of Conqueror's Haki entwined. The shockwaves scattered across the heavens, shattering the earth and demolishing numerous edifices. Ha! The impact has numbed my hands. What a thrill. Roger laughed heartily, unfazed by being thrown back. Kik, you are inherently a lawless individual. I am not surprised by your actions. Yet, as a pirate, you choose to aid the Navy. Do you truly believe the world government is the rightful ruler of the seas? Considering you are also of the D clan, Rox forcefully repelled his opponent, his every muscle invigorated by the battle. The world government has dominated the seas for 8 centuries. Rox, you shall bring chaos to these waters. Roger retorted. Kik, I hope your future actions do not surpass mine in severity. Should the seas become more tumultuous because of you, it would undeniably prove your utter hypocrisy. Pirates like you cannot claim a favorable fate, nor will you spare others from misfortune. If you possess family, you shall surely bring about their extinction. Roger's expression darkened. Ha! Roger, you scoundrel, you have finally arrived. Blood and sweat mingled upon Carp, his muscles bulging with intensity. Let us together bring an end to Rox here. The 3 from the D clan, standing at the pinnacle of the seas, had finally convened. Kik, how delightful. This is exceedingly gratifying. Come, let us dance together. Unleash your full strength upon me. Faced with desperation, Rox responded with maniacal laughter. Deep within God Valley, Khan, engaged in excavating treasures and dismantling structures, sensed several powerful presences approaching. He looked up, realizing that Roger, that scoundrel, had indeed arrived. A world pathogen, destined for extinction. He cannot even protect his wife. As a man, this is truly laughable. Khan tidied up the items he had collected and exchanged the less advanced ones for those of higher technology. He then departed from the Valley of the Gods, realizing that if he wished to survive, he must exert considerable effort. There was indeed a stone tablet, one of greater significance than the others. A delicate, almost imperceptible voice emerged. Could you not have spoken earlier? Khan's expression darkened as he replied, that tablet was likely taken by your father, Miller. I am sorry. The little girl whispered as she leaned against him, quietly sobbing, her body trembling slightly. Khan gently caressed the little girl with his hand. He understood that she was concealing herself, surviving in this manner, yet her fear was undeniably real. Unbeknownst to her, the little girl drifted into slumber. It was certainly a taxing and exhausting day for a child, and falling asleep was perfectly natural. Khan gazed at the sleeping visage of the little girl, pondering to himself, I wonder how this little imp will one day retaliate against me. Perhaps it would be better to drain her completely and then eliminate her. In the Valley of the Gods, there is nothing truly worth cherishing. If one cannot take the good things with them, then they are of no value at all. Khan advanced towards the periphery, encountering numerous obstacles posed by the Navy and members of the CP organization, as well as members of the Roger Pirates. He dispatched several of them, severing their heads and allowing their lifeless forms to continue to radiate within the realm of trees. Hey, esteemed seniors, do you not intend to depart? Khan sat upon a branch, waving at several elderly slaves. Look, is that not the little fellow who set us free? What are you waiting for? I have but a few days left to live. Young one, hasten away from this battlefield and head towards the sea. Many in the prison would gladly follow you. Khan was certainly aware. He left a profound impression on the group of inmates, possessing a significant opportunity to recruit some of them. With Morgan's assistance and his own capabilities, he was untroubled by the thought of their potential escape to the vast seas, where they might remain untraceable. A gathering of seasoned pirates encircled Khan, engaging in extensive discourse. In such circumstances, the notion of pirates not aiding their own, particularly this fellow named Roger, seemed absurd. It was as if he had never faced the harsh realities of the world, foolishly aligning himself with the world government. What a disgrace. I wish for him to have a son who meets an early demise and is swiftly reincarnated. Such repugnant individuals, fearful of disrupting the status quo and exacerbating the chaos of the seas, merely sought excuses. Once the world government is toppled, many will seize the opportunity. Within a few decades, the ocean will usher in a glorious new era, rather than languishing in the current state of decay that has persisted for nearly 8 centuries. I recall the time when half of my family perished from hunger, forcing us to send away my younger sister in exchange for sustenance. That was my first encounter with the delicious yet revolting taste of flesh. You possess the potential for Conqueror's Haki, and it must not go to waste. Such power is a symbol of spirit. Wherever you go, You must believe yourself to be the most exceptional and formidable among all. Hee. This little girl is evidently a celestial dragon. Do not underestimate the celestial dragon lineage, for many among them delight in treachery. You must train her well, molding her into a true servant. The insights and foresight of these elders have truly broadened my horizons. Khan felt immensely enriched. He held a genuine fondness for this group of elders. The wisdom of the aged is a priceless treasure, especially these former titans of the seas, who have emerged from the mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, possessing a profound understanding of life. To the retiring elders, do seek me out for a drink when you have the time. Khan waved his hand in farewell as he made his way toward the entrance of the Valley of the Gods. This little fellow is quite intriguing. I suddenly no longer wish to perish. Perhaps prolonging my existence for a while could be beneficial. We may not have many days left. Near the outskirts of the Valley of the Gods, Khan sensed the familiar aura and the sharpness of the sword energy, hastening the pace of his movements through the forest. Before he arrived, he called out, "Uncle Wang, quickly gather the others. We must prepare." Khan halted his steps. Through the treeline, he beheld the lifeless form of Kinder. Could it truly be that the emblem of the Wangji faction's intellect, one of Wang Shu's most capable aides, met his demise here? It was utterly inconceivable. Chapter 95, Valley of the Gods, The Last Sword, the sword at its pinnacle, request for continued reading. Wang Ji, wielding one of the supreme great knives, stood beside Kinder's corpse. This old comrade had accompanied him through a significant portion of his life, long before Khan's existence. During a time when he had yet to discover his purpose, he had once merely expressed, "I wish for Khan to possess everything that others have, nothing more." Kinder, however, remarked that this was the statement that resonated with him the most. The old comrade perhaps understood Khan better than he did himself, much to Wang Ji's delight. Wang Ji reminisced about the past, recalling scenes from the battlefield where two preeminent powerhouses dared not initiate an attack. They were acutely aware that in this moment, Wang Ji was the most formidable. A moment's carelessness could lead to a devastating counter by his adversaries. The naval commander had suffered a broken leg, while the admiral bore a ghastly scar that stretched from his ear to his lip. Both were in dire straits. They sought to eliminate Wang Ji, yet did not wish to pay the ultimate price for their endeavors. "I care not for your past associations with this pirate. He must be apprehended. No need for reminders." The naval admiral inhaled deeply. He had abstained from participating in the assured victory against Rox, opting instead to cede the glory to Karp. He was well aware that the world government harbored no desire for him to continue living. To engage in this final clash as an adversary was perhaps the most fitting conclusion. The three figures radiated an ever-growing aura. Treeline extension. In an instant, the lush forest stretched horizontally, enveloping Wang Ji and the other two, yet none dared to move an inch. The intensity of their presence surged further. Khan was momentarily taken aback. "Uncle Wang?" He reached out in that direction, yet could not grasp the hand of the one he held most dear in this world. Wang Ji also sensed Khan's presence. With a gentle tone, he spoke. "For all these years, I have been at a loss as to how to guide you. Perhaps I am unworthy of such a role. In this final moment, I wish to commend you. You are the most remarkable child I have ever encountered, and I take pride in having had the privilege to teach you. Having lost your parents at such a young age, I am uncertain whether I have fulfilled my duties as a father." Khan listened to these words, recalling his past life. His parents were alive, his father was an alcoholic, and the household was engulfed in nightly quarrels. During those times, he could only retreat to his room in solitude. At school, his eccentric and reclusive nature often made him a target for bullying. He frequently heard a teacher's lament. Why did they not pick on others but specifically chose to torment him? When he was nearly 10, his parents divorced, and he became a burden that neither wished to bear. Khan was liberated. On that day, his 10th birthday, he seized a tattered toy box and struck down all those who had bullied him until they could no longer move. Upon entering, his disposition turned both ruthless and rebellious. At that time, he genuinely cherished his childhood sweetheart, the solitary beacon of light amidst his shadows, yet it appeared that he had not been remembered at all. Khan awoke from his reverie, gently caressing his face. How could it be wet? He tasted it. It was quite salty. So this is what it meant to have a father. "You can certainly be considered my father. Will you leave this place with me?" Khan's voice trembled with an unfamiliar intensity. Wang Ji revealed a smile of relief. He had pondered numerous times whether he had adequately provided for Khan, yet at this moment, such concerns were inconsequential. He had always aspired to impart all his knowledge to Khan. Unlike other pirates, Wang Ji felt almost at odds with the very identity of a pirate. He cherished learning, seeking to refine and enhance himself through knowledge, which he applied to his swordsmanship. However, Khan surpassed Wang Zhi's expectations by leaps and bounds. It was Wang Zhi who learned immensely from Khan. His understanding of himself, the sea, and the world had been profoundly reshaped, as if a new door had been opened before him. Truly remarkable. A naturally gifted genius may indeed have arrived to bring an end to this chaotic era. Yet, he could not foresee that day. Nor did he wish for Khan to bear the burden of the ocean's fate. "Child, you must go," Wang Zhi urged. "Do not continue to hold on. Your life has only just begun. Venture into the sea, and you shall discover many splendid companions." "Wang Zhi, do you truly believe we will let him go?" The admiral unleashed a beam of laser. Wang Zhi intercepted it, smiling. After 30 years of swordsmanship, he felt invincible at this moment. With a cry of Khan, he resolved to continue burning the candle of his life, determined to take Uncle Wang with him, even in death. What reason could one possibly have to thwart a man's unwavering resolve and conviction to embrace his fate? Who could dare? Khan abruptly lifted his gaze, yet received no reply. The source of the voice remained elusive. As the sands of time slipped away, the weight of his mental burden grew increasingly profound. It seemed as though he were succumbing to hallucinations, his spirit waning with each passing moment. Khan's impression of Wang Zhi is equally extraordinary. He is an unconventional pirate with a distinctive perspective and uncommon knowledge, excelling in the art of learning. He perceives the essence of this era but finds himself powerless to alter it, which is a poignant tragedy. Having wielded his sword with this sorrow for 30 years, he has indeed become invincible. "Go and eliminate that child. He poses a grave threat." The admiral of the navy bellowed. "Kakin, brother?" The voice of Katakuri echoed. "Khan, be careful. That individual is the vice captain of the God-S, a rival pirate crew. Shiki, mother, and the others are nearing their limits. We are on the brink of defeat." Katakuri's voice carried a tone of sorrow. Khan regained his senses, gazing through the treetops towards the nearby battlefield. The members of Charlotte Linling's faction surrounding Katakuri have perished in large numbers. Longbread narrowly preserved his life through deft movements, as Kaido was not in the vicinity. An overwhelmingly potent aura surged into the realm of trees. "You obstruct my path." Khan unsheathed two finely crafted swords, his expression notably grim. "As a pirate, allying with the Navy is truly repugnant to me. Your aura is unstable. It relies on the fruit's power, a great cost for such strength, I presume?" Khan reiterated. "You obstruct my path. How intriguing." This man bore considerable wounds, yet dispatching a mere child should be a trivial task. "Wang Zhi, feel despair. I shall eliminate you and then slay rocks." The Marine Admiral shone with radiant energy, launching a lightspeed kick. "Can you keep pace with light?" "Wang Zhi, I will personally end your life. You shall perish by my hand." The Marine Fleet Admiral wielded one of the supreme blades, employing an unparalleled attack entwined with Conqueror's haki. After prolonged life-and-death combat, the trio must now confront their fates. With differing stances, a fierce battle ensued. Wang Zhi caressed the blade, his gaze gentle. "This sword represents my pinnacle and is the sole lesson I can impart to you. A true swordsman must remain unyielding, undeterred by the multitude. A genuine swordsman possesses a heart for the sword." In this final confrontation, Wang Zhi hoped to impart his ultimate lesson to Khan. He had long recognized that Khan possessed extraordinary swordsmanship but lacked the heart of a swordsman. This final lesson was also the only one, to teach the heart of the sword. In the author's commentary, an analysis of the protagonist and Miller is presented. Initially, the protagonist and Miller engaged in mutual probing, as both were ordinary individuals, naturally hesitant to trust an unfamiliar person. Only when Miller expressed a modicum of trust did he temporarily pledge his loyalty. The introduction of Lena prompted Miller to genuinely decide to follow Khan. Under the premise that a follower's essence mirrors the path of their leader. Yet, how could Khan's immense charisma deceive an astute individual? Having gleaned a clearer understanding of Miller's character, the protagonist often tested him with a girl who was inherently mischievous. Contemplating using her as a tool to restrain Miller and compel him to serve as a subordinate, but to no avail. He told the girl she was his slave. And Miller, aware of the protagonist's true nature, later commended him for his honesty, resulting in a complex partnership. Though their paths diverged, their directions aligned. Both concealed much from one another at the outset. The girl proved to be quite an interesting catalyst for the unfolding narrative. Those who grasp the nuances will find those chapters quite exhilarating. Moving forward, the narrative will steer clear of unconventional plots such as God Valley. The intent is to generate revenue, as one cannot afford to disregard financial sustenance. Miller is a profoundly intricate character, having struggled through years of torment, long transcending the bounds of normalcy. Does he truly harbor no feelings for his flesh and blood daughter? His emotions oscillate between warmth and coldness. an internal struggle he cannot govern. He yearns to eradicate everything related to God Valley. Yet, remnants of his conscience occasionally remind him to refrain from such actions. In our endeavor to embody Miller's character, we nearly faced a mental breakdown, with those around us believing we were gravely ill. An intriguing central narrative unfolds. Miller embarks on a path where he is willing to sacrifice everything to overthrow the world government in pursuit of a new world. Dragon aspires for universal freedom and equality, embodying an idealistic approach, progressing through exploration. The protagonist, however, diverges from both, aiming to ascend to the throne, fundamentally altering this world to become the eternal singular king. The trio will undoubtedly intersect, and how this unfolds will be left to my creative discretion. Pirates are ill-suited for the color red. Rather, we should adopt ancient systems that could enhance productivity and transform society positively. Following God Valley, the main plot will officially commence. The original narrative of God Valley is sparse, and I shall enrich its storyline. The arc in Wano truly leaves one in awe. The protagonist's initial drive to change the world emanates from Wang Ji. Initially fixated solely on reaching the pinnacle, he subsequently developed the ambition to transform the world and acted upon it. He and Wang Ji contemplated the notion that an idealized world is unattainable. They discussed what could feasibly be achieved. This transformation signifies the protagonist's aspiration to reshape the world in line with Wang Ji's vision of a world centered around him, with significantly enhanced productivity, ensuring sustenance and warmth for all, abolishing all undesirable systems. A fan value has been established to prevent excessive comments that cross the line, deterring individuals from intentionally steering discussions in that direction. Many online narratives cannot be pinned. Advertising and promotional content are strictly prohibited. Initially, I was unaware of the serial reference. Intrigued nonetheless, a friend of mine personally tested it, although I did not witness the video, and he ended up losing money. Alas, the deceiver seeks to profit. Let us engage in reasonable discussions regarding changes to this pirate world, avoiding overly provocative comments. Upon publication, I sincerely hope for your subscriptions. Please consider leaving a first subscription. It is genuinely needed. Below are the rules for additional updates. For every 50 initial subscriptions, an extra chapter, 2,000 words, will be added. For every 10,000 in rewards, 2 additional chapters, 4,000 words, will be added. A daily 10,000 is the limit of what one can do. It is impossible not to strive. Compared to rewards, I would much prefer subscriptions. Spending extra money is unnecessary, but I have included these additional update rules, considering that some may still wish to provide rewards. Future additional rules may also emerge. The publication will take place at 8 o'clock in the evening. I wish all readers prosperity and harmony. May your futures be filled with betterment and success. Chapter 96, God Valley. The curtain falls on the world's greatest swordsman, seeking continued support. No, John's voice, filled with madness and sorrow, echoed from afar. The three engaged in their final exchange, determining life and death in mere moments. An area of islands shattered, with countless fragments plunging into the ocean. What an extraordinary sword! Wang Ji, you have indeed caught up with light. The Marine Admiral gazed at Wang Ji, who was about to descend into the sea, reflecting upon the past. Brother, I miss you. He was codenamed Aurora. He once had a brother who prioritized righteousness, and although their philosophies differed, they shared a harmonious relationship. However, this bond was severed when his brother fell to rocks. The Marine Fleet Admiral acknowledged the many suspicions surrounding his brother's demise, and he was aware of them. Yet, he recalled his brother's words, that together they would change this world. Unable to seek answers from the world government, he naturally placed the blame on rocks. Reluctant to remain at Marine headquarters, the world government recognized this trait and dispatched him to guard God Valley. The Admiral, known as Aurora, perished within God Valley. Standing at the edge of the shattered island, the Marine Fleet Admiral, clutching his severed arm, marveled, Wang Ji, your sword can chase the light, but you are not light. He beheld a dazzling radiance, witnessing Wang Ji's unwavering devotion to the art of the sword. This was the reason he did not attain the title of the world's foremost swordsman. That single stroke transcended mere technique. As it plunged into the depths of the ocean, Wang Ji's gaze became distant. He seemed to glimpse the day he vowed to become the greatest swordsman in the world. In that year, amidst swirling snowflakes, a young boy swore his oath, practicing with a wooden sword in the falling snow. He had dreamed of using this sword to rectify the injustices of the world, to traverse the globe, and to engage in combat with heroes from all walks of life. Wang Ji could faintly recall the spirited scenes of his youth. He wished to utter that the world's troubles could not be vanquished, yet the words remained unspoken. Wang Ji gazed at his old companion, who was falling alongside him. his expression serene and composed. He had long since set aside the notions of life and death, exuding an extraordinary grace. Subsequently, they descended into the ocean. In this era, the world's greatest swordsman, one of the right hands of rocks, exited the stage. Meanwhile, on the other side, the two swords in Khan's hands, hardly worthy of being called renowned blades, were shattered in an instant by his opponent. The mere fact that these two swords had endured until now could be considered a miracle. With your weapons gone, what do you intend to fight me with? The adversary, brimming with excitement, wore a smug expression on his face. Not far away, Wang Ji's presence was gradually fading. In this moment, Khan finally experienced once more the sorrow akin to his previous life, and he comprehended the profound intentions behind Wang Ji's final lesson. Possessing a sword, yet lacking the heart of a swordsman. In this moment, Khan's heart of the sword was forged. Old man, you shattered your own heart of the sword in the past, failing to impart this wisdom to me. Rest assured, in this world, there are those who have taught me, and I have enjoyed a fulfilling childhood here. A sword is not merely a tool, and a person is not a mere machine. Khan perceived the heartbeat of Wang Ji's sword, sensing its very breath. It was a legacy of will. He extended his hand, and the sword surged forth from the depths of the sea, soaring into his grasp. The supreme great blade. One of the 12 crafts was known as Dragon's Roar, a treasure of utmost significance in the Land of Flowers. When this sword acknowledges its wielder, it can transform into the most fitting companion for the bearer, taking on their form and unleashing even greater power. Are you prepared to meet your demise? Khan gripped the Dragon's Roar, a surging, oppressive aura enveloping him as it ascended rapidly. He no longer cared about the toll on his lifespan. The vice-captain of the Divine Pirates was beset by a foreboding sense of dread, an intuition that had saved him on numerous occasions. He felt an unsettling likelihood of meeting his demise at the hands of this young brat. A fleeting glance revealed the shattered remnants of two swords, and he realized, with a tinge of arrogance, that the blades he had smashed were utterly nameless. In stark contrast, his opponent wielded one of the 12 great blades, the supreme blade of exquisite pleasure. Beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow. Having retreated from the core battlefield, he was nursing significant injuries inflicted by rocks. Fearful of being replaced, he had hoped to relish the thrill of vanquishing the weak, seeking to emerge from the formidable shadow of rocks. But what was this? Could he truly claim he was unprepared? Khan caressed the sword, gazing at his opponent with the indifferent eyes reserved for the deceased. The Rocks Pirates boasted a multitude of members who felt a sense of belonging to the crew. However, many, driven by immense ambition and formidable strength, harbored a lingering sentiment that as long as Rocks remained unvanquished, their own aspirations would forever be stifled. Khan was born with the destiny of a sovereign. Many of his utterances are tinged with resignation, reflecting a profound sense of inevitability. In his past life, he traversed a world marked by monotony, a state of affairs he accepted as part of his own choosing. In this new existence, however, he revels in the splendid liberty of living according to his whims, harnessing various tools and resources to invigorate the entire realm, seizing every opportunity to ascend to the pinnacle of success. Triumph is his throne. While he remains indifferent to the deluge that follows failure, though a ruler may be emotionally detached, Khan himself is no monarch. Nor has he ever truly mastered the art of regal strategy. His nature may be somewhat frigid, yet it is not devoid of sentiment. Uncle Wang, he muses, I may yearn for Locke's demise even more fervently than Shiki does. Yet should victory be within reach, I would genuinely rejoice for the crew of the Locke's Pirates. You were meant to accompany me on this ascent, to become both my mentor and a paternal figure. Alas, you chose to release my hand, pursuing your own convictions and imparting upon me a final lesson. Uncle Wang, you saved my life and guided me into maturity, though you may believe you have imparted little. I cherish the most precious memories of my childhood, which stand as my greatest treasure. I have encountered a multitude of fascinating individuals, and for you, I would stake my life once more. Khan's sole intention was to pave a suitable path for himself in light of future circumstances. Yet now, all he yearned for was to take a life. The malevolence? The vice-captain, Shenlin, sensed the imminent peril from the tree realm, capable of breaching his formidable, almost poison-resistant physique. No, he must escape. He would not meet his demise here, at the hands of an insignificant upstart. He immediately fled towards the edge of the tree realm. At that moment, a figure rushed into the arboreal domain, colliding directly with his weapon. The sound of metal piercing flesh echoed. This was a reckless individual. At the moment of impact, a dagger was thrust into his side. Damn it, who are you? Shenlin roared in fury as he was obstructed. Do not be deceived by my appearance. I am a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. After the deaths of Navigators Jim, Wang Ji, and Kinda, He had no desire to continue living. No ship was worth his continued service as a navigator. Khan, eliminate him. Katakuri, not far away, gripped his trident tightly, channeling all his strength into his hand, hurling the weapon forward. Die. Chapter 97. The Wrath of Newgate. Khan arrives with murderous intent. Khan is not an obstinate individual. The two have presented him with an opportunity, and he has already set forth, seizing this chance in advance. Jim, already grievously wounded, has delayed his opponent at the cost of his own life. As his adversary, amidst agonizing cries, discards the lifeless Jim. He draws forth the dagger that was sheathed at his waist. Shortly thereafter, the arrival of a trident forces him to evade yet again. In that fleeting moment of escape, a figure emerges before the vice-captain of the divine arrival, slowly making his way outside. As Khan recedes into the distance, the vice-captain grows disoriented. He had thought that by sustaining a minor injury, he could easily shatter his opponent's weapon, only to realize that the weapon he had broken was but a common instrument, riddled with wounds. With such a weapon, coupled with an insignificant degree of hockey, he had breached the vice-captain's defenses, both hockey and physical. What manner of abnormal creature is this? Should he change weapons, surely he could deliver a fatal blow. It was only moments ago that the vice-captain sensed something amiss. Why was he moving outward? Was he not still present here? His consciousness gradually began to fade, his body dissolving into a pool of blood. The vice-captain of the divine pirate crew met his end without a complete corpse. The battle at the Valley of the Gods continues, and the number of fallen top-tier warriors has exceeded one. The chaotic, large-scale conflict has transformed the battlefield into a hellish landscape. Bodies are strewn about, forming small mountains, while blood accumulates into winding streams. Everywhere one looks, pirates, navy, and CP members possess eyes filled with crimson rage, lost in the throes of slaughter. John, having been struck by Rayleigh's sword, disregards his wounds and rushes madly toward this direction. In that year, he had seen boundless wealth in Wangji. Reaching toward the heavens, he chose to join the Rocks pirates. Upon arriving here, all he beheld was a shattered fragment, the fallen Navy admiral, and the tumultuous, boiling sea. John extends his hands toward Wangji, witnessing the disappearance of endless riches once more slip away from his grasp, along with one of his most treasured possessions. Wangji is indeed the only friend I recognize within the pirate crew, my most precious treasure. Is this not the very reason I have remained in the Rocks pirates? My avarice and lust are undeniable, yet I would never forsake my soul companion. John reaches out, but grasps nothing. Ha 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 ha. He then erupts into maniacal laughter, appearing as a madman, losing his sense of self. After the fit of laughter subsides, he stumbles toward Khan, patting his shoulder, forcing a smile, and teasingly remarks, "You little rascal, I see you've gained some skills. Before you depart, why not call me brother?" Khan raised his head, perceiving a sorrow in John's eyes that mirrored his own. They exchanged glances, and in an instant, John's eyes welled with tears. He understood that some sentiments need not be spoken. It was sufficient as it was. "You rascal, depart with Katakuri, venture into the sea, and pursue your dreams. Do not let Wangji down. Brother, we shall meet upon the ocean." "Very well." A smile graced John's lips as he grasped his rapier and slowly approached the admiral, who had lost an arm. "In this lifetime, I have no regrets. Wangji, I shall never measure up to you." The admiral gazed at his severed limb, clutching his weapon with frustration. "Yet, your departure before me incites my ire. 2 children may flee, but we cannot allow you to escape." The admiral's attention shifted to John. "I had no intention of leaving," John retorted. "Nor do I plan to let you go. Spare me your bravado. Your strength has waned significantly, and with one arm severed, your injuries surpass mine. I believe I can slay you, and then depart. However, I sense a miscalculation. At the very least, I can take you down with me. Ha ha. In this vast sea, the conquerors of the conqueror's hockey are as numerous as the fish in the river, yet those who ascend to the pinnacle are few. Let me witness your prowess." John unleashed the conqueror's hockey, his rapier, named Griffin, an emblem of the future Emperor Redhaired's conquest and renown upon the seas. "Do not look back. Take a good look at this world." Meanwhile, Katakuri, unbeknownst to the reason, gazed at Khan with tears streaming down his face, tirelessly wielding the weapon he had scavenged, vanquishing one after another of the world government's lackeys. Khan unleashed his dual sword technique, showing no mercy to any who dared to obstruct him. Are these 2 children monsters? Their power is overwhelming. Quick, someone stop them. Where are the Navy's high-ranking officers? The members of the CP organization cried out in terror, scattering in flight, unwilling to engage further with Khan and Katakuri. The threat of death was all too real, and they held their lives dear. Belief may withstand the specter of death, yet it cannot alter one's primal instincts. Survival is humanity's most profound instinct. Khan assisted Katakuri in breaking through the encirclement, grasping his sword once more as he re-entered the hellish battlefield. Regardless of the circumstances, he was resolute in ensuring that the Roger pirates would pay a heavier price, rendering Roger incapable of that carefree laughter. Jabba, this is entrusted to you. Rayleigh, are you certain you will be all right? I nearly perished at the hands of this monster, Jabba said, his gaze lingering uneasily on Whitebeard, whose injuries were grievous. You must hurry. John is severely wounded by me, and that fellow is now your responsibility. Wang Ji, it seems I cannot repay you with that drink. Whitebeard, wielding his Naginata, swung it with wild abandon, each strike powerful enough to cleave mountains, roaring, Rayleigh, you scoundrels. How dare you pirates mingle with the Navy? Individuals like your crew do not deserve to live upon the seas. Do you truly believe this is justice? Do not jest. His youthful vigor rendered him akin to an unceasing generator, with every blow demanding Rayleigh's utmost effort to deflect, sending vibrations through Rayleigh's grip, nearly causing him to lose hold of his sword. With the most formidable executives of the pirate crew fallen, a furious Whitebeard was driven into a blind rage. Jabba swallowed hard, believing he could not withstand such a state of Whitebeard's wrath. Continuing the fight would surely result in his demise here. Gripping two axes, he opted to pursue John. Suddenly, Jabba looked up, sensing a potent aura of murderous intent approaching from the distance, drawing ever closer as if it were coming specifically for him. Let me see who approaches, Jabba shouted, brandishing his dual axes. The Roger pirates were inherently combative. Although gravely injured, he remained one of the elite, the third in command of the Roger pirates. Weakness would not be tolerated. A fierce slashing attack surged forward, instantly propelling Jabba back several dozen meters. What a ferocious strike! Apart from Shiki, Wang Ji, and John, does the Rocks Pirates boast such formidable individuals? The intent to kill was palpable. It seemed he would have to exert every ounce of his strength. Chapter 98, God Valley, Khan vs. Jabba, seeking continued reading. Jabba adjusted his stance, only to realize he had unknowingly been enveloped by a multitude of trees. The surroundings transformed into a veritable sea of greenery. He had stepped into the realm of someone with a fruit ability. A battle-hardened Jabba forcefully cleaved through a tree, only for it to regenerate at an alarming rate. Such resilient and defensively robust trees were not creations of an ordinary individual. Was it a fruit user? Ha ha ha, Jabba laughed, exuding a powerful aura. The members of the Roger Pirates particularly relish confronting fruit users, as they are often reliant on their abilities and thus, quite inept. Despite his words, his body betrayed his caution. Remaining vigilant, he realized he had inadvertently entered this domain, where his observation haki was severely hindered. The last time he encountered such a situation was against a Paramecia-type user of the invisibility fruit, where his haki could not perceive anything, not even sounds. Where are you? Have the courage to face me one-on-one, Jabba shouted, scanning his surroundings until he raised his gaze to find Khan, his expression indifferent. It became evident that the opponent's aura blended seamlessly with the life forces of the surrounding trees, even less discernible than the wood dragons that darted about. No wonder it was so difficult to detect. Khan perched atop the tree, gazing down at Jabba, a pivotal member of the Roger Pirates. Should he eliminate him here? Roger would undoubtedly be unable to wear that carefree smile, filled with remorse for his reckless actions. He would experience the anguish of sorrow, imparting to that pathogen the sensation of fear, compelling him to comprehend the agony of loss. Khan's eyes grew increasingly menacing, and an overwhelming aura of murderous intent seemed to emanate from his very being. His physique, having absorbed the essence of formidable monsters during this period, had undergone a significant transformation. After the battle concluded, a portion of this power would crystallize into a permanent force, albeit at a considerable cost. Khan is indifferent now. In every aspect apart from the armament haki and observation haki, he is on par with the most formidable monsters. The observation haki can be compensated by the tree realm, while the armament haki can be supplanted by swordsmanship. The Conqueror's haki, however, is ultimately a skill. Unlike the armament haki, which is tied to physical prowess, Khan has already mastered it. When the Conqueror's haki envelopes his hands, it forms a complete set. And when it envelopes his sword, it sharpens the blade. The Conqueror's haki possesses immense offensive power, a force that enables one to reach the pinnacle, primarily utilized for armor penetration. The advanced armament haki, Flowing Cherry Blossom, operates by internal destruction. These two forces can harmoniously coexist. However, Khan's armament haki is currently weak. Temporary physical enhancements cannot yield an increase in armament haki. Otherwise, it would not require training, unlike the innate Conqueror's haki. Intriguingly, it seems I underestimated you. I had thought you were far inferior to Kaido. During the conversation, Jabba's muscles remained taut, and he hurled an axe with such velocity that it traversed a graceful arc in midair, cleaving an opponent perched upon a tree in two. After a swift rotation, the axe returned to his hand. He felt no sensation of striking a solid form. Jabba suddenly turned around, startled to see Khan approaching him, devoid of any murderous intent. A single spinning axe severed him at the waist. There was no blood, no cries of anguish. Upon closer inspection, Jabba realized it was a wooden figure. No wonder it lacked any murderous aura. But why did that one in the tree evade his attack so swiftly? There had been no discernible movement. Was it teleportation? Jabba understood that those with devil fruit abilities were notoriously challenging to confront. Once one comprehends the nature of a devil fruit user's powers, they cease to be enigmatic. However, it is improbable for a single devil fruit to exhibit two such peculiar abilities. This is evidently a paramecia type, plant-type fruit. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The tree realm began to release gases, exuding a delightful fragrance that stirred the deepest cravings within one's heart. Jabba could not suppress a gulp. Then, realization struck him. This tree is poisonous. No, I must linger in this disadvantageous locale. Jabba immediately opted to flee towards the edge of the tree realm. Yet it shifted with him, making escape impossible. His adversary seemed to generate countless duplicates, surrounding him with identical figures, all launching attacks. Among them, Khan's true form was present. In the instant they clashed, Jabba was repelled, his strength suppressed. The armament haki, flowing cherry blossom, in its preliminary form, appeared weaker than that of a marine admiral. The observation haki within the tree realm was negligible. His physical prowess paled in comparison. The dual axes, honed through numerous battles, bore a primal ferocity. There were no devil fruit abilities at play. As the two engaged in relentless combat within the tree realm, Khan's emotionless voice echoed continuously. Jabba experienced a chilling sensation, as if his very life hung by a thread beneath his opponent's sword. The gaze and tone of his adversary were utterly transformed from their last encounter. It was as if he were facing something inhuman. He felt as though his very essence was being laid bare to Khan's scrutiny. After yet another exchange, Khan dispelled all his duplicates and approached with his sword drawn, declaring it was time to send Jabba on his way. You bastard! Who do you think I am? Jabba had never encountered such a foe. It was utterly abnormal. In battle, apart from the intent to kill, there was not a trace of emotion or flaw. As if he were battling a machine. I will not perish here. Jabba's neck bulged with veins. With a fierce roar, he coiled his leg muscles and launched himself forward like a cannonball. With a resounding boom, the ground erupted. Die! Jabba's dual axes became enveloped in armament haki, flowing cherry blossom form. Gripping the axes tightly, he raised one high while the other guarded his front, using his chest as a pivot to unleash a sudden burst of power. Faced with this onslaught, Khan chose not to evade. Instead, he positioned his sword horizontally before him, bracing his arm to intercept the axe. With a slight twist of the sword's hilt, Jabba laughed, resolute that he would not meet his end here. He would conquer these seas alongside Roger until the day Roger ascended as the Pirate King. With that thought, Jabba let out another roar, his aura surging once more. Attempting to draw out his axe, he found it stuck fast. Having gradually assimilated into Roger's crew, he thoughtlessly seized the other axe, executing a spinning slash. Skill, agility, and techniques all relied upon a foundation of physicality. Khan, observing his opponent's belief that his sword was also restrained, relinquished his defense in favor of an offensive maneuver. The hilt of his blade quivered slightly as the supreme greatsword descended with a graceful arc, accompanied by a shift in the very fabric of space. Khan appeared in the distance. Both axes missed their mark. Jabba's body was cleaved in two. The thread of life came to an abrupt end. To the onlookers, the clash between the two was but a fleeting moment. Chapter 99, The Giant of the 1,000-Meter Vine Armor. A battlefield of chaos and slaughter. It turns out that a single individual can indeed possess multiple facades. I am aware that you do not favor the current version of myself. Yet I find myself in need of catharsis. I shall inherit Uncle Wong's will. I will not forsake the essence of the sword. Uncle Wong, if you were still here, I would find greater joy in striving to change the world. Khan temporarily sheathed the sword inherited from Wang Ji, securing it on his back. He then lifted the little girl in his hands, but found it somewhat inconvenient, so he placed her around his neck instead. With a resounding clap of his hands, the arboreal realm began to contract and transform, gradually merging to form a towering wooden giant, standing 1,000 meters tall. Its surface adorned with a layer of vine armor to enhance its defenses. Indeed, naming it the Vine Armored Giant would be more fitting. However, Being 1,000 meters high was still excessive. It resembled a target, akin to the colossal beings of Barrett. Comparable to an island in size, impressive to behold, but difficult to contend with against top-tier adversaries. Concentration is the essence. Yet Khan's abilities were insufficient to condense such a vast arboreal domain and abundant life essence into a giant merely a few meters tall. Perhaps on this battlefield, a 1,000-meter giant was more suitable for chaotic slaughter. The towering vine-armored giant emerged onto the battlefield. What kind of trick is this? A monster. It's a true monstrosity. Is it a fruit user? Both the Navy and the pirates were left dumbfounded. The Navy shouted, "Charge at once! Eliminate that fiend and protect the celestial dragons!" The cries of the world government's lackeys filled the air, as they scrambled to safeguard their troublesome allies while simultaneously undermining the Navy. The Navy had been thoroughly betrayed and were now in utter disarray upon witnessing the sudden appearance of this behemoth, their shock immense, leaving many paralyzed with fear, unable to move. In the midst of the impending battle at God's Valley, both pirates and Navy personnel felt a flicker of dread. Although their composure was slightly better than that of the world government's minions, the majority of the CP agents and guards stationed at God's Valley had never encountered such brutal warfare. Opportunities to experience a battlefield of this magnitude and madness were rare in a lifetime. Here come the giant admirals. Fantastic. With them here, we are sure to prevail. The Navy exclaimed in delight. For decades, following the prolonged confrontations between the two giant leaders and Little Garden, the world government and Navy seized the opportunity to recruit giants, with nearly every adult giant capable of serving as an admiral at Navy headquarters. At this moment, Khan had already leaped onto the nose of the 1,000-meter-tall vine-armored giant, holding a rope in his hand, the other end tethered to the little girl. She sat in the cockpit, staring blankly at the extending vines. These vines could manipulate the giant to perform various actions, dismantling the surroundings. "I can do that," the little girl replied timidly, sitting within the giant's mouth. Her face flushed as she stole glances at Khan's profile, her small hands instinctively grasping the vines, controlling the giant. As a mischievous child, her innate abilities were remarkably strong. Her initial discomfort transformed into exhilaration. She gazed down at the relatively smaller figures below, her irritation mounting. For those larger figures had struck her multiple times, causing the vine-armored giant to sway, instilling fear as she frequently looked up to gauge the expressions of those above. How lovely, she mused. Khan sat upon his nose, observing the little girl as she commanded the vine-armored giant to dispatch one giant admiral after another with powerful punches. Unsatisfied with mere blows, she executed a sweeping kick that cleared a vast area of unfortunate sailors, pirates, and the lackeys of the world government. As the battle progressed, she unsheathed the colossal vine-armored sword from her back, delivering a fatal strike to each adversary. The giant admirals could not withstand the sheer force generated by the giant's descent. Several giants seized the opportunity during the clash, only to be severed in half, their innards spilling onto the ground. Following this, the vine giant trampled down, reducing them to a mere paste. Khan silently observed everything unfolding. This little demon possessed potential and considerable value, often disguised and causing no trouble. A remarkably easygoing and clever child, worthy of keeping for the time being. Extract every ounce of usefulness before disposing of it. Or perhaps utilize it for negotiations with the celestial dragons to discern its true worth. As for the celestial dragons, they must be eradicated. The arrival of Sengoku signifies hope. Damn pirates, do not think you can continue your destruction. In a fit of rage, Sengoku transformed into a colossal Buddha, powerful shockwaves coalescing in his palm. He leaped high into the air, delivering a mighty strike to the forehead of the giant clad in vines. "Is it you?" Sengoku exclaimed. His gaze filled with astonishment as he recognized the figure above, yet his actions remained swift and decisive. He struck down fiercely, causing the girl controlling the vine-clad giant to instinctively shield her head, turning her back to the onlookers. She grasped a small leaf, attempting to conceal her petite frame. Sengoku, bewildered, questioned, "Who is this girl? The celestial dragon?" The girl answered while covering her ears, muttering, "No one is here. I am not here. You cannot see me." "A celestial dragon? A child?" Sengoku gritted his teeth and struck at the nose of the vine-clad giant. The realm of trees expanded, and a dragon of life elements burst forth from within the giant, expelling a vast expanse of forest and vines that clung to it. Sengoku, engulfed in the tree realm, bellowed, "Even the worst of orders is preferable to chaos. I will never allow pirates to disrupt the harmony of the sea." Khan, with an air of superiority, remarked calmly, "Zhang Guo, Sooner or later, you will become disillusioned with this world and this government. He then proceeded to abandon all effort. Absolutely not. Zhang Guo roared in defiance. His palm struck forcefully against the countless vines, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that shattered innumerable tendrils and cleaved through an entire grove of trees. Khan was not taken aback. The forest was inherently rooted in the earth. Its power would be significantly diminished in the air, especially considering he had to maintain the vine-armored giant. His opponent possessed an exceptionally unique fruit, capable of unleashing devastating shockwaves, capable of shattering with a single strike. Khan unleashed his power, manifesting a colossal thorn spear extending several dozen meters, aimed squarely at the warring states. With a single thrust, he temporarily sent the troublesome figure flying. Though the strike bore minimal damage, it allowed the vine-armored giant to advance rapidly. Indeed, at the moment the young girl caught a glimpse of Khan's move, she deftly regained control of the vine-armored giant, brandishing the colossal sword as she sprinted towards the core battlefield, seemingly driven by her own purpose. I know where a large stone slab lies. HM, Chapter 100, Valley of the Gods, Rox's Memories. Seeking continued reading. Ha ha ha. Rox, you're on the brink. Roger exclaimed, excitement coursing through him, yet a shadow of unease loomed over his heart, needing to vent his inner turmoil through loud cries. Confronting the dire straits, Rox chuckled coldly. From the outset, he understood that he could never triumph against the world government. Akin to Khan's awareness that venturing abroad would spell his doom, or Whitebeard's comprehension of the consequences of engaging in the Marineford War. Yet they all proceeded without hesitation. Ha ha ha. Roger, you wretch. Are you worried? A person like you is destined for a fate far worse than mine. Rox sensed the waning presence of Wang Ji and noticed Jabba's essence suddenly vanish, likely retreating from the battlefield, fearful of a strike from the Navy and the world government. At that moment, his fury reached its peak. Wang Ji, I told you the situation was dire. You could have left first. Do you think departing before me absolves you of defying my orders? Surrounded by a multitude of formidable adversaries, Rox struggled to hold his ground, finding it increasingly difficult to take anyone with him. The shameless ones would retreat at the slightest hint of injury, ever prepared to deliver a blow when he faltered. In such dire circumstances, he recalled Khan's words, if one cannot defeat the whole, then seize an individual and strike with ferocity. Ha ha ha. Khan, I can no longer envision the day you ascend to kingship. Rox, drenched in blood, disregarded the assaults from his opponents, ignoring the toll on his vitality, and erupted with a terrifying speed, crashing towards Roger. One hand clutched Roger's throat tightly, while the other balled into a fist, aimed directly at his foe's eyes. Kapu, upon witnessing the scene, rushed in to assist, his enormous fist crashing down upon his opponent. The terrifying armament color penetrated through flesh, striking deep within. Lox gritted his teeth and roared, unleashing a more frenzied assault upon Roger. Two aged and severely injured former Navy members wielded their blades, entwined with the flowing spirit of Sakura, striking at their adversary in succession, blood gushing forth. They understood that their foe was indeed at his wit's end, for he would not have been so easily breached otherwise. Lox unleashed the Conqueror's haki, enveloping his fist, and once more pounded Roger. Lox, cease your assault. Kapu bellowed, his tone laced with concern. Roger's complexion turned a ghastly shade of purple, his eyes darkened, as he desperately charged at Lox, only to meet Lox's menacing grin. Without hesitation, Lox retaliated with an even fiercer headbutt aimed at Roger. Blood erupted from Roger's mouth. Why is it only him being struck? Kapu believed that Roger had come to fight out of respect for him, fearing that he might perish at the hands of their adversary. In that moment, he decided to leap forward, seizing Rox by the throat. Then bang, bang, bang. Rox's head seemed impervious to pain as it collided repeatedly with both Roger and Kapu, leaving all three bloodied and battered, yet none willing to relent. He. Did not let the battle cease. In the core battlefield, those observing could only witness Rox furiously assaulting Roger. The two seasoned naval officers dared not intervene recklessly, instead securing advantageous positions to prevent the captain of the God-landing pirates and the lackeys of the world government from seizing the opportunity to ambush and abduct Kapu, claiming it to be an unfortunate accident. Rox, release me. He. I am Rox. Some of you must perish. Bring it on. With eyes ablaze and his neck swollen, Rox raised his massive fist to continue pummeling Roger. As Roger struggled and spoke, he also retaliated against Rox. However, it seemed as if his opponent had transcended the sensation of pain, resolutely determined to take him away. Roger surmised that the shadow looming in Rox's heart was the very possibility of meeting his demise at Rox's hands. Kapu shouted, "Roger, rest assured. I will never allow anyone to kill you." Roger expressed his desire to strike back. He wished to convey to Kapu whether it was possible to restrain one of Rock's hands. If this continued, he feared that Rox might suffocate to death. He was certain he would be the first to perish, either by being struck down or succumbing to asphyxiation. The battlefield was utterly chaotic. One of the 3Ds, a formidable warrior, was engaged in a frenzied battle. The king, the Silver Axe, heavily injured, confronted the approaching Navy's vice admiral. Upon witnessing Rock's dire condition, he let out a furious roar, raising his axe and charging forward. "Joy Boy, we cannot lose." Kaido, drenched in blood and unsteady, arrived at the heart of the battlefield. Upon seeing Rox being besieged, he roared without hesitation, gripping his kanabo tightly, and charged him like a madman. At that moment, he was utterly indifferent to the prospect of dying in God Valley. In Kaido's eyes, Khan was his guiding light and future follower, while Rox was the embodiment of Joy Boy he had always revered. A bloodbath ensued. Amidst the mutual apprehension of the Navy and the world government, and with Kapu needing to protect Roger, the Silver Axe surged towards Rox, shouting excitedly, "King, we must leave at once. Every pirate crew must have its share of dirty work." As the mightiest pirate crew upon the seas, the Rox pirates required a thorough villain. And the Silver Axe fulfilled that role, being Rox's most loyal follower. Unlike the notorious pirates such as Wang Ji and John, the Silver Axe regarded Rox as his sole king. As Rox gazed upon the battered form of the Silver Axe amidst the devastated battlefield, he extended his hand, placing it upon the Silver Axe's shoulder, and with all his strength, hurled him from the battlefield. "King." The Silver Axe was flung a considerable distance, landing heavily on the ground. Rolling several times before stabilizing, his expression one of disbelief as he looked back towards Rox. Rox observed the Silver Axe in the distance. Alongside Kaido sprawled in a pool of blood, a gentle smile gracing his face, a smile he had never displayed before. "Silver Axe, take that little one and venture out to sea." The Silver Axe trembled, having never witnessed such warmth in his king's smile or heard such a gentle tone. It was as if a thunderclap had erupted in his mind. His eyes, once bright, now began to blur as he whispered, "King." Rox narrowed his eyes, his fierce visage softening gradually. "Since the day I founded this crew, we have created countless legends together. We have vanquished formidable foes. And we are the strongest pirate crew upon these waters. Each of us harbors our own dreams. The sea embraces us all, liberating us from a mundane existence, freeing us from the shackles of a lifeless shell. You have brought your dreams to the sea, and that is commendable. I do not acknowledge many, but you, Silver Axe, are an indispensable member of this crew." Rox raised his gaze to the heavens, his eyes seemingly lost in reverie. Memories began to surface. "Rox, what do you see?" Chapter 101. God Valley. Rox's last words. "Rox, what do you see?" "The sea. Is it truly that captivating?" "Indeed. More beautiful than me?" "I refuse to join you to the sea." "Ah? Why?" "Humph. I must set sail. The sea can accommodate us all, and when we grow up, you shall join me on this journey." "Huh? You will be my navigator." "I never agreed to be your navigator." "Hee. It's a delightful decision. You truly are my finest navigator. We promised we would never starve in this place." The youthful, famished, and emaciated Rox wore a radiant smile. "My mind may falter, but I shall protect you, and you shall learn the ways of navigation. When we grow, we will sail forth, for the sea is filled with wondrous places." A glimmer of light shone in Rox's blood-red eyes. To him, she radiated brilliance. She was his finest navigator. Until one fateful day, the celestial dragons arrived. The light was extinguished. Rox's final vision was of her, brutally nailed to a stake, said to have been an unfortunate consequence of a rebellion that startled the celestial dragons. How absurd. In hindsight, Rox's greatest regret was his inability to prevent her abduction by the celestial dragons, failing to take her with him to explore the vast and splendid sea. I wish you could witness how laughable the celestial dragons truly are. I wish to show you that the sea is not as beautiful as we imagined. It is rife with filth and poverty, more than we could ever conceive. My dreams lie in tatters. I am powerless to alter this world, uncertain of how to change it. The world government has branded me as a sinner seeking to dominate the world, to overthrow them, to disrupt the order of the sea, labeling me the most infamous pirate of this era. Countless souls perceive me with sheer terror and unparalleled dread. I do not care. I simply wish to return to those days. Even in poverty, on the brink of starvation, I could still smile. Once, they lived amidst suffering, filled with boundless hope and yearning for the sea. But reality often proves ruthlessly cruel. The higher one ascends, the more daunting the choices become. Rock's vision blurred as his tone grew somber. Who birthed Rox? Who fashioned this era? I single-handedly established the Rox Pirates and orchestrated its downfall, a final act of madness, perhaps a service to the sea, leading countless villains to their demise here. But were all those who perished truly villains? With so many pirates gone, will there not be more to take their place? You and the Navy uphold justice. Yet for many, joining the Navy is merely a means of survival. How many enlist for their dreams? The number pales in comparison to those who aspire to become pirates. A close examination of the experiences of the majority of ordinary Navy personnel and pirates reveals nearly identical life journeys. Who is responsible for this? Why do such similar experiences yield entirely divergent paths? Neither pirates nor Navy should exist. The sea should be navigated by adventurers harboring dreams and protected by the common folk. Yet poverty, oppression, in this era have forged these two professions. This battle cannot be devoid of meaning. Whether Navy or pirates, all will be etched into history. Someday, a singular individual shall arise to lead and forge a new age. At 18, Khan ventured forth with a resolve to face death, while Rox held fast to his beliefs. They exchanged glances that mirrored one another, perhaps driven by a simple rationale. How many reasons does a man need to face death for his convictions? In Mariewa, the Gorosei, reclining on the sofa and observing this seemingly inevitable battle, suddenly found themselves seething with rage. One of the Gorosei erupted in fury. Rock's ideology is far too dangerous. His ideology is utterly heinous. He is the most malevolent villain birthed from the sea in 8 centuries, beyond redemption. Humph. It matters not. Rox is destined to perish. Although our world government may incur substantial costs, will those foolish, cowardly civilians dare to rise? They lack Rox's vision and insight. Those imbeciles will ultimately become our tools, and the victors shall undoubtedly be us. Recently, public sentiment across the seas has gradually improved. After all, the ignorant are easiest to control. They trust the Navy and the world government's centuries-old order. The influence of Rox will wane with his demise. Do not be agitated. After this great war, we shall regain complete control of the Navy headquarters, utilizing them as the FAAD and enforcers of the world government, continuing to illuminate our dominion. Thankfully, we can eliminate Rox. Otherwise, waiting several decades could genuinely threaten our reign. The 5 elders, reclining on their sofas, harbor a secret dread. The ideologies subtly hinted at by Rox are potentially more perilous than those of the D-Clan or the return of Joy Boy. Deep within God Valley, Rox spoke gently, a smile gracing his face. My era is coming to an end. The Rox Pirates shall disband. Pursue your dreams. These words reverberated throughout God Valley. At that moment, his tone was exceptionally tender. Indeed, it was time for his curtain call, paving the way for newcomers to rise, letting his exit and this battle reshape the world. His gaze fell upon those he acknowledged, yet many were absent. Wang Ji, Kinda, John, Newgate. Rox stared into the distance, aware that 2 among them might never return. And John's breath was growing weaker, struggling on the brink of severe injury, likely engaged in a fierce battle, another endearing fool. On the battlefield, every formidable pirate beheld the radiance emanating from Rox. Shiki and Charlotte Linlin had already arrived at the core battleground, both in a less than optimal state. They, along with numerous Navy personnel and various others, listened to Rox's final words. Tears streamed down Charlotte Linlin's face. She could not comprehend why the pirate crew had lost, why the only crew that had embraced and recognized her was disbanding, abandoned by her parents, forsaken by the giants, deceived by the House of Lambs now. Even the Rox Pirates were destined to vanish from history? No. Charlotte Linlin emitted an unprecedentedly sorrowful cry. Chapter 102, God Valley, The Final Madness. Beside her, Shiki contemplated inheriting Rox's will to overthrow the world government and conquer the world as he listened to Rox's last words. Yet upon hearing that final sentence, he felt a deep resonance within his soul. Initially inclined to depart, Shiki lifted his head, his crimson eyes, filled with ambitious fire, extinguished in an instant, replaced by nostalgia. This line recalled a statement made by a certain rascal. Shiki, have you ever fought for someone in your life? If you have, then your life has been worthwhile. The reflection of starlight danced in the eyes of that past Khan. Shiki gripped his 2 renowned blades tightly, fixated on Rox. Throughout his life, he had pursued Rox, yearning to catch up with and surpass the man he revered most. Captain Rox, ha ha ha. Shiki suddenly erupted into uncontrollable laughter, his golden hair cascading around his face, obscuring his expression. Captain Rox, we have not lost completely. I can still fight. Shiki, can you hold on? Charlotte Linlin asked, her face contorted with rage. I want to give those heartless scoundrels a taste of my wrath. Ha ha ha. I am the Golden Lion Shiki. Let us indulge in this madness together. Shiki, initially planning to leave, was either moved by his own words or made an impromptu decision. He charged forward despite his injuries. Silver Axe surged ahead even faster. As a larger-scale chaos was about to erupt, Rox cast a fierce glare at the three, and they understood his unspoken command: do not engage. Quickly pursue your dreams across the sea. It was a final entrustment. Ha ha ha. Captain, we are not fools. We will not die here. Let us hold off the others for you, Shiki insisted, unwilling to abandon the battlefield. Rox's pleas fell on deaf ears. He could hardly believe Rox could still spare a moment to reprimand him. Captain, Shiki is right. Let us see this through to the end. Tears blurred Charlotte Linlein's vision, her future and dreams shattering before her eyes. Silver Axe, ever silent, bore a gaze filled with desolation, embodying his resolve. This terrifying battle had commenced. As former members of the Rox Pirates, the three were determined to engage in one final frenzy for Rox. Shiki, Charlotte Linlein, and Silver Axe unleashed a furious assault on the captain of the Divine Sea Pirates, while two veteran Navy members turned a blind eye. And even the strongest shield of the world government CP0, who sought to assist, was mercilessly beaten by the trio. The three were resolute in their mission to eliminate the captain of the Divine Sea Pirates. The two veteran Navy members had long seen through the situation. Rox was undoubtedly doomed. As for this notorious pirate connected to the world government, they were disinclined to exert their full strength to assist. If the captain of the Divine Sea Pirates were to perish on the battlefield, they could simply claim they were powerless to intervene. And indeed, that was the truth. After enduring such a fierce battle, the two veteran Navy members knew they likely wouldn't survive long after the conflict in God Valley concluded. They were acutely aware that they must preserve the most vital seat of the Navy. Otherwise, the justice of the Navy headquarters might transform into the hollow rhetoric of the world government. Kapu, Zifa, Sengoku, and Crane, among other naval officers, are the key figures they must safeguard, particularly Kapu, who must persist in his fierce struggle against Rox and must not fall in this battle. Kapu must ascend to become a hero of the Navy, a symbol of justice. This is the last resort of that little fellow, the Admiral, who stands on the moral high ground against the world government, compelling the Navy headquarters to assimilate and yield under the banner of righteousness. The Navy requires a hero for the future, a beacon of hope in every naval heart. No one embodies this more fittingly than Kapu. Truly, it has been a long journey. I once aspired to create a world uniquely our own. Roger, you are the epitome of hypocrisy and